Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds and Ja Rule get a scream for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without one might break me. I don't wanna go.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. Beyonce.
Hit the like button.
Beyonce. Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Hit the like button.
Beyonce. Beyonce. Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Hold up.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Fall is here and winter is coming, and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there's stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lowe can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special simp edition where Lowe will roll around in it, blow smoke from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lowe's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lowe help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lowe's Customs today.
Good morning, everybody. It is 11:40 Central, 12:40 Eastern. It is Monday, November 25th. This is Gone Trucking with your host HB2N at The Urban Landlord with John Galt. I have my hosts, two hosts on the channel. We got Lolo and Gary in the building. Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good morning, HB. I'm doing amazing this beautiful, beautiful morning, and I hope the panel is, or whatever.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had a text
Gary,
and I was reading it.
Gary, how are you doing, Gary?
I'm doing great.
Yeah. Yeah. How was your aerial yoga class, Gary? How was it?
What are you talking about? Explain what aerial yoga is, HB.
Yeah, HB, you didn't play your Gone Trucking intro.
Oh yeah. Let me
You gotta play that.
Guys. Let me play it for you guys.
Hey, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Hey, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling us dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it. They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like the flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Hey, I got to drive the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake to sit in the reps, ain't no regrets. I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the place and I do what he want. This ain't a front. Glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% on me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth, ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding. They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But God did it. But you rose like the flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Is that you yelling?
I don't know who the fuck that was, man. What the fuck? No, what the fuck that was? What the fuck was that? Now we got the show started, right? let's get into it. We got Garian, the Nigerian, the Rwandan. What's some good alliteration, Garian? The Rwandan what? The Rwandan raper. And we got Lolo.
Don't you fucking dare call me that.
We got Lolo, the light-skinned Lowe's. Light-skinned
laptop low.
Light-skinned laptop low. There we go. There we go. Light-skinned laptop low.
Hold on, let me change my name for you guys real quick.
Light-skinned laptop low in the building.
Mm-hmm.
Light-skinned laptops.
The laptop Lendy.
How do you change your name in this again? I forget. Oh yeah, I got it.
Got the Rwandan raper and the light-skinned laptop. And of course, got your host, HB2N, OTR, over the road trucker. I'm currently in Louisiana. I'm in Louisiana, y'all. About to go holla at Solid Snake. I'm about to pull up. He live on a dirt road, so I'm gonna go pull up on him real quick. See what he on.
Really? For real, HB?
No, he lives near a gas station. He damned up once.
12th man, what's going on?
Not much. You know I have to come up here for HB trucking. You know that.
I'm about to pull my camera up just for you, man. Hold on, give me a second. We got Ignorant, Brooklyn's own.
Ignorant TV in the house.
Yeah. We got
Salute. Brooklyn's finest. Done shot her, done pop her. Make your girl call me Dada.
What's up, my brother?
Salute, 12 man on the rock, 12 men on the planet. Salute. I hope the snow is melting out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I hope you can walk your polar bears and your deers and I hope you doing well, brother. Peace.
You know how we do it.
Yeah. So let's get back into what we were talking about earlier. Now, when it comes to Jeremy was supposed to pull up. You know what's so funny about Jeremy? I think a lot of times, because I saw Jeremy on that date with Ava, and I feel like sometimes guys like Jeremy, they try so hard not to look like a simp that they fuck everything up. They try a little bit too hard sometimes. When if you saw that video, you would see that there was no confidence at all.
Especially when he got kicked in the balls.
Yeah. That's why I think sometimes like overthinking that type of shit, like you got confidence and you gotta have game and all that shit, man. You just gotta be yourself.
Yeah.
And I think for one guy, being himself is different from another guy. Like if you trying to act like you're 12th man, or you trying to act like you ignorant, if you trying to act like you Garian, it ain't gonna work out for you. You gotta be yourself.
No, don't tell them that lie, HB, because being they self is like being Jimmy Neutron or being a fucking Blues Clues character. So don't tell them that. Don't lie to these chumps.
There's some girls that like Jimmy Neutron. No, there's some girls out there they might like Jimmy Neutron. They might like the Dexter's Laboratory type nigga, man. You never know.
Who the fuck is Jimmy Neutron?
That's a little bit. That's a little bit after your time. That's after your time, 12th man.
Lolo, do you know who Jimmy Neutron is?
Yeah, I used to watch Jimmy Neutron.
Oh, you did?
He said, "Oh, you did."
I'm trying. What was his friend's name?
Fat
Oh,
kid.
look at that.
The fat kid. What was his name? He was my favorite character.
He about to pull up on Solid Snake.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up on Solid Snake real quick, y'all. Hold on.
What did you name your what did you name your truck again, HB?
I got a new one. So I haven't named this.
Oh, you gotta rename this one. We need to have a poll.
Call it Shatterika.
Yeah, I might name her
what was the last
Shatterika.
one? What was the last one?
I might name her. I think this one's gonna be Shatterika.
Wasn't like the last one like Clementine or something like that?
Clementine.
Don't you remember when we were talking about it on stream?
I can't remember what I named her. I forgot.
What's an old school stripper name?
Old school stripper. Is that even a thing? An old school stripper? I don't even know.
Probably like Sugar. Something.
Oh, Sugar.
Sugar.
Hey, Sugar.
Ooh, that's actually fire. Do that.
Hey, Sugar. Hey, Sugar. Oh, Mavis G. That's that's actually a good idea. Mavis G. I'm gonna call her Ava. Oh,
yeah.
Mavis. Yeah, Mavis G. Which one today, man? You got it. You got it. I'm inside Ava right now, you guys.
You better quit or get crack come at you, man.
Yeah, I like.
Oh,
I like Ava.
Carl Weezer, who I was talking about. Carl.
Here for the tea. Hey, here for the tea. How you doing? Here for the tea. I saw your live for a second. I saw you live.
T, I'm sorry I couldn't come up for karaoke. I had to go to bed. She asked me to come up.
Here for the tea was eating. She was eating some fettuccine Alfredo. I saw you.
That's pretty good eating.
Yeah, it is.
Here for the tea said Sexy Red is a good one. I agree with that one because
that's ratchet.
Yeah, nah. This
good name, but
this truck ain't got enough miles on it to be Sexy Red. I like Ava.
Booty hole like
Try
brown.
calling her Red Bone.
Kind of a good one. That's kind of a good one.
Yeah, this thing only got 18,000 miles on it, man. They gave me this truck brand new. It still had the wrapper on it and everything. They trying to keep me here, y'all. I'm out of here though in January or in December. I'm out of here.
What do you mean?
I'm getting a new job. I'm trying to get in the fuel hauling. So I'll be in the tankers.
Oh, like hazmat tanker shit?
Yeah, hazmat tanker. I'm not sure if I'm gonna see if I don't have to get hazmat, but I guess if I'm hauling fuel.
Hell yeah,
hey, truck guy.
Yeah, man, that's what's up, bro. But do you find that usually when you stop at McDonald's, that's where the most lot lizards are? Like, where do y'all find them at? Is there a location designated?
They're all over. Most of the lot lizards are on the West Coast because the weather's better. So you get a lot of lot lizards in like Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico,
That makes sense.
Texas. You got a lot of lot lizards out there. California, obviously, but you see them down south too. Most of them look like meth heads though.
So they're basically like predators. They hang out at where the truck stops are, basically.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, most of them are big time meth heads, usually missing all their teeth. So yeah, they're usually not the prettiest looking girls.
HP, you don't really be fucking with no lot lizard for real, right?
I mean, you never know, man. You never know. It gets lonely on the road sometimes, man. You never know.
Trust me, you out there fucking with deers.
Rough man, is that true?
You got to stop on the side of the road.
What did he say?
True? He said
What
you
he
fuck
said?
deer. He said you
Fuck
fuck deer.
no. I shoot them. Then again, I shoot a lot of motherfuckers.
No, there's a lot of different type of animals down there, 12th man, not just deer.
When you shoot them and they dead, do you stick your penis in right then and there, or
What?
do you wait?
Come on, man.
That is
You
wrong.
come in here to fuck with me too, man. What's up, man?
I'm just pulling your chain, baby.
To be fair, ignorant don't like white people.
I don't like people, period. So don't speak for me, girlie. You know what I'm saying? I can speak for myself.
Girlian. Girlian.
Arian, you better not let this slide.
Don't get gassed up.
I thought you was my homie. What happened, man?
Listen, man, I fuck with you, man. But if you can't take me telling you the truth, we can't be friends.
The truth?
Yeah, the truth hurt, don't it?
Yeah. Phoenix Fish. That's another thing.
It's called the truth. TRUTH, not TRUF.
Be fair, ignorant can't speak either.
They do a lot of stings too. So man, I ain't trying to pick up no lot lizards, man. Honestly, they do a lot of stings. A lot of them out there undercover.
HB, you got something to sting up?
Man, hell no. They ain't gonna catch me lacking, man. Hell no. They ain't gonna catch me.
Got something
It's too much free pussy out here, you know, HB. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, that's a fact. That's a Fendi.
But when you're telling these dudes to be themselves, you're hindering them from acquiring.
No, because see, this is the thing though. I think like guys, they focus too much on trying to be something that they're not. I think that's the wrong message. Sometimes these guys, they be thinking, oh, I gotta, damn, who eating some Cheerios? Who eating Cheerios?
It's 12, man.
But HB, do you believe men gotta evolve though?
Do I think they gotta evolve?
Yeah, like men should always be in a state of evolving and being better and better.
Always.
So being yourself would change yearly. You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true too. That is true too. But I think that like having wanting to better yourself isn't a masculine or feminine thing. I think that's just a people thing. Like we just heard Lolo talking about she going to aerial yoga classes. She trying to better herself. I'm sure she's not doing that to get no nigga.
No, I agree with HB. It's definitely just a person thing. It's a human thing. You should always want to better yourself.
Always.
Yeah, but if you're a guy and you're noticing certain things don't work.
Lolo could get any man she wants. She knows it.
Thanks for that input. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
What I was saying was when you're a guy, you understand things, right? And you notice certain things don't work. So I believe doing what works is still being yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But,
wait, Kimmy Cakes, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Kimmy Cakes.
Morning, Kimmy.
But like it doesn't
Morning,
work.
Kimmy Cake.
Maybe it doesn't work because it's the wrong girl.
You glitched out.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
I said maybe it's not working out because she's the wrong girl for you. Listen, the way I look at it,
universal, John.
The way I look at it, if girl ain't into me, she must be lesbian. That bitch into women, she ain't into me.
Yeah.
My bitch vibe, my trigger vibe.
I mean, everyone has their own preferences. Like
right.
So, like, if a white girl is only into white men, you know, you can't call her a lesbian for not liking you. She only likes white men.
Yeah, she's still lesbian to me, Lolo. She's still lesbian to me.
Lolo's telling on herself.
If she ain't into me, she must be gay. or
She must.
something.
She must be. But that's why I think a lot of times guys they focus too much on the women that don't want them, and it ain't even about that. Like, oh, I gotta change this or change that because some bitch don't like me. Man, that girl
And
eating coochie anyway. She eating coochie anyway.
yeah, I
So you
ain't
go,
changing a motherfucking thing.
hell nah.
Yeah, I
If I'm a
believe you,
change,
Twat, man.
if I'm a change, I'm a change to better myself, not
That's a
for a
fact.
woman. Cause
Yeah, I
that
don't
I don't.
believe in that. That's like simping. You changing so a girl will like you. That's weird.
Nah, that's
Yeah, you should never change for anybody but yourself. Otherwise, you lost.
That's
Facts.
right, Blacks.
But that's selfish. I don't believe in that. That's selfish. You should change. You should just want to evolve as a man. Period. Every day,
A lot of black
you should
women.
want to work on yourself because ain't nobody perfect.
Yeah.
You understand?
wait,
You
wait,
should
wait,
do
BK,
it
wait,
for your
I mean,
family, really.
your husband is telling you the truth. Pay attention.
wait. Lolo, can you read this message from Kimmy?
yeah, Kimmy says, my husband and I were talking, and I told him I think a lot of black women are going to end up alone. He said that it's happening now, lol.
That's a
Damn.
fact.
Happening now.
That's
It's
a
been
whole
happening.
fact.
But that's irrelevant. It's more women than men, so somebody gonna be alone anyway because
Nah.
we all selfish and we think that.
Not it's more than that. Man.
Hold on, can I finish, sweetheart? Give me a second because you dudes act like chicks when I start talking. All I'm saying is,
Well, yeah, it's appropriate for you.
there's more women in this world, so it's gonna be women by themselves. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. I agree. I agree. I don't
That
know.
logic doesn't compute.
There's
To
more
be fair, if he is a
Five.
woman, he ain't gonna be using his
There's
time.
there's 5 women born when a one male baby is born, so that's the numbers.
All right. So
What?
the comment was talking about black women. Black women are what, maybe 8% of the population, which means that they are outnumbered by males, all males. So the fact of what Kimmy's husband said is still remains true. I
I
understand
don't
what you're
know.
saying, but we're talking
Black
about a
women.
specific demographic.
Okay, now you changing it. So you saying
I'm
black?
not. Look at
Uh,
put the comment back up.
hold on, we read the comment, brother. What I'm speaking
What
for
makes
is
you think that?
black. She put black. She didn't put white men, white. What you're throwing in there? She said black women are
I
gonna end
didn't.
up alone. So we're
A
doing
lot of
the
a lot of
numbers.
Lo,
a
you
lot
can
of
have this nigga.
a lot of white dudes
I'm
are
okay.
into black women though too. A lot of white guys do like black
That's what
women.
I'm saying.
Don't renege on it now. You chose this nigga last week.
You did choose this nigga. Love.
Gary, and I told you to be serious, and you try to hit me with some fucking
Stick with
old,
your pick.
No, you ain't gonna be
Colonel
serious.
shit.
Hell no, I'm not gonna be serious with this shit. You can have
Do,
ignorance though,
do
man.
y'all not see how weak that is?
You
It's
about to
like
get married. I ain't throwing my shit
It
out.
was for the point of the channel. I already told you there is no disrespectful shit over here.
I know it's fine, but you can have nigga. You can have ignorant, man.
okay, but
Nick.
as a
Yeah,
man,
you can
right?
have ignorant, man.
Okay,
Well,
as a man,
currently I have Stanley, so I can't choose anyone else right now.
Oh
this
yeah.
this is what
Oh,
HB. This is what these weirdos do, right? They try to dick police the women. Oh, you date guys that you're not this and that. Like you sound like a bitch. Y'all sound like women. You can have him. You can have him. He got all these bitches and he got all this money. He fucking all. Y'all got some hating ass weirdos. Like that's not.
No, nigga. I'll stop hating on you once you learn how to read.
Wouldn't that be
Hey,
weird in real
ignorant,
life?
ignorant. I'm not talking about them,
Yep.
but I 100% agree with you. I feel like that's where that whole term Pookie and Ray Ray came from. It's from like these
Weirdos who
overqualified
not getting
these
laid.
right. These niggas who like overqualified and they mad that black women are fucking with Pookie and Ray Ray. I'm like, nigga, you just hating on Pookie and Ray Ray. Like, why you mad about what a woman is doing with her coochie? Like,
You
who
don't own
cares?
that pussy. He mad your bitch chose me. Get over it, baby. Like that's
Me
just
and
not.
Gary and our twins. That's my twin.
We
We
not
can't,
talking about you, Lolo. So don't.
Oh, I was about
We
to say we
speaking
locked
it.
in.
Yeah, y'all good. We speaking it. We
Hey,
speaking in general.
Lolo,
What?
you gotta do a date with 12th man. I think that shit.
Didn't they already do that though?
Nah. I'm talking about the lunch with Low. You got to do a lunch with Low with 12th man.
We can do that as long as it's obviously lunchtime and he's not drunk.
Okay.
All right.
He can't. He can't drink.
That'll never happen.
Yeah.
I'll sober up just for you, baby.
Thank you so much.
See, that's a real man. Real men lie to women. You understand?
I want to read this comment. Timmy Cake said, Lolo, choose and choose wisely. Sometimes women with options never choose and it doesn't work out in their favor. They age and no one wants them anymore. Just be honest. I definitely agree with that. I am low-key super picky. It's not even really picky. It's just like I don't feel like dealing with the bullshit. And that could progress into my, later years. And hopefully not somebody comes along. But I'm definitely going to choose wisely for sure. And I agree with you, though. That was it. You guys can.
Yeah.
No, Lolo seems like a type of lady I'd just like to take her out for a beer and a hamburger.
I don't really drink like that. I don't drink.
Have a good
but I
time
mean,
and
then,
call it a night.
I guess.
Now, Lolo, you seem like you the type you like to go to the park, smoke some weed, and have a picnic.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah,
there
you know what I'm saying. Just I'm just reading the room a little bit,
Yeah, Portia said it won't be funny if he's not drinking a little bit. I agree. You can maybe have like 2 beers to get that buzz on, but you can't be like how you are right now. Like, I need no
3.
He said
no
I can't have 3 beers, Lolo. What about 3 beers? I can't have 3.
When you say 3, do you mean 3 cases of 24 packs, or
no,
like 3 beers? That's it.
3 glasses of wine.
Yeah, we'll give you as much box wine
3
as you
glasses?
need.
No, not 3 glasses of wine.
No.
You can have 1.5 glasses of wine.
No, Lola, 12 man.
Yo, 12 man is so fucking funny, man.
Well, if I can only have 1.5 glasses, who's gonna drink the other half?
Yeah, you might have to drink a little bit too, Lolo, with 12th man. You might gotta. You guys
keep
might
up.
gotta. Yeah, you might gotta keep up. No, I don't think you can outdrink 12th man.
I'll probably take like a shot of Henny, real quick.
Hey, that's my girl.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Then I'll finish my second bottle of wine while you're drinking your Hennessy.
Yeah, you gotta have that yak if you want to break that back. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
Yeah. I think the Stanley and Lolo lunch date is gonna be very interesting, though.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I told Stanley I love him. It's just when he be doing his fucking mean tangents, I don't fuck with that.
I mean, he mainly does that when he's drunk.
Love Stanley. The ladies love Stanley.
Cause he's just I don't know what it is about Stanley. He's
confidence.
It's his confidence, and it's
That's what
just
it is.
it's his confidence and his demeanor. Some of the shit he be saying is wild and untrue, but
he stands on.
But yeah, he stands on business. Stanley stands on business.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't know. There's just something about Stanley.
Yeah. I think he could have been a pimp in a different lifetime.
Me too, for sure. He would be a pimp named back.
Yeah, he could really be a pimp. Tough guy, I rock with tough guy. He's a good guy, but he doesn't give me pimp energy. Stanley gives me pimp energy. Tough guy gives me simp energy.
Yeah, tough guy. He's a simp.
Oh,
well, Stanley, he gives me
why y'all going at my guy?
Like a madam, like he runs a house full of hookers.
No, yeah, Stanley's kind of stern too. You know what I mean? He's getting his bitches in place.
Solid snake.
Yeah.
Bring back 1400. It's 1325 here.
No, Solid Snake. He's running an insane asylum.
Yeah. He was in the gas station. I would like HB to see if
He's taking all their meds though.
Yeah, Solid Snake. He looked like he got squirrels for pets in his house.
HP said he was about to pull up on Solid Snake here in a minute.
He ain't gonna pull up on Solid like that.
Tough guy says he loves women. HB.
Of course you do. You're a simp.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna get him up.
Was that John
Galt?
Galt?
Here and defend yourself, man. They're coming at you.
No. We're not even coming at him. I just think even the women don't like Stanley for no reason. I think part of it is like the confidence, but I think also it's like his demeanor and the disposition too. It's like he don't give a fuck about what nobody else thinks. He really don't.
And it's like these sissies, they saying like he coming at you. It's like we being men in America telling the truth. You need to go somewhere where you can cry about somebody giving their opinion. Because over here we can say what the fuck we want. You heard? Trump is the president, bitch. So all that you trying to tell me, they talking about you still doing it. Girly.
Stanley cries all night about how Kamala lost. Wow. That's all he does, dude.
I mean, that's his girl, though. You
No,
know?
why doesn't Stanley do Pop the Balloon anymore?
He ran out of episodes.
Still does. I think he watched them all. Honestly.
He done flew through them motherfuckers, man.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
He watched it for days.
He ran out of Diddy oil, Lolo. That's why.
Oh man, throwing long distance shots.
Like Stanley's sleeping, okay?
Yeah. Let's Stanley's hibernating right now.
Hibernating in his Diddy oil right now.
He's submerged.
And he was in the Navy, so he probably dreaming about men on a boat.
Oh,
God
okay.
Come on. Jesus Christ.
Radio Foreman says seriously, she's single.
What?
Radio Foreman.
Jeremy, get up here, man.
He wants earlier.
Radio Foreman, I am single, but I'm not looking.
We can't be launching bombs on Stanley while he's not here. That's not fair, guys.
Yeah, that's true, tough man. You're kind of the main one though, tough man.
Oh my god.
Lolo, do you have any more stories you wanted to cover too? Because that story earlier was kind of crazy.
I mean,
that's a no.
Let me see. No, because I'd be saving stuff in my phone, but like whoever just goes back to their saved stuff, you know what I mean? So like I have no idea what I have saved.
Yeah.
But just like continue the conversation, I'll check. Let me see.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So HB, since we transitioning, now when you answered that incel question about confidence, you use confidence as your answer, right?
Yeah. I just, I think confidence. I just think when you're like trying to explain it to a guy, it's such a broad term. Like, oh, just have confidence and you'll get girls. But what does that really mean? That's why I say it's kind of like overblown a little bit. I think the real root of it is getting down to why. I think the real root of it is the fear of rejection.
Yes.
I think once guys get over that fear of rejection, but also accepting the rejection too. There's that aspect of it too. But the fear of rejection, I think that that like overcomes the whole having confidence thing. Like
But that's confidence though, HB.
yeah,
That's all
yeah,
confidence. You can
yeah.
scare, you can be afraid and still go through with it. That's confidence.
It is, it is, it is, it is. But I
Let
just
your
for
nuts
people,
drag. I'm gonna tell y'all
just
the
for
truth. Let your nuts drag. If you got nuts, let them drag. That's it.
yeah.
Now, ignorant. Can you translate that for the people who don't understand what you mean?
That means be a man, sissy. All right.
Motherfucker, I knew what it
I ain't
meant.
talking
Bitch, I'm
about
talking
you.
about for the audience.
I'm addressing the audience.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Now,
What up, John?
to the
What's
audience,
up, Universe?
be a man,
Hi,
sissy.
John.
What's up? Oh, what's up, Ryan?
John Doe, what's going on? That
Buddy.
dope still selling?
That dope always selling, man.
Moving. It always moves, man.
Oh, I did attack.
There's
That
no
dope
drought.
stay moving, man.
Damn, you
There's
fucking
no
the community
inflation.
up, John.
Yeah, I
Yo,
was supposed
John
to
said trapping ain't dead, man. These niggas
Hey,
just scared. These niggas
John's
scared.
just doing his job.
Oh,
He's doing
Trapping
his
man,
ain't dead, man.
I was supposed to do a virtual open house, man. I'm gonna start doing more of that shit, man. I'm trying to get away from that Airbnb, and that's gonna be one of my approaches to kind of like show some rooms, like AI type shit. Lolo's gonna be my saleswoman. Lolo.
Wait, what's going on?
So what I've been thinking about this, women in this industry, in the business I'm in, bring a little bit more comfort than men. You know what I'm saying? And even with men, you know what I'm saying? Men will buy some shit that a woman's selling quicker than a man will.
Right.
So I've been doing like videos of my rooms, and I know you can do some AI shit too. We can work our way up to it, but I've been like advertising like virtual open houses where I just get on, just show my rooms, what I have available. People may or may not join. People may see it later, and they call in, and then like you'd be my saleswoman and you get a commission, or someone could be my saleswoman and get a commission for that.
Right. I mean, well, you wouldn't like. Can you explain the job description for me?
Well, you just come on. Hey, here are the rooms we have available. We have a room Northwest DC. It's X amount of money per week, X amount of money per month. Here's some pictures. Here's another one we have. Here's some pictures. They may jump on for you, and I think it'll be an interesting way to get around Airbnb and go direct.
That doesn't sound too bad. I mean, yeah, I obviously we can like email me about it, like so we can talk about it a little bit more. And when obviously you want to do it and stuff, and we can definitely do that.
Yeah, like a virtual open house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
no, I think I tuned in on your last one. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I'm just showing rooms, hoping someone, just trying to get people to come through that channel as well.
Kimmy Cake said, "John, you are looking preppy today."
I just got a shirt over another shirt.
Yeah, you are. You going to private school?
Looks good, John. You're looking sharp.
Yeah.
Must have a meeting.
Jeremy.
Jeremy,
did you still want that 5 minutes with Lolo? Lolo, do you mind if Jeremy has 5 minutes?
I can't hear you, dude. What?
Oh, okay, now you can't hear. Never mind.
Sorry, I'm in the grocery store. It's a little loud.
Come up there anyway, see what happens.
You can't hear, Jeremy. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yeah, one sec. Let me hold it up to my ear. Take off the camera. One sec.
All right,
yeah, what's up?
You wanted 5 minutes with Lolo, right?
A what?
You wanted 5 minutes with Lolo to talk to Lolo?
Yeah, you said you were sipping on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to sip for this shit. Hell yeah.
You want 5 minutes with Lolo? All right, we'll
Are you going to be able to speak to me? I mean, I don't know about 5 minutes, but like you're in the grocery store. How are you going to hear me?
Yeah, let's just do 30 seconds.
All right,
I'm going to have to pay for my shit pretty soon, but 30 seconds.
All right, you about to pay for it? All right. We're gonna.
I feel like this might be a bad idea, but I don't give a fuck. Go.
Well, first I was gonna say like hello, like what did you want to talk about? But I just read your like tag and like Yeah, I don't really I don't say that.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's very interesting. But we can go on with it. You know,
Yeah, no,
I don't discriminate. I don't judge. But how are you today? How's your day going?
I'm doing good. I got a day off, but I'm helping some family move some stuff, so staying busy.
Okay, that's cool. I also have the day off, so I'm just on the podcast. I'm gonna go to my little aerial yoga class later, and you know, that's about it.
The aerial class?
Yeah, aerial yoga.
Yeah, can you explain that? Why do you do that?
It's not that I don't want to work out. I'm gonna start like going to the gym, but it's just an alternative for like, you know, going to the gym for now. I want to keep my body stretched, but I also thought it was really cool, and it's just a healthy hobby to have. And it's basically like something, I don't know how to really explain it. It's like two silk robes basically hanging from the ceiling, and you kind of like lock yourself in within them and propel yourself into the air and do like poses and moves and stuff.
Poses?
Yeah.
All right,
Poses.
I might need another 30 seconds.
Another 30
Anyways.
seconds. What do you do in your like spare time? What are some of your hobbies?
I just help family out. I always get hit up by my family for certain needs, but yeah, no. If I'm not, you know, hanging out with family and just watching TV.
I'm not doing. Oh well, that's good. I'm glad that you're a family guy. That's, you know, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not a family guy. I just come from a big Mormon family, and they're always hitting me up. So.
Oh right. Well, I mean, at least you know you help. That's good. But what did you like? Did you want to like ask me anything? Did you want to ask me like anything specific, or?
Yeah. So you're talking about doing yoga, and how often do you do that? Was that once a week or what?
Yeah, it's once a week. I do it every Monday.
How much do you pay for that?
I could pay for like 10 weeks in advance for like, I think like $150 or something, but it's just $25 a class. And to me, that's it's an hour long. That's a good deal to me, at least.
Oh yeah, that's not bad at all. I was gonna say if you're spending a lot of money on that, then
no, I mean it just in case. I am like consistent with it, so I do just pay for each time that I go instead of paying for 10 weeks in advance. So 25 isn't, like I said, that much. I'm fine.
Yeah, that's not too much. All right, I think my minute's up. I'm back in my car. Did I do okay?
You did great. I mean, I appreciated the date with you, and you were nice. At least you weren't weird.
Yeah, Jeremy, what happened, man? What happened, Jeremy? I thought you were gonna
How you doing, babe?
I'm doing all right.
How about you? Fantastic.
I thought you were gonna shoot your shot, Jeremy. What happened?
That was me shooting my shot. She's very reserved. I'm not gonna go too hard, you know what I'm saying?
All right. You sounded more interested in the yoga classes than Lolo.
I mean, they are pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe like when I get good, like I said, I can like record myself, but like it wouldn't be doing nothing crazy. But like, you know, the basics.
Yeah, maybe G. I ain't gonna lie. That was like 100 times better than
Yeah, I
today,
agree.
you know?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Ignan. If you're still watching or on here, I would have chose Radio Freeman over.
Yeah, that was better than fucking Gary. And
Just because I like someone who's not so like I do like aggression, but like there's like a difference between the aggression and Ignan. Like, you know what I mean? He gives a different type of aggression. Like, but I also like reserve like conversation. Long, collective conversation.
That's funny.
Let me ask real quick. Lola, you're the one that won the hot off, right?
You said
on Halloween.
Oh yeah.
The Halloween costume contest. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I did watch a part. He looked really good. I'll just say that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, I gotta go. I have to hit up my family. So
okay.
thanks for giving me that minute.
I hope you have a great day.
Hey, Jeremy, before you go, man, hey, I got the cash app, man. Really appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I
no
mentioned
problem.
you the other day, but I don't think you were here. But since you're here, I won't.
No problem. I really like what you guys are doing, so just keep it up. I'll be around.
Fucking porn bomb us again.
And
That was an
please
accident.
don't have
That
that
was
in
an
your
accident.
tag anymore.
Hit my ass.
Disrespect.
No. I found that article. Jeremy, you might want to hang on, man. This might get interesting.
Yeah, what's up? I'm just driving right now, so I apologize if I'm not completely attentive.
Remember I mentioned that article about. Remember I mentioned that article about women and status and men.
Yeah.
I was having a hard time loading it, but we got universal.
Kate said, "Wish him a happy birthday or holiday."
gotta-
Oh, happy holiday.
Laptop.
Oh, this is gonna be shit. This is gonna be great with Universal up here. Oh shit! I wish we had more women up here. We may have to come back to this again when more women. I see Kimmy Cates in the audience. We got HB up here. We got a good panel. We got Ryan up here to really
This call from a family member. I gotta bounce.
All right. So this is a long article. Where should I start? Here's let's start at this chart. Let's see. That's the first chart. We'll just start here.
Makes sense.
Make sense?
That's a fact.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
And so he goes on to say, oh, I'm sorry. Damn, HB's in on it. Part of that is obviously due to differences in the way the sexes age, but that is obviously connected to fertility with women and status with men. Let me go back up to the chart.
Yeah, resources versus,
right,
etc. Men secure more resources as they age.
Desirability in men peaks at about 50 years old, and it starts to drop off.
Right.
But it still stays considerably higher than women at the same age, right? So the gap's there, right? And he goes on to say, insofar as women have an attraction to a man's body, he said, I would not say that the physical attractiveness of a man is something that is totally unconsidered by women, but it should be viewed in a very strict context of the man's physical appearance being representative of status. What do you guys think?
That's true.
Yeah, I think
I agree.
Yeah.
If the guy takes care of himself, then the guy's got to take care of himself. He doesn't have to be a bodybuilder per se, right? But he should take care of himself physically.
Yeah, that's true.
But I even think though, even with that, like if a guy, I don't know what it is, but guys that do like, you just kind of automatically assume that a guy that is a bodybuilder per se is already well off because he has the resources to take, even if he's like poor. Like, I mean, if you're totally ripped up, it doesn't really matter. I think the status is just in that. I think that's the because when you really look at it, like I think status is kind of subjective. If you're in the top 5% of men physically, that's a status right there.
Correct.
Yeah, but but okay, so if a bodybuilder picks a woman up in like a 98 Subaru Justy, it's probably not going to go over well.
Well, hold on.
But the fact that he gets the opportunity to pick her up is what we're talking about.
We're going to get to bodybuilding in just 1 second. The guy goes on to say the same is true of height, with tall men typically having higher status in society, being more respected by other men and more likely to be leaders. In many ancient tribes, whatever male was the tallest was automatically made the leader because male height is such a natural marker of status. We've seen on Pop the Balloon.
Yep.
That shit play out like no other.
Yep.
Man come out 6 feet tall and above, no balloon get popped until he opened his mouth. So at least he had a shot. Right?
You ever been on a private jet? You ever been on a private jet?
Lolo, you've been quiet here. You want to chime in?
She's processing.
I mean, no, I definitely agree. It kind of like goes to my point, or not really earlier, but when it comes to like the attraction to a man's body, like how you guys said, as long as he's like, he doesn't necessarily have to be like going to the gym, but if he's in shape, like eating healthy wise, drinking water, I don't necessarily care. I mean, I've dated somewhat thicker guys, you could say. So like me personally, like I agree with what's being said in the
Let me ask a
article. I
question.
wasn't really listening in the first article though. I was in a text.
Let me ask a question. Now, Lo, you're a fairly tall woman. Do you like short kings? If a man approaches you, he's 5'4", does he have an opportunity? See that face?
Listen, I've dated guys shorter than me, so you can't say that. But they cannot be like under like okay, I'm 5'9", so I've dated a guy that was 5'8". That's an inch shorter than me. I was together with him for 4 years, so I was okay with it, obviously. But at the same time, like, would I prefer a tall guy? Yeah, but 5'8" would be the shortest that I go for sure.
Gotcha.
The guy goes on to say that this does not mean, however, that a short and a fat man with extremely high status is not going to do extremely well with women. Of course he will, and he goes on to show a picture of Harvey Weinstein, a beautiful woman.
Not the best
Great
picture
example.
choice, but
Great example. He's
Bad
literally a fucking predator. He's a fucking
That's a
predator.
bad example, man. God damn, that's a bad.
Yeah, so what you guys were talking about, buff men?
I just want to read P Black's comment. He said, "I'm 5'5". My first baby mom is 6'1". Yo, we had good times, yo.
Climb that tree, my guy.
You climb that tree, literally.
Yeah, he not lying though.
We got another woman up here now. Oh, we good. Now, go ahead.
Let's go.
Morning, Kip.
Jimmy K.
Good morning, everyone.
It is an odd thing, though. It is an odd thing. When I I divorced at 31, and then, so I went on Match. Like I went on Match at like 40, right? Because I didn't want to, women were jacked up. But the thing is I noticed the height was a big deal, the hair, and then because they plug in what they want, right? And I mean, so there's like women that are 5'5", and they're like, I need a guy that's 6 foot tall.
We've seen that on Pop the Balloon.
It's just very strange. I'm like,
right.
Hold on a minute. Like, I want a woman to be at least 5'8". I won't date a woman shorter than 5'8".
I think it just goes back to John's point of status. It's not necessarily that they're taller. It's that they're in a like the status is all about the resources. There's not that many guys over 6 foot.
Oh, so HB, let me ask you a question. You know some sisters out here in the hood that, at least when I was growing up, they had designs on their offspring. If it was a boy, going to the pros. So they had to have a man. They had to self-select a man with the physical abilities to get him to the pro. They couldn't go date Muggsy Bogues.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest. Back when I was single, I would date big guys that gave me everything. I did.
But you're not short either, Kimmy Case, right?
Yeah,
No, I'm not short.
How tall are you, Kim?
I'm 5'7".
Gotcha.
I'm 5'7". I'm not short at all. But I just date big guys.
5'7" for me is short.
Nigga on the forklift just crashed, Kimmy Case. Garrett, you okay?
I wasn't on that. Get up, nigga, get up. Thanks for your concern.
What is wrong with John Galt? What is wrong with this guy?
HB, nigga just crashed.
But I will say
it is a very interesting thing though, because a lot of the men don't really have min maxes with height, but for women it seems to be a big deal. Like I dated.
It wasn't a big deal for me, although it turned out my husband is 6'4". He is 6'4", but
there you go.
I didn't really choose him based on that. And he kind of was chasing me, but
it helped.
Yeah, it did.
Well,
it didn't hurt.
It didn't hurt.
It didn't hurt.
My wife claims
all the guys that I was dating were tall. So
let me go ahead.
My wife claims it's a heel. It's for heels, high heels.
I want to get you guys' opinion on this because we talked about muscular men just a few minutes ago. What is not true is that women are attracted to extremely muscular men. I've spent most of my adult years in pretty great physical shape. And while I would get constant comments about this from men, the only women who ever commented on it were paid prostitutes. who are obviously looking at different things in men than a normal woman. The symmetry of a man's face has become more important in recent decades because it is more associated with status because of the entertainment culture. The looks maxing stuff on the internet is not completely wrong, but it's totally wrong in the assumption that looks are anything other than a marker of status.
Wait. John. So this guy was paying for prostitutes?
Well, he didn't.
No.
He didn't say he was paying for them. He's just saying that women prostitutes are more likely to be the ones that pay more attention to his physical physique than regular women. And I've heard regular women say, "I'm not really into these really super buff men."
Me either.
A man,
I agree. I'm not into like super.
A man might say, "Damn, that nigga jack," but you hear the two women up here saying, "Yeah, I'm not really into it." Right?
Now, guys that are bodybuilders work out for other guys. It's true.
It's a little queer.
They compete with the other guys. That's what
It's a
it
little
is.
queer to me.
It
a little
is.
queer.
Here's
Well,
where he goes.
theoretically, yeah. It's really competition. You know?
Here's where he goes on to get a little bit controversial, but don't get your panties into a bunch. In terms of the situation where black men who are certainly not wealthy are considered attracted by white women, there are several factors there. Firstly, we've heard Lolo mention this earlier, being aggressive and quick to violence is considered by some women to be a marker of status. He must be doing pretty well if he doesn't care about anything, quote unquote. Secondly, blacks have a sort of special status in Western society now, and a white woman dating a black man can be looked at as a sign that she has high status and is enlightened in some way. Still, black women, white female relationships are relatively rare. And he goes on to talk about some other things. And, I should have jumped over there to not get you guys in a bunch. But he goes on to say this. This is very interesting. I want to see if you guys can listen to this. He's talking about birth control. I don't know if any of you women have taken birth control. He says, the sexual mechanisms are based on hormones, and these pills effectively completely wreck a woman's endocrine system, turning them into something very different sexually. This is a topic of its own.
Hey,
That's true.
John,
John,
I've heard stories. John, I've heard stories about this where women are dating guys and they're on birth control, and then down the line they stop taking it and they become completely unattracted to their man because they.
That's exactly what this guy's about to say, HB.
It's a fact.
Yeah.
HB, that's fucking weird that this guy's about to say. It's exactly what you did.
No, John.
Yeah,
that's why. And this might, John, this might sound crazy, but I prefer not to date women on birth control just because of that.
I agree with you.
I'd never heard this before. I'd never ever heard this before. Guys, you're setting yourself up if you date a woman on birth control, I guess. On these pills, the reproductive impulses of a woman completely shut down so effectively. Instead of looking for a traditionally attractive mate, as defined above, they look for a man who can serve as an emotional support item, similar to a
pet.
Come on, man.
That's hilarious.
They also want a man who will work as a kind of servant. So do not look for the dominant and powerful men who would normally be attractive to them. This is what most boyfriends are, and it is why you often see women with men who are pudgy, low status, and clearly below their own sexual attractiveness level. And he shows,
Who's next?
She could be doing a whole lot better than this clumsy boy here.
That's a fact.
Yep.
That is a fact. That is a
She on
fact.
that birth control, man. I guarantee she on that birth control.
And once she gets off that control, she's gonna leave this pudgy, soft-looking, latte Karen man. That is what HB has said he's seen, and that is what this man is suggesting. Well, yes, Lord, look at the little hips on that thing. Yeah, she needs a man. Like, there have been several different studies on this, but one 2019 PNAS study, Psychology Today, showed that women who had a partner and stopped taking birth control often lost all attraction to the man and wanted someone who met traditional standards of attractiveness. That's just what HB just said.
There it is.
Amazing. That is amazing. That is amazing, guys. God damn, I did not know that. Chime
Yeah,
in, Gary.
man.
I know university
You
got a
got.
mouth.
I think that's why you really gotta. I mean, it is kind of personal, but I think you should ask a woman like, "Hey, are you taking any birth control?"
Yeah, you
And
should.
I don't think it's necessarily for sexual reasons, but it's more so if she's really into you. Because if she's not really into you, if she's into you on that birth control, she's probably not gonna be into you once she gets off. And
Yeah. My
it's
cousin, she was on those shots, like the birth control, not a vaccine, but like these needles they get. And
Depot.
she lost, yes, it was that. She lost her period for like 3 years. Even after she stopped taking it, her period wouldn't come back. She shaved her head off and became a lot more masculine looking. Now she's with someone, and they just had she just had a second child.
Say, damn, she missed.
But I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it
Can't blame
impacts the
it.
estrogen.
Kimmy.
It impacts the estrogen system. I know that much.
yeah.
Let me ask you
Lolo,
guys
have you heard of this, Lolo?
You said what?
Have you heard about this before?
I've never heard about it, but I don't take birth control. I never have, so it's not a problem for me.
Jesus.
I mean, but I've never my mom asked if I wanted to be on it when I turned 16 or 17, but I never did. Just because I honestly since then, since even a kid, I thought it was just bad for your body. Even taking medicine, drug medicine from the store, that shit isn't good for your body. So
HB, look what Nas 415 says on the screen. He says, I knew women who divorced their husbands because they wanted nice guys on birth control, and when they got off it, they looked at them as pussies. Same thing.
Yep.
I know the whole this is new to me.
So I'm not laughing. This is not funny.
John, I always tell you I read stuff on Reddit all the time. I've read countless amount of these stories on Reddit, and it's the craziest thing, man. It's crazy.
You have to understand how important hormones are, and when you have hormonal changes, it does change your mindset. It changes how you act, how you think. It changes everything, and this pill is such a detrimental piece to our society. I think we overlook it, but it's very common. And young women get on these pills at 13 years old through school.
Yeah, that's amazing.
There's a good documentary called The Pill. I highly recommend that people check it out. I forgot who did it, but it goes through the whole history and how this really empowered women and the whole feminist movement was through birth control.
I never thought about this, man, but the more I think about it now, man, and I've talked a lot about the subscription plan. It's the most profitable business model you can come up with. And that birth control, man, I mean, they almost sold it as like convenience. Well, I can hear in the back of my head right now, parents saying, man, I made sure to get my daughter on birth control. I don't want her to get pregnant. Right.
And I seen something about
I was never offered birth control by my parents.
What did Obama say about his daughter? He did not want his daughter what? Punished with a child. And so if he didn't want punished with a child, then he probably would have given her birth control.
He probably put both of them on birth control.
Probably would have encouraged it. And so with that mindset and the delaying of childbirth among women, now women having babies late into their 30s and 40s, many of them are staying on the pill for 20 years. That's a hell of a subscription plan. If you selling that dope and you got that motherfucker on the pill 20 years, that's some good dope.
But what's the alternative, John? The alternative is just
man,
like 8 kids.
Hey man, no, hell no, man. This shit, man, it's so damn hard to get a woman pregnant, man.
Yeah,
it's
not easy.
That shit ain't like that shit ain't just like you
Okay,
just go
John, I'm just gonna share as a person that got their college girlfriend pregnant and then married her. It's not that hard. Okay.
It ain't that hard. Don't mean it that easy. It ain't that hard to do. Yeah, you just got to do it.
It's not that hard.
You got to do it.
And when your college girlfriend's like, by the way, I'm pro-life. Oh, okay. So I signed up for the whole deal at that point. I was like, we were just having sex, and the next thing you know, I'm fucking married. So John, I'm just going to tell you, the pill's not bad.
John, I think you're about to struck a nerve.
Right. That woman know when she feeling a little different. They know when they feeling a little bit more amorous. That's when they know. They know their body change. They start feeling a little different. They look a little different. right? They know when they are able to have children, they desire it more. Shit is natural. You just caught up in the mix.
Yep.
you thought you really didn't want to
doesn't come from and by the way, that Nick, she's 28. Like that, my kid is 28, right? So
you just happy to be
by the way, I'm pregnant and I'm pro-life. You're gonna be a dad. I'm like, fuck.
And when you got her pregnant, you just happy to be in the room. When you got her pregnant, you just happy to be there.
Look, man, it changed my entire life, right?
Yeah.
That's what happened.
That wasn't the trajectory I was on. And the next thing you know, she's like, I'm pro-life and I'm pregnant.
Well, but the other alternative, Ryan, is to sign up for the pharmaceutical pipeline of hormonal drugs. There's got to be a better alternative than say, well, I'm just gonna get, just start taking these drugs from
the other thing is, like, you're expecting with or without the pill. Either way you cut it, these people aren't reasonable. They're not accountable. They're women. No offense, Lola and Kimmy Cakes. You expect like normal behavior, like just.
Well, I think they are reasonable, Ryan. I think they are reasonable, Ryan. Right? I think women like Lolo and Kimmy Cakes, they very reasonable, right?
Yeah. Hey, about 5 or 6 days a month, they're fucking crazy. Okay,
man, Ryan. That's serious.
But I tell you what, they ain't crazy enough when them hormones are raging and they want to have
ready to go.
Right? They ain't crazy enough to go off and have a baby by somebody that don't fit they don't match up to the status that they're looking for.
That's a
fact.
fact.
What this article is talking about. There's a certain level of man that Kimmy Case and Lolo are gonna allow to impregnate them.
Is that
that's true. I'm already 23. I believe me. That shit's you'd have to be something. I don't even know. You'd have to be something just completely different to get me pregnant. I'm not getting pregnant. Like,
and so there's the thing. That's just maybe that woman saw something in you, Ryan. Shit, you turned out pretty well. These women are much more.
Ryan. Yeah, Ryan. Maybe she just saw something in you, man. You didn't even think about that, man.
I was 21. Okay, I was a complete loser.
My dad was the same age when he had his first kid.
What this article is saying, these women can see, right? They can forecast, is he gonna be able to provide for this baby or not? Is he sitting around on the couch playing video game, 5'5", can't do shit, just playing video game? Or is he a big old strapping ass man, cutting wood, laying bricks, hands hard as a motherfucker? He gonna do something. Right. You were laying bricks, weren't you? Weren't you laying bricks?
I was a bricklayer. That's right.
See, there you go.
At the time, I was laying bricks. That's right.
You saw that motherfucker raise She saw something. John, I agree. I think women ain't as dumb as they let on to be. Honestly,
they're way smarter. They're smart. They're way smart.
Yeah, right. You need to lay off the red pill, right?
No. Listen, this is in all seriousness. Women, I say this all the time. Women are playing chess, and men play checkers. That's the truth. Like in terms of emotional stuff, men are idiots, man. We don't know what the fuck's going on most of the time. I don't know what's going on.
That flips when a man removes sex as his primary motive. That flips.
Yeah, it flips, and that is what this guy is saying here. We're going to go into the next couple paragraphs. My advice to men is not to think about women at all. This is a little controversial. I'm not saying I agree with him. I'm just reading it. At least until you are where you want to be in life or on that path. If you have uncomfortable sexual urges, it is better to go to a prostitute. In Christianity, this is no more of a sin than any other form of fornication. And it is arguably more ethical. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with that. I don't partake in prostitution.
See, I knew he was paying for hoes, John.
Yeah, I think I'm with HB on this one. I think he was paying for pussy.
Yeah, I think he's admitting to it now. He's not running from it, so I can respect that, right? There are only two kinds of women, he says, and those are wives and whores. Professional whores that can be useful when you are working to become a successful man. Yeah. Unprofessional whores, i.e. women you meet on Tinder or at the bar, do not offer much other than suffering. If you do what is good for you, which is build a career and establish yourself as a powerful member of society, you will also be making yourself attractive to the kind of women who you want to have as a wife. Age is completely irrelevant. As is shown above, you will be more attractive to 18-year-old girls when you're in your 30s or 40s. The sexual emotion is very powerful. It needs to be suppressed if you wish to be successful in life. And I think that, what he's saying is very uncomfortable, but I think it is true. If you're a 30-year-old man and you're successful, you put your head down from 18 to 30, you probably will have some success. You can go get your 20-year-old girl.
That's a fact.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. You can go younger, like 22, 23, but 18 is crazy. She just turned 18. Like,
but women mature. I mean, Lolo, is it not true that women mature faster? Like you're early 20s.
Yeah, but
women
I know,
mature faster
Ryan.
than men.
Go ahead, finish what you were about to say.
Well, women mature faster than men. So, like, are you going to go out with a 20-year-old dude? Most of them are very immature versus you that probably has a maturity of 26, 28-year-old man. You know what I mean?
I do agree with you. I lost my point. I had something. Damn.
Wait, someone turn their phone off or mute yourself.
No, that's John.
That's
my bad. Sorry, John.
Yeah, men mature slow. Men mature a lot slower.
It's just I think with Lolo, it's just that 18 thing. But
even like me as a 23-year-old, like I still feel young, like low key. So like I'm getting older, yeah, but like if a man older than 30 approaches me, like it's still weird to me. So like that's just from a woman's like point of view, not every woman's point of view. My point of view, like I just like you can like as a 30 or 40-year-old, you can go for like a 22, 23, 24, 25, whatever. But 18 is crazy to me.
When I was 19, my boyfriend was 32, I think.
Let's go.
See?
Go back to the chart, John. Go back to the chart.
He was 32. He was gorgeous. Long blonde hair, blue eyes. Gorgeous man. And we was all right. I didn't mind.
Say it again, Kimmy. Let everybody look at the chart while Kimmy's talking.
So when I was 19, my boyfriend at the time was 32. And then we had a great relationship. It was great. It's just that I didn't want to get married at 19, so. But it was great. He was beautiful. Blonde hair, blue eyes.
I mean, let's be honest. How many times you in college girl dating a man out of college, you're in high school.
He was an attorney.
19, 20 years old.
Yeah, high school was terrible when it came to that, man.
Now we just missed a key piece of detail. What did he do, Kimmy?
He was a lawyer.
And this
is
New
damn,
York,
why
right?
does like woman's desirability gotta go down like just all like straight down?
Because you lose value as you age. It's a reality. It's a double standard, and there's tons of them when it comes to men and women. But as women get older, they lose value.
That's why you can't take too long.
It's breedability.
And you guys, I'm not gonna get in this one. Go ahead, you guys got this.
No. You're perfect for this one because you're right in that. You're in that valuable space.
Yeah.
I mean,
actually, you and Kimmy are a great pair for this conversation.
Yeah, but
I'm already married. So
I feel like.
Hold on, Lo. What do you disagree about? I mean,
like yes, when it's either man or woman. Like when they both get older, yes, they become more undesirable. But as in. Are you talking about every aspect of desirability, like looks, personality, or like
mainly breedability for men?
Breedability?
No, Gary.
Yeah, fertility.
Yeah. Fertility, yeah.
Oh,
a lot of men, when they want to have long relationships, they eventually want a kid.
You're talking about breedability.
I'm not disagreeing with the data. I'm just disagreeing, like. I'm speaking just like, okay, maybe if this diagram or this data is just for physical looks, like, okay, cool. But women definitely still have value and stuff to offer in their 50s, 60s, and 70s, 80s. So
not to a man who's at that level. Not really.
No.
I mean,
they still do have value. The value is
what is it?
Different.
What is it? Let HB answer it. Let HB answer it. What is HB?
The value, they still do have value. The value is just different. at 40
What is
and
it?
50, the value of a woman is like a housekeeper. Like you can have a real good housekeeper. She can come in and do the dishes and keep
All
the
right.
house
In terms
clean.
of
Now,
laundry,
hold on.
skills.
Let's take that answer. Kimmy, how do you feel about that answer?
I don't know. I can't really say because I'm not.
But you're
I'm not
married.
like a lot of. Yes, I am.
And you're not 40. I mean, actually you are. But you're headed towards what the age demographic we're talking about. How do you feel in 15 years you'll be in that demographic? How does that answer make you feel?
I don't really feel anything. I'm gonna be honest with you because I don't really have the story of a lot of people. Like I already look a lot younger than what I am. My body is great. Like I'm not really in the category
Hey,
like most
Universal?
people.
I'm getting at a point. Go ahead, Master Kim.
I just want to chime in real quick. Keep in mind that there are a lot of men our age or whatnot that actually prefer. I think there's something evolutionary that happens to us as we get older. Not every man even wants to even look at anyone under 30 or whatnot. There's a lot of men that want a woman that's older because but in shape too. But even as they get in shape, everything
Qualifier.
Yeah, there's some things that I never thought was sexy when I was maybe 20, but being the age I'm at now, I'm like, damn, hell yeah. I can't imagine trying to kick it with someone younger. It just doesn't make sense. I'm more attractive to my wife, obviously, but women of that age group. And my wife's 10 years younger than me. So she's 30. She's going to be, how old is my wife? Oh, damn. Oh, she's 10 years. She's 47. I'm 54. So 7 years. But the point I'm trying to mention is that there's a whole, and I think it's evolutionary as well. I don't think automatically as you get old, you become a dirty old man looking at young women. There's a lot of men that are attracted to closer to their age group. I think is a better way to say it. And there's probably more intelligent way to say it. I just didn't do that right now.
You did a great job.
And I think that goes back into the value just changes. Like when you're with a younger girl, loyalty isn't really much of a value you hold with the younger girl. But with an older woman, loyalty that holds more value. So as long as she's loyal and she's good to you, she's always gonna be like attractive to you. But with like younger girls, she's not gonna be loyal to you. She's fucking young ass chick.
Like for example, every time I go out on my lunch break, there's a group of guys outside, and they always like, "Hey, Miss Parker," every time they see me. Now these are
There's a couple reasons for that. There's a couple reasons for that. Kimmy, come on.
They are guys like maybe they're like 25 years old, and I'm like, why are they doing? And then they follow me after work, like, wait, I really want to get your number. I'm like, not happening at all. But they're younger, and but my husband, he's about 14 years older than me.
Hey, John,
thank you. That proves my point. Jesus Christ.
Well,
what's the point, Universal? I want to understand.
You are an attractive woman, though, and I think that doesn't if you're attractive, you're attractive. That doesn't really change that much until
every
you get,
man on this
50.
panel right now. Sorry. Every man on this panel that's in a relationship is in a relationship with a woman that is at least 6 years younger than him. Master Kim just said it. HB, Ryan, all of you are with younger women.
No, I'm not.
You're married. What did you just say?
I'm married.
Gary,
she's
not
my
you, Gary.
age.
Gary, I did not discount you. I just didn't count you.
Ryan said no. Ryan said no for him. It's not his story.
How old is your wife,
No,
Ryan?
She's like 2 years younger than me.
All right.
I don't want somebody young. I want them to get the social references, kind of same life experience.
I did somewhat agree with you though. I did somewhat agree with you. Just not.
I don't want to date I didn't want to marry someone that like 9/11 was a tough day, and they're like, I was 6. Like, no, you know what I mean? Like, remember that day I was driving to DC.
There's somebody on this panel wasn't even 6 months when 9/11 happened. That's crazy.
I was like 5 months old.
8 months? Yeah, exactly.
I want them to get my social references.
I was. Yes, I was.
Know who B.A. Baracus is? You know who B.A. Baracus is? No? Okay, you're out.
Oh, my God.
18, right?
John just left.
Yeah, 18. That's right. That's right.
I think John's got a he got a call or something.
Yeah. What about availability? Like the appearance of availability.
What does that say more?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Availability.
I've heard about this online. I don't know if it has any weight to it or not, but apparently a lot of men really get shook up if they mentally think that a girl doesn't look available. Like
confidence.
Yeah. I'm assuming that has something to do with
Like she's in a relationship, you mean?
I don't think men care.
Yeah. I'm saying that it's not about women. It's mainly from the man's perspective because they see a woman and let's say she's at like a table or something eating or whatever, and just be like, oh, she looked like she got a boyfriend. I've heard that a lot, especially when I was in college. And I was like, what?
I don't think men care. Like I've told men I'm married and they're still hitting on me. Like I don't think they care. I don't think they care about availability.
Generational thing, because a lot of men in my generation care. Be like, oh, I'm not going to talk to her. She got a man.
I was gonna say, Gary, and I kind of agree with you a little bit, but I agree with Kimmy Cakes too. Like a lot of men really don't care, but there are some men like, because I've had guys say that like without. I mean, if they did approach me, they'd be like, oh, you look like you have a boyfriend. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've heard it. Dumbass niggas be going like, oh, I'm not going to talk to her, man. She looks like she got a boyfriend anyway. I'm like, the fuck? How the hell you know about that? They be getting information out of nowhere. I swear to God.
Or it could just be their cover story. Maybe they don't want to talk about for other reasons they're not trying to go into detail about. So they just use the easiest thing that comes to mind.
I think what happens in that kind of scenario is that they feel like that woman's out of their league, and it's hard to even imagine that she does not have a boyfriend or somebody.
That's true. When I met my wife, I met her and I was like, I don't have a shot. I thought there's no way that I'm going to have an opportunity, but it worked out, you know. But I was very intimidated initially. I'm like, all right, man. Like,
can I ask you a question about that, Ryan?
Here, got to be on your fucking game here. Yes, go ahead.
So when you were able to land her, I'll use some better terminology. Like you were able to get with your wife. What did that do for you personally? Do you remember? Like to your own confidence, to your own thought process, how you felt about yourself?
I already was confident. It was more so that I was like, all right, she's high up in her company. She's, better looking than I am. She's in like if you just made a checklist, like she was better at this, better. There were a couple of categories that I was better in, but not many, right? So I was like, I got to really be better than I am. A better person, kinder, like better, just really supportive and all this shit. Not as selfish as I am because I'm very self-centered. And it made me better. It made me a better man. Put it that way. I had to up my game a lot.
Yeah,
I had to pretend. I had to pretend to be a better guy than I am.
Did you fake it till you made it, Ryan? Did you fake it till you made it?
Fuck yeah! I was like, like she came over, I cleaned the whole house. I'm like, all right, man, this shit looks good. Normally it looks like animals live in it, in my house. It used to, but so I just had to be better. I said I had to be better, or this person's not gonna, she'll figure me out.
Right.
She'll figure me out. You know what I mean? So but so there is the intimidation factor. Like you can meet a certain woman and you're like, all right, look, man, in all categories, she's better than me, right? So, but you just got to go ask them, and it's a numbers game. You just ask one. If they say no, you just ask the next one. She could be sitting right next to her. What about you? And if they say I have a boyfriend, just say, well, break up with them. Just fuck. Who cares? What the fuck are they going to do? They're not going to take your money. Just go ask them. Some of these young men won't go ask. I'm like, bro, just go fucking ask. What do you? It costs you no money. You have nothing to lose. You have nothing to lose, right? Oh, I swear. But what the fuck are you talking? Stop being a bitch and go ask them out. You never. If you play golf, if every single putt that you don't hit to the hole, if you're short, it's not going in. Some that you hit past the hole are going to go in. It's just math. So stop. Just go ask. Right? It's easy.
Keep shooting your shot, gentlemen. Master Kim, can I ask you a similar question? When you got with your wife, did you do a similar type of dynamic as Ryan, where you felt like you had to kind of like improve some of the things about yourself for your wife?
Oh yeah, well, to a degree, and I want to answer this by kind of saying something a little bit stupid. Being a young single guy, you almost have to fire on all cylinders. You got to be jacked, but you also got to know how to fight. But you can't fight everyone. You got to get a bachelor degree. You got to do this. It's almost like you become this Renaissance man, but they
So
can't
true.
peg you. They can't peg you as a bodybuilder because you never talk about it, right? So the point I'm trying to mention, and I'm not trying to sound all faggy and stuff, but I'm going to use HB as an example, right?
Did sound bad.
HB,
It did sound
yoked up.
bad.
He went to a prominent school, like some. I was gonna squeeze in a joke or something like that. So,
come on,
but he knows how to use his hands. He's a gentleman. But if called to action, he'll whoop on someone. But he's not a scrapper. That isn't his. He doesn't walk around saying, "Don't fuck with me. I want to beat you." But that proper balance, and the reason why is you have to have all cylinders. There are those guys that just are one thing and they scoop women, but for an average guy, I think they have to unfortunately work on all cylinders. They, and the car and the money. Oh, that's a given. You got to get that in addition to everything else.
Yes,
you have to have the money, the car, the degree that you. It's almost like a certain level of fakery. But you have to hit all cylinders. You can't, just like someone said earlier, you can't be yoked up and driving an old ass Subaru. You know what I mean? Although there are guys that do that, and then. Who's the Bitcoin guy, the young guy that's on the stream a lot? He hasn't been on.
Rashu.
He was pulling hose, driving a busted out Ford Explorer. We've all seen those guys.
Rusted out floorboards and shit.
I've never been gifted
Water
to be
damage.
one of those guys. I've had to fire on all cylinders and scoop honeys. But anyways, I'm so sorry, University. Yes,
no.
Question.
No, that was an amazing answer. Thank you. I want to ask the same question to Gary and HB, and then I got a similar question for Kimmy and Lo because I think we're getting somewhere. I'm gonna go to you, HB, first because Gary is a cyborg and we don't want the computer answer just yet. So, HB.
Put your laptop at ass up, bro. I'll post you to the next laptop you got.
You know you're my guy. I just fuck with you. All right, HB. When you were getting into your current relationship, you feel free how far you want to go with this, given the dynamic. Did you feel like you had to improve things about yourself as well, or change things, similar to Ryan and Master King?
Yeah. I think it's kind of natural to a certain extent. You want to be a better. I think it's a. Sometimes I kind of I struggle with it. Is it for me or is it for that?
Sure.
And I think I don't know, man. I do kind of agree with the article where I think it is better to do it once you're in the position that you want to be in. But sometimes you might meet a girl that kind of puts you in that kind of puts a mirror up to you, and it's easier to see what you need. See it both ways.
Yeah, that's facts, HB.
All right.
Hey, whatever you do, don't bring her to a place like John Galt's here. Look at this place. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. She'll think she's gonna get murdered and shit. She'll be like, I'm gonna get murdered. I gotta get out of here.
What are we looking at?
Yeah, John, what's going on? John, what's up?
Hey, Johnny, John-Bo, what's up, buddy?
Man, what's on the ceiling?
Hey, don't bring her to a place like this. She'll think she's gonna get killed and shit.
This all is 6 points.
Is that blood on the? Is that blood on the ceiling, John?
Yeah, it is.
Is that blood?
Yeah.
It looks like brain matter on the ceiling.
Is this that
brain matter?
Is this the top apartment of that gas station you were talking about?
It's not. It's a store.
Hey, John, let me revise my number. You need at least $350,000 to renovate this dumper.
So this is the one big apartment right here.
Yeah, it was rented out as a full 3-bedroom.
3 bedrooms.
Man,
There's some big rooms in here. Damn. There's some big ass rooms in here. It's like 2 rooms.
It is. You can seriously convert this.
John, watch where you walk. You're gonna fall through.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Oh shit.
I think John had thought that Tampa was going to win, so he's going to get all that money out of the bank.
Oh shit!
Buy all these assets.
John was going to buy
What's going on? John, you got to tell us what's going on.
I think it's a haunted house, Kimmy Cakes.
It's a haunted house. Exactly.
Man, they got the burglar bar doors. You know, John in the trenches
Absolutely.
right now.
That's a
There
fact.
you
In the
go.
On the
trenches.
they
second
ruined the walls
level.
and
On the
everything.
second level.
So this is the damn. It's two big ass bedrooms right
You
there.
know it's in the hood because the goddamn smoke
damn.
alarm going on.
Wow.
Jesus Christ, look at that floor.
Shit.
John, don't watch.
Wait a minute. This the half. Oh, this is the full bath right here, and it's the half bath on the other side.
Full
Maybe it's an
remodel.
abandoned
Damn.
car.
He's a full
There could be
remodel.
abandoned.
Pistol died on
When
the
the
front
last time
lawn,
somebody
man.
lived in
Little
here?
Pistol. R.I.P. Little Pistol.
No one's ever lived there, John.
They were renting on Section 8, and they destroyed the place. They was Section 8, huh?
Wow.
I used to do Section 8.
Oh,
Man,
perfect
I had
tenant for
Shit look
John.
like
To say the
Texas
least.
Chainsaw
program. It was the
Massacre.
best damn thing they ever could have
Sure.
done. By kicking me off
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
How y'all doing?
Yeah, yeah. How long did they live here before they destroyed it? Damn.
Somebody
They
got a
destroyed it. This a big ass kitchen.
Yeah, it is.
Shit, that's
It looks
a
like the whole
bedroom
house
in
was
the
underwater.
You could put an island in there.
hold on. This
This
is
is
like
another
flooded.
bedroom. God damn.
It also looks
John's
like it was
professionalism is amazing, by the way.
it was in a lake. It was in a lake.
Yeah,
This is a big ass kitchen.
Is this on top of a store or something?
She's like,
Yeah. This was they get these niggas don't need no dining room. Oh, I never give them a dining room. Hell no.
Hell no.
These some big ass rooms right here. God
John,
damn.
John's going to put five bedrooms
The
in that
ceiling
same
ain't
room.
messed up in here though at all.
John
means
will
we
put
got some
five
water
beds in
spots
the
right
dining
there.
room. You watch.
And the floors are solid. This floor here is solid.
Don't be jumping like that, John.
I guarantee them floors ain't solid, John.
End up falling down there.
Now look at the ceiling. Ain't no water been coming through here. If there was water coming through here, that floor would be right. Yeah. Like it's back there.
John.
Like some water been coming in here, right?
Yeah.
The drywall done failed. Damn. And what's this little closet?
I'm slightly scared right now for John. This woman's going to try to kill him, I
I
think.
think John's all good. It's just
Damn.
I think she's going to try to kill him.
Just some elbow grease.
Damn, this is another. What the hell is it? This is like another bedroom in here.
that's
So
where the
John,
light.
John would call that a bedroom. Look, it's like it's
Shit,
5 by
there's
10.
another bedroom up here. One, two. This is
John would
four
rent that
bedroom.
shit out for $800 a week. 800 a
Justin,
week.
that's 4 bedrooms.
Jesus Christ, this place is big.
Yeah, John about to clean up, man.
Look. John's gonna have 60 migrants in this place.
Yeah, hell yeah. You know, I got a house right down the street.
$150 a night.
These some high shit. Damn. You having a lot of people look at this place.
Low, check the back chat, Low.
Who mostly look at it? Like a mix of who?
I don't see anything.
It's coming.
Uh-huh.
And one is a real the top one. So they looking for some people looking for investment, some people looking for it for themselves.
Lolo, this is gonna be your greatest work ever if you can help John design this place.
Is he getting this
Man,
place?
this place is big, man.
Is the store? Is the
That's
store
about
for
5
sale?
bedrooms, 6 bedrooms.
Not both buildings for
Did you see the walk-in cooler? Did they got a walk-in cooler? Like a 12-door walk-in cooler?
Shit gonna make me put a bodega over there, man.
To negotiate your price on that one. That's work.
Yeah, it's a gold mine. You gotta get the right person.
When did they run the store in here? Do you know? Yeah. Did the people that own the store run the store? Or did they just hire someone to run it?
Look, she don't
Well, the
believe
window's
John.
broken.
John pulled up on that bicycle and she was like, "This guy ain't got no money."
Not to be fair, she might be desperate, so she might care.
When's the last time they ran the store, you say?
I'm not sure.
Shit.
Damn.
Lord.
That shit looks crazy already. We ain't even got in the door yet.
If that store got bulletproof glass,
The EBT was out of service,
Isn't it-
Master
isn't it you
Camden.
already?
Oh, yeah, that's why they closed. Nice. How about the walk-in cooler? Did they got a
You
walk-in
said
cooler?
walk-in coolers.
Oh yeah, I see it. Go walk towards the back. Watch out for the spider web.
Okay.
That's where they keep all the bodies.
Man, I'll make a taqueria up in there, man.
Like a deep freezer right there. Shelf. This place is big.
Wow.
Damn.
That's surprising.
This place is big.
Oh man, this might be the one, John. Yo, imagine you renting out rooms up top, and you got a store at the bottom where they can get all this shit.
It ain't bad at all in here.
Yeah, the basement part is a full gut.
Full gut.
Which is right here. If you want to see that furniture.
John gonna be like, I'm also.
Let me just show him this. So these are all these coolers.
Yeah. So those is there a physical door to walk into it? Yeah, so that's a walk-in cooler. That's good. Asper doesn't work. She probably doesn't know.
If they need they blunts.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I can show you what the deep cooler is. And everything is really great working order.
I ain't never seen an Airbnb.
You said it's in good working order?
With a store in it, bro. I'm trying to tell you, we could make that into a restaurant, man.
Yeah.
Just a light switch. Where is it at?
Hey, is there a kitchen?
Where's the light switch? Let me see. Oh, I think I see
John. Yeah, John. Is there a kitchen?
Yeah.
Is there a kitchen in there, John?
No kitchen, but shit, the kitchen ain't nothing but it's kitchen upstairs, right? It's the kitchen upstairs.
Is there a three compartment sink like in the back room somewhere?
Let's see. Shit. I can't find a switch. Let's see.
John, you got a flashlight for use your phone.
John, you already got your chef over here, man.
Be a switch somewhere. Gotta be a switch somewhere. Shit. Let's see. There ain't no light. Oh yeah, gotta be a switch. I see the light fixture. So this is a walk. What do you think is a walk-in cooler?
Yeah, so a walk-in cooler,
okay.
Should have like a sealed, pressurized door, almost like a freezer door.
Let me see. Oh, it don't let me do it when I'm on the damn phone. For whatever reason.
But that's probably the most
Can you put yours
expensive
on?
thing, and thank God it's there.
So you said it's 2 walk-in coolers in here? That's interesting.
If there is, bro, if there is that breaks cost.
Maybe it's over here.
Actually put in the restaurant.
This might be over here.
John gonna do a renovation.
Yeah, I found a switch. We may not cut the lights on though.
JG's
John light might be blowed.
Cash and fried chicken, beer, wine store.
Shit, he can make the upstairs a hotel
right here.
Have a food service.
Yeah, shit, it's a big space right here. Damn. Yeah, anyway, so.
Yeah, John, so I think
it's big back here.
Full-fledged grocery store, but once you lose the EBT,
It's crazy.
that's a death kiss. That's a wrap.
Let me show him where we are though. So, no, you're right. So anyway, you see, this is a back room. You said it's 2 walk-in coolers back there, right? One big walk-in. It goes all the way to the damn. Really?
Yeah, that's all you need is one big walk-in.
This shit works. Oh, this is a cooler. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
I see this. Okay, damn. That's a cool. Yeah. Damn. So what would they do?
John, turn the flash on your phone. We can't see shit.
Nah, he can't do it while he's on live.
Oh.
You could actually refrigerate
I may be showing with that light.
Down to 28 degrees.
So here's the cooler. This is a cooler right here.
Back up, Fred.
Yeah.
This is a cooler. See the door?
Yeah, so there should be so that's the way to enter that, and then in the front part of the retail store there should be 10 to 12 glass doors, which I think we saw earlier. So that's perfect.
Shit, I didn't know that.
That's exactly what you need.
Damn.
And what I was joking with the stream is you can get that down to freezing.
So it backs up into that right there. Oh, that's how that works.
You can hide dead bodies.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's take a look at the basement.
Okay. Dexter, man, Dexter.
So it looks like they used to sell beer. It said Sammy Adams.
So they must have done volume.
Oh, they used to sell beer. They used to sell beer and Bud Light.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bud Light. You see that Mexican Bud Light?
That's a
Yeah,
big
this is cool
store.
for the beer right here. Oh, okay. Okay, no, I get that here. I get that. Ain't no problem.
Beer.
So what? They just keep supplying storage down
John,
here, right?
don't do it, John. John, don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh man.
Don't do it, John. John.
Oh nah.
Yeah, shoot. Oh look, there's children.
This is
It's
storage
a
right
perfect
here.
place for John to hide his girls.
This look like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre down here, man.
I'm telling you, bro. You probably find Samuel Jackson with a woman chain.
Oh yeah, John, look at that piano box. Good job.
Black snake moan.
There you go.
That wiring don't look bad though. It look fairly new, doesn't it?
It doesn't look. Look at that conduit. That's all modern conduit up there.
Yeah.
The Romax or whatever it's called.
Romex, yeah.
Romex, yeah.
Yeah.
Got the 3 different meters for upstairs, downstairs.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, John, you get to do your big Joker move right there. That's your sweet spot there. You cuts off the
Want to
power,
pay
right?
me? Yeah. Like
The big
All right.
Joker. Yeah.
Oh.
I think John hit something.
John just felt no. Listen, John was just killed. I'm sorry. I want everyone.
Yeah.
No,
She did it. We all saw her. She had dreads.
she did it. John. Yeah. Oh, there he is.
But yeah,
There he
it's
is.
real nice. It's real nice. I had him on the phone just showing the place while we looking. Yeah, that's very, very, very nice. Very nice. And here's the little booth I guess they work behind. Okay. You see everything's still in place now. You got the plexi. Yeah, that right.
Yeah, but is it bulletproof or is it just like that COVID plexi?
He said this bulletproof for COVID, like some of that just plexi. It's pretty. Yeah, it's tight. Yeah. Bottom and top. You see it?
Nah, that looks like plexi. That don't look like bulletproof.
Yeah, that's plexiglass.
Yeah, that's plexiglass.
It's cute.
It's the bad
Hey, thank you very much for
beginning, dog.
thank you very much.
At a Chinese restaurant.
John,
Wait, what the?
John, test it out real quick.
It's like take out the.
You can just buy 3. They have a 3M film that's
All right,
bulletproof.
thank you very much.
3M.
Hello.
Tell her to step back and take a shot at the glass.
Wait, Latino, hold on.
Oh, okay. Anyway,
This
guys,
is why this woman can't take him seriously.
All right, so give me a call once everything is
Indeed. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and talk to him now.
Hey, John, get her business card, please.
Oh, you have a business card? I mean, I have your number. That's the easiest way to reach you, probably, right? 202. I texted you too this morning.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah.
Hey, I just muted John.
Hey, John's John's about the what is it called when you give your identity? What is that?
He doxed
about to dox
he almost
himself.
doxed himself. Yeah.
Yeah, I muted him up, but he clicked
I
off.
feel like maybe
Brian,
she's not taking John seriously though, because he's got just got on a
they already discussed it over the phone. They already
just got on a bicycle.
Nobody cares about the bike, bro. The money speaks.
Oh no! On the previous call, John owns believe it or not, this may sound stupid. John and the janky ass little bike. He owns $11 million worth of assets within like a 5-block.
No, I
radius.
know he does.
So
I know he does.
They all know who
I
he
know he
is.
does.
So although he's showing
Oh,
up,
so she knows him. Okay.
yeah. Well, I think on the call we had, she lit up when she found out that he's local and knows the stuff. And I'm just helping John negotiate the deal. I think the store would do great with John. I think you'd do excellent.
But based on the price of the store, though, Master Kim, it was based on the price of the building. And then I was on yesterday with him, and he was like, "What do you think about the renovations?" I mean, it sounds like you're going to have 10 people occupy the place all the time for it to be profitable, from what I was gathering.
No, well, the price is going to get dropped. You know, the price would have to come down into like the 540 range.
I was going to
You
say
know,
500,000.
yeah, it's going to come down considerably, and then also he'll be able to go get a bank loan, but then drop the price down so that they do what's called a seller second, which is illegal in some states. But you know, there's more to the story. And then,
But I
once it
told
gets
him
to-
yesterday renovations would be 200 looking just from
Yeah.
the street. But I'm going to tell you they're going to be 300. I mean, you got water
Oh, it's just-
damage, you got all the drywall's got to go.
What John needs to do
It's
is lock.
trucks.
He's going to lock the place down on paper. Then he's going to go to these Yemenis down the road and get them to open up that damn store. And then he collects the rent from the store. Then he collects the rent from the little rental units upstairs. And of course, I'm oversimplifying it to maybe sound smarter than I actually am. There's a lot more to it. So, but yeah, I think it's a great opportunity. But you're absolutely right. And then on top of that, you got to get people to show up to actually do the work. And right now, people are quoting high because they can't do work right now. They're stacked up.
In DC especially.
There's no migrants
In DC especially.
Yeah.
So,
John
Now
might
this
go
would be,
run
But you didn't-
man,
so.
hey, this would be great for Lolo or Latinos for Trump to just move to DC and become partners with John. Because this is a young person's business. This would be great for you guys. Make a taqueria,
Yeah.
cashing, got the liquor, the vape, everything. there.
I agree, and they have the time to.
My mic was muted, but I said I got no strings attached. Don't play with me.
There you go.
They have the time to dedicate to a space like that. You know, the thing about like having a brick and mortar space where people are selling anything, it's a theft. Like the ongoing theft you see in New York, where people don't really get prosecuted for crimes and they can just come out and repeat offend over and
Oh yeah,
over again.
and the recreational marijuana license is legal there too. And just for the record, I'm not trying to give out John's business by talking
It
about
sure
his assets
is.
and shit like that. It's really none of my business. So
John got stuff. So
Well, no, he does. John and I have talked about it before, but I listen, man. I told you yesterday. John was like, "Well, I think I could work the store." I was like, "John, listen, man. You don't want to work the store. You don't like it.
Yeah, he does.
You don't work the fucking store.
Yeah.
No, he
Yeah, he
doesn't.
does.
He could have
Yeah, he
Snake.
does.
He could have Snake come up there and work in the
Solid
store
Snake
with
do
him.
it. He actually does the gas. Yeah, but Solid actually does run a gas station. He could do it.
But
He
Solid
does.
is
I think Master
ass
Kim
little
made a good
town.
point. I think Master Kim made a good point that his license with the application with the state to get the cannabis license. I approved them for my neighborhood. I'm actually going to a meeting tonight to approve one.
They're
more
very
application
limited in
for
DC
it.
though. They're very limited in DC, Kimmy. They're very limited in
Oh,
DC.
yeah?
It's hard to get them. It's hard to get them. Yeah.
So if you look
They
across
do
the
them here in
street,
New
there's
York
like
on a
some
lot of
bullshit
these, so.
daycare or something like that. But I told John he's got to get a Willie, go buy that little measure Willie from like Home Depot, and it goes door to door, not corner to corner building. You got to measure from your front door to that little bullshit daycare across the street front door, because it's down
Yeah.
it's the daycare down there. It's like a block long, but their front door has got to be at least 1,000 feet away from that building. So it's from front door to front door.
Right.
Yeah, the same way here in Massachusetts, and let's say a town has 10 bars, they could have at least the same amount of
Yeah,
dispensaries.
you know, Latino for Trump knows what's up. They be running those bodegas. There's no room for the Patels to be doing set up shop in his neighborhood.
Oh, dude, nah,
In DC, they don't even sell.
Nah, you absolutely wrong though. Like the Patels have taken over here. Like all the Dominicans have just like sold their stores to them.
But in DC, they don't even sell the weed. They just give you a badge, and then you go out front and you redeem the badge with somebody. It's an odd thing. That's how they get around
Yeah,
it.
New York, we have delivery services. You can buy in store, and the owner could decide if they want armed security, if they choose.
Think John's gonna get security in his area or in that area?
But the daycare will kill it, though, for sure. He's going to have to get rid of the daycare.
Probably,
Maybe
most likely.
Trump up some charges. Call the news on trumped up charges.
It's like they fondling these little kids out here.
Yeah, exactly.
They
I
traffic.
saw it. Yeah. Just say we.
You
keep
better
hearing
hide
about
your
it.
kids.
But I'm thinking with
Yeah, put it on the street.
if it's like an area Section 8, the government's probably paying for the daycare to exist in the first place. So
Maybe invite do like a drag queen story hour.
They probably
and
already got that,
the
right?
parents will flip
Ryan,
the
you
fuck
know they
out.
probably
The
already
parents
got
will-
that. In DC.
Actually, in DC, that's all they have. That's all they have.
Yeah,
It's totally
that's all they got. Is at the library.
Don't worry, Trump will come through. Trump will
Didn't
come
they
through.
say that?
They
Didn't they
It's
say
all about
teaching
the
these
strategy
kids.
behind it.
Yeah, you got to get rid of
I
that
think it could
daycare
work.
though if you want to. Listen to me. I'm like, you got to get rid of the daycare if you want to sell some good drugs. Sounds terrible, but
I think just a
no, but
good
Like
corner
ruin these
store would be
kids'
good
future.
though. Like especially if you got Airbnb on top and you got a corner store at the bottom, man, all those
yeah.
people living in the Airbnb gonna go down there and shop. Now you
Well, the way
just
he
now you
sets it
make
up too, he's maximizing beds, man. He's maximizing beds.
The boy said,
When he said, "Hey, every room John said was huge," in his mind, all he saw was a bunch of beds in there.
ah,
He
come
saw
on,
just
Shredder.
beds.
Right, right.
Come
Because at
on,
the end of the day,
Shredder.
John is Airbnb people to
Can I say
rent, but
one
they're not.
player hater comment? This is
He's gonna
Wait one
make
second, Master
downstairs. He's
Kim.
gonna add
He
two.
doesn't rent
He's gonna add 2 extra
on
bathrooms
like
downstairs, and
he
then
doesn't
build
rent
bigger
based
rooms.
on like people. He doesn't rent based on people vacationing. Like these are people who turn places to stay because, like the girl said on the
Yeah,
phone call, my sister-in-law kicked me out. We have nowhere to go. So that's his clientele.
that's it.
So he knows
Yeah.
booked. And it
Well,
really
that's
doesn't
the
matter
thing.
what
Like,
the
so
community
He's
is
like,
there's
as
a
long
number.
as there's
There's a
ninjas, there's
number he's got to
chaos.
have. There's a number he's got to have, right? So we need X number of people in this place at all times to occupy to pay the mortgage, right? So there's a certain number of people he's going to have to figure out how many
yep.
beds he's got to
That's
put in there.
yeah. Ryan's right. One thing I will say, and this is my first player hater comment. So let's look at the clock and the date. My first player hater comment against John, who's far more successful and smarter than I am, is you're not supposed to speak freely the positive shit to the person that you're going to hustle that price down. That's my only negative shit that I'm going to say is that he would say, "Oh,
It's
well, this
true.
isn't even." In fact, you're supposed to like say that the sky's falling because it's listed for 900. We want that price dropped to 540 because just like John
Yeah,
mentioned,
that's
well, for
true.
one, you got to go beg money from the
Wow.
bank, but then
Yeah, he went
two,
in there all
But it's
happy. You paid for
true.
that.
yeah, and then two, all the rehab. But John is just being real, and John probably could care less because he could walk into his bank and get a loan without even having. There's probably so much equity in that property that a guy
Yeah.
like John isn't gonna have any problems. Versus average people, we still got to come up to do an SBA loan. You got to come up with your 20%. John is probably
Yeah.
uses one of the little okey doke banks, and they'll probably
Listen, you are dropping gems.
yeah.
John
So
went in there
John,
like he saw
anyway,
Disney World.
yeah, you're right. But normally speaking, you're supposed to go in looking all frumpy with a grimace on your face, looking at shit. Like, it's okay for us to go in here with the black mold and acting a fool and over exaggerating
Absolutely. I
shit.
mean, these floors are soft. These floors are. You sure
Yeah,
is this structurally sound?
yeah. Hey, but
Place
that's
could
the
fall
extent
in.
of my
I mean,
player hating. That's it. He's other than that, he's got it going on.
well,
And,
and
and,
there's
and no,
no.
and no homo, no homo.
They're gonna get an
Well
appraiser
said.
that says this is worth X
Master
anyway,
Kim is the
right? Like the
truth.
bank. The bank's gonna get an appraiser and value it anyway, right?
Yeah, that ain't
I
worth
would
no.
I
think.
mean,
That ain't worth no.
yeah,
That ain't worth no 900K, man. That shit look like. That look like a. I don't know, man. It look like
it's just
somebody died in
all
there.
that water damage.
You said 900.
Yeah, nah.
That's a
Somebody.
little bit
That's
too. That's a little
that's
bit
what
too
she
steep.
said. That's what she just said. And then I said, "Hey, well, do you have financials? Because we got to beg the bank for money, and we need financials of the income stream when the stores were open." Knowing that she doesn't have any of that stuff, and that just peppers the ground to be able to drop that price, ask for land contract, or all that the bullshit that encircles that type of. It's a great deal for. I told John, don't put it on the stream because normally this is very
Somebody else.
discreet stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. But
exactly.
John, he's a showman, and he wants to walk everyone through the exercise. So all the court calls he recorded when we're talking to the lady and fishing for business, but being polite as heck, right?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
she wasn't prepared that John is right there. That's like, can you show the property today? She's like, yeah. So bam. So then John shows up, but John is a true blue. He owns all this shit in the area. So all he has to say, I mean, he was telling the lady his physical street addresses and, oh, I just remodeled this one. I bought my neighbor's lot. And he's doing all that big baller buying shit that realtors like to hear. So he shows up on his little bike, smoking a vape or whatever he's doing. Probably almost means nothing because he's so credible to this lady.
Man, that
Hey, so Diwali, if you're listening, you better get your Deutsch Frank marks, whatever the fuck they use over there. You better get that shit ready.
Yeah, Dwale, give it a couple months. We might got a store you could work at. Dwale, you come over here.
Habibi.
I think
We call it the store
Snake would be a
Habibi.
far better.
Yalla,
Habibi store.
yalla, Habibi, yalla, yalla.
Oh my
Snake,
God. What is
We
happening?
call the store
Snake could
Habibi store.
Snake could stream from the store though if you got him up here. He could stream from the
Yeah,
store
Snake would be a
for
great. He
marketing.
would be. I
No,
don't
no,
think he
no,
would leave.
I'll be
Snake
I don't
there
wouldn't
in
do
think
the
he would
good.
morning.
leave.
I make the coffee. I make the oatmeal, whatever you want, John. You know I'll be
Hey,
there.
dog, he's used to them Alabama slow ass little towns. We're talking about DC, busy as
See,
hell.
but the only problem is if Snake were to run the store, you can't put anybody in the units because he'd keep them up all fucking night,
No,
screaming
it'll be
his
a
head off.
24-hour. It'll
I
be a
think that
24-hour
energy. I
store.
think,
He'll work all the hours.
yeah, I think
Snake,
all
what?
the energy that Snake got is actually the thing that allows him to run his little gas station.
You give him one day
This
off in
is
the week,
fucking
he'll
crazy.
survive.
Yeah.
Is getting a liquor license hard in DC? Are there any?
I was
like,
gonna
extra-
ask that.
Okay, listen. Everything in DC is hard. They're total dicks.
Yeah.
You can't carry a fucking gun. You can't get a permit.
Oh,
You can't do
But
anything.
John
exactly
gets
what I'm
to
asking.
John gets to ride out that whole empowerment minority zone bullshit. He gets to ride that shit out to the
I
fullest.
just listen.
You know damn
I
well he
just
ain't gonna take
parked.
advantage of that, man.
I just pulled into a
Give me a
parking
DEI
garage off
liquor
K
license.
Street, and it was
Give me a
$30 for the
Go for
first
kissing
fucking
with it.
hour. Okay, $30 for the
Oh,
first
wow.
hour. I'm in the garage. Ridiculous.
But
Yeah.
how does
It's
it work? How
ridiculous.
does it work in DC? Because over here in Massachusetts, you can get it's like two different type of liquor license where you can sell hard liquor, or you can sell beer and wine. You know what I mean?
No, it's hard to get them. And I'll give you an idea. University of Maryland has 40,000 students. On Route 1, there's, I mean, huge sky, like 40-story dorms. There's all these commercial buildings. And right in the middle of it, there's a liquor store that's been there for about 50 years. It's the size of a house. And he won't sell, right? Because that is a gold mine. And they don't just put they don't issue more of them, right?
But he
This
sells
dude
hard
is
liquor,
cleaning
though, right?
up. Oh, he sells everything. He's cleaning up.
Yeah,
He's
that's
ready
what
to
I'm saying.
college.
So
It's
there's
the
places.
only one, right? It's the only one. And so he's not he could sell for huge money. He won't sell it because he's making so much friggin' money as it is, Won't
But
do
there's,
it.
like this gas stations, right? They'll sell wine and beer only, and they won't sell hard liquor. You get what I'm saying? So it's like a different type of.
The gas stations really don't. It's almost like I'm trying to think, but I don't think in DC proper their gas stations are selling booze. I think that they're dedicated liquor stores.
Like,
And
See,
when you
'cause
go
over
to the
here
Maryland and Virginia, you'll get like 7-Eleven selling beer and stuff, but
they started
no
doing
hard
that
liquor.
over here. What, 4 years ago? It's a big thing in Florida. Like you can just go to the gas station and get like liquor and just walk out. Some places have.
I mean,
hard,
Florida
some
is
places
like the
don't.
Wild West. You can do whatever you want, really.
Yeah,
Yeah, they don't have any real laws there other than no sexually explicit books for anyone under 12. That's the only laws they have. Other than that, just do whatever the fuck you want all the time. You can carry an AR-15 into a mall, no problem. But it's a good state. I should move there. But no, DC's real strict with everything, and it's ridiculous, really, to be frank with you. But it's I think they voted 95-5 for Kamala Harris, so that should tell you they love regulation.
Yeah.
Hugely. So.
Hey, I found a really interesting map I want to share with you guys. Give me 1 second.
Kamala, you're fired.
Kamala? Kamala. I think it's Kamala. That's how you say it.
Kamala.
Hold on.
Guess John's not coming back. Huh?
Yeah. He's probably
recycle.
closing that deal.
Got that e-bike.
or not?
Yeah, he's riding his e-bike with the techno music in the background.
Ryan, you really don't like that e-bike, do you?
I just think it's
Ryan's
fucking.
like,
Does he have another car or
Ryan,
anything? No, I'm
yeah,
okay with
he
it. I'm
does.
okay with it.
He has a
I'm
car.
okay
He
with it.
just prefers to ride the e-bike, Ryan.
Well, I gotta be honest. In
Ryan, you
DC, it
looking
makes
at
sense, man.
Yeah,
It makes sense in DC.
He's like, that's his liberal side,
That is
man.
not what I'm doing.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
What was that?
Save the
What was that?
Let
environment,
me
bro.
pull up a real pic, cause let me pull up a video for you guys.
What is it? Is this your yoga?
Yeah,
Yoga?
but it's not. That's a
yoga's-
hammock.
Loga. We're gonna call you Loga for now. All right, that was terrible. All right, I wanted to when you let me know when you bring that video up. I'm gonna show this map real quick. I don't know if you guys can see the map.
Go ahead and pull your map up. Let me see.
Wow.
Let me see.
Jesus.
States with the highest.
Let me
share
see
of
this here map.
Louisiana.
Ohio has 19%. Average is 17% of single mom households. Damn.
What's
Yeah,
going
who's the
on in the
highest?
South?
On the phone right there.
So are they saying with that 5 to 25% scale that 25 is that's how many single moms is in the United States?
Look at Utah where the
Percentage,
Mormons
it's probably
Mormons
percentage per
live.
state.
Look at Utah where the
Oh,
Mormons
right.
live.
All right, there we go. There we go.
Yeah, that's
Utah.
super
I live
low.
in Utah.
I knew Utah would be low.
Yeah, Utah.
Mormons, very religious.
Yes. So this is a
The
map
Believing
with
family.
the highest share of single moms in a state. So I guess
What's going on in the Deep South?
yeah, Louisiana and it looks like what is that? Louisiana, Mississippi. Yeah, Mississippi have the highest
Yeah.
single moms in the country. I
Bum,
think
bum.
Ohio is next. So
I'm
Lolo,
surprised
I'm glad
Ohio
you.
is so high and West Virginia is lower
Yeah,
than Ohio.
I mean I'm in South Carolina now, so it's 1% higher. So either which way.
All I gotta say is fuck my baby daddy. Fuck my baby daddy.
Antoine.
God dang,
Antoine,
Antoine,
what state are you in? Aren't you in Georgia, Antoine? So you're at 20%. So you're not.
Jesus. New York is
You're not,
18.
yeah, you're not that bad. You're considering the state that you're in. Now, if you were in Utah doing that, Antoine, I would look at you. I would look at you a little differently, but
I think that California is low because the Latino population they tend to be intact more so.
yeah.
A lot of Latinos. West Virginia is
I don't know
shocking.
how up to date this is, but I know in New York, that's about to go down. Where's West VA? Why is that shocking?
Yeah, West Virginia is not shocking to me.
Why is Hawaii so high?
Ain't no jobs out there. It's a bunch
Military
of
Hawaii's low.
Military men, Gary.
Hawaii's low.
Anybody, Gary?
11%. Hawaii's 11%.
Oh, that's low.
Yeah.
Because tough guys out there.
Those are probably all military women. Women that had men with them. Soldiers.
Yeah,
I can get that.
They up out of there. Plus, it's no real jobs out in Hawaii either. So
is that right?
Yeah, HB's he's right though. Hawaii's kind of broke.
Yeah, Hawaii's basically a glorified a vacation state.
It's
like
all
the whole
tourism.
state.
Yeah,
it's
they
all
have
tourism.
Yeah, they have
It's all
nice
tourism.
scenery. That's about it.
It's a beautiful place. Yeah, I love
There's
it.
no like industry there, so it's really nowhere to really work. Like I've even looked up trucking jobs out there. Man, there ain't even no trucking jobs out there, John. How
Well, you can drive across the island in like an hour. And why?
I was gonna say they don't even have
It's
that many
small.
highways. HB, how in the world?
Yeah,
Like for real,
It's
like,
a fucking.
it's more boating than anything.
Oh yeah, that's probably
I remember
about
people to go work out there. They would pay people to go work in Hawaii, but you have to bring your job out there.
But it's a bunch of islands too, right? So you got to go probably
I
from.
just didn't want to pay for housing.
Yeah, you
It's
do.
7
They
islands.
They don't got
It's
many
7
roads.
islands.
They don't got many roads out there, John.
Yeah, I mean it's like they're different islands, right? Hawaii is made up of what 6 or 7 islands.
Yeah.
Something?
It's a
Even
big
if it
island,
wasn't
Maui,
even if it wasn't the individual
Lanai,
islands.
Oahu.
Right.
Yeah, I mean most of them are occupied. Like
really?
like 4 islands are occupied. This big
It's not.
island.
It's not even 4 islands. It's like 2 spots on the big one and.
Well, Kona.
Yeah, Kona and
Hilo.
Yeah, and Hilo.
The liberals have kicked out
And
everybody,
then
bro.
Maui has Lanai and Waimea. Oahu has Honolulu. And then Lanai's got nothing. It's just fucking, there's nobody on it.
Yeah, it's just nature.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
John, what do you think about Louisiana and Mississippi though? Why and
that makes too much sense.
Maybe
I mean Texas is actually I thought it'd be higher.
Kind of the
I
average.
thought Alabama would be the highest. That's what I
Yeah,
was told.
it's average.
Does anyone remember that Terrell Owens interview where he was liking this girl, and they had the same daddy, and his grandparents had the same like that's your
That's crazy.
He's from Alabama. The reason why I bring it up.
So that actually makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. 20%. So you got a 20% chance of meeting a girl that you're related to down in Alabama.
In the small towns, man. We talked about it earlier. Man of status in a smaller town like that, we'll have a bunch of women. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody know who he is, Mr. Bob. Got a nice truck, right? Hell yeah, you're gonna have women.
He's the preacher.
Yeah, preachers. Shit
Oh, not the preacher, no.
That's actually a crazy high percentage of meeting your cousin or your family member.
Yeah, but like think about it though. That's one guy V10. Let's say that's one guy that got 10 women pregnant. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say the math.
The answer.
No, I like looking
I think
up
I
these
found
maps,
your answer.
man. I like looking up these maps.
I think I Mississippi.
Oh wait.
I was looking in.
Kimmy Cakes, is that you? Is that you talking?
Yeah, that was Kimmy.
What's the answer? Kimmy Cakes. Kimmy, you got some
household.
Damn, it's like they don't want us to hear the answer.
You think she's stacking cups up there or something?
Can you hear me?
The answer.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you now, Kimmy.
Yeah,
we got you, Kimmy.
I was saying I think I found your answer. So they said 42% of single moms in Mississippi live in poverty, where in New York, 28% of single moms live in poverty. So I think it's just more welfare down there. That's why they have more single parent households.
That makes sense.
Because I'm looking at the welfare stats. TANF.
So are these single? How do we know that these people aren't living with a? So it's non-married. How do we know they're not living with a boyfriend or something?
They probably are. They're just single by marriage.
Right.
Which, by the way, so based on the federal allotment for social services is not adjusted by state, and Mississippi is the cheapest state to live in the country. It's the cheapest. Period. Everything's cheap. So if you were to receive federal aid and it's cheap to live there, it would be really a bad idea to get married in a sense, right? Because you're getting a lot. Like in New York, federal aid sucks. In Mississippi, you're fucking middle class, right? Because they don't adjust state by state. So
that's a good point.
There's a very heavy,
that's a good point.
Large motive. Well, and the other thing is they claim it's poverty, right? But reality is they're probably living a middle class life because it's like 0.79 cents on the dollar, whereas in DC it's like in other words, on 80 cents you can buy $1 worth of shit, whereas in DC for $1.50 you buy $1 worth of shit. So
yeah, but it's not the same.
Yeah, that same place John was looking at
that you would get in Tennessee.
No, it is the same payout. It's the same payout.
Right.
They don't adjust social services for. The state.
He's talking about food stamps and shit. He's talking about food stamps and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Like that
wages,
place
wages
John
are
was just looking
affected,
at it. In
but not
Mississippi, that
social.
place would be like 50K in Mississippi.
Yeah, and
One of the
that's
things
right.
they
More than
do-
that, probably.
One of the things they do in DC, right? And I know because I've seen so many of my tenants do it. In the summertime, there'll be things like, how the children gonna eat?
That's
So
cool.
So that's right. But if the schools don't want to open, or they're not opening up the schools, then they just say, oh, well, we'll just supersize their food stamps for the summertime. They don't do that shit down south. You on your own in something. It may be free lunch, but you more or less on your own. In the cities, like they really, 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 really take care of the people. They
Yeah.
That's crazy that
In
you
New York,
mentioned
there's
that.
free food all year round for children.
They had a program for college kids during COVID, and that program's still going on. Where in the summer if they have a part time or something, they could also get food stamps, which is crazy. And I'm like,
Well,
why
that
would
was a
college
pandemic
student get
EBT.
food stamps?
I mean, to be fair, we still have food stuff like that down here in NC. We still got the food drives. That's what they call it. That stuff's year
Yeah, but
round.
that's different from like
Yeah, Latinos talking about the pandemic EBT or
Oh,
the
dang.
pandemic SNAP.
Well, yeah, they
that's
do.
still going on here in Massachusetts. Like there's college
What?
kids that are still getting food stamps, which is
Oh,
crazy.
they cut ours off. They got cut off in
Yeah, it's
December
all
That's nuts.
2023.
We've been our guys cut.
Yeah, over
But
here.
All them liberals up
that
in
money came from
Massachusetts still messed up.
like all the free meals that students
All
would
these
get in
women in
schools were
charge
open.
in here.
That money got diverted from the free lunches into SNAP because schools were closed
Yeah.
and colleges were closed. So whatever meal plans they had or whatever like was spent in terms of tax dollars to provide food for children, that got diverted onto EBT cards because they weren't opening the schools to get lunch, even though sites were open just to collect food for families that needed it.
Wait,
Which I
is
don't have a problem
Universal
with.
still up here? Nah, he's
Nah,
not.
he been left.
Oh, okay.
He dropped.
I'm like, I just don't understand. You're teaching a college kid to to go out in the world and make it, and you're giving them this type of assistance. It's basically you also telling him to say, hey, you really don't really have to try this hard, you know?
Yeah, it's the participation trophy. Thanks for going to college and getting yourself in debt, dumbass.
Like here's some food stamps.
Nah. I think college kids should get some food stamps, man. If anybody's gonna get food stamps, college kids should.
Or let those
Anybody.
meals or the meal plans just be a part of, like, stop charging extra for that. These colleges are getting so much
Stop
money.
charging so much for those stupid vending machines they got.
Right.
Yeah, the meal
Nah, you
plans
know-
are like $4,000 every year, dude.
They are, yeah, they are. It ain't cheap.
$10 for a turkey sandwich out of mine.
Sometimes you gotta do it twice a year because these kids eat
Nah,
so
I think
much.
it's cheap. I think it's cheaper to get on food stamps than to get a meal plan card.
I think you might be right, HB.
No, it is cheaper, but to the expense of the taxpayer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but would you rather be paying a bum that has no aspirations or some kids in college?
I agree, Portia. I couldn't get food stamps in college to save my life. I tried. I really did.
To be fair, sometimes HB a lot of those things are one and the same.
Yeah, no, that's true too.
I never got anything. Now that I think about it, I feel salty. I never got nothing. Even during the pandemic, there's giving up.
Must
I
have
didn't
booted
get shit.
myself out.
Why the hell was there to it?
What about?
I
What
didn't
about
get Kimmy.
me?
I didn't get anything either. I got nothing.
What about me? I didn't qualify for socialism.
Yeah, that's because y'all were doing it the right way. Y'all got to do
You're
it.
no, we're rich. Kimmy's rich.
No,
Kimmy's
that's
rich.
the thing.
We're
That's
super.
the thing.
We're super rich.
Yeah. Y'all did y'all not try to get a scholarship like everybody in my generation had to try to do?
No. See, what the lady at the food stamp office told me was just don't put your parents on it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I think you have to be, but legally you have to be expatriated. What do they call it?
Man,
It's where
right. None of that. I'm telling you, man. None of that shit matters. Mind you, this was
Bro,
like
you crazy? There's migrants here getting food stamp section. You name it.
Yeah.
I went to school literally 20 fucking, how many, 30, 25.
Yeah.
It was
this
long
like,
ago.
This was like 10, 15 years ago, and the lady was telling me that. So I know people still doing it today. The problem is like when you guys go to school and you put, you try to sign up for food stamps, you put your parents on there, then they'll get you up out of there. They're like, nah, y'all make too much money. If you just say it's just you, man, they'll hand you a food stamp card that same day.
Yeah, we were being too honest. You gotta learn how to finesse.
Well, I mean, I work during the day. I went to school at night, so it's a little bit different. Like I could afford a little bit, not much, but I work during the day though, so it's a different story.
Yeah, it's just the
I
price
think
of food
college
is
kids,
ridiculous.
these fucking college kids, just go get a part-time job. Tell them to get a part-time job.
I worked on campus. And we had a bar on campus. I worked at the bar on campus.
There you go.
I think the hardest part was dealing with the fucking dorm roommates that I had to deal with. That crap was terrible.
Oh man, people, bro.
I only stayed at the dorm my first year, and then after that, I was out of there, man.
I wanted to get. I couldn't afford one though.
Luckily, my roommates or my dorm mates, they weren't weird at all. Luckily, but yeah.
Well, there was still some normalcy, HB. Imagine being on campus now and walking out to some of these fucking protests.
Yeah,
like,
we had freaking couples walking out in the middle of the night. One of the girls going back to her dorm, dude being like, "Oh, I'll see you later." Niggas always keep trying to turn their little dorm rooms into drug spots, and I'm like, God damn it! What's this old 50-year-old homeless thing doing on campus? They'd be like, "Oh, I gotta give him some weed." I was like, "Nigga, go to bed."
Fucking tents set up. But imagine now they got tents set up and shit, and they're like, "Yeah, Palestine, transfer Palestine." I just.
Oh, what if your roommate is trans?
Crazy.
That's a whole other thing.
How about if he's trans and they them?
I couldn't do it.
I couldn't go to college in this era either.
They had a big rainbow flag right on your door.
Like I want to be called they. I want to be addressed as they. How about this? How about I throw your fucking head out the window?
Ryan, if you ever do go back to college, if you ever try not to get bumped with a tranny.
No, I'm
Gary,
not.
why would that be a? What are you talking about, Gary?
They did that during while I was in college. They did that stupid
shit. Did they really?
Whoa,
yes, they did.
Gary, you had a trainee roommate?
No, not me, idiot. I'm talking about the men's dorm.
Who was
telling on himself? Gary is telling on himself.
Karen, this is getting weird. I'm not gonna lie.
Gary, you gotta word stuff better.
Yeah, Gary.
He was in college with me.
I just can't even imagine this shit. I can't even fucking imagine.
We were bunk buddies.
Oh my God. I can't even imagine.
Gary had the top bunk with the tranny. Damn,
not me.
He had the top bunk.
Oh, damn, Gary. Damn. Oh.
You
stupid, man. Yes.
So John's my age. Me and John are the same age. Me and John. So John knows. John went to school at a different time.
Just get that CD. Man, fuck college though, Lolo. Just get that CDL and then get your endorsements, and you'll be straight.
No, I'm about to get my CDOs. Like, I want to start streaming, like, for real though, to guys. I told you, like, I just don't know how to plan like my first podcast or whatever when I go live. Like,
just do it. Just tell us when and where.
You don't gotta plan. You don't gotta plan for no podcast.
I know I need to plan for it though, because
just do it.
Just not like
super
people. Plan for it. Like, just have.
You need to do any plan for it. You're doing it now.
Nah, Logo. See, the real money is in the content though. Like, you make content out of it. Just get like 2 or 3 GoPros. Have them lined up in your truck. And then
this is like some advanced.
Wear a tank top and make sure you hit the bumps.
This is some advanced shit that obviously I'm gonna get to later on in the future. But
shit,
you hear me, Lo? I'm trying to give you advice, man. When you drive in that truck, right? You get a tank top, right? And when you make sure you hit the bumps.
Oh, come on, man. Come
No, I'm
on,
telling you,
Latina.
dudes like girls that work like manly jobs and shit. They find it attractive. Like there's a
Listen,
girl that
Lolo.
does a
Don't hit the bumps. Don't hit the bumps, Lolo. Don't fucking blow a drive tire trying to make some content.
Listen, I hear you, Latino. I hear you.
Go blow the.
You could truck with HB in the mornings. That'll be dope. But start your stream. Just get started. Tell us when to show up, and we'll be there.
All right, bet.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kimmy. I appreciate you.
You just gotta get started. That's what I've learned in life.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
gotta-
I just don't know what to do for like I said, like I just want to have topics to talk about because, I'll be like myself, like normal and whatever, but it's just going to be awkward being on there by myself, only having a couple people, like, I don't know.
I don't think it'd be awkward. I think it'll kind of like take a life of its own, and then from there you'll see where you want to go with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. I'll take your advice for real and just start.
Yeah, just start. Trust me.
You can share the stream too, so like you can start your own channel, but then share the stream to this one, so we can hit your link and you can hit our link, and then you can still be building your channel up too at the same time, so you can have people to talk to while you're.
Oh yeah, you guys are gonna have to show me how to do that.
Yeah. We've had a couple people do that where like we're live and then they'll share our stream and they'll be live on their panel and ours at the same time.
Right.
So I don't know how they do it, but I figure that out.
It's a button right there at the top of the screen. When you log on, it allows you to.
We
like,
got Snake
share
on
your
the
screen.
panel.
Snake's
on the
up?
panel on the chat.
Snake, are you
Oh,
willing?
hell yeah.
Snake! Hey, would you be willing to run a quarter store in DC?
Yeah, Snake.
He said he did. He said he was at a gas station, so I don't know.
That store was nice though.
Look,
I thought
Solid
it was
can't
nice.
wait. See, he's working the shop
that
right
store
now.
was pretty huge.
Fucking steady, man.
You could cut that store in half and still put rooms downstairs.
Make
Have a-
Go ahead, Latino.
Make sure the ET device works, John.
John, how serious are you about that place?
And it depends. It depends really on the price, man. You know what I'm saying? The other thing is like, I probably have to find someone to run the store. I couldn't run it. You know what I'm saying? The hours.
I'm glad that's passed, John. I'm glad that idea passed. I'm glad that idea's passed.
I would love to run it, man. That shit. I would love to run it, man. That shit seemed fun to me. You know what I mean? All the niggas coming in.
Until it was like a prison. You're like, I got to get out of here, and you can't.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to live behind. I wouldn't want to be behind that cage all day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
man.
That's one thing I wouldn't like. You know what I mean?
I give you 1 month. You're like, I'm out of here.
I think that's like be having a couch.
John would be more mad that they coming short for the 99-cent juice. It says it on the bottle, damn it.
Man, this shit probably.
See that?
Yeah, he probably marking this shit up.
This bitch trying to pay me with a goddamn gift card, man. A gift card.
But I think that, I think you play into what I'm doing. Yeah, if I did run the store, man, I would be streaming from the store. Yeah, there's a guy. I think he's in Chicago where he be selling people pink lighters. You ever seen that shit? HP.
Yeah. I think that shit, man.
Give you no pink lighter, man. I'll be doing all kind of shit.
Yo, talking about that, there was a guy that ran over a gas station because of that. Yeah, just the other day.
No. I don't think that story is true, Latino. I think that was I think it was just like some cut. Somebody edited that video. I don't think that was true. I don't think that was true, man.
But I do think that store is a gold, man. I really do. Like the upstairs, man. That place is huge, man. It's like 5-6 bedrooms, man. That place was huge, man. And the way I look at it, every bedroom is at least $1,000 a month. That's $6,000 right there. You know what I mean? Like,
John, do you have any plans on dealing with that? Was it a daycare or school that's over there on the other side?
I think it just has to be 500 yards or something like that. So,
Okay, I thought that's.
I'm pretty sure it measures that. Hell, they used to sell beer and wine, right? You saw the signs in the store. So
Yeah, you gotta make sure you get that SNAP benefits back too, man. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why that store closed down, because they.
I don't know if you saw the guy. Remember the guy Cannon Coffee? He had Airbnbs upstairs, and
the guy.
The guy shut down here. And I think it's kind of complimentary in a way. You know what I mean?
That's what I was thinking too, John. Just think about all your tenants going downstairs, getting some chips and a soda pop.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
get some liquor.
John, when they ask you for rubbers or something, you're gonna be like, wait a minute, you only rented for one.
Yeah, no shit.
Hey, I'd be selling the rubber, so I wouldn't even care.
You sell condoms down there. You sell everything they need. Like, hey, this is.
John, after reading that article, you going to sell birth control?
That's still whatever they want.
I'm selling them motherfuckers playing beat.
But I think, man, like these things, you really, if someone like me doesn't buy it, then someone, an immigrant is going to buy it, and they're going to be like, damn, I could live upstairs.
John, that renovation's $300,000.
I can't hear you. What you say?
That renovation's more than I thought. I think it's going to be more money in renovation. You got water damage on the one end. I mean, but look, John, I think you can get a shitload of.
The landlord special.
You can't fucking paint over that shit. No, John knows you can't just paint over that shit. But so you need all flooring. The store needs to be fixed up. It's probably gonna be more than I thought. But I will tell you that you can put a shitload of people in there, man.
Hell yeah.
You can put a lot of people in there.
You can put about 30 migrants in there.
Wait, John, you were about to say something. You were saying that if you don't get it, somebody else what?
Yeah. If I don't get it, if I ride around all the neighborhoods, and it's one of the things I like to point out to people is that that's a golden opportunity right there, man. I mean, it's a golden opportunity. I don't know what the pricing will come out to be, but it's better than the business that we looked at in Baltimore, because you get the property, not just the business. You get the property.
John, you got the store plus the units. So I think you're talking 500. The renovation's 300. I'm gonna guess, okay. And plus, you're gonna have to build out rooms and shit. So you're probably talking 300 grand. You got it's electrical, all kinds of shit, right?
It's not that hard.
It's not that expensive, bro. You get yourself.
It's not that expensive. I'm telling
you. Pay $50K.
Have you ever been to DC? Have you ever? You know what it costs to do shit in DC?
Looking for the relocate.
I know, but you're in like fucking Alabama and shit, man. Dude, it's still, man. Well, I know, but it's cheap there. DC's ridiculous. You got to go pull permits. It's fucking terrible. And getting help
down there.
I got friends in DC. I got classmates.
So I was saying, will you move up here? Okay.
I'm trying to move somewhere.
Yeah, well, you can run a store.
Do the interview right now. And Solid Snake got the experience.
Dude, we'll give you. Hey, look. What's that? What's that? Old Milwaukee's best.
He got that energy, John. You know how he'd be up.
Snake.
Yeah, Solid Snake.
Milwaukee's best ice. We got you covered.
Someone like Solid Snake could do it, man. Like, as a number.
John gonna offer you dental.
Someone is gonna come. Gonna be reliable. It will come to work. Not afraid that people gonna rob him, because that's gonna be your biggest impediment. And that I've talked about all the time from the standpoint of tenants, that they go broke trying their best to stay out of the ghetto.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, they miss out on so many opportunities because they're trying to stay out of that same ghetto. And there is an opportunity, a golden opportunity. One day, you look around, these people look around their communities and they see all the stores that are run by foreigners, while they're too damn scared to do it because they say they're afraid or whatever. And I mean, like, there is opportunity. That's a life-changing building right there for someone, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is. But what's the magic number, John? What's the magic number? 800,000 max all in renovated? 800,000?
750.
I think the magic thing really is the terms. You know what I mean?
What? How long it takes you to pay them?
Well, who am I paying?
You can
Name
do
of the bank.
5-year contracts with certain investors. You get the right crew with you.
Who am I paying?
5
Name of the
years.
bank.
You can get
You know,
to
I think
loan
honestly,
you
if
pay
they're
them off
willing
for
to,
5 years, and that's
if they're willing to, like, you know, will and deal as the owners, you know, it makes it a lot easier. You know what I mean?
Do you know I got a liquor license? I
You
got
got
a
to go to
liquor
the
license
bank.
this year.
That, with that building in that
Why-
shape, you're probably not gonna be able to go to the bank. You know what I mean? So they're probably gonna have to will and deal or lower the price dramatically with someone.
And they do got those 2 new units next to it, which are pretty nice.
Yeah.
That'll increase the property value, right?
Not just 2 new units.
Well,
It's
you
2
can
units
lower
in
the
the front
property
and
value.
2
They can
units
vote
in the
you
back.
out.
Well, 2 new buildings. 2 new
Well,
buildings.
there are 2 buildings in the front and then there are 2 buildings in the back. You know, DC allows you to build housing in the alley now. It's accessible dwelling units.
Yeah.
And so on that lot, I think I showed you guys a lot. Did I show you the lot?
You mean the lot next to it, right?
That's what
The
I
lot
was
next
asking
to
for.
it.
Let me see the lot.
Yeah,
I want to see
showed
the
us
lot
the
in the area.
There's a 3-story next to it. They're stick building multiple buildings, 3-story condos. It looks like, or
Let me see.
units of some
Show
sort.
you the lot. Let me see,
Fucking
man.
nice.
Hey, I
Brand new.
register Stanley gonna run the flow.
You having Stanley work there?
We gonna put
Dude,
Haitian
Stanley's
on
retired, man.
delivery.
He ain't running nothing.
Well,
Yeah, you gonna just be doing delivery. You gonna be going across state sometime. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna bring in some of that new shit.
Wait, hold
You know
on.
what I'm saying? We're gonna keep it popping up in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Solid. Did you
Then
say
we
you had a
gonna be
liquor
doing
license?
barbecue. Yeah, I got a liquor license. They endorsed me on the liquor license. Do you understand what I'm saying?
All right, you see this
So I'm
empty
thinking
lot right
they
here?
really.
All right. Only in
It's almost
Alabama would they
like
do
no
that.
joke. It was right after Master
They
Kim.
only do that shit at
It was
wherever
after
the
that
fuck he's
morning,
from.
John.
You
Remember
can
that
be
morning, me,
quiet
you,
with
and
your
Master Kim was on the panel, and Master
Snake,
Kim was
John,
telling
you're
you
not
about
doing
what
it.
they
You're
was gonna
not
do.
Am I muted?
They
Am I
literally
muted?
came across and
Am I
did it that
fucking muted?
same week.
Am I
Damn,
fucking
Solid
muted?
Snake just
I must be
No,
fucking muted.
Solid's just that loud.
Oh,
My
Solid
bad.
Snake. Yeah.
What's up?
You see this lot right here, Ryan?
fucking. Yeah, I see it.
Right? That's the lot where they put the houses, the stick houses that you're talking about, right in the front.
Yeah. The framing. Yeah, there's 2 of them.
It's built now.
Remember I said I thought it was modular?
And in the back, they have 2 additional houses. So right here, they have 2 additional houses.
Shit.
Right? And DC allows you to build houses in the alley now. So you can build houses.
So how many individual apartment units are going to be in there? That's probably like fucking 20. That's 20.
Oh, you mean in this building? Let me see if I can show it to you.
Yeah, bring up the building. There's a shitload of rooms in there.
Yeah. I mean, you know what's crazy? Who mainly, whenever I see people coming out of there, it's mostly white people coming out of there. It's an Airbnb building. Let me see if I can show you.
So it must be a pretty safe neighborhood.
Yeah, it's a safe neighborhood then.
It's assume that it's a safe neighborhood if it's an Airbnb.
No, it's MLK. No, it's MLK. It's not. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
if it's a civil rights leader, it's questionable.
You're gonna be in trouble, that's for sure.
I think everybody that owned the business on MLK should have had civil rights licenses. Well, black rights licenses at this point. I think that's the only reason it's bad is because we allow foreigners to infiltrate our country.
Certain like DC's almost now. You almost got to go out to Maryland and shit, or like northeast, way up to get into it. It's not.
25. I'm betting
They
on
gentrify the shit out. There it is. Look at that.
So here's the empty lot right here, and then here's the building on the empty lot. That's amazing, right? That shit look narrow as fuck. Didn't it look narrow?
That looks amazing. I like that.
You got narrow that motherfucker is. And this building
units.
That shit's finished now. So
Oh,
there's
I
2
like
buildings
that.
you got. And
Got a
you
lot of nostalgia and history right there.
you notice they went up a level. You notice that? They went up a level here. See all the rest of the houses, you see all the rest of the houses are shorter than this. And here's the store right here. Here's the store.
An upgrade for MLK Boulevard. Virgin Avenue.
Yeah, that's an opportunity.
Look at that little car.
That's the store right there.
Look at that little fucking car.
If they already started fixing stuff around them, man, that's gonna be gentrified pretty soon.
What
I
if
think
they
the land
put
was $1 million.
John, what have they built it? What have they put there that's like a draw? Like, have they put any new commercial buildings around there? Hospital, maybe, or some
Yeah,
other shit like that?
Remember, I told you they're building a hospital right around the corner from my house. You know, Homeland Security is right behind this place.
Gotcha.
There you go. You put yourself some good homies.
So
and then
it might be like getting a bunch of rich people.
Right across the street is
the school, right?
Bowling Air Force Base. If you go out the back of these houses and just keep walking, you're going to run into basically federal land. You know, if you go back about 2 blocks, you're going to federal land, and then you'll run into the highway, and then you cross the highway, you'll be on the Air Force Base. The what's that, bowling?
Andrews? Oh, okay.
Bowling one right there in the city.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Plus, there's a school right there, John. You might have to get some. You might get some single moms up in there.
Yeah, John. I think this is if you can get the price down, it's a really good investment, man.
Look at that alley, man. Look how clean this alley is.
Yeah, man.
It's not well kept. Clean.
I don't see no dirty diapers or nothing, man. You might gotta.
There's no furniture.
Yeah,
good.
seriously.
Yeah, they
motherfucker
did not kill Ricky there.
Motherfucker got a Hummer. I mean, these are $500,000 houses, bro. Like maybe even more.
Yeah,
you know, these are big ass houses.
Yeah. Ricky definitely did not die in that ass.
Living that close, like having no real space, is I don't know. $500,000 for a neighbor right next to you is not a good deal.
I mean, Lo, to be fair, it's like that in the city.
Like, this is
DC is crazy. That's cheap for DC.
Yeah,
you know what, that shit out in Bethesda is fucking $3 million.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why houses are $3 million to begin with. Like
property,
location.
That's it, man. That's it.
That's all it is. That's all it is, Lolo. It's location. That's all.
And another thing is you buy a house, let's say 30 years ago, you want to make some type of money off of it, so you have to sell a little bit higher.
P black.
What you pay, you know.
Yeah, that's why I felt like I got cheated when I bought my house. But it's decent.
Yo, real quick, shout out to John. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Yo, HB, fuck you. Yo, John, I had a question, yo. You know how we watch these Google Map videos and they're not really videos or whatever they are. I just be wondering, like, how up to date are they? You know, I'm screaming, like, are we looking at a view like right now? But some of them shit.
No, that was not up to date. That was not up to date. They actually show you the dates on there, and because if I showed you the picture again,
see it in the corner.
There's not a house here. Let me share my screen. There's not a house here.
Yeah, because I be looking on shit, and sometimes I be seeing like the shit definitely don't. Hell, I done looked at my mother's house. I know earlier this year, and that shit was like
I looked at her house too.
Yeah. Come visit. Come visit though. Come visit.
Right.
Come visit.
Yo, how's that stroller going?
How's that dumbass stroller going?
How's that baby microwave going on, man?
Why are you calling his stroller dumb, HB?
Yeah, you should have heard it. You should have heard it.
They are haters.
I think I did. I don't know.
They are haters. I'm not gonna even go into that. Shout out to me though, yo.
Turn babies into hot pockets with that thing.
Nah, that's the same thing they told that nigga with the first wheel. What are you doing with that circle on the ground? What are you doing?
No,
look at it. Look at us now.
How do you know what they said?
Look at us now. Look at us now. Yeah. I got a time machine too. I ain't tell y'all about it.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie. I can see that though. The motherfucker rolling through the goddamn yard. The motherfucker probably beat his ass and fed him to the dinosaurs.
Yeah. And then he started. Then he
you doing some weird shit, nigga. I can see it though. No cap. I believe that. I believe that's exactly how they treat.
Yeah, they're like, what the fuck is that? What are you doing?
Yeah, man, they was scared. This motherfucker rolling.
You better be careful. He got a time machine. He'll kill you when you a baby.
Yeah. Like in the ancient times, they used to.
It don't work like that, man. It don't work like that. Time don't work like that, man. It's
I can't wait.
exists.
I can't wait. I can't wait till my stroller pop off, yo. I'm gonna get HB wife. I'm gonna get her pregnant, and we gonna have our kid, and I'm gonna put him in there.
Hey, wait a minute. You the one that said the stroller with the sound system the other night, right?
Yeah, I had the stroller joint, yo.
The stroller joint with the sound system, man. You could probably get them bitches built in China for like what, $5 a rock?
Absolutely. Listen, and I appreciate you, man. Listen, these other niggas, they hate,
think
man.
about it. They just made a Scully with speakers and Bluetooth functionality. What was that? Like 2010?
Yeah, it's nothing to put some speakers in the stroller,
how
yo.
hard would it be? What's wrong with speakers in the stroller to allow the child on down, and then you can have you like with the little projection camera, put your nice little panel up there with the little projection
Oh, that's
screen.
different. Not you just put me on. That's different. That's different.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't no bad idea, man. You just can't stop thinking about it.
Nah, niggas hate, man, yo. I accept it though.
That's what I'm here for, nigga. Man, I'm telling you, man, last night got me motivated like a motherfucker for my black people, man. Y'all new
Appreciate you, yo.
generation, man, y'all don't got me inspired.
I appreciate you, yo.
Make sure you put the
Snake says that's no bad idea, but then again, he's always
when you take a break, please go watch last night episode.
He's always targeting.
That was like a couple nights ago. It was like a couple nights ago.
You're gonna give a baby chance.
No, it wasn't last night. It wasn't last night.
Yeah, by the time I get out there.
Oh no, not
that LGBTQ chair that you was working on with a dildo on it that you sit on. You still working on that?
I can't hear you. Don't you got the detachable don't you got the detachable windshield wiper that can stick on your chair as a dildo, nigga?
Hey, that's a game. The lesbian is gonna be like, what a vagina? What a vagina? Why I gotta come with a dildo?
Right, that's your man's HB, man. He crazy, man.
They gonna be like, why I can't come with a vagina? I want a brand on the. I mean, the lesbian's gonna get at you, bro. I want that dildo. They gonna file a lawsuit.
Solid, man. I appreciate you for I appreciate your positive input, y'all. I really do.
Hey, and then you got them electric motors, man. You could probably do like a Lamborghini and signature stroller where you can get the stroller.
Lamborghini stroller.
That's crazy.
Lamborghini stroller. You get detachable Lamborghini.
What you gonna put on your electric?
No, are you good, nigga?
Are you good? You good?
Lamborghini brand. No, I'm saying they got it because I be looking for shit like that to sell in the store for Christmas.
Yo, that's what's crazy though, Solid. Yo, Solid, you just put me on. Look, they ain't even got no speakers in them little, the Power Wheel cars or whatever. Them little cars they be buying for them. All they do is move.
Oh man, I sell them, dude. I got a little Lamborghini sitting on the floor right now, a little Power Wheel with the little Bluetooth sound system.
Oh, you in the game, yo. Okay,
and
word.
You remote control that motherfucker with
yes, that's exclusive. That's exclusive.
Like, why can't you apply the same idea to a fucking stroller?
Fucking stroller. Yeah, that's what I scare, yo.
Nigga, you is on point, my nigga. You just
you just put me on, man. I appreciate it.
The right people. But
this is what I love to see. This is what I love to see.
That's something I'm telling you. I believe Get Cracking and Period Rest could probably help you with.
Hey, yo, Solid, I might need to scream at you outside of this, yo. I might need to scream at you outside of this, yo. There's some hating ass brothers. That's what HB stand for. Hating brothers.
No, we could put some speakers in your
blanket.
Some speakers in the blankets? I don't know if that would be too comfortable.
No, he messed.
We could do like the transducers. We can make like a material that actually vibrates. Now, it'll probably be a little more expensive, but like
what if I had detachable?
Vibrate off your bones.
No, you can't do the blanket, man. That's crazy.
That's connected to the speaker is actually like your sound system. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know about the blanket.
People ain't thought about because they got bone conduction sound systems now, where it's like they don't actually make sound in your ears. They make sound through your bone. They vibrate the bones in your body, and that's how you hear the music.
Yeah, HB gonna be first in line for that one.
We discovered the atom bomb.
Who cares? That's the
What's
past.
next?
We
You
talking
want
about the
speakers in
future.
the mattress too?
Hey, how we gonna survive the Project 2025? That's what we need to be thinking about right now.
I fuck with Solid, yo.
Fuck
Shout out to
history.
you, man.
We talking about now.
Yo, ego.
I love history. I respect history. But at the same time, if we gonna sit here and just downplay everybody on their ideas, what's your use? I don't need haters in my circle. I need
Me either, yo.
innovators. I need
Me
people that's
either.
gonna help the
That's
motherfucking
why I wish
program
it was just John Galt up here with light skin low and Latino for Trump and Solid Snake. We don't need HB gone. Are we good then? Never mind. My bad. We good.
Low
Shout out to Gary. We good.
I love this channel, man. I love this channel. I love the community. That's why I'm always here. I'm spoiled.
What's crazy is I gotta renew my temporary patent. Yo, it's great. I only had a temporary joint. I gotta renew it every year.
Hey man, don't worry about it being temporary.
Yo, how does
what
that
you
work?
can do is you can sell that idea.
That's what I want to do, yo. That's what I screamed. I just want to sell the idea, yo.
That's what I would love to
And you
create
know what?
something.
As a
Just
matter of
sell it.
fact, why don't you and Lolo get together? You can get Lolo. You can get Lolo like I was gonna get Lolo.
And you can make your strollers. I can make the baby the blankets.
No.
Yeah,
What you can do is Lolo. You can be over the fabrics.
Wait, Solid. HB back. HB back. Wait, hold on, Solid. HB back.
Y'all can really make some luxurious looking ass strollers.
I got some, yo, because that's the thing, yo. They got some nice and the capabilities, the abilities, and all the features they come with, mad exclusive, but not one of them. Like you can, it's this one stroller. Like it really got me, yo. You can power it, like you don't have to touch it or nothing. It's through an app
Man, this nigga still talking
on a watch or some shit. Yeah, see, we gotta get him out of here. But none of them have Bluetooth speakers, yo. I think that's just like basic now.
Well, I mean, think about it. A lot of people might do it like this though, and we might do a hood style. But like I say, yo, way
you're cutting out.
better because think about it. I could be on the subway and I can have my child surrounded by sound. He don't even have to hear the neighborhood.
I got bad signal.
I mean, it is. I'm telling you, HB. 90% of the shit you get is because the community communicate with each other in these homogenous communities. I'm telling you, we don't have that. We got to go over a mountain hill.
Ain't no innovators, man. We got weak ass niggas that hate like HB.
Yo,
people they hated on Ye. Ye's the billionaire.
But that's the motivation for me, though. That's the motivation for me, though, yo.
Did you tell
him this with any women?
Patent? Did you tell him about your patent, P Black?
What patent?
You're a patent owner. You own the dildo that ejaculates. Don't you own the patent to that?
No, you wouldn't sell it to me. So I tried to buy it off you, and you didn't want it. So you didn't want what I was offering.
Patent to that?
I don't. You do. And I tried to buy it.
What type of nigga is you?
No. Yeah, because I know there's a market for it. Listen, you and your community will buy those by the dozens. I know it. For the low. Yeah. You be lonely. You be lonely on them roads. You be lonely on them roads riding on them flat seats. You want a little excitement in your life while you driving. Fuck you, HB. Fuck you.
HB, you're cutting out. You cut out. We didn't hear anything you said.
Yeah, P Black. Shout out to my nigga Solid Snake, nigga. Shout out to him, man. You my new nigga, man. I rock with you.
You're still cutting out.
Right, yeah, that's God's doing right there. Nobody needs to hear HB right now.
Yeah,
HB, shut the fuck up. Log out and log back in, nigga, and then.
Yo, HB, this dude from Chicago.
Chi-Town.
That's you, right? You the Chicago boy.
Shot fucking town, yo. Shout out to you, man.
They said you made bulletproof butt plugs.
No, that was all HB's idea, man. He had.
I just know everybody's name.
bulletproof blood.
That's what HB told me. He said the Chicago boy got an idea that can make us a lot of money.
Now HB the first one. I don't know if y'all know, and I hate to put this out here, HB, because I don't know if you copyright and trademark or not. HB got the first oral condoms, yo. Y'all need to look into that.
Hey, but think about it. It's funny you go to oral condoms, but we talking about procreation and our child living a better life in the technology.
Right, this nigga ain't got no kids. That's why he don't get it.
Think about this, man.
He got a dead dog.
Idea, but somebody white gonna take this idea from our child and they gonna run with it. And the very next time you go pick up your iHeartland,
deceased. He got a deceased dog.
You gonna see that stroller with the
That's not the point.
like, that was my idea.
Don't say that.
Yeah, we believe you, Snake. They gonna take the idea of smoking.
Oh no, they could try it. No, I do got the temper. Listen, whether it's a permanent patent or temporary, like niggas gotta come at me. It's in paperwork. No, I'm good. They can't take this, yo. They can't take it.
Procreation in this motherfucker.
No, they can't take that.
Gonna lead to a whole new revolution. None of the
That's a fact.
I want my Versace stroller, man. I want the Lamborghini speakers in that bitch with the Ferrari motor power in that
what he's talking about. Somebody already took it.
It's not out there, yo. I promise you, it's not out there. Please pull it up, yo. Whoever controlling the panel, pull up a Bluetooth speaker stroller. It's not there, yo. It's not.
Listen. You can keep your promises for your pussy, but we talking about facts. You can Google the stroller you talking about right now. So you fall behind.
Bluetooth speaker stroller. You're not gonna find it, yo.
Bluetooth speaker stroller that
you're not.
drive itself. And you ain't gotta touch.
I don't even care about how it drive. I'm talking about Bluetooth. That it's got Bluetooth capabilities, yo. It's not out there, yo.
Take 5 seconds, Google it, and then the white man, because you'll believe a white man tell you. So Google's a white man, right?
I believe who tell me facts, and if I can research the facts and verify it, I'll go for that. I don't believe what you're screaming. I looked it up.
So that's what you do. You just said
I look it up every day.
Look it up, brother. Solid Snake. How you doing today, Snake? You smoke your butter already? You gonna smoke your 8-ball for the day, or?
I gotta be all that, bro.
Shout out to the 8 balls, yo. Shout out to the 8-ball purchases, yo.
I be a little extra, bro, but I don't get out like that, bro. It don't take much. It don't take much for me, man. I just need good gifts, good vibes, good people, and good music. And I feel good.
So you just take a bump and you good.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, who?
A bump, like them bumps on your face?
I got no bumps on my face, man. I'm too old to have bumps on my face.
What is it?
I'm old enough to not have them. Mm-hmm.
Shout out to the people, yo. Shout out to the chat, everybody in attendance, yo.
Yo, P Black, go
hey,
home,
what you got going on? You coming in here? What's going on?
HB. What?
Go home, man. Go home.
I am home. And I'm waiting on you to slide, yo, so I can slap the shit out your dumb ass and roll you over with your truck, yo. Stupid nigga.
House up, man.
You ain't on shit. He not on shit. What's crazy is, listen, this what's crazy, right? I don't know if y'all know, me and HB kind of know each other. I purchased merch from him.
I don't know you, nigga. Shut up.
Right. So I purchased, listen, yo, real quick. I purchased merch from him.
A blowjob 3 times, or was it
I got merch from HB. He has my home address, yo. I've been telling him to pull up for like the last 2 years.
HB, so he ate your ass too?
He saw. Hey, who screamed that? Whoa, who is that?
You said he been to your house and y'all.
Yeah. Who is that, HB? Who is that in the black? Who is that?
That's what it sounded like. You said he been to your house. Y'all been fucking for 2 years.
Ignite TV. Ignite TV. Okay. My nigga, no. First off, I don't get down like that. Second off, HB too scared to even slide around here, yo. He know what's up. Third off, you won't slide over here, yo. Like, what are you doing? That's not cool, man. I don't eat ass. I don't eat niggas' ass.
Why would I slide over there? I like women. I slide in the vagina.
Ass right now, man.
He said I ate your ass, you fuck fag ass nigga. Are you not listening?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he screamed that. That's gay. I don't rock like that, yo.
Yeah, ignorant. None of that occurred, man. I don't know
Yeah,
what
yeah.
the
I'll
hell.
let your man, Joe.
The
It's not
dude
me.
said he
He
gave
screamed
you
that
his
shit.
address. He
Yeah,
fucked
because
you.
he sent me merch. And I'm
What you
screaming, he too pussy to come
doing, T?
over here, even though he got my address because he don't want to get his ass whooped.
Oh,
You
I
talking
thought
about
you
he came
said
over
you
here and
ate
got his
his
ass licked. I
ass
don't do that.
when you gave him your address. You
See,
ate
that's
his
why I'm
ass.
screaming, yo. Yeah, you bugging, yo. P Black don't rock like that, yo.
Yo, how this shit just turn gay, man? What the hell
That's
just
your
happened?
man's. Get Ignorant TV, man. He bugging. I thought I was rocking with him. He bugging, yo.
Nobody likes you, P Black.
It must be
That's
my
all it is.
I
connection,
like
man. My
me.
bad. I
I like
thought you
me.
said you gave him
Faggot
an
ass
address
nigga. I like me.
and you
I
slapped
love
him on
me.
the ass.
Shut up, Ignorant. You sound crazy.
You said
Where?
Man,
Where?
2:30 in the afternoon,
2:30
this nigga thinking about sex. What the fuck?
Yeah, right. Where's Stanley when you need him? He probably said all this
Yeah,
shit straight.
damn.
Shout out to
Nigga
Stanley. He
tree of
said
no
all this shit.
expectation. And I call
Can I
that
ask
nigga
you a
bigoted
I
question?
gotta go
because
to
he
bed.
think that shit entertaining anybody that's listening to this channel at this point.
Yeah,
Oh
man.
man,
Like, what
it's
the
2
fuck?
o'clock in the afternoon. It's the 2 o'clock PM hour, not the 2 o'clock AM hour.
Yeah, I just unsubscribed from one of my
Y'all
channels,
niggas
Joe. I
wanna
did. I
generate.
unsubscribed.
Come
This
on,
is
man.
crazy.
Lolo, you got any more topics, Lolo? You got any more topics? Okay. All right.
Shout out to Lolo, yo.
This nigga P Black, man.
Shut up.
Talking about.
You was looking for alliteration earlier too. I heard you. You are the half homo humble host, nigga. Now on this HB, you
Man, it took
faggot.
you 3 hours to come up
I've
with that.
been
You
pip. I've been.
weird.
I had. It took me
You
3 hours to get on the
weird.
panel to
What you
scream, but
write
I
it
want to
down,
let the people know.
dumbass?
I
You read
shoulda.
it
I
down.
shoulda.
You wrote
I
it down.
shoulda. I
You
shoulda.
dumbass nigga.
I shoulda.
Shut up.
You need to stop being up here, man. You need to get that prototype shipped out, man.
I know.
I really. Oh, thank you. That's encouragement. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Work on your
Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me?
dumbass
No
stroller.
bullshit, man. You need
Thank
to go
you.
and try to find you
Thank
some
you.
motherfucking
Yeah,
companies
we
over
hear
there
you.
in China.
Working.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's what I'm.
I wanted to.
All right. All right. Go ahead, Lolo.
What did you ask me again, HB? Now?
What did you have any topics you wanted to discuss? This nigga's talking about butt shit.
Yeah. First off, I want to ask, what's the beef between you two? Like, he said something about Chippy, and I was like, we don't do that.
Oh yeah, nah. That's actually my nigga. We just shit on each other online, but that's actually my nigga in real
Okay,
life.
that's good.
Yeah.
Still, Chippy should be like out of the.
Yeah, I know, but at the end of the day, she's a dog, Lolo. I listen. I know he's a scumbag. He is a scumbag.
Listen.
Don't
I have like one of my favorite dogs, and it died. And if someone said his name was Yeti, if someone said, well, I'm not. Yeah, if someone said fuck him, it's a problem.
He is from Chicago. That's kind of how them Chicago niggas play. They talk about
Chicago
your dead.
people can still have manners.
No, they don't. They don't. He doesn't have any manners. He's a piece of shit. But you know,
okay.
He's my nigga though. Yeah, that's my nigga though.
Right,
But he is a scumbag though.
Okay.
He's a scumbag. He when I told him that Chippy died, when I talked to him on the phone, he laughed at me. So yeah, that just lets you know what type of person he is. Yeah, he laughed in my face. Yeah.
That is so fucked up. That's fucked up.
Nah, it was kind of hilarious, but you know, I was grieving at the time, so it was.
Well, yeah, because that was like your dog for years. What do you mean?
Yeah.
But
yeah, no.
I don't think I have honestly any topics. Like I don't like. I'll just like find some stuff like whenever I'm scrolling and stuff. But I showed you guys what I found earlier. But we can like bring up a topic to talk about with everyone.
Yeah, because we're just kind of all over the place like birds.
Yeah, for sure. There was a lot of gay stuff on that I did.
Yeah. I don't know how we got there. I think it started with the stroller, the Bluetooth stroller.
So you think it's a horrible idea?
I just think that when you get high and you start coming up with ideas, I think it's you might think you came up with the greatest idea, but somebody already created it like 20 years ago, and
So did anyone like try to look up and like pull up the stroller he invented?
Yeah, no, we did pull it up, but not that existed.
You're cutting out. You're cutting out. I can't hear you. And John's walking away. See? That's some bullshit. He said no, they didn't. I don't know. I think it's a good idea. Like I think you said, you know, a stroller with some like speakers to play like educational music or something like that. I don't know. Any idea that anyone comes up with, I think is a good idea because that means you have a sense of imagination and, you know, creativity. So salute to you, P Black. But don't say fuck Chippy. And John's gone, and I'm just here by myself. I don't know, guys. Well, okay, let's talk about something. HB, we need some ideas about what to talk about.
There we go. There we go. I'm losing signal, so yeah, I keep losing signal. But yeah, we've already looked it up, and you know, people made it already. There's a lot of different strollers out there.
Right.
So, you know, I don't get it.
Well, maybe he has like his own version of it, you know?
Let me bring
that
this
has something
back up.
different than the other ones that they don't have. I don't know. But honestly, we gotta, like I said, we gotta salute people for their creativity and their thinking, because a lot of people don't even think. A lot of people are just NPCs. If you're talking, HB, I can't hear you. He said muting kids. You guys, don't leave me up here by myself while you guys do this. Samuel said not all thoughts are created equal, and I 100% agree with you. I didn't even think about that in the moment when I said that, because I believe, like, say you have a thought and you don't act on it, and I just lost my train of thought. See, if you have a thought and you don't act on it, like, basically I think that, like, it goes off into the universe or just the world, whatever, the air, and it could get just passed through into another person, and they'll have that same thought. Because have you ever just like had an idea, right, or you'll be singing a song in your head and then that a person next to you starts singing it out loud, like shit like that, like shit gets passed on because we're all connected as one, you know? But that's it. Yep, that's true. Mavid said exactly, though, people have to be comfortable talking. I'm kind of comfortable talking. I don't know. I just wasn't expecting to like talk to you guys today by myself. So. Universal said that's called jingle jacking. Jingle jacking. I've never heard of that, but if that's what it is, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, but guys, I gotta go to this class today. Man, that shit is actually hard. You guys don't even know. I was gonna say something, but never. I be forgetting I'm on YouTube. It feels like I'm on like FaceTime with you guys, you know, like, but talking to myself. I don't know. Yeah, the yoga class. Salad Snake, we said we are creators critiquing ideas. All right. Well, I agree, I think. I don't know. He said this is good practice for you, though. I know. Okay, so like, I don't know. I don't even have like a channel or a name for my channel yet, so I would have to make up that. But, you know, obviously I'd be like, hey guys, this is Lolo or Lo, whatever you guys want to call me. This is my channel. I don't know. You guys got me on the spot, and then this is embarrassing. At least I got my own blanket here that I made. That's how you know these bitches are cozy, because I'm wrapped up in it every day. So shop with Lo. Email right under here. And I need to get some food. Damn, I've been on here for a minute. I did not realize it was 3:43. What the? I'm not even gonna cuss. Hold on 1 second. John left the room, bro. Okay. This is getting out of hand. And I don't have a website. Hold on. Hella shit just popped up at once. Universal says send me some pics from the class later. I don't have my phone out in there, and yeah. John, thank gosh you're back. Thank gosh you're back. I said it the first time, but I had to make it.
Oh shit, what happened? HB fell off?
Yeah, he fell off.
What's going on?
So what do you think about space wax and its relation to different cheese products? I have no idea what that is.
I don't think I've ever heard of that. What is space wax?
Sorry, Shredder.
Oh, these people back up there.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you can bring everyone back up now. I was up here by myself just talking. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to say, bro.
Shit, my bad, Lola.
Black.
Yeah, I ain't know that.
I said I need a website. I have like a form. I need a copy and paste it into the
thing. What the fuck?
Yo, y'all need to take away HB's control of the panel, yo.
He stepped off for a minute.
Yeah, good. You don't need him. Shout out to JG, not HB.
What's going on, P-Black?
Riding high with low.
Chilling, man. Chilling, yo.
Oh yeah, look, Universal put it in the comments for me. The form.
Real quick, right? Somebody, I wanna screen who it was. Hold on. For those kids, no, it wasn't it. Who was it? Oh, I can't scroll too far. But the thing is this, right? The Bluetooth speaker on the stroller would not be for just the entertainment of the parent or guardian, that's, pushing the stroller, whatever. At first it was. That's how it came about. That's how the whole idea came about. But it would be primarily for the educational purpose, of the stroll. It'd be for the kid, not the person pushing it. Now, say for instance, what happened a lot of times with me, my son, he'll fall asleep or whatever. Then I'll put some music on for me. That's cool. But before he, from the time he get in the stroller to the time he falls asleep in the stroller, that's all for him. It's all educational or even entertainment. It's some music, that he like or whatever, all that. But it's not primarily for the person, for the parent or guardian over the child that's, pushing the stroller or whatever. It's for the child. I had to switch that up. Screaming. And so that's why I think it will work. The Bluetooth speaker is not, again, primarily for the adult in this equation, It's for the child. I know it will work. I know it will work.
Hey, I salute you for your confidence, and that's what's gonna make it work.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. People had two questions. Number one, what is preventing the parent from playing regular music, something that's non-educational?
Nothing except their decision, right? So it depends on how, I guess at the basics, how intelligent you want your child to be, because you can be selfish, like I was. Hear me out. This is all personal experience. At first, we had a regular stroller. I forgot what stroller it was. I would put my Bluetooth speaker in there and play my music, I'm screaming for my son. But then I got to thinking, I'm like, yo, why I'm wasting his time with this shit when he could be learning his alphabet, his numbers, or sentence structure, or whatever, screaming during this stroll while he's up. That would all be for me, entertainment-wise, if I'm just playing what I want, for him to listen to. So I was like, yo, let's switch it up. Let's play something, that he will learn from, or, you hopefully learn from. And so that's what I started doing. And so then I got the idea. I'm like, yo, wait, if we put speakers in a fucking stroller, you know what I'm saying? And mind you, because this came up too. In a sense, somebody mentioned an age range. Like it could be from baby till about like 5, like 4 or 5. Like how long your child is gonna be in the stroller?
Well, yeah, because convertible strollers that move upside.
No word. But at what age does your child stop riding a stroller? And I'm like, we get there, and I put that at like 5, maybe 6, right? So then I'm like, well, if I'm finna be, taking you around and walking you around in this stroller and all that, then I should be playing something that's of substance to you, something that's educational, something that you can learn from, not just hearing some fucking music that'll put you to sleep. You know what I'm screaming? So then that's where the concept kind of, that's where it came from. You know what I'm screaming?
Right.
So
second question.
Word.
Did you workshop any of your ideas when it came to this stroller to any mothers or just women in general?
I did.
What were their responses?
My BM with our son. It was our son. I guess I was experimenting on, and she was kind of with it. The thing is that we have to and that's what because this was whack. Like I guess at the time I'll speak for me. At the time before I was like, yo, this could be beneficial to him. I should cater to his needs or whatever. I was like, yo, this cool. I could walk with my son and play my music for him and he, whatever. I could play, soft music, slow music, whatever. He'd go to sleep, whatever, during our walks, whatever. But I'm like, man, when he's awoke though, I need to give him something. At a point I came to that. I'm like, yo, why I done heard, I'm listening to all of this for my entertainment. What about him though? I'm forcing my entertainment upon him. So I'm like, yo, if I'm going to force something upon him, it should be educational at the least. Even, whether, right. If because they scream like, even when we sleep, if we listen to certain shit, like, mentally it kind of getting our mind and shit. So I'm like,
can I ask you a question? What have you done to get this off the ground?
I didn't hear
you. To get this patent off the ground? I understand you don't invest it in the patent so far.
Right.
As you said, it's just a temporary patent, right?
It is.
Okay,
yes.
so what research have you done in as far as bringing it to market?
So I'll have disclosed that to you. I know that the half part where I will disclose is that I know that my idea, this product is not out there. It's not out there yet.
How long have you had this idea?
Oh man, what's this? 2024. I probably had it for the past 6 or 7 years.
Okay, do you think that sound positive to an investor that you hadn't found any way to make this? You haven't put any work into making this product come to market,
and that's why I haven't presented.
No. It's one thing for you to have an idea. It's another thing for you to execute that idea. So what you have to do is you have to provide yourself with investors. So what you got to do as an individual is say, hey, I'm going to put my foot to the ground and I'm going to try to make this idea work. So have you been in touch with any fabrication companies, any material companies, any 3D printing companies, any, I hate to say it, have you been in touch with any architectural engineers in your life?
Right. I have. So hear me out. So I have.
To help you find somebody or get you on the right pathway.
Nick, are you giving the speech? You asking the question?
Design right.
Snake,
let him go. Let him go, John. It's a compact question. Let him go. Let him go.
Like if you're really trying to bring this idea to market, you can easily get you some people on your team to whereas you can build investors. What I ask you to do probably right now is to probably go in get you some computer software developers, and what you do is, somebody that's actually good in operating CGI program where they can draw up your schematics and make it look good on graphics as far as what you can do as far as advertising the product in a visual way to your prospective investors. You got to get serious about this idea. Just filing patent is not enough work, because just as you put that patent out there, you got multi-million-dollar companies that's soon to be struggling selling products that don't sell robots. And that sounds like a nostalgic styled idea, but you could probably, if you put enough
It's not. It's very, to me. It's not. It's
phenomenon. You
Hey,
know, it
hold
could
on, man.
probably be as
Goddamn,
basic as
Snake, goddamn, Snake. I don't know if you like hearing yourself talk or what. Ask a question. Wait for an answer, man.
yeah, it's complex. You got a lot of shit in there. I gotta answer in parts, man. I'm kind of fucked up. Right?
My bad.
I can't deal with speech. Yeah, but no speeches.
Oh dang, that means Snake's not gonna get hired for the new John Galt story. Daggone. Oh yeah, people. I did have one more question for you.
No, please wait. Please let me answer. Let me answer solid. So solid at this moment right now, yo, that I'm screaming at you, right? I do not have. I guess you asking about essentially a prototype. I don't have that.
Not a prototype. Write it down. Jot it out.
No, that's all done.
Give them a schematic that they can go on.
No word. So hear me out. The problem with that I've faced is that the people, I can put everything in writing. It could be, well written out and all that. I could tell you when you get, for investors, I could predict when you getting your investment back or whatever. The problem is that they want a physical product, and that's where I gotta focus my attention on right now. Everything else is cool. I just gotta get it in the physical. I have to have a physical prototype.
Around you that can actually draw real well.
It's not even. You ain't even got to draw. I just need. I got a stroll. I got a few strolls. Listen, I got strollers where I just need niggas that are like mechanics or engineers or whatever, electricians, whatever, to come take this bitch apart and install a Bluetooth speaker in it as a prototype, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, John, I think this is another tough guy that ain't got no hoes. So he just up here like tough guy talking about hoes. He ain't got, you know what I'm saying, hoes he wish he had. You know what I'm saying? So if you own rights to this, are you willing to sue somebody for the likeness of your product?
Absolutely.
Then you will be rich because they already got it. Like I told your stupid ass before. So
you have to show me, man. You could do all the slant, all that. Show
like
me.
we told tough guy, show us.
Listen, no, F that.
About.
Send the link to John Galt and let him pull it up.
Cause you a tough guy, nigga. You talk.
I'm not a tough guy. I'm not tough at all. Listen,
bro, it's not hard. You said you could Google it.
Yeah, Google it. That's what I want to know. Yeah, Google it and show me where there's a company that has made this stroller, and a part of their features or part of their their accessories or whatever, they got Bluetooth speaker capability. Show me that. Send it to John. Send it to John. Send it to John, or we ain't got no discussion, yo. Send it to John.
Bitch, I already told you.
Send it. Yeah, I know what you told me. Send the link to John so we can have proof.
Listen, do I look like I'm your mama? Fuck, nigga.
You ain't gotta be my mama. All right. So John Galt, I were John Galt. Can you look up Bluetooth speaker strollers, please?
Y'all look it up. Put it in the back chat for me.
John,
somebody pull that up, yo. It's not out there.
Damn lazy. The only
it's
thing
not out there.
There is a clippable speaker that you can attach to a stroller.
That's attachable. It's not implemented in the stroller.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There isn't one. The closest thing I found was a clippable speaker.
All right, word. And I was thinking that was my second thought. Like maybe I just make a detachable joint. But if they got that already, I'm done.
That was my question I was going to ask you. What's preventing somebody from just getting a normal speaker or something equivalent to it, like some headphones or something, and just using that?
He told us this already.
Nothing, and that's my thing. No, let me answer, yo. Let me answer.
Goofball.
Yeah, let me answer. There's nothing stopping them from doing that, but implement it in the actual store. See, this is the thing, right? they gonna have to. You got a stroller
to buy your product. There's
You
got to
saying
be
what?
something. What's the incentive to buy your product?
My product would come with the Bluetooth speaker. It would come with a pad or not a pad, with a like an iPad or a Samsung joint.
Something like that broke. So let's say like something went wrong with the speaker. You just bought it broken. How in the world would you repair it? That means I got to trade out the entire stroller for a new one.
No, that means you would get a refund with a working functional joint.
Then that's
you can't just, you can do that. You can scream that about anything. You can scream that about your phone right now. What if your phone go broke right now? What you gonna do?
Go take it to a repair shop.
Period. That's it.
So I got to do that with the stroller too.
If those complications come apart, if they come up, rather, but I would think that I would,
There's no real incentive because you can do that with any device.
Exactly. So then why the question then?
Then why buy the product?
Because the product is not, it's not out there. See, who are parents on this panel? That's what I need to know. Who are parents on this panel? Who are parents on this panel? Who are parents on this panel?
I'm a parent.
It's quiet.
I'm a parent.
You put yourself in a hole as far as just basing it based on strollers. What you need to have is a modular device. You need to have something that actually grows with the consumer. You have to provide value.
I can make updates and upgrades on the stroller, on the technology that it uses.
Every time you come up with an update.
See, this was fucked up. This was fucked up. Listen, real quick, Solid. This was fucked up.
Worry about your distributor. Do you think
y'all are stuck? Y'all stuck on the Bluetooth speaker joint.
Provide some value to the customers that he
Yeah. Y'all stuck on the Bluetooth speaker joint. How about this feature? Let's switch up. How about this feature where you can connect your phone, your iPad, your whatever kind of tablet you got or whatever device, you can hook it up to the speaker. And then you could go look for a park or something on there. Like you ain't got that out there. What stroller has an iPad or tablet feature where you can hook it up, plug in some shit, and go to that location?
With like 5,000 different ideas.
I got them. Yeah, this how it happens. Y'all niggas ain't got it. This how it happens.
Listening to yourself. Have you thought about this idea? I'm talking about. Have you ever wrote it down on paper?
I can send it. I can send it to John. He can pull it up. I can send it to John. He can put. It's called Smart Stroller. I laid it completely out in writing. That's my problem. I'm stuck at the writing. I'm stuck with the words. I need a prototype. Y'all brought that. Somebody brought that up. That's what I need the most. I need a prototype. After that, it's a wrap. I don't care what you niggas screaming. Right now, this is proper critique, and I'll rock with it. Once that prototype come, it's a wrap. All these words and shit, it don't mean nothing. I agree with that if y'all screaming that. It don't mean nothing, because I got it in writing. I can verbally convey what I'm screaming and all that shit. But until a nigga has a prototype in front of their face and see how it functions, all this shit means nothing. It means nothing. But wait till that prototype come, yo. Wait till it come.
Okay.
All right, word. He black.
Yeah, I just want to say, tough guy. Where the bitches?
I don't know. They around here somewhere, man. I don't know. I think they at work out here in Chicago. I think something. The bad ones are. They at work.
Hey, you know what you can do? You can go get a job at one of them businesses and be like a janitor and romance one of them one of them girls, and they can probably help you invest in your company along with your check. You know what I'm saying?
The investment, the money. Notice that I never scream about the money. I know what it costs. No, I'm not looking for investors. I'm just looking.
Let the woman do it. Be a partner with your wife with it. Try to hook up with an old lady, man.
No, she not in this field, man. She do totally different other shit. That's a fact. Shout out to A. Smith. But I'm screaming, yeah, I didn't ask for money not once. I'm just,
People like,
what's the word?
Can I ask you, what is your goal with this product? What are you trying to accomplish for these babies?
Right. So beyond making money, I guess it would be to educate. To educate, that's the number one. If you have a product, you want to sell it.
Heard the saying, old phrase, money is the root of all evil.
Yeah. Other than money, other than an economic gain, it would be for educational benefit for whoever purchased it for their child.
Okay, that's where I think you should start. So, what type of education does a baby need between the ages of them being in a crib? What do you know?
Crib, I'm not screaming about. I'm screaming about stroller.
Sorry, I meant strollers.
All babies, I work. So it would be for the basics, your ABCs, learning the A through Z, learning 1 through 10, and then you can go from there. You know what I'm screaming? I just thought that I was being mad selfish and ignorant with just thinking about me while I'm strolling my son around with the Bluetooth speaker. He hears what I hear. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yo, all right, word. Then I need to play, something that'll educate him, that'll up him up in the game. Up is his education. And so then I start playing, songs with ABCs and shit.
Visual and noise cancellation. Because you know what I think about? Little kids listening to the shit our ass listen to, this untamed gorilla type shit. And I see grown
there's a difference.
All you really need is a pair of headphones for the babies where they can have noise.
That's another accessory. That's another accessory I would add. That's a good point. I thought about that too.
They can't even hear shit. So they ain't gotta hear our grown dumbasses run around your
Exactly. They can hear the ABCs being played or whatever while we're having our own conversations or whatever we're doing. I thought about that. That's my whole purpose. That's my whole premise, though, is that again,
isolation where the kids can't hear a goddamn thing when grown folks talk.
I want to pitch something to you, P Black.
I'm listening.
So, couple things that I would not invest in your business as is right now, but I think you're onto something. The first thing is a stroller is a limited activity. And with your product, you want to make sure you're maximizing the reasons why a customer will use it. So I would say with your idea of educating young people, what is something where you can get young people where they're more idle than just in a stroller? Now, you live in Chicago.
Yes.
That's like 3 to 4 months out of the year. Ain't nobody about to put their kid in no damn stroller. It's too cold.
That's a lie.
Unless they're going to the mall.
That's a lie. It's not. And even if, then you just demunked your shit. Because the fact of the matter is the stroller is for when it's used for whenever weather conditions or whatever are cool, right? You know what I'm screaming? So then in building, in whatever building, yes, you will want that. And that's when I put the headphones on them. You might not want to bother the people that's around or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That's a very good idea. But the thing is that in Chicago, just because you mentioned a few things, fucking Chicago is not just a few months where it allows people to be outside. No, I've seen people out. The thing is, you got to dress your kids and hook up the stroller, so they can be outside. I've seen that heavy cover, heavy blanket
Can I
over the
ask you a
shit.
question?
I have more, but go ahead.
Bluetooth will still work.
If you had $1 billion, you wouldn't give him $1 million to invest?
Not as is.
But
I haven't fleshed out how I would invest in this.
If you had $1 billion, you wouldn't give him $1 million for this?
No, because I'm investing my money better than that. I think he's onto something, but not as is. We have to negotiate.
But business-wise, it's a good idea because babies are born every day, right?
Every day. And you're not seeing parents.
Yeah, nigga. Let's open up Pamper Factory then. Going off that logic.
They are already. They out there already. The pamper business ain't going nowhere. It's out there. My thing is this. You scream like somebody scream.
I'd rather invest in more of a sure thing than that.
I mean, it really is a sure thing if you think about it.
I appreciate that.
Bluetooth might be obsolete here pretty soon.
No, it's not. It's not going nowhere. What are you talking about? Bluetooth. Listen, at the least, right? Let's not scream about.
You're not selling the product. You selling a patent towards your innovation towards a new product. Like say like
this product.
Like
y'all
you
bugging.
ever had thought a phone and they got
I think the bigger thing is.
Let me show you what the hottest stroller.
Hold on, one
ahead,
mic, yo. Y'all, everybody screaming. We got, some good points. Everybody just speak at once, man. Somebody go now and then somebody later.
I think the bigger thing, honestly, and this is just my opinion.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
That's a highly competitive industry. The manufacturing that you gotta have to go to China to even be in the game, right? No one's gonna pay for manufactured in America, so you gotta have to go to China. So you got to know the, kind of the manufacturing process and stuff like that. That's very important for it to be even a viable business. And I think there are a lot more simpler things that not putting your idea down. A lot more lower hanging fruit where you probably wouldn't get this much resistance because they could kind of see it.
That's the problem. I need a prototype, John.
But what I'm
that's
saying
all I need.
Even if you got a prototype, again, like you get into a very highly competitive market, right?
Yep. And strollers, right? And strollers, right? Just strollers, right? What about the market of Bluetooth strollers, John? What am I entering there? There's nothing there.
To make strollers can easily put a Bluetooth on a stroller.
They could, but they haven't.
Right.
If they saw you coming up the rear and they thought it was viable, they would.
They could, right? No, and that's the problem. Listen, if they don't think it's viable, that's on them. If I can get a good cheap stroller and put some speakers in it and go, I'm good. That's on them if they don't think it's viable. They're just like right here. Niggas don't think it's a good idea. That's all we screaming, viable, good idea. They don't think it's a good idea. It's a good idea. If niggas that's already in the stroller industry don't think it's a good idea, that's on them. They're going to miss out.
Let's say if you in the crib business.
Yo, if I put Bluetooth speakers in the crib, it's a wrap. Oh.
But I'm saying if you in the crib business.
Yo, this dude don't get it.
If you were pitching this to an executive and say you worked at Graco and y'all made cribs, you say, what about putting a Bluetooth stroller? Well, you already got strollers. So it'll just be kind of an incremental change to an existing product.
Yes, and that incremental joint will change the difference. Listen, if you at 99 cents and then you get an incremental increase of 1 cent, you at $1. That's a difference.
But I guess
these niggas ain't got none of. They just got stroller. They remote control and all. No scooter out there. No, not scooter. No stroller out there. Even today, I promise you can look it up today. They don't have no Bluetooth speakers on them. I know it sounds like mad academic or mad elementary or whatever. They don't have it. It's not out there, yo.
I disagree with you. I guess what I'm saying is, why you're probably getting a lot of pushback is that, like, when you're explaining things to people, particularly if you're not doing it, like if you don't have a prototype, right?
The prototype is important. Yeah.
Right. Then, then it becomes like, it has to be kind of like low hanging fruit, viable, where they can see it working. They just don't do it. Right.
And that's fine. That's why I gotta shut the fuck up after right now. After this response to your comment, I have to shut the fuck up because you're right. Everything I know is fucking in writing and all that shit is cool. It's good to go. It's a great idea. I know it's a good idea. But if there's no prototype to show the functionality of it, then yes, I need to shut the fuck up. And I will. I don't care about you niggas.
Yeah, you think about like on Shark Tank. When you go on Shark Tank, the first thing they ask
Shark Tank, you gotta be ready. Yeah.
They be like, yo, how many of you sold?
Right.
Like,
right.
Okay, if you haven't sold any, do you have any funding for this shit? If you
right. No, you're right. See, that's the business aspect of it. I don't have none of that. I totally agree on that. I certainly can't sell one to HB because he has no children. His dog just died, so he ain't gonna never purchase one.
See, that's the reason why I was trying to walk you down a particular road to say your idea may have some merit to it, but you might have to flip it a little bit. And I was trying to get there with you by asking you some questions.
No, don't try, nigga. Just go there and tell me. Try. I hate try. I hate try.
Nigga, leading you there helps you think, my nigga.
Yeah, I
If you
know,
want to
but
just get
don't
to the
try.
conclusion, you're gonna miss it.
Yeah, just take me there. Don't try. Try me like you
All
ain't
right,
doing it.
well, I'll just take you there and watch you miss the whole fucking point.
No, I ain't gonna miss nothing. I accept all this. I just don't want to hear what HB got. Oh, he gone. All right, word. I don't want to hear
Johnny,
what
you
he
okay
got.
with me hopping in here, John?
Yeah, fine. Shout out to Universal Jones, yo.
So all right. So on the screen here is the number one stroller combo out here, and a lot of people can't afford this, but this is the premier stroller. Everybody wants this. Okay.
$550.
The
Okay.
resale value on this stroller is crazy as fuck.
Yeah, that's the
I had this.
Graco. Graco. Shout out to them. Graco. Yeah.
I've had. Actually, it's a Donna. So my youngest child, I got this stroller about 4 years ago for my youngest child. Resold it at $300 after 2 years of use. It's the hottest stroller. There's no Bluetooth on it. It's very simple.
See,
but the thing that people like about it, outside of just the brand, is that it has this very easy from stroller to car seat capability where you don't have to remove your child at all.
That's not. Those are just accessories to me, and that's the type of stuff I don't care
that's why your
about.
business idea.
Hold on, let me jump in. You know,
That's already implemented. Look at the handles, real quick, John. Look at that. Ain't nowhere for you to put your phone on there. There's no
They
none
got
of that.
all that. I got that stroller,
listen, you know,
bro.
None of that.
Here's what I'm gonna say, and it's
It's
not
a straight stroller.
Here's what I'm gonna say. It's not gonna apply necessarily to you, but I think it will apply just in general. Is that like one of the hardest business to get into? You dealing with babies and shit like that. Like there's gonna be government regulations around this shit.
Exactly.
Very tight. And I think that there's so much more lower hanging fruit, and big businesses more or less set the barriers to entry primarily through regulations so high that very few people get into stroller business, primarily because you fuck around and have that shit collapse on the baby or something like that, you out of business immediately. And to get
That's why prototypes are necessary though to do trial runs and shit like that, John.
All that government scratching their back to get approved, right? That shit probably costs millions of dollars just to bring it to market before you make one.
Yes.
Before the government say, okay, we'll let you put a baby in here.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, because what you do, no, hear me out. Because they ran me through this shit. Listen to me.
To a larger company that's already built into the system and just make like a modular device where it can be like a sort of an add-on or upgrade to the product that's
See, the add-on would be like a detachable speaker, and I don't want that. I want it implemented in the stroller.
Research into it.
Hey, all right.
I did. This is what I'm screaming. Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
Did you guys see me tour that building today?
Word.
Did you guys see me tour that building? How many?
Yeah, I did.
No, I didn't.
That building, you know, it doesn't matter. But like, in my opinion, like that's much lower hanging fruit. People can see it, understand it, right? Yep. And it's not like all they want to know, do the numbers work, right? I don't have to prove that a market exists that is not present now. I don't have to make them stretch their mind to see what I see. Right?
See but that's the point, John, is that there's no market out there for what I'm screaming right now. I would be creating it.
What I'm saying is the market for the people that are going to buy your idea and allow you to run with it. There's much more of a market for things that people can see. What did Warren Buffett say? He said, I like to invest in shit I see and understand.
Yeah, that's the prototype.
Complex shit. And so what did he invest in? Dairy Queen, insurance companies, banks, Apple later in life. That's the low-hanging fruit, dude.
But look, that's why I'm screaming. Look at this stroller, yo. This stroller is only good for like, I don't know, maybe a good, summer day, not summers, maybe spring, no rain or nothing like I would have detachable coverings on this joint where you could ride through the rain. Like you could walk through the rain. All kind of shit. This shit is nothing. This shit is nothing. This is nothing.
hold on.
No, they don't. Where's the detachable joint on this stroller right here?
I think,
bro, I got that stroller right here, bro. It got
and you got detachable coverings over it.
Holders.
Yeah, it does.
It's like
Show me, yo.
Bro,
Y'all keep telling me to show y'all. Show me. I don't see it. I don't see it on here.
It's a stroller. It's a car seat. It's all of it, bro.
Is my mic working?
No speakers though. No speakers.
People like what I'm saying is like
I'm listening.
Like again, man. Like just in my experience, like look at all this resistance you're getting.
I'm with it. That's what comes with new ideas, man.
Hold on. But what I'm saying is that like there are some things that you could pitch that would get very little resistance. And it would probably be lower hanging fruit than this. Like you're gonna have to go up a mountain just to convince people of a Bluetooth.
And that's fine. I'll do that because this is new. It's not out there, yo. So I accept the resistance. It's not out there. That's why all this shit coming. Niggas can't see it. He told me this the best one they got, yo. Where's the Bluetooth speaker? It's not there.
You can buy a Bluetooth speaker for $5 though.
Where is you can attach it to there. Where is the implemented Bluetooth speaker in the stroller? There's no wires going through that stroller. None. Y'all talking about adding a detachable speaker where no. I'm talking about implementing in the stroller. That's different. Hell, I'll put some LED lights in a bitch.
Listen, man, I'm on your
Why you
side.
taking your baby to the club, man? What the fuck?
I'm on your side, my boy.
I'll put some LED lights.
You gotta compete with that motherfucker right there that turned to a car seat.
Hey, I know
and a
brothers gonna did
stroller.
that too.
He black.
Had the little LED wheels that light up while they walking with them.
No, I had the whole thing like all around it, like light up. So like you see me crossing the street, nigga.
Oh yeah, for real, for sure.
It had turn signals on that too. Like I'm finna go left. That shit ain't got that. That shit ain't got that where I'll be like, yo, I'm gonna hit a button and I'm telling you I'm going left. It don't so that. I'm telling you I'm going right.
Yeah, y'all got one at a time.
If your goal is to educate these children and learn their ABCs and how to count and all that, why not use another medium where they're more idle, like when they're in a crib or a playpen?
That's what a tablet is for. But if you're phone, but if you're walking them outside in a stroller,
can you shut the fuck up and let somebody finish first?
He just finished. He screamed.
No, he didn't.
What about having shit in the crib? Like that's automatic. You turn the TV on and have your kid learn in the crib. You can set up a crib where they cannot get out. And they only entertain a visual entertainment. Like the prominent visual entertainment is watching the TV or something or a screen. Word. I'm screaming about Audible.
Listen, I had to take a call really quick, but
Shout out to Lo.
Shout out to you too, P Black. But damn, this conversation is long.
Yeah, who cares? Let's keep having it. What do you care? It's long. What else you want to?
Master Kim up here. I want to talk to Master Kim a little bit about this, and hopefully we can have a conversation with that Snake jumping in with a fucking monologue.
Shout out to the supporters.
Master Kim, we looked at the building today, and and maybe I'm a simple man, but I think there's so much low-hanging fruit that we see so many people coming into the neighborhoods and they're not trying to figure out how to come up with some Rube Goldberg contraption. They're just picking the fruit that's hanging right there in front of them. And I think there's very little resistance when people can see that low-hanging fruit, and all you got to do is extend your hand and pick it. But you see the resistance when someone comes up with some kind of idea, and I'm not even talking about the idea of good or bad, but it's just not in front of them. And so at some point you're going to be looking for investors, and they like, what the fuck is that? You're going to have the same kind of resistance that you're getting here. When there's so much lower hanging fruit where you're going to get very little resistance if the numbers make sense, and that's all that matters. Yep. That makes sense, Master Kim?
Oh yeah, John, I wanted to share a story real quick. Would it be okay if I shared a story of
Sure,
how I
go ahead.
lost my ass?
Just
Okay.
before you go, Master Kim, I'm sorry, guys. I just realized my computer's about to die anyways, and I got to get ready for this class soon, so I do got to go. But it was good talking to you
Shout
guys.
out to Lolo.
Shout out to all you on the panel. Shout out to John, HB, Portia, Get Crack, wherever you guys are.
P Black.
And I hope you have the best day. Goodbye.
Appreciate you, yo.
Go ahead, Master Kim.
So one thing real quick, I recommend that P Black get a hold of Blacks Who Defy. He's done this journey, he's had a lot of success, and understand exactly what you mentioned about contacts in China and manufacturing, yada yada yada. But I want to tell you a story real quick, and I'll summarize it. So you know when you play basketball on a basketball court, there's the residue of dust that's on the sole of your shoes, and sometimes athletes will go step on a wet towel to kind of make their shoes tacky again. In 1995, my brother and I did a provisionary patent, just like what P. Black did. Then we got a legit patent, hired the Red Hats to lock down a patent on a sports sock that had like a baseball-sized patch near the calf that would soak up water, and we called it crane, like the bird crane with the K though, and it was called Crane Sock. Okay, it cost us a lot of money to get it manufactured. We went to all the trade shows, and we had
How'd it
people in
do?
China. Oh, it did horrible. And this is why. It isn't that there wasn't a market for it. We got into all the Dunham sporting goods and all the MCA sporting goods. Okay, but they don't pay. But once every 120 days, we ran out of money to fulfill the order to all the Dunham sporting goods, which is a Midwest kind of athletic sports store. We ran out of money because by the time they paid us, we'd have to come out. Now, mind you, this is with giving all the small hats, attorney fees. We have to do special artwork, special this, special packaging, special this. We had to have additional inventory set aside in their DCs, which is their distribution centers. We ran out of money. We lost our ass on it. The only people who made money on this were the small hats. So the point I'm trying to mention is, John, and I'm not trying to kill anyone's dream. John is absolutely right, because when you step up with the big boys and try to facilitate this, you're going to, as an individual, even taking on a partner, you're going to run out of money because of not that there isn't a market for it. The payment terms, you can't tolerate the payment terms that a national, let's say for your sins and you hit it big, you're gonna run out of money anyways. So John is absolutely right. I would treat this just like planting a flower, planting a tomato garden, and you plant other shit, but keep your 9-to-5 job. Go look at other stuff too. But I would treat this as a house plant. And I'm
See,
not
you
trying to
you should combine your idea with P Black here, because you could put a Bluetooth in the sock.
There you go. But
See,
I
this
would
what
do it
P
just like a
Black is
novelty
saying.
to sell at the flea market. I wouldn't
He
even
think a
take
Bluetooth
it.
makes
All
it
right,
sell.
all right. Goddamn. Hey,
Yo,
but
what, yo, no, what?
once
Yeah.
this,
Hey,
I'm just saying that I just think that, as good as the idea may be, it'll be so hard to pull it off. And there's so much other low-hanging fruit that you're a young man with the energy and the vigor to go out and pull that off and be successful. That's my thought. Right? A lot of low-hanging fruit out here.
John, do you mind if I talk about that building real quick?
Yeah. I want to talk. That's why I was asking you. Come on, Messi. Can we talk about it?
Despite other people's comments, I think they're all looking at it wrong. Any sensible comment that people are trying to say, throw that out the window. You need to be one of these desperate people coming from Yemen or Ethiopia, hungry as hell, and will claw and do everything to get control of that building. But you do it in phases, right? Of course, the whole building needs to be gutted out.
Let me interrupt you, Mr. Kemp, for 1 second.
Yes.
Let me interrupt you 1 second, because I know where you're headed, and I want to see if you think where I'm going. There are some immigrants that will come here and buy that building, and not only live in the upstairs as it is, but live in the basement too. Tell me I'm wrong, Mr. Kemp. As it is.
Absolutely, word. As is. They don't know nothing about black mold.
I live in that
is.
motherfucker. I live in that motherfucker. There's some immigrants right now. I know all you people looking at that building when I was in there, and they were like, "Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god!" But there are people that will live in that building right now while they getting that store ready. Am I wrong about that, Mr. Kim?
No, you're spot on. Absolutely. So that's what I think needs to be done is to put on the immigrant hat and don't look at it through the eyes of a wealthy suburban John Galt.
Or just an American. And this is what I keep trying to tell you, Mexican. We talked about it earlier. It's a paradigm shift. When most Americans see their path to getting successful is getting out here, going get a job, saving us money, putting in a 401k, and hope that things work out for them. That's how most people, it's the approach that most people, right? The people that were looking at that building said, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. They probably were at work, hoping that they don't get laid off so they can continue to pay their bills, while the migrants, who are more or less, not migrants, but the people that come here from other countries, look at that building as like breaking the cycles of poverty, as you said, right, Mr. Kim?
Yeah, that is correct. Absolutely.
That building right there will last generations, and the risk, and if someone were in that business and he came up here and he was trying to sell that as an idea versus a stroller, it all comes down to the numbers. With the stroller, you got to sell the idea first before you can even start talking about the numbers. And I think that is really part of the problems of a lot of Americans. They want to, come up with like a Rube Goldberg type contraption. When there's so many things that need to be done that they could more easily do and probably be much more successful at it without the resistance. That's what I think. What do you think, Master Kim?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, being pragmatic and, because you only have so much gunpowder, meaning energy and money, and what is going to quickly develop cash flow, this so the really big question is what to do when you come up with a good idea, and there's a graveyard filled of inventors that had provisionary patents, but something just they couldn't put it together. Even if they put it together, all right, you're going to I mean, my brother and we didn't go broke after this, but it ruined our relationship with our next door neighbor who was one of our partners, because the money got funny, because by the time Dunham's paid, the full check went to one of our partners, you know what I mean? And then we're kind of like jazzed because, despite whether we deserved it or not, we waited so long for the money to go, and by the time the attorney gets the money. So nevertheless, at that scale, an individual, even with a partner, would be tore up trying to get into manufacturing. However, Blacks Who Defy was able to do it, though, and I would highly recommend everyone reach out to him or specifically about that roadmap of how to tap into manufacturing, getting prototypes made for free by the Chinese.
And anything a baby touches, you're bringing in government regulation, almost anything. And those are businesses that are going to be very costly just on the regulatory side. You got the best damn product ever. But once you got to start going through government testing and checking that the products don't have this type of chemical or that in it, the baby can't choke on this or that, that adds hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions to the development of the product. To bring
now,
it to
John, if you don't mind me asking, I mean, what he could do is take it from a provisionary patent and get a full-fledged patent. Please forgive me, I don't understand the language too well on that, but anything baby stroller, Bluetooth, he's got the lockdown, whether it's music, whether it's audio video, whether it's alarm systems, whether it's panic buttons. I see value in that. And then just like the one gentleman said earlier, and then wait for it to come to market and then sue the bananas out of these people. So there is value in him getting a patent with baby stroller Bluetooth all day long.
I think they can even fight that though. If you're like excuse me.
Oh yeah, if they're in India and China, yeah, exactly.
No, if you're right. Patent farming, if you're just out here patent farming with no intention of bringing it.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. 5 years ago, there was law written in place to fight that. Correct? Because you're right. The business model of patent farming. I forgot about that. Man, John, you're smart.
I know a lot of shit, Mr. Kim. Anyway, guys, and again, people, it's not to discourage you, man, because I don't like to discourage anyone with ideas. I just think that, in an industry like that, it's very hard to compete with the big boys, you know, unless you're just selling ideas, which ain't a bad way to go. But you know, me at John Galt, I'm down here on the streets, and I see so much low-hanging fruit. You have people calling me every day, man, you know, and you hear some of the calls on the phone, on the stream. Master Kim, I was telling you yesterday, I said, man, it's like, since all the dope boys are gone, like, the landlord get all the dope shit. All the shit they used to sell to the dope man for crack and drugs, since there is no dope man that much on the street these days, the landlord becomes the man of last refuge, other than the bodegas and the corner stores. And it almost becomes like another line of business. And we talked about that yesterday, Master Kim. You talking about how some of these bodegas, that's just kind of baked into the cake in terms of the profitability of those stores down on the street.
Yes, sir.
But John, do you believe the industry you're in speaks to the needs of the civilization, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
What I'm saying is the business that you do, they need that dope.
Gotta have it.
They gotta have it.
You heard that lady the other day, she was on the stream. She said, can I take my last shower? Can I finish my last shower?
I think she wanted you to say, come up to my room and we can discuss it.
Too. But
that's illegal, so we don't do that. So.
It ain't illegal. It's just probably more unethical. Bad business, you know. But
no, it's illegal. Or at least in New York.
I don't keep up with all that. I don't do it.
And John, why are you comfortable calling this guy Master?
It's his name on the screen, Master Kim.
I must can't read too well.
Hey, let me see. When I used to, it's Michael Fujitsu now. Okay, Michael Fujitsu. Okay, listen. When I used to do software, right? There was and I've talked about this before. There was we built search engines and shit, and there was some shit called master and slave. Anyone ever heard that?
No.
Yes, I've heard of it.
You heard it? And
yes, the brain unit's the master, then the slave is like the attachment computer or server or unit, I guess.
Yeah. It's like basically you'd have a, this is kind of what it is right here. I don't know if this explains it, what I'm talking about, but so I used to do a lot servers and shit, master slave selection using Zookeeper. And basically it's a way of how to, you'd have, see these apps using this server here. And then say this would probably be the master, and it would be slaves. That if the master goes down, then the slave comes up and serve all of these apps here. That's kind of how that works. Let's see. Did explain. But anyway, I never took offense to those words, man. Never took offense. And then later during my career, they changed the name of that shit to like leader follower. So, I'm just not very sensitive about these things. So that's probably why.
Yeah. Hey, John.
Yeah.
Like any Circle K, 7-Eleven, any gas station, that's what they refer to the main. There's two cash registers. The main one's called the master, and the secondary one's called the slave. So you'll hear the cashier say, "Hey, do me a favor, hop up on the slave until the rush goes down, or hop up on the master until or something like that."
Yeah. So here you see an explanation of it. See leader, follow, architecture, solar. Anyway, I don't want to get off in too much of it.
Software. Yeah, in that format though, the slaves take from the master. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now they are replica copies. And it's meant for like 100% performance. So if one index goes down, these are indexes, like search indexes. Then the other one comes up, right? Anyway, yeah, low-hanging fruit, P-Black. I think that is, a good way to go about it. I ain't gonna say a better way, but a good way to go about it. Low-hanging fruit. Like that building we looked at. I think it was a great building. What do you want to talk about that building, Master Kim?
Let's do it on like a tomorrow stream, man. I think it's a great build, a great opportunity. I'm gonna go back and watch a stream and look at some of the pictures you took earlier. I love the fact that it's got a walk-in cooler. I would love to help walk you down the whole process. And then when hopefully there'll be a grant. I think it needs to be done in phases. Get the money making phase done first. I think it's the easiest part, and then worry about the stuff upstairs later. You know.
You think? I thought the upstairs would be easier to get money making than the downstairs.
Oh, okay. What isn't the upstairs with the water damage?
But that's just a roof.
Oh, okay, yeah. So,
I don't know I don't know much about the downstairs part. That's more your forte.
Oh yeah, look, I was absolutely surprised at how ready to go it was, because the way the lady had portrayed the place on the previous calls is it was like almost, a speed bump away from being condemned, and that was not what we saw today.
No. I thought it was going to be a hole in the roof, like a tree going through. Yeah. Did you see that the building next door? She mentioned that you can go up a level, and the 2 doors down. I showed you the apartment building that had been built where they went up a level. You saw that?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think that is probably why they're pricing it so high, because you have so much land and the zoning to allow you to go up a level as well.
Yeah, that's a slam dunk of a building. I'm excited for you. I think that store, and you could tell by the gondola shelves that they do a lot of volume there with all those coolers, all that stuff. So to me, easily they do 80 to 100,000 just inside bullshit groceries a month. Which might be conservative. And you throw in lottery, you throw in all the other goofy stuff, which you don't add. And mind you, normal average is about 27% gross margin. You average all the, potato chips, the Black and Milds, everything. Some stuff's at 10%, some stuff's at 150%, like bags of ice. But you average that margin to 27%. But because of that area and no direct competition, you're going to be making like 32% margins, 40% margins on just crazy high volume stuff. I mean, I love it.
Yo, Master Kim,
without lottery.
Every now and then I buy something from the ghetto over here, like one of the little stores, like that store.
Yeah.
And usually I buy like a Vital order. It's like $2.75. When I go over to my other side of town where my properties are, it's $2. That's a 75-cent difference.
Yeah.
On a product that they probably getting 30-40% margins on anyway.
Absolutely.
That is amazing, man. That is amazing numbers of prices you get in the ghetto for shit like that. And that's why I say the low-hanging fruit, like trying to come up with, things that, don't, that people got to really think about it and extrapolate their mind out, abstract concepts. And when, that store is right there for the pickings.
And for example, like if you sell Jimmy Dean sausages there, or just, some frozen on chicken nuggets, you're going to be making just astronomical margins there because they're using EBT and everything. I think that's what probably put the last owners out of business, is they lost their EBT. And then that's a wrap.
Why do you think they lost the EBT? Fraud?
Fraud, absolutely. And it might not have to do with that location. They probably had several locations, but in one person's name. So if you do gangster shit at store A, they're gonna freeze up all of your EBTs, all the stores in your name.
Yeah, that is the death knell. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn.
So that would be the logical reason of because otherwise, who would go out of business? They would just sell it to the next knucklehead, right? But if they lost EBT, then that's a wrap.
You can sell it? The new person couldn't come in and get EBT?
Yeah. So but I think what it is. Good question. The new person could, but but that being the death kiss, why didn't they bring in someone else? You know what I mean? That's a very good question.
You know what my thoughts is, Mexican? Here's my thoughts. Older black couple owned the store, ran the store. Their kids, kind of like the Korean guy's kids. They decided, he did, probably educated, did very well for himself. They can't run the show anymore, and that's my thought. My take on it, that it was like an older black couple that owns the building.
I think you're right because that plexiglass isn't bulletproof, and I think that plexiglass was just COVID related. So I think it was older people not wanting to get sick or whatnot. But you're right. But yeah, that's a big store, man. That store is going to do well, even if you just tie it down and then you find, and I'll find you the Yemenis or the Ethiopians to take it from you. But nevertheless, it's a great. I mean, you need to own that store because the cash money is just going to be just tremendous.
How much do you think it would cost to get that store up to speed based upon what you saw?
I would say maybe 34,000, maybe.
That's
Because
like
everything's
painting,
that's
shelving.
nothing. Yeah, well, the shelving, everything's there.
Right.
If you had to spend money on the paint and make sure all the LED lights work, and then you need to get a new physical sign on the building, just I would say you would have to really go out of your way to spend now to fill that store up full of merchandise.
Yeah.
I would say it's going to be every bit of 60 grand.
Is that like a consignment? Do they consign this stuff to you, or do you have to pay it like right up front?
Good question. Good question. So the HT Hackneys, EB Brown, Crossmark, these are the big grocery companies. You can get terms like 30-day terms, 40-day terms on the first delivery because they know you want to load up. But there's a way to get terms on that, but not consignment. You know what? I'm wrong.
Consignment may be the wrong word, but like 30-day, they bring it to you, then you pay it off, and then what? You pay them. How does it work? You have to pay for it up front or what?
Two things. One, you would call HT Hackney or one of the big Cormark, one of the big grocery companies. So it's EB Brown, Cormark, HT Hackney, and there might be another one, maybe EB Brown, which is merged with another big. These are the big grocery companies. So you would call them up and say, "Hey, I want to reopen this," and then the salesman will show up, and you tell them, "I want to load the store up." They're going to go down the aisle, and they're going to give you a quote, But in that quote, it's going to be you need so many combos, combos like the snacks. You need so many Pringles, the Snickers, because there's all the variations, and they're going to select the highest SKUs nationally. So they're going to tell you get crazy glue. You need padlocks. You need, pork and beans in the can, the Vienna, all the shit that you just would never think of, right? But they have it. So they're going to give you a list of all of your initial grocery inventory, okay? And it's going to come up to a certain dollar amount. And then you're going to tell them, I'm going to get cigarettes from you because they're so used to you saying, I'm going to go to Sam's Club and get cigarettes. Yeah, cigarettes. Yeah, because cigarettes you can get 50 cents cheaper if you go pick them up yourself from Costco or Sam's Club.
Right.
Okay, so you get the salesman to come give you a quote, and they're going to print out the quote. You take that quote and now can say, "Fuck you, HAB Brown. Thank you. They did all that heavy lifting for you of what you need to put in that store. Plastic spoons, paper plates, Bounty. All these grocery things, can openers, things that fuses." Air fresheners, all these things that you don't got that kind of experience. So they are going to put a list together of the stuff that you need to fill that store up with. You then have two things: say thank you, sayonara to EB Brown or HT Hackney, and then you go to the cash and carry and start picking up the stuff yourself. Okay, or you go to HT Hackney and say, okay, thank you. I'll place the order. You fill out the credit app and everything. And then they come to your store and do what's called a store set. They're going to put your candy bars a certain way. They're going to hang up your 2 for $1 Sadler's candies. They're going to reset your whole store on those gondolas. They're going to tell you why the bread should go here, why the automotive supplies should go here.
That's like consult.
Yeah, but they'll come in and do the whole store set. Once the groceries arrive, they'll put it on the shelf for you. It's a service that they provide, which is very expensive for them and very costly time-wise. But people do it all the time where they'll use them just to open the store, and they'll never use them again. Because every market has what's called a cash and carry, and those are grocery wholesalers that are like downtown area. You go get your Arizona iced tea, your cigarettes, all that. You see all the Arabs and the Patels go there. Right.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Yep. So you go to the cash and carry and you start filling up your store, because by you picking up your Gatorade and your Pringles chips and candy bars, you're saving probably 20% by picking up yourself, which is huge.
Right.
Especially cigarettes, you know.
Right.
So you use the company at first just to fill up the store and do the store set, right? And then you
Mm-hmm.
never use them again. Or you use them, but you don't get your cigarettes from them, and that pisses them off because they want all the gross income and dollars to come from you. Well, cigarettes are so expensive, and you go to the cash and carry. So there's methods of this, and this is the exact same stuff that I'd gone over CKJ3, his cousins that opened up a store. I did the exact same thing, you know. So there's many different ways now. If I'm from the old country, Yemen, and I'm on a tight budget, I would just go to the cash and carry and put a list together and go just do the minimum stuff,
The bare
you know,
minimum.
because the bare minimum, because keep in mind, you have to have money set aside for the beer and wine. And beer and wine, you cannot buy beer and wine on credit nowhere in the United
Oh,
States.
really? So
Yep.
they
So when
can't do like consignment, drop it off, and then get their
right,
money
no,
once it's sold.
nope, not beer and wine. Anything
Really?
alcohol, they don't do that. Now there
But
are
cigarettes you
vendors.
can. But with cigarettes you can.
No, cigarettes you got, you know. So the term consignment, let's get rid of that term and use the word terms.
Okay, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Okay,
So I'm
like
coming
the dope
today.
game.
Yeah, I'm coming today to pick up groceries. Will they give me 10-day terms
Right.
or hold on to my business check for a week? You know, which is the same thing, you know. So
Right.
you can do that at a cash and carry, but not the sorry about that, but not the beer and wine companies or the Pepsi, all those beverage companies, because you're gonna have, you know, there's gonna be times that you're not gonna have a formal relationship with Coca-Cola. You're gonna have to go to Gordon Foods or Sam's Club and pick up your Coca-Cola or the Kroger's, because minimum that Pepsi or Coke's gonna want is, you know, you got the opening inventory minimum has got to be $600. You may not want to do that. You may want to go to Kroger's, you know, which is hoey, right? Buying those little bottles of pop, but you gotta, you know, so you're gonna have to budget and figure out who to get direct deliveries, because the beer and wine companies you can't play. You gotta order it and get it. That's it, right?
That's the real dope. That's the real
Yeah.
dope. Like they gonna want their
All the
money
other things,
straight up.
yeah. And then, you know, you can do something called a soft opening, which means get the lottery machine installed, because you're not going to be able to get deliveries until you're open, right? So you're going to have like some raggedy month of being kind of quasi open, quasi not open, and then you have a soft opening, and then you have a grand opening like a month or two later after you get everything. You know what I mean?
So in the soft opening, what would you have? What would you have? Just like what, bread?
Cigarettes, candy bars, and potato chips. Silly shit. You know, because you're still there cleaning, painting, waiting for your beer and wine license to be approved. You know what I mean? So you're in business, doing shit, but you don't realize how many people buy Mountain Dew, Marlboro Lights, and scratch off tickets all in one swoop. You know, for example, or a pack of ports, Salem Lights. You know, every day before they go to work. And you know, you're going to realize just the lottery and cigarettes and candy is a huge business just in itself.
You know, Mexican, you know, here's why it interests me so much, to be honest with you. I go in out of my houses every day. I tell you, man, DoorDash and Uber Eats, they getting that money from my tenants. And I want that money. I want some of that. All them bags of shit they eat. They get sodas and hot dogs and Twinkies delivered. They pay the delivery fee and all that shit. And I'm like, damn, I could be servicing my houses with the bullshit, the processed food they eat. The ramen noodles, straight up out of my store. Well, I think honestly, I'm looking at the synergies of it. To be honest with you, Master Kim, I'm looking at the synergies of it. Like, I don't even know, I could run, I'm looking at it like a hybrid version of a store. I got the Airbnbs, which is part of my business upstairs. Got 6 rooms, right? I figure it's going to be at least 6 bedrooms. And then I got a store downstairs with shit. I could probably do damn well just servicing my Airbnb tenants and selling blunts and cigarettes and Pampers or whatever the fuck the ghetto people say. You know, just off that, I'm thinking I could do pretty well. I don't know.
And you're right. Like offer half a store, you know, and then I would do it in phases because there's no need. You know what I mean? I think you're going to be so wild just selling tobacco, vape, Bic lighters, King B lighters, which are 18 cents a piece. You sell them for $1.19. You know what I mean? You're
Mm-hmm.
just going to be all those little clear lighters that you see. They're called King B's. They pay 13 to 18 cents a piece and sell them for $1.19, $1.29. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And that's people buy them like crazy.
You know, I think it would be a good feeder business for my Airbnb, and then I would have Airbnbs upstairs. You know, I probably have pretty good revenue off the Airbnb. Yes, they buying lighters, blunts, beer. You know, and I could probably service the rest of my Airbnbs with the the inventory from the store at even higher price because it come with a convenience. Beer on site, blunts on site.
Yeah. and just a reminder, John, I don't know why just it's a part of the business. And as I'm saying this, don't be offended. It's like someone, when you go into church, you need to take your baseball cap off. You don't think nothing of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you gotta have that thing on you when you open up your store and when you close at night, because that's when the danger. That's when the danger is, specifically those two times. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Now that's very true. That's very true. Yeah, I thought about that a long time. I almost bought a liquor store years ago, Mexican. Let me see if I can show it to you. My mother taught me how this shit. Liquor store. I'm gonna show it to you. Probably was a good idea that I didn't buy it. Let's see if I can show it to you. Let's see, DC. Let's see if I can show it to you. Here's a liquor store I almost bought, Mexican. Let's see. It's on New York Avenue. Where's New York Avenue? Must be right in here somewhere. It's right in here somewhere. I mean, not that one. This one. Real ghetto motherfucker. Real ghetto Mexican. That's not it. It's like right here. What the fuck is it at? No, it's over here. Must be like right here. Not right here. Real ghetto. I don't know if I can find it, Mexican, but it's a real ghetto spot. And the owner had been shot. I think they paralyzed that motherfucker. And I was like, oh shit. Like my mother was like, you better not do that. Like that could be a little dangerous. But somehow I don't feel that same way about this place for whatever reason. Maybe it's because I'm around there so often, interesting. Yeah, I see so many other people running these stores and they're not getting killed, or at least it's not in the news. So maybe that's what influences me not to be like, hesitant there. What do you think? You think it's kind of dangerous, Mexican?
No, I'm indifferent. It's just the nature of the beast. You know what I mean? When the physical owner is, and that's why you always just have to have it on you. Just, when you open and when you close, and you need to have two of them. One in your, when you're, oh, that's right. You don't got a car, but for those that drive a car, you keep one. Oh no, but you walk, you ride your bike. I know you got a car, but you would keep like a dummy bank bag. So you always got to have a dummy bank bag, right? So because you're going to be killed without it, right? Or you're going to be hurt if you got nothing to give them. Oh yeah, no, I got the bank bag in the car. They follow you to the car, and that's where you give them the bank bag, but you got that extra thing loaded, ready for them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't reach for it, right? If you reach for it while it's on you, reach for it, you're dead, right? So no, I got another bank bag. It's in my car. Follow me. Bam. You give them the bank bag, but you pull that thing out that's already sitting like under the seat or in the little door, legally, of course, legally. This what the and I shouldn't even talk like this because it just sounds so scary. But it's just the simple things like that, But you just always be prepared.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Anyway, what else you got going on, Mexican?
No, I look forward to you connecting with that lady tomorrow, and then see, if she'll send over a non-disclosure, and then also some financials, then also what's the tax assessed value, has she had an appraisal lately, kind of all of it, because obviously we know you want the spot. I pray that you desperately want that spot, because I can't wait to help you. And then it's a matter of, okay, now we showed all the smiles and pleasantries. Now let's get the financials. Let's get the appraised value. you know, where is she getting this number? Because it's not going to be represented by any income streams, you know. And unlike, because it's not an apartment building, it's not a single family home. She's got to show these. You saw these fancy rooms for rent, but hey, that don't mean that they were even successful at that business.
Did you hear what she said when she they rented the place on Section 8? Did you hear that, Mexican?
Yes. No. I missed that part. But that's
So
even
the upstairs
another
apartment,
thing against her. Yeah.
the upstairs apartment, they are renting it on Section 8, and I said, how long were the Section 8 tenants here to destroy the place like this? And she said 4 years, give or take. And I said, damn, like, you know, they clearly didn't know how to play the Section 8 game, because you don't give people on Section 8 that big of a bedroom. Right? That's just too big.
Yeah.
Bedrooms were huge. You know, you split them in half and get paid for both of them. And so I knew then, like, these people they're not very savvy from a real estate Section 8 residential standpoint either, you know. Because I would have made that a five bedroom in DC, you get about $4,250, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you could refresh my memory, how did the dialogue or the conversation end between you and Melina?
Yeah, Malia. It went well. You know, she was there with her mother. So, you know, take of that what you will. Like, you know, she's not like one of those hard charging agents out there on the town all day. She's traveling around with her mother, showing places, at least today.
Hey, John, all I can say is don't listen to all the smart people you know, as stupid as that sounds. Because how do you represent on a you know, on a IRR, internal rate of return, or how do you represent that this is a house a block down from all your majority of your properties? How do you represent? How do you quantify the fact of seeing some other immigrant take over that store and open up shop in your backyard? How do you, you know what I mean? This can't be represented on a spreadsheet, right? Or a form or a pro forma. So don't listen to anyone smart. You need to be just like these little immigrant Yemenis coming here, just clawing at the opportunity. This is a great opportunity. Man, I just can't wait for you to just, you know, where cash flow is going to be an issue there, meaning, you know, there's too much of it and you're on it. I love it. I mean, mind you, I Googled the area. I saw your competition. You know, this is so odd. This is much better than that Korean store that we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, you know, every house on that block, I would imagine, Mexican, is at least $500,000 easily.
Yes.
Right. Those buildings probably 2 million, maybe 3 million now. Looking at the revenue that they're getting, those brand new buildings. Damn, if I can get a good number on that place. I thought it was gonna be much worse. I thought it was gonna be just raining in there.
Well, so now it determines what is a good number. You know that they're not going to get their number, right? And so get the number closer to 546. That's a good number.
I think it's better. I think the bigger thing really is the terms for me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Unless
I heard you
partner.
mention that earlier.
Unless I had a big time partner, like if they were willing to sell or finance, I'm all on it. It's a no lose situation at that point, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But you're right. They're gonna have to carry the paper because, you know, again, you know, and this is for anyone listening. Commercial lending is horrible right now. You are not going to be able to touch an SBA loan or any commercial lending. You know, this is not a house. So a house you can get like a 30-year fixed arm at 6.75, which is below prime. You can't do this on a commercial property. Commercial property goes from prime rate up 12%, 13%. You know,
my lady friend.
So
go ahead, Mexican.
Yeah, but no, I'm sorry. You're about to educate me on something. So let me shut
My
up.
lady friend this morning, you know, I was telling her about it, and she's like, "Damn, you seem serious about it." You know, I never get too up, too down. But she said, "Would you be willing to sell one of your other properties to get this place?" I said, I ain't never thought about that. It's interesting. You know what I mean? What if I sold one of my properties? That would make it so much easier for me, you know, than maybe just build a whole store out. And it's not like I lose anything. I'm kind of gaining. I get a commercial tenant, and I get I mean, I basically get the same number of units, right? You think about it, and any individual house I have, I get about 5 or 6 tenants. That place, I'm gonna get 5 or 6 tenants with the ability to build a dwelling in the backyard. I could partner with someone. It might be a good swap, like a 1031 swap type shit. You know, 1031.
Oh yeah, no, that's actually at the exchange and not pay the gains. Yes.
Yeah.
So, anyways, John, also keep in mind that place, and this is coming from this may sound stupid. I hope I don't lose credibility, but this is worth you acquiring, even if you don't do a doggone thing to it. You know that this asset is that valuable that it's worth keeping it in, taking on the tax liability, taking on the future. It's because this is such a gem of a location.
Yeah. I mean, it's a main road, main street. You know, yeah. That's very interesting. Very interesting. That is very interesting indeed. Solid Snake says Dixie cups, coffee, cigarettes, Fago, Arizona, Trayvon's favorite drink, Lay's, hot dogs, cold cuts, and daily dinners. He would know. That's what I do see in bacon. I see bacon and shit like that. I guess that's a cold cut. Yeah. Solid Snake would know. He could probably help me get get me stocked up. He would know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 1031.
And Solid Snake is probably in very good shape too, because behind the counter you got your cigarettes, but off to the left or right are going to be all your cigarillos, all of your blunt wraps, and you're having to run back and forth all day long. You're going to be stunned at how many people smoke blunts. You're going to be very surprised.
Shit, I ain't surprised. Mexican, I go to these two.
Young, old, respectable, not respectable, all income brackets. You'll be so surprised.
Man, someone like Solid Snake up here, he'd be worth gold. He'd be worth gold, Mexican, because he can hold that store down and he wouldn't be afraid of the people. And I think that's the main part. Is most people are afraid. You heard the lady, she said, Solid Snake goes to Washington, D.C. Mexican, I promise you, Mexican, someone like Snake could hold that store down. He already has experience doing it. And I think someone like Snake, shit, I let him just basically run the store as he's, more or less as he saw fit, man. I'm the Airbnb man. I want to do them Airbnbs up there. And I think Snake would be perfect. What do you think, Mexican? Or Dewale type, Garian type?
So keep in mind this Solid Snake would do great there because he understands obviously the traffic pattern is going to be far different, and then but also Solid Snake is just going to see a different breed of people. They're just going to get more different demographics, education, everything. Unlike a smaller town, but it's going to be off the hook.
You know what else, Mexican? You know what else, Mexican? The reason why I say Solid Snake. I'm from Alabama, Mexican, and when I first moved up here, man, one of the things I realized that really struck me as odd in the DC area was, first off, it was the cars. I remember I brought my cousin up here, and when we were on the BWI Parkway, headed back to the airport, he said, "Damn, look at all these brand new cars." And I never noticed it because I've been living here so long. Like, damn. I said, "Oh yeah, I guess it does make sense." And then one day, Ryan and we were talking about just the wealth in DC, and it's nothing to see a Maserati in the ghetto, right? And someone like Solid Snake. So up here, everyone wants everything like turnkey. That's the term, turnkey, right? So not many people are going to buy a house. It's kind of fucked up, right? Does that make sense? Like, it's got to be ready. They don't want anyone to have ever shit in the toilet, sat on the couch, nothing. It's got to be clean. It's got to be ready. Even the poor people. The poor people will move 20 miles out to get a brand new house as opposed to buying grandma's house next door and then fixing it up. It's a different mentality up here. So in Alabama, where I'm from, everybody's house, not everybody, but a lot of people just live in, very basic living. If you ever been to Alabama, like,
yes,
ain't may not have crown molding and the best this or that in the house, light fixtures, it just may be very, very basic. So when I went in that building, I'm looking at like, in a pinch, I could live in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm knowing that an immigrant, a migrant, looking at that shit like, this is heaven on earth right here, right? This is better than most places in India, Pakistan, Africa. I don't know if you know this, Mexican. You know, in large parts of like Egypt, large parts of Africa, they build a building and they won't put windows in it. Because if you do put the windows in, someone will move in before you can even put the fixtures in, like the kitchen fixtures. So they wait to put the windows and the doors in until they're ready to actually move in. Then they put the windows and the doors in. And so you imagine that building had windows, it had doors, it had locks, you could lock it. An immigrant coming here looking at that building, he doesn't even see that it needs a roof. He sees nothing but opportunity. So what do you think about that, Mexican? That's all he will see is opportunity, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And then, John, keep in mind, in fact, you need to like take a sticky note on your desk and write down recreational marijuana license. We keep on forgetting about that your place could be just the blunt wraps, the recreational stuff, and beer and wine and stuff like that, and maybe forget about all the groceries and then slowly phase into that.
I tell you, I got a tenant right downstairs, Mexican. Arab dude, Moroccan, whatever the fuck he is. Yeah, I told you about it. If I wanted to get in the vape rap business, all I gotta do is, hey, tell me who to call, tell me where to go get the stuff. And I'd be in business overnight, and he'd run. I've talked to him about this before. I think he would help me run the show. He's been my tenant for years. Right? I think he could do it. I think he really would do it, Mexican. Innate ways that Snake and I can run this shit. You can live upstairs. That's what I told John. What is it? Trap, bro. I like that. Man? Yeah, I didn't think about it. Mexican. Because you wouldn't even have to get the whole store running. You could barricade the rest of it off. Just walk in, buy your blunts and wraps, lighters, cigarettes. That's all, And the rest of the store, you could be working on it while you're in business. What do you think about that? You there, Mexican? Someone said, make the basement a brothel. Man, you can pretty much sell weed legally in DC. My tenant, shit, he sells it at his store. So you could easily do it. Universal Jones, what did you tell me? I'm curious to know. Master Kim, you'll mute if you phone charges. Oh, yeah. Man, matter of fact, let me look up an article. I want to share this article with you guys. Universal, you just jog my memory. Let me see if I can find this article. Let's see. NY Times. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull this article for me. Let me see. Let's see if I can find this. Let me see. I got an article I want to share with you guys. Give me 1 second. It was an interesting article. It was an article about New York City and how many people are millionaires there that don't even speak English. Let me see if I can pull that article up again. Let me see if this is it. Damn, I wish I could find it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to find that article. Let me share my screen so you can see what I'm looking at here. All right, here's my screen. You can share it. You can see what I'm looking at. All right. And I'm looking for an article about New York City millionaires know English. 1 second. Damn, it was a Chinese man. Let's see. It was an interesting article. I don't know if I can find it. Whatever. I can't find it all. Let's see. I remember reading this article years ago. It was years ago I read this article. Anyway, so I was reading this article years ago. It was about the millionaires in New York City that didn't speak English. And there were so many of the millionaires that were like, they just ran a cell phone accessory store. Millionaires. Tire changing store, car wash. Made millions. You know, just real basic businesses. I was looking for that. I can't seem to find it though. So there is that. Let me look through the comments here. John gonna need a shotgun. You know, I go in and out these stores over here in the ghetto, and I don't see any guns. I'm sure they have guns, but I don't see any. Sam, I am. You ought to come down there. Anyone interested? Any got any young people? Where's Gary? Gary, you still want to come to DC, man? I'll put you up. Nice place to live. You know, I got a place I'll show you. I got a place coming up. Let me see if I can show you. I can let you live there. Let me see if I have a picture. Shit. No, I got some pictures. I want to show you this one picture. I'm getting it ready. Slowly but surely. I could put you in this place right here. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Damn, did I not have pictures on? Shit. I'm getting it ready. Yeah, I'm getting it ready. Anyway, I got this new place I'm coming up. It's all blacked out. Black toilet, black sink, black everything. I can put you down there, Gary. It's in the basement. I've shown you the place before. Let me see. I'll show it to you. See if it's the bathroom. Nah, that's some other shit. But yeah, I don't know if I had it wrong. I'll show it to you. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, want to move to DC? Want to make some money? And help me run this store here. Yeah, not in DC though. There's no open carry in DC. You're not gonna see anyone open carry in DC. Sam, where are you? You in Connecticut somewhere? Vermont? That's a long train ride away. Oh yeah, hey, I don't know if you saw the string when I went in the store. That was bulletproof or some kind of thick, very thick plexiglass area. Oh, Sam, you way down in Jacksonville, Florida. You're ways away here from here. I don't know what happened to Master Kim. But yeah, man, I think that liquor store would make a lot. That store would make a lot of money. A lot of money, bro. Anyway, while we wait on Master Kim to come back, I have to step away shortly. But some of the things I was going to talk about, let's see, what did I want to talk about while we wait on Master Kim here? I know Portia has some news she wanted to talk about there. Oh, this is interesting here. I wish HB was I wish HB was up here. I'm going to share my screen with this, guys. Let me see. Let me know if you can see this. You see that? Look at that shit. At Buc-ee's. This is Buc-ee's. I think it's a train stop, right? Train stop? Truck stop? $125,000 a year, 35 to 50 hours for an assistant manager. 125 for a gift manager. 150 to 160. Damn. For food service. Damn near 225 for a general manager. 401k, 100% match. 3 weeks off. Use it, cash it, rope. Wow. Yeesh. Plus $2 per hour for overnight. Damn. Look at this shit. It's damn good wages. Where the truck stop? Let my tenants know about this shit. Not trucks allowed there. I was at Buc-ee's yesterday. Love it. I'd never even heard of Buc-ee's till HB and Momo talked about it. Damn. Only $25,000 a year though. University, you're gonna work hard for the 175. Shit, you gotta work hard for damn near anything these days. But it's just a truck stop. What the hell are you working hard doing? You're a gift store manager. Food service manager, 175, bro. That's a lot of bread. That's a lot of bread indeed. A serious operation. Hey, Garen, you ever think about moving up to DC, bro? Since I see you in the chat here, you're young, you're risky enough to take a chance on a store like that. We could be part owners. You could be partnered with John Galt on that store. You run the store, I run the Airbnbs. Of course, you got to give me free access to the raw cones like I like, so I can smoke on the raw cones. But you can run the store otherwise. Portia said, "There's so much to that." Okay, well, I don't know what is it. Someone was telling me about Trump. The charges were dropped. Is that right? I saw that the prosecutor was did he resign? Whatever. Let's see. Jack Smith drops federal charges against. Wow, judge dismisses the charges. Sheesh. That's fucking amazing. That's fucking amazing. A federal judge has dismissed a major case against Donald Trump that allegedly illegally sought to. Wow. Jack Smith had asked to have the charges dropped, citing a Justice Department policy that bans the prosecution of a sitting president. Tanya Chuckin. Anyone ever seen this negress right here? She's a negress, by the way. Judge Tanya Chuckin. I'll show you a picture of her. You have to highlight these people. Let everyone see what they look like. Here's Tanya Chuckin. Here she is. There she goes. Look at that Negro in all her finest. Negro at all her finest. There she is. Jack Smith dropped the charges. Here's a link to the news clip. Yo, Portia, put it in the back chat. I can't copy this shit right here. Wish I could try it. You got 2 high school. Oh, yeah, there you go. I'm going to pull it up, Portia. I'm going to go to YouTube and get it. But there's a Negro judge that apparently had to drop the charges. So she dismissed the case without prejudice, meaning the charges could be refiled after Trump. He'd be like, what, 80 years old? These people really don't give up. He also asked to have his case charging Trump with improperly storing classified documents dropped as well. Trump had pled not guilty in both cases. So there is that. Winner take all for sure in this case. It has long been the position of the Department of Justice that the Constitution forbids the federal indictment and subsequent criminal prosecution of the sitting president, Jack Smith. Man, you guys have to really think about this shit. Look at all this effort they expended going after this man to ultimately drop the charge. You probably spent $100 million chasing him around. The federal agents that they used to raid his home. And this is how the federal government spends their money and wastes our money, right? Like, this is a big waste of money. He faced nearly 100 criminal charges at the beginning of the year. He never should have been charged. Never should have been charged. Yeah. The government wasted millions of our dollars. Jack Smith, I don't know what he would have been doing otherwise, but he probably made a pretty penny indeed. And now he'll have to go on and fight Trump or do some lawfare somewhere else. I'm sure he's not going to give up. These people never give up. But there it is, the case there. Charges dropped against Donald Trump. There you go. I guess I'm not surprised. I probably shouldn't be surprised. What else is out there with Donald Trump? Let's see. I want to get to the New York State Prosecutor, New York. I wonder if, yeah, there it is. There it is. Puffy has to be breathing a sigh of relief. Did Puffy get bailed today? Does anyone know if Puffy got bailed today? I'm not sure if he did not. Anyone know if Puffy? I can look it up. But if Puffy got bailed today, let me know. Put it in the chat if you know if Puffy got bailed today. Anyway, you'll see here that the Damon Williams, the Manhattan's top federal prosecutor, the one who was prosecuting Eric Adams and Puffy, and was he prosecuting Trump too? I'm not sure if he's prosecuting Trump, but nigger after Negro. There you go. Damon Williams, the top federal prosecutor in Manhattan, who secured convictions of Bob Menendez, Sam Bankman-Fried, announced on Monday that he would resign ahead of Donald Trump's return to the presidency. And so he will not be around to prosecute Puffy, which is going to be interesting. Will he prosecute Puffy? Will Trump's prosecutor prosecute Puffy? We're going to see something I think is interesting is that a lot of these niggas that should have been loyal and honest to a winner like Trump, they hung out with that man, should have stood by him. He's now back in power and he has control over Eric Adams and Puffy's life. He has their life in their hand right now because he can appoint a prosecutor that can drop the charges on them or they can continue on, soldier on. It's crazy how it turns out, right? All this racial hatred, he a bad boogeyman, white man, these niggas better shut up now. The white man is the one that stands between them going free or spending the rest of their life in a cage. Puffy, Eric Adams. Imagine that. All that talk about how racist this white man is. Let me look up something about Eric Adams. I wonder if Eric Adams ever called Trump racist. Ashes. Or whatever the other fucking shit that these Democrats put in his mouth to say. Eric Adams, Trump, racist. Probably called misogynistic or some shit.
Yeah, hey John.
Yeah.
Remember on a stream or two ago, I kind of communicated about like the feminization of men, and back in the day, despite you may not like the guy or whatnot, but you're not going to act like a bitch, or at least you're going to be loyal and just it's unmanly to be a bitch ass or to be you don't have to even like the guy or be loyal. Just shut up and just choose to surround yourself by other people. But what you don't do is whine like a bitch, switch sides, and talk shit on the guy. Even people you don't like, and therefore I'm just simply saying that there's like a feminization. It's like more of a feminine thing because men don't do that because you're going to pay the ultimate price by getting your ass kicked. You act a certain way. And I think a lot of men are acting like women, and that this is like a new phenomenon. I think, the lack of loyalty or just acting like, I guess just like Democrats, I suppose would probably be a better way to articulate that.
A strong man, Master Kim, he ain't going to give up. If you've reached the levels that Master Kim, Donald Trump has, like you kind of have to figure baking into the cake that he ain't giving up to he draw his last breath, right? And considering he does have a strong family, you probably don't want to get on the wrong side of someone like him. That would be that's just the way I would look at it, right? This man has a strong family. He's clearly a strong man himself. And if I had to pick one side or the other, I say, I'm going to sidle up with this guy, right? I definitely wouldn't make enemies with him. Like him, love him, disagree or not, you don't make enemies with people like that. Would you say that's fair, Mr. Kim?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
And I think that is what is missing in a lot of these people and why they can't take advantage of a lot of their opportunities. They're so caught up in the politics, they overlooked it. This is a billionaire that you're talking shit to. He could change your whole life around. All the things that you can complain about, he can change those things. And I think they rather continue to fight, the grievance fight, than acknowledge that this man could change your life around. Or this person, these circumstances could change your life around. Yeah.
Hey,
You're
Miss
right.
Portia. Hey,
What's up?
John. Just like your tenants that cuss you and Portia out after cash apping them money, this
Hey, Master
situation.
Kim.
Hey, Miss Portia, if they showed up earnestly on your doorstep with their grandma or older brother or something and pleaded with you, you would scoop that building and put them in place and therefore break that chain of poverty in matter of calendar days for their whole family. But just again, gets back to trying to save face and showing your best side because you never know. Again, I use the analogy of I could be cleaning bathrooms for John Galt. So I'm gonna I gotta really monitor what I show him. Nothing but hopefully the good side, despite cussing out Stanley. But aside from that, you got nothing else on me.
Hey, Master Kim, you know that lady. I don't know if you heard about the stream where the lady was like with her son, and she said, "Can I take my last shower?"
Yes, that was great.
Do you think she would live in that building right there as is? For free.
No, because just like you mentioned, the bouginess, they like a chimpanzee can look in a mirror and see that that's them. It's called self-actualization, and maybe chimpanzee's the wrong animal to use. There's a lot of human beings, doesn't matter who they are, that can't look in the mirror and understand how bad situation they are, and they're obviously their worst enemy.
How many people in the chat? How many people in the chat think that woman that asked to take her last shower would live in that building for free and help John Galt run that store downstairs? It would change her life, right? Am I wrong, Master Kim?
Oh, it would change your life immediately in under 60 days. 60 days.
And we could get the fixing on the roof while she living there in the room that ain't leaking. It ain't the nicest place, but in 6 months, if she got to put a little elbow grease in there, she be living a much better life. Her and her son.
Oh, yeah, but, a little bit of bleach, some LED lights, and some air freshener. Damn, it's on.
There you go. A couple new windows in. She be living good. But I bet you she wouldn't live in even the best room in the house. And I know people saying, which one was the best? They all were fucked up. But it's better than the street where she was living. They had lights, right? Plug in a heater, right? If there ain't no heat. She at the bottom anyway. How the hell she got any standards? You know what I mean? I don't understand that, Mexican. Mexican Portia, you know what's interesting? A buddy of mine, he's a landlord too, and he sees all this Uber Eats shit. And he said something to me, and I ain't think about this shit. I said, I may have to talk about this one day. He said one of the largest transfers of wealth today is from the American-born, primarily the blacks, to the immigrants. I said, why did you say that? He said, well, you think about all the Uber Eats and all this shit. He said, who delivers all this shit? So the immigrants. He said, Uber, immigrants, DoorDash, immigrants. I said, yeah, immigrants. He said, of your tenants, he said, who orders that shit? I said, well, mostly blacks. He said, there you go. It's the largest trend. And then I thought about that video I made where that immigrant said he was making, what, $1,100 a week? You remember that, Master Kim, Portia?
Yes.
Immigrant riding a scooter making $1,100 a week. And here we have a black woman in my house in a room with her son with no money, not $1. What gives? Somebody doing something wrong, right? Somebody's probably looking at things the wrong way, right? That's all I'm saying. Somebody's looking at things the wrong way. How are these people coming here and they have money. They make $1,100 a week, and you have nothing. You don't have $50. And I call it like the paradigm shift, Master Cam. I think the paradigm shift. Americans are looking at things through a lens that no longer applies. The economics and everything has changed, and they're trying to make what applied 20 years ago apply today. I don't think it works that way anymore, Master Cam. Anyway, those are my thoughts. What do you think? Don't all speak at once.
I was trying to find
Sorry about that.
videos of where Eric Adams has called Trump racist and things like that in the past, but it seems a bit more difficult to find it now, considering it seems like he's more in alignment with and all of that. But there are still videos out there where he was, condemning Trump and against Trump. But, ever since Trump came out in support of him, being the only person that has done so on a large platform, his rhetoric has thus changed. But in the process of me looking for those videos, did you ever see the clip where Eric Adams said that the migrants shouldn't be flying their flags?
He said that? I can't believe he said that.
Wasn't that probably a couple months ago when you mentioned that? Like during like the festivals and all that crap in New York?
He was talking about how the school shouldn't replace the American flag, or like they shouldn't desecrate our flag, the immigrants and all of that. Here's a quick 40-second clip of some of it.
And another significant part of the video was at the end. That's our flag, folks. Don't take over our buildings and put another flag up. That may be fine to other people, but it's not to me. My uncle died defending this country. And these men and women put their lives on the line. And it's despicable that schools will allow another country flag to fly in our country. So blame me for being proud to be an American. And I thank Commissioner Daughtry for putting that flag back up. We're not surrendering our way of life to anyone. And another...
That sounds different from other Democrats, don't it?
Mm-hmm. You know what's interesting? Like, this is almost like a reverse Back to Blood situation. Like in the Back to Blood, in the book that I mentioned in Miami, and Master Kim just came from Miami.
Back to Blue?
Back to Blood by Tom Wolfe.
Oh, Back to Blood. Okay, okay.
In Back to Blood in Miami, where the book is set, like the whites and the Cubans kind of share power. And so there's kind of this, twisted allegiance where the whites and kind of, ambivalent about things. They just want to be down to business. And the Spanish, they have their allegiance. The Cubans, at least, have their allegiance to Cuba. And in this case, and the black man in Back to Blood is like the sheriff or whatever, the county chief, right? So that's where they kind of fall in the pecking orders of things. But in this case, you have the mayor, the black man, at kind of at the top. And now he's kind of being forced to be, which is kind of almost kind of weird to see black people being patriotic. And I wonder how much of is it patriotism or is it kind of like tribalism? That all these different groups are being forced on him. They're waving their flags. And now he's like, wait a minute, damn, like, I don't like that shit. It's like, I think it's more tribalism than it is patriotism, in my opinion. Because he doesn't have a problem with the Caribbean Day Parade. They wave the flag, the Puerto Rican Day Parade, and all these other parades. But those people have kind of been folded into America. They weren't really planting their flags, and now he seems to have a problem with it. And it just strikes me as tribalism more than anything. What do you think?
I mean, I think that you make a great argument, but I'm not so sure if I'm 100% in on it being tribalism. And I believe the reason being is the fact that he was an officer for so many years, and he did serve his community in a way that is, I mean, just like any other public servant, you're putting your life on the line for American citizens, you know, and I believe that there may be some truth to that about him whenever he talks about his patriotism and his love for America.
Did you hear what he said when he was a cop? Where he said, "I kicked them honkies' ass when I was a cop."
Oh yeah, definitely saw that.
And you know, so again, like, how can you know, that's not necessarily serving his community. He was, and I don't even believe he did shit. I believe he just running his mouth, but
right,
he was like serving his race, like some get back. I got into the police department. I was kicking them honkies' ass. That's what he said. Well, and I'm just saying, yeah. It strikes me as odd, these blacks, and I hate to make it like that, but when they start talking patriotic, when they've been for all the kneeling, all the like, and now you patriotic because all these immigrants coming in here, you really don't like that shit. We seen them talking, they taking our shit. They ain't really tripping about the immigrants coming in here. They just mad that the welfare line is longer, right? And I think that's what a lot of it is, you know, is tribalism. You know, he's seeing these people advance, and the government has advanced them and used him almost as a damn tool in the advancement of these people. And now he's I guess he's somewhat able to speak out against it, but he played a large role in all of this. Anyway, it's interesting.
In the illegal immigration,
in the illegal immigration, in the denigration of Trump.
Okay.
He played a large role in all of that. He rolled out the red carpet to the immigrants. He did that. When they told him what to say about Trump, what was the line of the day? Fascist, racist. He said that. And now that he's being overwhelmed by it.
He changed his tune.
I'm sorry?
I said, you know, recently he changed his tune, and he said that he doesn't think it's okay that the media is saying this, that, and the third about Trump. So for me, I do understand your position. It's just, and you know, even with the mention of like the honkies and whatnot like that, I think the thing about Eric Adams that was different, even whenever his name became relevant on the campaign trail, he just seemed like a different kind of Democrat in the beginning, of course, until he started to show that he's a paid puppet like the rest of them. But the fact that he stood up for the last several years against the immigration thing, and he's tried to do something about it, and because he did, the DOJ came after him, and so, like, of course, now he's facing all of these charges. I think I still would never vote for Eric Adams, right? But it's just like the fact that he pushed against the machine, and the idea, or in the eyes of all of the illegals, that kind of stood out to me in a way that made me think that maybe, just maybe, he might care about, you know, America.
I think a little. Like, when I go back and I look at all the things that he wrote out for those illegal immigrants, and then if you start looking at the people around him, and we talked about him, that were crooked and started benefiting off of the illegal funding. There's a guy we talked about him. He said something infamous like, "Where my crumbs at?" He was like, "What Eric?" And he wanted some money for the immigration thing because Eric Adams, you know, his administration. And again, they probably had taken over his administration where he really wasn't able to get hold of these things. But he was out there spouting the line. He was kind of for the immigration thing. You know, he wasn't full-throated against it. speaking compassion. He had an agency giving out millions upon billions of dollars. He wasn't like the Texas governor saying, hey, they got to get the hell out of here. I'm flying you to wherever you fly you back to Texas. He rolled out the red carpet. Can you imagine if Texas had done what Eric Adams did and had migrants up in all the hotels where you live, living better than regular citizens? Texas governor didn't go for that. He moved their ass.
Oh, well, no, of course, because, you know, we do such a horrendous thing. But he did roll those things out, we know. But there's also, wasn't that like within New York City's like clauses, like how they take care of illegals whenever they come there?
These people that broke all kind of laws they don't want to break. They tell you they're going to disobey federal laws if Trump try to come deport them. They've done it in many cases. They disobey food prep laws. I've shown you that. They sell food on the street. They disobey those. Kim McCase come up here on panel and she could tell you how they stopped school for a few days for American citizens to house migrants in her school. He allowed that to happen. He could have said, no, fuck it. They got to stay outside in the rain. There's no way I'm going to put these American citizens at a disadvantage and put them at remote learning so that these migrants can come inside. No, I can't do that. Y'all figure out something better. But he allowed it to happen. And those are the type of things I think that, you know, he was complicit in it until eventually they came back and started biting him in the ass when he spoke up a little bit too much. You know, he probably just wanted more money to fund the shit as opposed to stopping it. The Texas governor, on the other hand, he's like, not on my borders. They got to get the fuck out of here.
Oh yeah, no, we definitely want him out, but you know, like he's sending him back now. But I guess, you know, maybe it's me trying to have like a tiny bit of faith, maybe, you know, in some of the Democrats. Now, I did mention this last week that I feel like what majority of them are doing right now, just because they saw the results of the election, is they're trying to cater to the conservative, the Republican, you know, they're trying to be in our favor, if you will. So, because a lot of them are up for re-election and they want to get their, you know, they want to get reelected. But the only difference to me, like I said about Eric Adams, is that like a couple of years ago, he was like, okay, something is going on. Something ain't right with this migrant thing. Now, he didn't put the blame where it needed to be put. He's putting it there now because, you know, he was blaming Abbott for everything. Mm-hmm. You know, so he wasn't putting the blame where it needed to go, but it seems like he's doing that now because he's coming out talking about how the Biden administration didn't support him in his endeavors. You know, they didn't provide the vouchers to work or whatever the case was. You know, he's now coming out condemning them, where opposed to he would call, you know, like Governor Abbott and other Republicans, well, the Trump Republicans, it's their fault that all these migrants are here. So, you know, what do you say?
You know, I long said, like, I don't think he'll be able to go back and live in the Black community of Brooklyn by what he's done. He's like a man without a country. Like, if he were to go back to Brooklyn today, he'd be heckled to no end. I don't think he'll ever go back.
Because of the migrant?
I think the migrant situation for sure, like, he destroyed large parts of Brooklyn. Yeah, I showed you 4,000 Africans in Clinton Hill. That's an affluent neighborhood. You put 4,000 Africans, those people all over the streets everywhere. He did that.
Oh, yeah, you did show us that. They were out there selling like bracelets and dashikis and
remember the black man that killed one of them? Remember that? Remember that shit?
Mm-hmm. A black man killed one of the Africans?
He killed a Hispanic migrant. Right there at the area where I showed you. His job was to clean up after the migrants. He got so pissed off, he came back and shot one of them motherfuckers. Man, shot two. I can't remember if he shot two or one. Killed him. And he in his like interrogation or whatever, they talked to him. They said that, you know, he just pissed off at the immigration shit. And I said long before Eric Adams ever came to office, I said, man, he won't be able to come back to Brooklyn because he's not smart enough to manage what, you know, remember he came in right off the court. He's not that intelligent. They just put someone who wasn't that intelligent enough and they can ram this shit down his throat. These migrants. He wouldn't know how to respond to it. But he's dumb and stupid and you know, he wants the limelight so much. Remember, he used to call him the nightclub mayor. They knew he wasn't about business. He wasn't a serious person. In this situation, he didn't know how to handle. He didn't know how to manage. He's not, you know, he's a fucking transit cop. I don't even think he was on the street. And they played him off like he was a real street cop, and I don't think so, if my memory serves me correctly. And I think they used him in a way, to be honest with you. That's my opinion. Yeah, someone said the party mayor. Yeah, I think it's nightclub mayor, nightlife mayor, some shit like that. Using all the clubs. And surprisingly, all the clubs is where they got him fucked up. I think it was like the Turkish people or something like that that own the clubs, you know, end up getting in trouble.
Yeah, see, that's interesting about Adams because it's, you know, I only know what I know, of course, beyond the more intimate details like what you just mentioned. I didn't know that about him being the party mayor.
That's how he like built. That's how he built himself as the party mayor. See, even in DC and I think New York, I can't remember who had it first. New York may have had like a nightlife mayor. Can you believe this shit? A nightlife mayor. And DC has one too. He's like the mayor of the nightlife. Now, you know what a Negro gonna be doing if you call him the king of the nightlife.
So a nightlife. So are they only responsible for things that happen at night? Is that what you're saying, or?
Let me see if I Google this shit.
Yeah, because I don't know what.
This is what I call long. This is what I call, Portia, the long welfare handoff. They create these bullshit jobs. Look at this. You see that? Can you see that? That's a magic too. That's a magic jet.
Oh, I'm driving. Let me.
I'll read it to you, Portia. No problem. Ariel Palitz was the first nightlife mayor of New York City. Nightlife mayor. 5-year job. You regulate the nightlife industry. You go in there, ask for shakedown. Hey, shake me down. Shake yourself down. The nightlife mayor. All these cities have them now. Let's see. I'm sure DC has one. I remember reading about DC. Look. DC, the mayor's office of nightlife and culture. The culture mayor. The long welfare. This is the long welfare handoff here, people. These motherfuckers have a whole staff.
Like in the chat, he said nightlife mayor with 3 question marks. It's just like, this sounds so absurd to me that, I mean, I'm trying to. Could you scroll back up for a second? It says Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture.
This is the long welfare handoff portion. This is what I call it. The long welfare handoff.
What we do: serve as an intermediary between nightlife establishments, residents, and district government, promote a safe, economically and culturally vibrant nighttime economy, engage nightlife stakeholders by conducting outreach and providing assistance, solve nighttime issues by collaborating with district government agencies, educate nightlife establishments on existing district policies and regulations through quarterly trainings. So they have a position where someone is supposed to
plural
be the mayor of what happens at night.
Plural.
Okay, so if that's the case, you pulled up New York, you pulled up DC. I'm curious to know if they have one in Chicago, especially with the gangs taking over, like the Trende Wag was. those, and then also the kids outside acting a fool at night. Like, do they not have anything to do with that, or?
Well, let me show you what nightlife looks like in DC in the nightlife zone where the mayor is in charge.
Okay.
Shit, like, and before I do this, do you remember the sweet and sour murder? Remember we talked about the sweet and sour murder? Remember that?
No, you would have to refresh my memory. So it's sweet and sour? Has something to do with some Asians?
Oh, Portia, we're gonna have to go back. Well, we can go forward. You have to go back. Sweet and sour murder. DC. Let's see, we're gonna leave here.
Oh, Shredder says this is why people suspected that Adams was tied up with Diddy. He was a self-proclaimed party mayor. He has been known and has had to defend his late-night party lifestyle several times. Okay. All right.
I'm going to read this here. Maybe it's a video. This might be even better if I play the video. This is sweet and sour murder in the nightlife zone. And I think I played this video a while back. The sweet and sour. You see, this is a cute little girl on her way to transition. It looks like to a boy. Sweet and sour.
Oh, okay. That's so cool.
Portia, you see that McDonald's right there? You see the McDonald's? Rosker and I did a podcast. Rosker and I did a stream, and I did one by myself from right here, like a block from here. This is like an entertainment zone, like a going north and south and east and west entertainment zone. And this little girl was killed over sweet and sour sauce, as you can see by her friend.
Does it have volume, the video?
Is there no volume?
No, can't hear anything. You might have to stop sharing and share it again. Over some sweet and sour sauce. Well, you know, Negroes don't play about their sauce, John. So,
well, Portia, I think it was really more to it. Can you hear it, Portia?
Her 21st birthday.
Yes, I can now.
It hits me hard because I was not able to protect her.
I think I feel relieved. One, that this is.
Now you can see that this is kind of a cute little girl, right? You see her mama is fairly cute, even though she got, the weave in her hair. She got a cute, face to it, and a little bubbly, but you know what I'm saying. You can see the little girl, tomboyish, but she's not ugly, right? Light skin. And now the girl that killed her, you can only imagine what she looked like. They won't show her because she's juvenile, but use your imagination.
Is come to a close. Two, that we got the map.
And look at the mother. This is a fairly educated woman. They had moved 2 counties out from DC. You often hear black people talk about Prince George's County. You ever heard that? Portia, Prince George's County. You probably heard
talk about it.
It used to be the most affluent black county in America because it hugged DC, right? Like, you've seen me and my bike riding around a couple of times. I've been in PG County. This is like right next door. So this woman used to live in PG County and then moved to Charles County, which is the county. She's running away from black people. So she moved her daughter down to Charles County. On the night before the first day of school, this girl done slipped all the way into DC and got her life taken up with some sweet and sour sauce.
Maximum, which was, her to be in a facility until she's 21. And I feel like, this still isn't enough.
Prosecutors say 16-year-old Naima Lagon was stabbed by a friend after an argument over sweet and sour sauce. During today's sentencing, prosecutors say the 16-year-old suspect showed no remorse for stabbing and killing Naima. They pointed to text messages they say the defendant sent immediately after the stabbing. Prosecutors also used video surveillance to show the defendant had the opportunity to walk away or could have went inside to get more sweet and sour sauce.
Did you hear that, Portia?
I wish I didn't, but
it was never about sweet and sour sauce. She could have gone back inside and got more sweet and sour sauce, as the news showed you. When I first heard this story, I knew it wasn't about sweet and sour sauce. I knew what it was about. Like, this is a cute little girl, come from a fairly well-to-do family, and here's probably a little ghetto girl, probably live over here nearby me. They went out clubbing on the night of school, night before the first day of school, and she killed this girl. And again, this is in a nightlife district, and so these are like these welfare jobs that they create, nightlife mayors, and all they do is go in there drinking on the job, flouting their clout, to sleep with the women in the clubs and shit like that. End up being like corruption, another corruption vehicle. These people making $100,000 a year, Portia, you would be surprised.
Yeah, that's insane. It seems like there's more of these stories coming out of people getting killed over sauce. You didn't give me sweet and sour, or I ain't get enough ketchup, or I said no onions, you put onions. It's just like, what is going on? And it's crazy too, because most of the stories that I've read, they're black. It's like, what's going on with y'all? Sweet and sour sauce?
Like Jeffrey Garcia is the current executive director of nightlife in New York City, so now they have a Hispanic guy. And that kind of tells you a lot, Portia, because the Hispanics own a lot of the restaurants, outside of Manhattan, and even in parts of Manhattan. I've shown you Richie Torres, you hear about Latino for Trump, and these are like more or less patronage positions. And I think, it kind of shows you the Latino power in New York. And back to Eric Adams for a second. You remember when Eric Adams got in all that trouble? You remember who he ran to, Portia? And this is why I say he's turned tribal more than patriotic. When he got in all that trouble, he ran to the blacks. And he didn't have anybody but old black civil rights fighters. But that's who he ran to say, like, hey, help me. And he did a press conference. You remember that, Portia? He did that press conference with all them old black people. And I think, yeah. And I think that's kind of how, what he's done. Like, he's turned tribal more than patriotic, even though he's couching himself under patriotic, kind of like some of the FBA argument, we were here first type of thing. And I think that's kind of the way he sees it with the migrants, is that he sees that they're getting so far ahead of his people. And I think he feels a certain way about that, He's
whenever you put it in those, it makes a lot more sense. Because that one press conference that he did where he had all of the elders, of the elders around him, during the speech. And so it's just like, where are they now? Because they're bashing him and stuff now, but I can see it more like what you're saying with the tribalism versus patriotism. It's so interesting how things vary by state. I mean, like a nighttime mayor, like that's more money for what? For what? Because what has changed about the nighttime in DC? Has it gotten better, John? Is it safer? Is it?
And that's some of the things that I'm showing you, is that like it really is, at best it stayed the same. You know what I'm saying? But we have a lot of, and I covered it. Some of them I think I covered. A lot of the young black kids who are poor in the inner cities, and you'll see where Roscoe and I, where we were streaming from. I mean, it was all kinds, Portia, and you couldn't see across the street, but it was just a bunch of guys hanging out, right? Nothing to do, nowhere to go. They can't afford any of the restaurants anywhere in their area, but somehow they may live there. I think there was a housing project up the street. And so now they're kind of targeting the people coming home from the bars drunk, the gays. There's a lot of gays in the area. You saw some of them, right? And so they've created these hate crime laws in these inner cities. And it's kind of coming to bite the blacks on the ass, because no one's really committing hate crimes against blacks. It's the blacks committing them against the gays.
The Asians?
Well, the gays. It's now the gays.
Oh, it's the gays?
Right. Like let me show you an article, Portia. Let me see. DJ. Yeah.
So, John, you know that show Empire with Terrence Howard and Taraji, Jussie Smollett, because you know that they dropped all the charges in his case the other day.
Yeah.
When mentioning this hate crimes against the gays, think about the director. Whenever he came out with that show, he talked about how much Black people just hated homosexuality, the LGBTQ, but then Black people came out denouncing it, saying that that's not true. But like now you're telling me about these hate crimes that are now being inflicted upon the gays. And it's just like there had to be some kind of truth to it. I mean, you know, I know it's a lot of them in Atlanta, but a lot of Black folks really don't get down with that. But go ahead.
So in this case right here, there were 2 or 3 Blacks, probably, I think it was more. They had initially beat up a gay person at the same McDonald's where the sweet and sour killing was, right?
Oh, how convenient. Go ahead.
Right. And then they wandered a few blocks away, and you can see the headline here: teens, Black teens, charged in violent robbery that left DC DJ dead, appear in court. So they've gone to court. So the mayor was in a press conference. I think it was it was the police chief. And they kept they kept asking, and I played it, maybe I'll play here. They kept saying, hey, did they use any weapons or did they beat him to death? And she didn't want to answer that question. Now, they had this shit on video. She knows the answer. And she said, no, we didn't find any weapons involved. So in other words, they beat him to death. These were teens.
Kids.
And they're admitting that they had beaten a man to death. That's pretty hatred. That's some hate-driven shit right there. To take your bare hands and beat a man to death, that's some real serious hatred. And then they just beat up a gay man at the McDonald's. So she's trying to distinguish between these 2 crimes so as not to charge these Black teens with hate crimes. Again, the only people committing hate crimes in DC are the Black teens. Right? The only ones is killing the trans. They're the only ones is beating up the gay people, right? And so here's this article, and let's see what it says here.
Deadly crime spree may be set in a matter of weeks.
And tonight, the mayor calling on parents as teen violence in D.C. continues. Fox 5's Lily Zhang back on the story for us. She's live tonight with those details. Lily?
Marina, Jim, good evening to you. There was a hearing today, but it was rather brief. We do know that these teen suspects, they will be back in court on December 3rd. That's when we're told a trial date could be set. Now, keep in mind, that is only for some of the charges against them. In one of the cases still being investigated, the victim died a little more than a week after the attack.
Right now, their age means nothing to me. They killed my son. Their age means nothing to me. I want to spend them to spend their whole life, not 6 years because they're minors. They destroyed my life completely. I have no children left now, and they have just destroyed my whole reason for living.
That is the mother of Brian Smith. He was found critically injured on the morning of October 27th. Police say—
Look at that motherfucker with that mask on. Can y'all see this shit? Look at that motherfucker with that mask. COVID. COVID created that motherfucker. Motherfucker got mask on.
That's COVID, yeah. You know, I know the whole thing with the law about them being minors, but, you know, after they've been convicted, I still think it's, you know, it would still be nice to see, you know, who the kid is, because they are juvenile. So what happens whenever they get out and do it again?
They go back to doing their thing, Portia. They go back doing their thing.
And you won't even know who it was.
Nah, they won't let you. They don't want to let you know who it is, Portia. And that's the thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, they won't even let the people know. you know, the news can't even report on it unless they agree to silence. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't report on it unless they agree to silence. I'm looking up something, Portia. I want to share something with you. Let's see. Before I play the rest of the video, I wanted to share something. See if I can find it. Oh, Portia, I'm about to share a couple things with you. You remember this?
That's just crazy. I love how she said, "I don't care how old they are," because I don't care either. I don't care. I don't care if you're 9, 10. Listen, hands and feet or bullets. Which one do you want?
Portia, remind me to go back to the hospital with that woman's son, okay? Don't let me forget. You remember the old man that those 2 girls beat up?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yes.
Remember, they volunteered to beat him up. Somebody was already beating his ass. And they said, can we help her? Do you need any help, sir? Whooping this old man's ass.
Yes, I remember that story.
Can you read what's on the screen right there? I forgot this because they're not reporting this anymore.
You got to read it for me.
I'll read it for you, Portia. Does everyone in the chat remembers this old man right here that was beaten up by those young girls? And the man that was beating him up before they arrived on the scene, he got away. They have not found him yet. I knew it was something disabled about him, but I couldn't remember what it was. Portia, here's what it is. He had a metal plate in his head and only 4 fingers. Have mercy. So, and you can see him right here, Portia. Well, he don't have any fingers. Look at that. He got nubs. And a metal plate. And a metal plate. Smoking a cigarette with his nub. And they beat this man down. He lost 6 fingers to amputation because of lupus. I remember, Portia, they're not reporting this anymore. They're not reporting. Yeah. This man had lupus. Once he collapsed to the pavement and injured his skull so badly that the surgeon had to put a metal plate in his head. He had 4 fingers, Portia. He had no way of fighting back. He was smoking with the only fingers he had. And 2 young girls and a man not to be identified, yet to be identified.
Yep, yet to be identified. And John, the parents of those little girls defending what their daughters did. I was like, man, say, lock them all up, John.
Man, I'm just looking for some portion. I'm just seeing so much shit that I wish I had covered a long time ago. But here's something that I really gotta cover. Here's that old man again, the one they beat up. Look at him, Portia.
Yeah.
This is the old man. Look at him. He got a plate in his head. And some piranhas jumped on the man and beat him. They're 4 finger Negro.
John, was it in DC or New York when those young girls tried to steal the Uber driver's car and they killed him?
That was here.
Okay, yeah, DC.
I gotta find you this quote before I go any further portion. Oh, I gotta find this quote. Where is it? Let me see. I gotta find this quote portion. Before I go any further, I gotta find this. Oh, I gotta find this portion.
It's just these kids. These kids are just out of control.
Oh,
I couldn't teach these kids. Not me. These are the children that I could not educate.
Children of the corn portion.
Yeah.
I mean,
it wouldn't be no mad. I'd just be getting on them every day, nonstop. What the hell wrong with you? Where's your clothes at? Nope, you ain't coming in here. Nope. No, you absent then. Bye. That's kind of how you would, have to,
Yeah, you gotta take a hard line on them. Let me see.
Yeah, and I'm like that with my kids, and my kids ain't even like this.
And let me get back to the video, and I'll play it. Teens appear in court. So here's the gay man that they beat up. Remind me to tell you about the hospital portion.
Yes, I got it. John, did you go on mute?
Oh, is it mute portion? Oh shit! Sorry, damn.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Wait.
I can hear you now.
Trial. Now, his attorney claimed that the teen was being
Here it is.
court on December 3rd. That's when we're told a trial date could be set. Now, keep in mind, that is only for some of the charges against them. In one of the cases still being investigated, the victim died a little more than a week after the attack.
Right now, their age means nothing to me. They killed my son. Their age means nothing to me. I want to spend their whole life, not years because they're minors. They destroyed my life completely. I have no children left now. And they have just destroyed my whole reason for living.
That is the mother of Brian Smith. He was found critically injured on the morning of October 27th. Police say he had been robbed by a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old. The teens are also accused of robbing and assaulting 3 other people hours after. Both suspects appeared in court today, and most of the hearing was focused on placement. An attorney for the 16-year-old argued that he should be moved out of youth services and instead be moved to a shelter house. That is a temporary spot for youth awaiting trial. Now, his attorney claimed that the teen was being denied adequate medical care at YSC. That option was denied by a judge who said that the teen had a criminal history, including a robbery accusation from January. The D.C. mayor shared this message for parents as the district investigates another crime related to juvenile offenders.
I think our message is that we need you to ask for help. We need you to comply yourself. We need kids to be in school when they're not in school, and that you need to cooperate with school officials and other officials who are in touch with you.
Now, right now, the teen suspects are not charged with Smith's death. We are told by police that it is possible that charges will eventually be added. However, they are still waiting for results from the medical examiner's office. Guys.
So, Portia, let me give you a little background on what happened here.
At Purdue University.
So what happened here is, and the news is not going to report this, you kind of have to deduce it.
Mm-hmm.
Where he got killed is he was beaten up really close to Howard University. Right? Kamala's alumni.
Kamala.
And I've shown on the map where he's beaten up. I mean, you could throw a rock to Howard University. And that's where they took him to get treatment. And his family said, get my child. His mother said, get my child the fuck up out of there. And they transported him all the way to Virginia, right? To the hospital. Mm-hmm. That's where he died. Because, like, his family probably walked in Howard University and said, oh, hell no. Hell no. He's going to die in here from sepsis, some bacteria infection, right?
Yeah.
Competent. And she had him moved to, I know, so he didn't die in D.C. And so that's why they have not charged him with murder. Because they're trying to figure out.
Oh, okay.
Because he died outside of D.C. jurisdiction in Virginia. Right? But that's, kind of the next thing is that, like, the hospitals are, so incompetent or overrun with incompetent staff. Like, you're not going to let your loved ones sit in Howard University. You're going to get them to the best hospital possible. And in this area, that's in Virginia, right? And so that's why they had him transported. They had to be very expensive to transport him. And I think he was in a coma. And they transported him to Virginia for treatment.
Yeah, that medevac had to be. So, I mean, just going from, of course, y'all are all fairly close in the DMV, but still that medevac to one hospital to another. But I mean, I can understand why you would want your son transported, but I'm also trying to wrap my head around getting robbed by a 14-year-old.
A pack of them. You know, and this guy was gay. And so you heard in the article they robbed someone else. He was also gay, but they got that one on camera where he had called him a faggot.
Oh, okay.
So here are two robberies where
All right.
two gay men, one where they used a racial slur, but this man is dead, so he can't say what they called him.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so they're trying to say, well, it wasn't because he was gay, right? Because the gay people are very strong here. And they don't need the ire train.
Who's very strong there?
The gay people are very, very strong here. Particularly in that area where they killed and beat up those gays. Like that's the gay central. Like they own that area, you know. And here you have these young poor blacks, mobs of them, as you saw the picture, beating them up. Like one political group is going to win out over the other, and it's probably going to be the gays because they own the businesses around. We have a gay police force, you know, a gay unit within the
I remember you showed me that.
right. So they're going to make sure.
Gosh, y'all got some gay cops. Well, you know, the homosexual police department for the homosexuals.
Yeah. So they're going to make sure that these blacks, you know, stay up off their ass, right? And the mayors and the police chief, remember, she's a lesbian black woman. She's not.
Oh, she is?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, let me say, I want to show you this video. I want you to hear how she tap dances around these blacks being committing the hate crime.
See, I don't know if I heard it here or if I heard it somewhere else, but there was a press conference that she did where the families were asking that she speak out against, you know, the violence amongst the kids. And the reporter asked her, was she going to say something about it? And she was like, no.
You know, I don't know if you're talking about the case where they asked Muriel Bowser to speak out about there were some black kids here discussing the difference between committing a murder versus carjacking. Did you ever see that video? Did you ever see the video?
Yeah, I think maybe it was over here the other day. I just remember the parents wanted her to speak out, and she just flat out said no. It was just no. She's not addressing any of it, like with the violence of the kids.
Yeah, that was a man who had lost 3 sons. But there was another case where the
oh yeah, exactly. Yes.
Let's see, DJ did. I want to see. This is it right here. This is it, Portia. Oh, so they're trying to press her on. Is this a gay murder? Right here it is. Let's see. And she's trying her best.
You got to share your screen.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Oh, I got it. So this is our homosexual police chief here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chief Pamela Smith, Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department here in the District of Columbia. I am joined today by Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah, Public Safety and Justice Deputy Mayor, also Assistant Chief Amy Kyle, who is the Bureau Chief of our Investigative Services Bureau, as well as Commander Michael Pulliam, who is also the commander of our 3rd District. We are here today to announce the arrest of 2 suspects responsible for a series of robberies in this community on Sunday, October 27th, including the robbery of 39-year-old Brian Smith, who was walking home in the 500 block of T Street Northwest. On behalf of the Metropolitan Police Department, as well as myself, I extend my deepest condolences to Mr. Smith's family, as well as his friends. While nothing can undo this senseless loss, we hope today's arrest offers some measure of justice and a step toward healing. We are here to send a very clear message today. If you commit violence in our city, we will find you and we will hold you accountable.
Sure you will.
We take every act of violence seriously.
Let me see how I get to what they're asking
The
the question.
safety of
Let's see.
For treatment to the report of an unconscious person in the 500 block of T Street Northwest. Officers located Brian Smith unresponsive on a sidewalk. Smith was transported to an area hospital where he was admitted for treatment of critical injuries. There was no evidence of a crime on T Street. And video footage of the suspects was located in the vicinity of the 500 block of T Street Northwest. Detectives pieced together that those same suspects were linked to 3 similar robberies that occurred shortly after Smith was discovered. The first was an assault with intent to commit robbery that occurred around 5:50 a.m. in the 1900 block of 14th Street North.
That's the McDonald's where they call the man a faggot. So that's the connection between them killing this gay man and beating up the gay man and calling him a faggot at McDonald's. That's grounds for a hate crime right there, right? That's the predicate. You beat one man up and now you done killed another one, both of them gay.
Northwest, where suspects approached multiple victims, assaulted them, but fled without obtaining any property. This offense was captured on surveillance cameras, and that footage was released to the public to aid in our investigation. The next offense occurred just minutes later at approximately 5:55 a.m. in the 1800 block of Vermont Avenue Northwest. The suspects demanded and successfully obtained the victim's property and fled in a vehicle. The victim here was not injured. The final offense occurred at approximately 7:22 a.m. in the 900 block of Rhode Island Avenue Northeast. There, the suspects demanded and successfully obtained property from another victim and fled the same vehicle. The victim here also was not injured. For the last 2 weeks, our detectives have worked around the clock investigating these cases.
Let me go past what
they canvassed a sleep pit robbery. Many
young people turning to a crime of violence. It is always and has been my top priority to continue our efforts with working with and engaging our youth, and we will continue to work with our government partners and our community to put forth whatever measures we need to ensure that our young people are moving in the right direction. As you heard, cameras played a critical role in solving this crime. That's why we continue.
You heard it. She said cameras played an important role in solving this crime. Now watch what the people ask her.
To urge members of our community, business owners, to please register your cameras or your security cameras with Camera Connect DC so that we can build out our network. The faster we're able to track down critical investigative leads, the quicker we are to bring a lot of these cases to closure. I also want to address some concerns we heard from the community in the last few weeks. There is no indication at this time that these 4 robbery cases were motivated by hate or by.
See that? She trying her best to defend her people who are preying on these gays. She know that they're attacking these gays. Portia, it's a gay neighborhood. They dress, you know, you could feel like these blacks don't live around there. This shit's expensive. They're going in there targeting. You see that some of them, they're not even robbing them. They're just beating them up. And she trying her best to not let it be known what's going on. And so just listen to them. Now, remember, we have gay newspapers here. You understand? And so those are the people that's likely asking her these questions, right? Those are the people likely asking her these probing questions. Was there a weapon? Did they just beat him to death? What kind of savages are these? Like, these are the questions they're going to be asking. So notice how she's trying to say it wasn't a hate crime. Don't worry, gay people. You're safe.
Bias. There is no connection between these offenses and a potentially hate-motivated assault that occurred earlier that morning in the 1900 block of 14th Street Northwest.
That's the place. That's the McDonald's where the sweet and sour killing happened. That's what they call the man a faggot. So she's trying to say, by the fact that they were committing a hate crime at the McDonald's, don't you think that they would commit another hate crime when they killed this faggot? This other faggot.
I'd again like to express my condolences to the family and my gratitude and appreciation to our detectives who worked tirelessly to bring this case to a closure. At this time, I'll take any questions you may have.
Now listen, Portia, listen.
Oh, Mark, I'm sorry. Mark.
Can you tell us about a weapon that was used?
Portia, now listen what this is. Can you tell us about a weapon that was used, right? Now, this is probably a gay newspaper. I want to. Oh, Portia. Listen to this.
Finding ammunition with them. I think we heard that he suffered trauma to the head, Mr. Smith. Can you tell us what weapon was used? If it was recovered?
I'll have Chief Kyle answer that question.
She know, but she don't want to say. It's probably too damn embarrassing to say they beat that motherfucker to death. So she gonna bring the white man up here and have him goddamn say he know he can't say it because he can't lose his job. So watch him come up, Portia.
Question. I don't think we had any weapon
I
recovered.
know she told him, you better not come up here and tell us about some weapon. They done beat him over the head with a crowbar.
Yeah.
Oh man. This is the dance these people have to do. You seeing in real time here how they have to dance around people who are asking these people probing questions about the black problem that exists in these cities.
At this point in our investigation, as you know, even though we've conducted the investigation that led to the arrest, we're still doing in-depth investigation with respect to what occurred with Mr. Brian Smith, as well as the other robbery victims.
So he's asking about the weapon again. She still didn't answer the question. Bitch, what weapon did they use?
No, there was no gun used, but we did.
There was no gun. Okay, so how did they kill him?
Did find ammunition in the vehicle.
Oh, so they had ammunition, but no guns. Okay.
Chief, you had mentioned the importance of the video.
That makes
in
sense.
These cases here. In the case of the robbery of Brian Smith, what did the video show that could have possibly led to his injuries? And is there enough evidence at this point to move forward with possible murder charges?
Well, as you know, a lot of these cases are under investigation. They have to be presented to the U.S. Attorney's Office or the Office of Attorney General in this case, because they're juveniles, for further investigation. So I won't go into the details of what was on the video. But as we've stated earlier, in particular with this case, we have not yet made a determination based on the results that we're waiting from the Virginia OCME's office with respect to how Mr. Smith actually succumbed to his injuries.
So basically she's trying to say he might not have died from them niggas beating his ass.
Because it had to been something else, John.
It could have been medical malpractice is what she said.
It could have been AIDS for all we know.
Yeah.
I mean, it had nothing to do with the kids. He ran out of his prep, it could just not that. Yeah, okay.
Now with George Floyd, right? They wouldn't accept no other answers, but that man, right? No other answers.
He killed that man.
But he's an open-minded Negro.
Just swallow all of that. What is it even called? Fatty, whatever it's called.
These are open-minded Negroes right here, though, ain't it? Portia, these are real open-minded Negroes, ain't they? Real open-minded. She's open to all possibilities, right? She needs to be anything. Maybe he died of COVID.
The Office of Chief Medical Examiner of Virginia, why are they handling that case?
I believe Mr. Smith was transported to Virginia for further medical treatment, which is.
She believes she know. I believe. Listen to all this passive ass talk.
I mean, imagine being the chief and not knowing, not being accurate. It's just I believe that this is kind of what happened. You already know, ma'am, sir.
They get to asking the too many questions. She have to answer why they transferred him to Howard from Howard. So she got I don't know. So she got like I don't know shit.
Where he succumbed to his injuries.
Okay. Was there an issue with DC hospitals at the time or something?
Oh, you heard it? Did you hear that portion?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Probably like The Advocate or something, like one of these gay publications. And they really drilled down because DC's had some, let's just say some racial issues where they take a rich white man to Howard University and they just flippantly treat him like he's some drug addict or drunk. But he had a heart attack. He was drunk. And they just treat him like he was drunk. And this man happened to be rich and he sued Howard University. This is a true story. It's like a New York Times editor or something. A nigger hit him on the back of the head with a pipe or something. And so the police came and said, oh, he's just a drunk white man, DC police. And they sent him to the house, Howard University. But this was a fucking New York Times editor in an affluent neighborhood. He wasn't in the ghetto drunk. Well, it don't even make sense. He'd been in like some affluent neighborhood drunk. And they get him to Howard University. They just like, oh, he drunk. He got a bump on his head. He probably drunk. But in reality, he had been attacked. So his family ended up suing Howard University for just how incompetent they were. And so that kind of explains to you why this man moved his family. His family moved him from Howard. And so I want you to listen to the question here. Remember, these are probably the advocate type newspapers and reporters. And so he's going to ask, was there a problem with the hospital? Was there a problem with Howard? Why they moved his family? Why his family moved him? Listen.
The Office of Chief Medical Examiner of Virginia, why are they handling that case?
I believe Mr. Smith was transported to Virginia for further medical treatment, which is where.
You see the lady over here just mouthing the shit for her, trying her best to tell him. Like, yeah, that's the answer, right? Watch the lady to her right, Portia. Now, this is an African. Her last name is Apia. And I want you to watch her lips as this woman, the lesbian, is talking. And she's mouthing the words for her. They're so unsure that they're gonna fucking let the cat out the bag, and these gay advocates are gonna jump on these Negroes for attacking. You all look back, and so here it goes, Portia. I'll put you on mute, Portia.
Actually succumbed to his injuries.
Watch this woman's lips. Watch her lips.
The Office of Chief Medical Examiner of Virginia, why are they handling that case?
I believe Mr. Smith was transported to Virginia for further medical treatment.
Yep.
He succumbed to his injuries.
Okay. Was there an issue with DC hospitals at the time or something? No. What was the reason why he was sent to Virginia?
You see that? Was it an issue with DC? They know, Portia. That's why they're asking. Who the hell would ask that question unless you kind of knew you're digging? They know it's a problem with Howard because no one goes there but the poor and the injured. And this man was taken to Howard. And they're trying to hide how damn poorly run Howard is because they have to prop Howard up as, the Mecca where Kamala graduated. But it's a very poorly run school. Everyone knows that. It's a real estate play. But they can't admit it here, so they're having to protect Howard right here.
Reasons with respect to that, you'd probably have to speak with his family. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Morning, Chief. I know you shared that the attacks themselves were not connected. And speaking with the suspects, did they share a motive or why they chose to do this?
At this point, they have not. I think one of the individuals did identify himself on one of the videos, which also led to us making the arrest.
I know you also mentioned, I believe you said a 14-year-old suspect was found in a car in the early morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if he had guardians? Was he someone that was...
Portia, you heard the 14-year-old, he was found asleep in a stolen car. It wasn't just a car. It was a stolen.
Because that's super convenient. That's the right way to go about things. After you commit a crime, the first thing you want to do is fall asleep in the stolen car.
And here the white woman is. What about his parents? Sound like an Asian woman. What about his parents? These are two different universities.
What about them?
So both of these individuals are DC residents. These young children are DC residents. I'm sure they have parents.
I'm sure they have parents.
I'm sure everybody has parents. But where are they though?
At this point, the blacks might be better off saying they orphans. Because right? Now we got somebody to blame. People are going to start to ask for responsibility to be slapped on these parents. If you're sending people out killing people, right? This is long past sleeping in a joy-ridden car. They're killing people over racial and hatred, homosexual reason. Like somebody's got to do more than 4 or 5 years in juvenile.
Made some contact with one of the individuals' guardian or parent.
Did you hear that? Portia.
Rewind it a little bit, like 10 seconds.
Oh, I got you, Portia. Listen to this.
Do you know if he had guardians? Was he someone that was unhoused, or his
Did you hear that? Was the little
Yes, if he
nigga
had
unhoused?
guardians.
Or was the little nigga unhoused? Liberal garbage group talk. Was he unhoused? Yeah, was the nigga homeless? Unhoused.
What makes her think that?
Well, they're asking the chief, since the little nigga was sleeping in a car, did he have parents, right, guardian? Is he unhoused? Right? Bullshit talk. Was he unhoused?
No, he wasn't unhoused. He got a whole house, a room, siblings.
These young children are DC residents. I'm sure they have parents. We have made some contact with one of the individuals, guardian or parent.
One of them niggas. They made some contact, she said. Some. What the fuck is that? What do you think that meant, Portia?
What about the unhoused and housed?
Listen to this.
Or him sleeping?
If you had been accused of these things, say you slipped out of the house, got into some mayhem, what would this woman be saying about your parents? Right? I want you to listen to the chief, because they're talking like in passive talk to hide the black problem. They can't be honest. Just listen to how she's talking, and you know what? And then I'm gonna play what she said, and then I'm gonna say it like I would say it, right? And then you'll see the difference. So let's go.
Which also led to us making the arrest.
I know you also mentioned,
Yes.
I believe you said a 14-year-old suspect was found in a car in the early morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if he had guardians? Was he someone that was unhoused, or his situation?
So both of these individuals are DC residents. These young children are DC residents. I'm sure they have parents. We have made some contact with one of the individuals, guardian or parent, but we're still continuing with the investigation with respect to.
I would say, look, man, we were only able to contact one of these children's parents by phone call or something. These parents clearly were not involved in their child's rearing, because one of them would sleep in a car, and we got no calls for a missing child or anything like that. It's 4 or 5 in the morning. So these parents are really the root cause of everything we're facing here. She can't say that. This is the problem right here. She's kind of tried her best to weasel her way around being honest. And so I ask you, Portia, if you out here committing this kind of crime and violence with the parents that you have, what do you think the chief would have said about your parents? Portia,
I'm sorry. Sorry. I thought I took myself off mute. I apologize. To be honest, I think that she would say the same thing. Even if I had, and I do have very upstanding parents, I think that, the way she's trying to uphold this image for the gays, I think that she would do the same thing for the blacks. She's just going to say a little bit.
You notice how she said, like, she really didn't say the parents have been in contact with us. We were able to get in touch with the parents. She said we somewhat or somehow talked to one of the parents, blah, blah, blah. We got someone in touch with a parent or a guardian. But again, Portia, if you were out at 4 or 5 o'clock at night, you think your mother and father, you 14, would have had like an APB out on you? Where's my daughter? Right?
Oh, yeah. My parents, they would have had the whole city. Yeah,
right.
For sure. Mm-hmm.
Police would have already been looking for you, right?
Yeah.
These parents had not put out an APB, my child missing. So when they are committing crime and now she's trying to call the parents, hey, your child, you know what your child doing? They can't hardly get in touch with them. Just like in these ghetto ass public schools, a child acting up, you can't get in touch with the parents, right?
Sometimes it's best to just not call them, John.
Here you go. And you know this, right? Mm-hmm.
You got to deal with them yourself. You know, that's the time where you step in and you're the parent, even though you're not the parent, but you got to be in some instances. But for sure, no missing persons report out on this kid or these kids. Their parents are out of touch. You know, it would actually sound better if she just said that. You know,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know where the hell their mom and daddy at.
Yeah.
If you know, tell me. Because we try to find, you know, something.
And so the white lady, the white reporters, and again, Portia, like, it's a tale of two cities where these reporters are like, damn, I live in that neighborhood. This could have happened to me. You understand? This is the angle that they're coming from. This is not some ghetto killing over here where I live, where they done killed some ghetto dweller. He done shot somebody for. This is an upstanding white man, beaten up, taken to a ghetto hospital. They'll be like, oh my God. Right? It can go from bad to worse. I can get shot, then get taken to a ghetto hospital and get sepsis and die. Right? And so they really want to get to the root of this. Was it a problem with the hospital? Was he beaten to death? Oh my God, I can't imagine being beaten to death or eaten like a bear would eat a person. They want to know the severity of these things for their own personal reasons. They want to know what kind of threat they're facing. Portia, I've shown you these neighborhoods where these people live. All of these people asking her these questions, particularly the ones asking her the most pointed question, are probably gay people that live in this neighborhood. It's a very affluent neighborhood where they beat this man up. And she's on the hot seat for it.
The who, what, when, where, and why these young people are out. And I've said it on many occasions, young people should be at home and they should be parentified.
Parentified, Portia.
What is that? Let me look that up.
I mean, she dancing like a motherfucker. Like this is like what she has to do. Like, part of her job is protecting the image and like of these young black men, to keep the gay organizations, any of the other groups, the Asian groups, because you know we have an Asian liaison to the police. When the blacks got to beating up the Asians real bad, they created their own division within the police department. And
yeah, John, if you don't mind, I want to make sure I do this for the audience as well as myself, because that was my first time. Y'all know I teach math, not English. All right, parentification, also known as parent-child role reversal. Parentification is when a child is forced to take on adult or parent-like responsibilities that are too much for their age. This can happen when parents are unable to meet all the family's needs, such as in the case of divorce, loss of a parent, or disability. And so whenever Pookie and Ray Ray are out terrorizing the streets, it's because they are parentified.
Yeah, I like that term.
Yeah, there we
She's
go.
smarter than we thought. She's smarter than we thought. We can put her up here with Stanley. She can debate with Stanley. These big words, you know.
Parentified.
And so, again, this is interesting. Portia, I'm telling you, I saw a tweet. Damn, and I hate to get off subject, but I will forget it. Portia, I saw something about. Damn, let me see if I can find it. I want to read this to you. It's somewhat political. That's why I want to find it. Let me see if I can find this shit. It was about gays. And I know I bookmarked it. But it was talking about how, like, the gays, are being pushed to the right because of the LGBTs, the T's. You know what I mean? I wanted to see if I can find it for you. See what you thought about it, because it's kind of political. But like the lesbians and the gays, they're kind of normal. But it's those T's that are kind of, outside of
They're
what's
normal.
I mean, we've been living with lesbians and
I'm
bisexual,
kidding.
relatively, you know what I mean? But them T's, like that's some new shit. And beyond that, I wish I could find it. I may not be able to find it, but anyway. So back to the video.
By an adult to ensure they know where their children are at all times.
Have these two suspects had interaction with police in the past, from your knowledge?
I don't think so. Because they're juveniles. Okay, we cannot provide that information.
You hear that voice?
You're welcome.
So just to clarify, did either of them have prior arrest records, either the 14-year-old or the 16-year-old?
As I stated to the other reporter, that we're unable to provide that information because they're juveniles.
And did either arrestee
I just
have
don't agree with that.
other DC agencies prior to
I
this
still
incident?
can't speak to that because they're juveniles. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Just to follow up here, you had mentioned that there's no evidence of a crime on T Street regarding the case of Brian Smith. Can you describe the nature of his injuries?
See again, Portia. If this was in the ghetto, they'd be like, "Oh, we got one shot. Motherfucker shot 3 times. Takes him to the hospital, died, whatever." They don't give a damn what he, like, big deal, But this is their neighborhood. And they be like, wait a minute, how did he get beaten to death? That's so savage. No one wants to be beaten to death, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of hidden a little different when you got packs of blacks running through your neighborhood and they only have to shoot you, they can beat you to death. And that's why they keep asking her these pointed questions, because again, these people live in this neighborhood. I guarantee you, Portia. And I can show you some of the this is probably who they reported for.
For the LGBT Alliance officers.
Right. Like, this is probably who they're reporting for, Portia. Right, the Advocate. This is the one of the many gay publications here. This is all about gay shit. Like, look. Here's an article right here on the boys that beat the man up. See, this is the McDonald's, right? 2 gay men, a DJ. This is the one that was killed, and a model. See, they are basically associating the two. The black mayor, the black police chief, is trying to disassociate the two because they call the model a faggot, right? The gay DJ, he was also gay. See, they both, they said 2 gay men, right? A DJ and a model were assaulted in DC on the same night. They are associating the two as they were beaten up because of their sexuality. The police chief is trying her best to run away from that shit because she doesn't want to admit that these young blacks, these young Kamala voters, don't fit neatly under the tent with the LGBTs.
I cannot describe the nature of his injuries. Again, that's still a part of the investigation, which will help us to build out the case if there are other charges that we may lodge against these young individuals. What I will say is that the cameras did help us determine who the individuals were.
And they did show that he was assaulted by those suspects.
Again, I cannot get into the details of it because that's a part of the case.
That's a damn obvious answer. I don't know why you can't answer it. Clearly, either they assaulted him or they didn't. How the hell he end up in the hospital? Because they assaulted him. It's fucking clear as day, but she can't even answer that. And this is what I'm saying. Like, this is the real serious problem that this woman has to defend 14-year-old black criminals.
John, he just ended up there. I can't answer the question. What do you mean?
I can't answer. You got the African over here with that straight look on her face, like, and the white man in the back, he's just frowning. I'm like, I can't believe this shit. I'm looking for me another job working for these two, because these two are in charge, not him, right?
Yeah.
Forward with the Attorney General's office.
Did it at least show the evidence of a robbery of Brian
Look,
Smith?
they want to know, did they at least rob him or did they beat him to death? Lord, please don't let me get beat to death for nothing by one of these niggas. That's what you see how they're pleading. Please just tell us. Did they at least rob me? Can I just throw my watch at the niggas, or would they just kill me? Because these niggas, they've admitted that they've beaten some people and didn't even rob them. And that's what these reporters are concerned about. Because they walk, like there are bars all around. These people walking around drunk. They've paid millions of dollars to live close to an area where they can walk home drunk and not have to catch a train, not have to catch a bus, not have to catch an Uber. You just walk home drunk in their neighborhood bar.
Case. So I would suggest that we wait until this case moves forward with the Attorney General's office.
Did it at least
At
show
least.
the evidence of a robbery?
At least,
of Brian
please
Smith
let them
by
rob.
these
It led
suspects?
us to believe that these two individuals committed the robbery of Mr. Brian Smith.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
He said, just, okay, I'm glad they robbed me. I got a chance.
Yes. Yes. And thank you for that question, Mark. You know, one of the things that I did just recently was that I assigned a commander to oversee our district investigations division. And what that will do is help us to really look at a lot of the pattern robberies that we've been seeing in these areas. And they will be focused on doing just that across our city. In this area in particular, we have managed to put up additional cameras in this location. We have also, and I'll use this, extended a traffic box in certain areas of U Street, specifically on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. We are now using our drones as an opportunity to really get a pictorial view of what's happening in this particular community. And we're also making sure that our Falcons.
These niggas using drones, push.
Yes, sir.
And they still can't catch them.
I got something I want to show you, Portia. I'd be damn.
Right. Right. And so when you think about U Street, I don't know if you've been down here on Fridays or Saturday nights, but it's pretty crowded, and the crowd is really large and really thick. And so in an effort for us to really manage the crowds in that space, and to also help us to make a decision as to when we need to close the roadways and open the roadways up, it gives us an aerial view of what we're seeing, but it also gives us the opportunity to be able to respond to it, and I'll say by air with our Falcon, to areas where we know that there are pattern robberies taking place within a split second. It is a new use of the drone, and we will continue to use whatever technology that we have to ensure that we are fighting crime here in the District of Columbia. Yes, sir.
Chief, you started by saying this is another instance of young people being involved with violence. Sometimes we hear that young people get involved because they specifically don't think they'll face serious criminal charges because they're underage. What's
Well,
message to young
you know
people
what?
who think
That's true. I mean, Portia, I don't know if you knew this. Here in DC, they built the jail, and they said, well, we don't want it to have like barbed wire and shit. Why don't we just build with like sticker briar bushes? It's no lie.
Sticker
They built
box?
like sticker briar bushes. That's what we used to call them back in Alabama, like bushes with thorns in them, right?
Okay, yeah, we call them sticker bugs, the sticker bug bushes down here. But okay,
Portia was running through them
I ain't gonna lie,
damn.
John.
They were running through them thorns, Portia. But I'm saying the mindset of these people to think that these niggas wouldn't run through some thorns.
Yeah, you know what? Like me at my age now, I don't want to run through no sticker bugs. But at their age, them kids, they can handle it. You know, they can just pick them out.
To get out of jail. But the
Yeah.
mindset of even building a jail like that is what these people are up against. And there's a criminal class in the young blacks that these white reporters, they don't want to encounter this and get beaten to death. And as I said, half of it is they just want to know, hey man, if they encounter me, can I at least throw my watch, my cell phone at them? Or are they just out here killing people?
that. What's your message to the community regarding that?
Well, I hope that, and not just today, but I mean, this team, and I commend the Metropolitan Police Department in every district. They work very tirelessly whenever we are engaged in a pattern robbery of crimes or any crimes that are occurring across our city. And we saw an uptick, if you will, or an increase of juveniles engaged in a lot of criminal activity last year. We've seen that kind of come down a little bit this year, but it's still not where we need young people to be. And my message to young people is what I said at the
government response. So one of the things that happens in this community, and we'd be remiss not to recognize our partners at DPW, DDOT, CSOSA, ABCA, Fire EMS that are out every Friday and Saturday night, and then on Sunday nights, really working together to do enforcement, to help with crowd management.
Oh, anyway, that's all they have to do in nightlife. Go ahead.
It's a lot of disinformation in what we just watched here. And it would be different, John, if it was a different community. But this is the community where the homosexuals live. So their questions are valid and they should be answered, period.
Yeah.
People should know what they need to be on the lookout for, period. There's nothing else to discuss here. Yes, I think that being a homosexual is disgusting. Of course it is. But I don't believe that these people deserve to be attacked and beat up and brutalized because they are homosexuals, And so whenever these people are asking you questions, because your answer every single time is, oh, what's a juvenile? So we can't. Okay, what did the juvenile look like? How often is this occurring? Who are they targeting? Is it the men? Is it the women? So people can know how to protect themselves. You are doing the community that you serve a complete disservice by not giving them those answers. And I get tired of hearing that juvenile shit. That we don't do that down here in Texas, John. If a kid kills somebody, John, that kid, everybody know who that kid is.
Young people. Young individuals.
Like, what are we doing? What did the kids look like?
Young individuals, Portia. Young individuals.
And y'all can't even like that out there, right? Like y'all can't, do the whole pistol in your pocket.
No. You can't do that, Portia. They won't allow you to do that. Portia, I don't know if you saw this. I want to show this to you. I don't ride the train that often, Portia. And for those of you, want to know what it's like riding on the train, sometimes I tell you, you got to be steel will, brave man, brave heart to get on some of these trains sometimes. And so I got on the train this morning, Portia, in Virginia, right? And in Virginia, that's nice, real nice out there, Portia. And
I'm glad you made it.
And then once you get into DC, there's a certain line. Anyone know about DC, like the train lines? Well, anyway, if you're coming into DC, I'm gonna show it to you, Portia. Let's see, DC subway.
Yeah, I never been on the train there. Even whenever I lived out there, John.
You ride the train?
No, I did not.
So if you're coming, say, from here or here or here, most people, this is kind of like where you make a decision, where things start to change right here, this double circle right here. So if you're coming in from Virginia here, you're either going to go down this way, up this way, this way. Well, all the black people are going this way, right? Almost exclusively. And once you get past here, once you cross that river, is almost exclusively black. And so once I got on the train here going this direction, that's when it gets black, right? And so here's what I saw on the train, Portia. And this lady she was singing a song. I tried to sing. The name of the song was called, I think it's something, damn, you may hear it. It'll bring my memory back. If it plays here. You seen them feet, Portia?
John, that's the only thing I see is feet.
Now, Portia, anybody ever been on a DC train, you know, man, you don't put your feet on the floor. Them shits are filthy, right? And yet, she had her feet on the floor.
Good morning, customer attention to Green Line train to Branch Avenue, next station, Congress Heights.
And that's what it's like right on the train, Portia, I tell you. Like, listen. Look at the lady in the back. I bet she just, and Portia is stink like nobody's business. I don't know.
You know, that's what I was thinking. I was like, gosh, I know it stinks.
Oh my
it
God.
has to stink, John.
Oh my God.
It has to.
Hey, like this train ride, like again, this train ride cost me about $7, Portia. Like, one way, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, to ride with people like this on the train, like, you know, people would rather catch a Uber. Look at these feet.
I mean, at least she has some shoes. I wish we could get her some socks.
There's actually some nice shoes. Yeah.
Yeah, those look like some you know, some concerned citizen, some noble citizen, not myself, gave her some nice shoes.
You know, it's probably about 50 degrees. It's probably about 45 degrees. She's out here. No jacket, holes in the shirt, no socks, feet on the ground. Oh, she's playing this song.
Oh, she got a phone.
Yeah. Oh, you don't hear the music. She's playing this song. Ass fat, want some more. What's that song? What's that name of this song? Who in the chat? No, ass fat.
Is it it's Nicki Minaj.
Is that who it is? Ass fat.
I think so.
Want some more.
You know, I could totally be wrong. I believe that's Nicki Minaj.
Every day, boys. Every day. Oh, yeah, I don't know how she put her feet on the ground. Oh my goodness. I wouldn't even want to put my feet back in my shoes after putting them on.
Yeah, Ray Strumming with Nicki Minaj and Young Thug. Yep.
Oh, that's
that song. Yeah, you know, I just couldn't imagine, you know. I honestly, I don't really know how I would react, you know, in that position. I don't know. And that's why I just can't be in that position, because it's like I might be staring too crazy, you know, and I might, you know, they might want to attack me or something. I don't know.
Portia, listen to
I
this.
just can't.
Portia, you ready for this? You ain't ready.
I'm probably not, especially after what you just showed me, but let's go for it. Diddy cites Trump in arguing he has the right to say almost anything while awaiting his sex trafficking trial. What in the hell, John?
I hate to say this. I hope they keep this nigga ass in prison. I hope they keep his ass in the MDC. I hate to say that, man. You know, but I mean, these people really. Let's see what he said. I mean, I guess you have to fight any way you can. So maybe I should have said it. Take that back.
I mean, what Trump got? But
go ahead.
Can you make it a little bit bigger
Yeah.
Oh, he can be released on bail for Thanksgiving.
He's now
You
turning
know,
to Donald Trump. Go ahead. What are you about to say?
John, I don't know, because how we've always talked about how much the rappers mention Trump before in their songs, and then they turn on him, to include Diddy and all the others. And then he started to pardon folks whenever he was president the first time. And
Yeah.
so now, they're saying that black men voted for Trump. He's the reason this, that, and the third. And now Diddy's saying, whatever about Trump. Is that bad for Trump?
I don't think it's good though. There's like Diddy is probably too much of a wild card to risk letting him go. So the political risk of bringing someone like him, and then anything can come out of video, can come out of him raping someone, drugging someone, and then you to let this man free. Like, I think you kind of have to let it play out. If I were him, I just let it all play out.
But just him saying and invoking Trump's name, period, and what we're about to read.
Well, I think what they're doing here is his lawyer quote an appellate decision in Trump's election interference case, which asserted that defendants enjoy broad, free speech rights under the First Amendment. Only a significant and imminent threat to the administration of criminal justice will support restricting Mr. Trump's speech. I think he, and I'm no lawyer, but I think he's trying to use Trump's speech, but Trump is a candidate or was a candidate, whereas Puffy is trying to say that he may have been, I think his speech I think they're alleging that he reached out to potential witnesses and stuff like that. He has the right to speak to whoever, and and that's why they're saying Trump's election interference.
I don't think that's the same thing.
It's not. I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and pull up the Constitution and let me, just to make sure, because I think I know some things, but I don't know everything, and I do not believe that falls in line with the First Amendment. Now, of course, you have the right to free speech, but you are being prosecuted right now, and you're being held until trial, and you're speaking to potential witnesses. That's, if the judge says no, then it's no.
Look what the prosecutors are alleging, that he urged family members to create an Instagram account in which they display support for him while celebrating his birthday. Of course, it's a birthday. Of course, it's a birthday. He would be worried about sitting in a jail cell, of course. But anyway, I can see where he could argue where they should be able to do that. I think the prosecution is saying that they're trying to influence the jury. He had been orchestrating the PR campaign while locked up in jail. So I could see where he can argue that.
Okay, well, hold that thought, John. See, this is where it's going to get sticky, and I might start sounding crazy, so I won't say too much. However, Hulu has a full-fledged series out on Diddy right now, and they release a new episode every week. And they had something similar before he was indicted. Now, if his family can't put out a, Instagram PR campaign for their dad in his defense, why is it that Hulu is allowed to put out a PR campaign for his prosecution on something like Hulu?
Yeah, I kind of agree with him here. Look at this, though. But I still don't think what he's implying or how he's trying to apply his case and Trump's case are the same. But, I can understand him wanting his family to be able to do this. Look at this right here. This is a 55-year-old man, Portia. He ignored his own lawyer's warnings in doing so, telling them, I ain't even gonna read that shit.
Sean, he said, I don't give a damn. It's my birthday.
It's my birthday. 55. How many birthdays, nigga? How many birthdays?
I mean, how old is he? He's
55, I think. 50 years old.
yeah, 55. Yeah, he
And
is.
did you see the Instagram post that they're talking about Portia?
No, I had not.
Oh, like this is what he informed his parents, his children to do. Birthday. Let me see if I can find it. Anyone see this? Oh, here it is, Portia.
Happy birthday, Daddy.
To Daddy. Happy birthday to Daddy. Happy birthday. Keep going.
Happy birthday to Daddy. Keep going, love.
Happy birthday to Daddy. Yay!
We love you too. Love you, Papa. I can't
wait to see y'all.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see y'all. And I just want to say I'm proud of y'all, especially the girls. I mean, all of y'all, but just for being strong. Thank y'all for being strong, and thank y'all for being by my side and supporting me. I love y'all. I got the best family in the world. My birthday, I'm happy. Thanks to y'all giving me this call. Thank you very much. I love y'all.
We love you more too. Can't wait to see you in a couple of days.
I'll see y'all in a couple of days. Say it again.
Yeah, that's the video that he showed.
I didn't know they had nothing but all the way up in New York. That's some good ass cake, John. You know that comes from down here. And so
is that right?
That's some fine. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's some fine cake. It is delicious.
So his lawyer told him not to do that portion, and this nigga did it.
He got all of those doggone kids, John. Jesus. And the little one, love you, Daddy. Oh, the one singing, she is just as cute as pie. However, what's the harm in them posting that? I mean, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they're trying to say he's influencing jurors, and here's probably where he's going to face a problem here. He used at least 8 other inmates' phone accounts and had third parties patched into his phone calls, all of which is forbidden by prison rules. They're going to get him on that one. He is saying, I want to, quote, reach for this jury. I just need one. Yeah, I don't think they're going to let him out.
Okay, so he they said it was 8 or 9 other accounts so he can have more calls.
Well, I think what he's trying to do is make calls undetected. That's why it's against the rules. By using other people's phone.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there are multiple guards in there that slide him a phone, a burner.
Oh,
you know.
Mm-hmm.
It is Diddy after all, so I'm pretty sure he has access to that. I don't know if the prosecution can make a case against this. Now, if Juan was here, of course he would be better than me, but I'm really not saying anything.
Can you read this right here portion?
Yes. The government's arguments that asking his children to post birthday wishes on Instagram and that he is not entitled to publicly express his opinion that this prosecution is racially motivated are quite simply an unconstitutional effort to silence him. The lawyers
Racially
wrote.
motivated. Racially motivated, is it?
Who's no? What?
That's Diddy's lawyer.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Just let me just give me 1 second. Okay. That he is not entitled to publicly express his opinion that his prosecution is racially motivated.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I might have to take the Negro road here, John, and stand in solidarity
Oh, wait a minute. Looks like they let him out. Go ahead.
with the black people, because what is the Epstein, Weinstein, Stein, for all of the heinous things that they did, we don't know. We seem to know more about what's going on with Diddy than the little pinch of nothing that we know about what happened on that island. And at this point, y'all have been using the
Yeah, no,
identity
it's true.
politics. Y'all been using identity politics for all of this time, so why not let it slide right now?
He's asking to stay in his Upper East Side townhome. But I can't believe he's going race on this. I can't believe he's going to race on this.
Yeah, I mean, I can't either. I'm not saying that I agree, but up until the most recent election and all, it's one of those things where it's like that's what they always go to, John. That's what they always go to. And it works in every other instance, even though race ain't got nothing to do with it. But like this is what they go to. This is their defense. Oh, it's racially motivated. Like Diddy ain't nothing racially motivated about nothing that's going on here with you, sir. But why not? It's worked so many times in other instances.
It looks like he used another inmate's prison account to engage in unauthorized communications with family members from the MDC. I don't know how they let him out. If they let him out.
It says,
The
as for the
prosecutors
comparison to Trump.
Go ahead, boy.
Oh gosh. As for the comparison to Trump, prosecutors noted that Combs is not running for president. Trump's judges face the unique task of balancing the right of a current candidate for the presidency to speak publicly about his charges against the public's right in a fair trial.
Yeah, I
You know,
think
John.
that's a bad argument. Yeah, I think it's a bad argument he's making.
Yeah, the fact that the judge is actually on the fence about letting him out now, as to every other time the judge has been a hard no. I don't know.
Well, this is a new judge. This is an Indian judge.
Oh yeah, they did switch judges. Well, I mean, still, the judge is considering it, this new one, knowing, and having the facts and the evidence and all of that. So,
Excuse me.
I don't know.
It's going to be interesting. Very interesting. I know he's probably happy that the prosecutor is stepping down. Puffy, huh? Trying his best to get out of jail, boy. I guess I can't blame him.
Yeah,
As
I
we
mean,
said, I'd be using calls to knock off witnesses. yeah, I think so. It'd probably be better use of his phone call time, ready. He got a lot of He got to use about 10 people's phones. He got a lot of witnesses.
yeah, I guess he would have to be very, organized and orchestrated because they record all of those calls for a hit.
Get someone else to make the phone call for him. That's what he have to do.
Yeah, like what is their language? I mean, like if he was to try to X anybody off, so out of all of the people that that surround themselves by Diddy that might testify, if you could name 1 to 3 celebrities that would be at the top of his hit list, who would they be, John?
I'm gonna go with Meek Mills.
Okay. Meek
The reason why I
Mill.
say that because Meek Mill's already he's already cracking, and I think
Mhm.
you probably want to get rid of the weakest person first, who has really nothing to lose. His career is over. You probably want to get rid of him first. He's already cracking, and you seen him on the internet. He's losing his mind. His career is over. Can't make any money. People are ridiculing him. He'd be more likely to snitch. Tell him Meek Mill. So tell him Puffy. So that'd be my thought. Who do you think?
You know, I don't even. I don't know. I think about like the people from his past, like is it Mace? Mace?
Oh yeah.
The Dame. I don't know. Maybe that's more related to Jay-Z, but I feel like people from back then that have been waiting for this moment because they hate Diddy so much that they'll be running to sound the alarm. You know, so getting some of those old people out of the way. Older people, anyways. But I don't even know how old Meek Mill is.
He probably about 30 something.
See, I read something, and it could have been fake news, but they're saying that Jamie Foxx was the one that came out saying that, you know, Diddy poisoned him. So Jamie Foxx was a whistleblower on that, and that it somehow tied into his hospitalization. Listen, I don't know. I saw it really quick, you know, and I was like, okay, so wow, so Diddy poisoned Jamie. Is that why nobody knew what happened to him? Why he was in the hospital? Why he disappeared for all that time? They said it was the COVID vaccine. Is that what happened?
Yeah. I've heard him. Did he say something at a comedy show or something like that?
I'm not sure. I just saw it briefly.
You know, I remember finding this clip for you, Push. I don't think it's a video, but it's Andrew. You ever heard of Andrew Sullivan? He's like a gay. He's on Real Time. Oh no, he's not. He's a writer though, Andrew Sullivan, and he's saying that the Democrats are too scared of left wing. Let me see. You can see my screen. He says the Democrats are too scared of left wing groups. He said they're too afraid of left. Yeah, including trans queer groups that are pushing people to the left on that subject in ways that most gay people do not agree with. I've always thought that. I thought that, you know, gays and lesbians, you know, kind of more or less mainstream, have been most of our lives. It's the you know, the T plus, right? The QT.
The Transformers.
Right. That's where like you really got to step outside your boundary to get someone to accept that group. And you know, someone like Stanley, you know, he's probably, you know, not really accepting of the T's. He served in a time when the women weren't even in the Navy with him, let alone queers. And he's saying, Andrew Sullivan, he was fairly influential on the left, is saying, you know, they're pushing people to the left on this subject the way gay people don't agree with. And he said this on Real Time. Is that Bill Maher? It took Bill Clinton to move Democrats back to the center after they went astray. And he wants a Bill Clinton now, but he doesn't see one. He added, it's these interest groups that scare the shit out of them, the immigration groups that go crazy on them if they say we have to enforce the border, or the trans queer groups that are pushing people to the left on this subject in ways that most gay people don't agree with. See, they're splitting, Portia. They're bifurcating. And I bet you that Trump probably did fairly well amongst the gay men. I'd almost be willing to bet that without looking. And I bet he probably did halfway okay with the lesbian women, you know, relative to what you would expect. It's the other people that they're just kind of trying to force all of them under the same umbrella. And in the article there. But that's Andrew Sullivan, a gay man. I think Andrew Sullivan has AIDS. I think Andrew Sullivan
Really?
had
In 2024?
well, he's probably on PrEP, but I'm sure he has AIDS. Listen, check this, Porsche. Sullivan, if you can see my screen, yeah, Sullivan. He was barred from the U.S. citizenship because of his HIV positive status following the statutory and administrative appeals of the immigration ban in 2008-2009. He announced his intention to begin the process of becoming a permanent resident and citizen. It's Andrew Sullivan. I think he writes for the Rolling Stone or something like that. Anyway, if anyone knows who Andrew Sullivan writes for, let me know. Andrew Sullivan.
Well, we know that he's what is he here on a visa, on a work visa?
Well, he writes for the New Republic. That's who he writes for, on the Democrat. But he's been very influential on the left, right? Yeah, you see, he's written for the Atlantic, the Daily Beast, and yeah, he used to be, I guess, fairly conservative. And he switched around George W. Bush.
There's nothing conservative about gay butt sex, but
yeah, so that's him. And, I think that's really kind of where the Democrats' problem is. That they're driving the normal people out of their party to chase the trannies and the queers.
well, not just out of their party, John, also out of the military. Take a look. And then I'm going to tell you what's after this.
Not a day goes by that I'm not grateful to be serving at this period of time. Being able to undergo a full gender transition beyond hormones, laser hair removal, Botox, lip injections, hair lowering, like literally cannot be more thankful to be alive now. Not a day goes by that I'm not grateful.
You hear him? He said to get a full gender transformation. So he's grateful because in the United States military, this is what he gets to do. And for those of you that do not know, whenever you are in the military and you join the military, you get in, right? And you don't let them know when you get in that the only reason why you're joining is so you can get this transgender surgery. As soon as you get that surgery, you are medically discharged. And so you'll be collecting a check from us, the taxpayer,
right?
up until you die. Yes, John.
I didn't know they. I thought they just. I thought they would just be but they're down for like a year or so before they can do anything, right?
Right, but they can't do. They will no longer be considered qualified and or capable of serving in the United States military after that surgery. And so they just medically discharge them. And so, that was the issue whenever Biden appointed that man lady thing, into their position and, different questions about that. But of course, they're not active duty, on the field or, out and about like that. You know what I mean? So they're medically discharging them after they get this. And so even after they get discharged, they're still getting checks. Of course, they're still receiving their health care by way of TRICARE, all of the things that we pay for. But there was this huge influx of, applications into the United States military just so that these confused people could go ahead and get this surgery because they knew that they could get it paid for. And so whenever that ad Trump dropped about Kamala saying that she supported transgender surgeries in the prisons and for the illegals and things like that, it did a lot to the American people. So that brings me to this, John. President Trump announced that he is going to remove transgender service members from the military on day one. Day one. John, these trannies gotta go, John.
What are they doing in between surgeries? I imagine they have to get a whole bunch of surgeries. I wonder what he's gonna do to the ones in between your surgeries.
They gotta go, John. They gotta go. I mean, You got my brother, quite literally, almost left the military because of this. Because in Hawaii, they were doing it so much that he just couldn't tolerate, witnessing, or because my brother at the time, he was a drill sergeant, so like he has to be the sergeant over these lady boys. You just heard how he was talking, that black dude. I'm so grateful. Just imagine my brother being crazy drill sergeant. He don't play. He don't take no trash. And you tell, whenever y'all doing drills or whatever, and then one of them makes up, you didn't have to yell at me like that. Come on.
Yeah.
The homos.
Do you think they joined to get the surgery and then they knowing that they're gonna get out?
Of course, John. Of course. That's why.
Wow, that is amazing. They would let someone.
They've been coming out talking about this for forever, John. Like ever since Obama instituted this in the military. Oh my God, they talk about it all the time. That's why they join.
Damn, that is amazing.
That's why they join. And so you see all of these lady boys.
It's at least 2 trans right there, right?
It's 4 of them.
Oh, they're all trans. Wow.
Yeah, these are all men.
These people are not even it's amazing. On one hand, they're gearing up to go to fight Russia, and then these are the people that are the ones pushing them to fight Russia. I mean, that's kind of.
So here it says President Trump will remove transgender service members from the military by executive order on day 1 of his presidency. So all of you Democrats out there, it doesn't matter what the hell you say. You can't do anything about it. He's getting you up out. Okay? You gotta.
I can imagine it's kind of a win-win. They really don't want to be in the military. He should just be willing to agree to pay for their surgeries outside of the military.
No, hell no, John. Ain't nobody paying for that. Ain't nobody paying for that. You know me. You know me. I'm small government. I ain't paying for that, John.
That's all they want to do. All they want is the surgery. They're gonna get Medicaid anyway. I wonder does Medicaid. Does Medicaid? I bet you Medicaid covers that damn transgender surgery right now.
I'm sure it does in some states, but when we're talking about healthcare, nationwide, like something that Be Brave advocates for, you have to take that into consideration. What about the people that want to get, and y'all deem them medically necessary? Because insurance ain't covering it left and right like that. It's not that big of an issue for insurance companies to just really take something like that on. A lot of those costs are out of pocket, and so a lot of these people, just like Fox, is that person that will call into this show. Well, it's too expensive to get the bottom surgery.
Oh yeah, Melanie Fox woman.
Yep, it's too expensive. Well, of course it is.
That's a man. Now that's a man, right? It is a man, right?
Yeah, that's
Melanie.
dude.
Right,
Yeah.
Okay, right. Wow.
All right. The ban is expected to be wider ranging than a similar order made during his first term in office, when Trump prevented transgender people from joining the armed forces, but allowed those already serving to keep their jobs. So if you were trans on the way in, it was no. Okay. But those that were in, he let them keep their jobs. But you see, Trump, you get to learn a lesson here now. See, he's learned. He had some time. President Biden rescinded the order, but this time, even those with decades of service will be removed from their post, according to several sources. Don't I love to hear it? Donald Trump is planning an executive order that would lead to the removal of all trannies in the military. The order could come on his first day back in the White House, January 20th. There are believed to be about 15,000 active soldiers that are trannies, John. 15,000 of them. They would be medically discharged, which would determine that they are unfit to serve. They get medically discharged because they are unfit to serve. John, you were in the military.
30
days, right?
For
30 days. But you know, everybody just don't get into the military. Just imagine for the people, and I know what I'm saying sounds crazy. So those of you that have tried to join the military or that were in the military, you know that there are a lot of things that they check you for. Of course, whether it's vision, prior health issues, if you're flat foot, left-handed, all sorts of stuff. If you ain't the best of the best as far as what they feel like they can train to be a monster, you're not getting in. What am I going to do with the mental health of someone that I'm sending into battle that can't decide if they want to keep their dick or their vagina or their tits or box them tits? Okay? I need you to be thinking about that. I need you to be thinking about the task at hand. You're not medically fit to serve. And you just saw that man. You saw him, John.
Yeah. What was that on his face, by the way?
What was on his face? Oh, it looks like shaving cream, I guess.
What was he trying to keep his face smooth or something? Was it called a depilatory where they keep the hair from growing? Well, you know, when you put it on you don't want your hair to go back for a long time.
I don't know. Like a
Isn't it
like a nair or something? I mean, he has his lashes done
is
too.
it nair like a depilatory?
Yeah, like a nair, like a cream. I don't know if it's shaving
Yeah.
cream or what, but you do notice too, John, on his finger here, this left hand, he has a ring on it, so it looks like he's married.
Married man. I wouldn't even want to serve next to somebody like that. I don't care how comfortable.
Exactly. Don't ask, don't tell.
I already
You
know.
know you're gonna be deployed for 18 months. I'm about to be deployed for 18 months, and I gotta serve next to this. Okay, so it says it would also lead to a ban on trans people joining the military and would come at a time when almost all branches of the American Armed Forces are failing to meet recruitment targets. Well, John, you know why they're failing to meet recruitment targets? Because the military got gay. Okay? Got gay. Very homosexual. There's nothing strong or masculine for the last 4 years about being a part of the United States military. This is what you're broadcasting and advertising to me. Y'all got these men on the Navy, on the Navy ships. Y'all got all of these commercials. And it's all gay, John. It's all gay, even with the females. It's all gay. You just said it yourself, John. You wouldn't want to serve next to a person like that. I'm going to be more concerned about him being concerned about breaking a nail whenever he pulls the trigger. Like the targets. John, I think you're on mute. The targets, whenever they're shooting, you know, whenever they're at the range and they're doing target practice, like, you know, it could just be any old regular target, but like, what if he draws rainbows on his, you know?
Oh, oh, of course, you got me looking for a picture.
And every single time he shoots his AR or his pistol, rifle, whatever, he's like, pew, pew. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so many things that because they're so, you know, flamboyant in that way.
You know, I bet they going probably parts of the military where they ain't doing much serving. You know, it may be in, I don't know. They doing something where they probably not doing much battle. Hey, Portia, can I show this video with you? I just got a text about this. You mind?
Yeah.
I want to show this with you. Tell me what you think about this. Let me share my screen. Someone sent me. Let me share my screen. I haven't seen it, so don't judge me. This is the Colorado Springs mayor, apparently. If anyone has heard about this, feel free to chime in. So take a listen.
A federal indictment outlines communications between then mayoral candidate Yemi Mobolade and one of the men accused of concocting a hate crime hoax prior to the 2023 runoff election.
The court documents run through 5
separate contacts between suspect Derek Bernard and Mobolade, beginning with a Facebook message from Bernard to Mobolade 10 days before a cross was set on fire in front of a Mobolade campaign sign that had the N-word spray painted on it. According to court documents, that initial message from Bernard read, quote, "I'm mobilizing my squadron in defense and for the final push. Black Ops style, Big Brother, the Klan cannot be allowed to run this city again."
Bernard then texted Mobolade on April 23rd in response to a message about needing support to get to the finish line. A 5-minute phone call was also shared prior to the election. A final text from Bernard to Mobolade was also documented the day of the May 16th election. Now tonight, Mayor Mobolade responded in a statement writing, "That incident during my campaign led to a very traumatic time for my family, my campaign team, and our community. My knowledge and interaction with Bernard was as a local media personality."
He goes on to say, "I was not aware at the time that he was suspected of this crime. I appreciate local and federal law enforcement's work in pursuing justice and sending a message that we will not tolerate such reprehensible behavior." Derek Bernard and 2 others are now facing federal charges of conspiracy to commit offense or defraud the United States.
They're also charged with using instrumentalities of interstate commerce to maliciously convey false information.
Now facing federal charges of conspiracy.
Anyway, this is interesting. You see, this is an African, well, they call him black, mayor of Colorado Springs just got busted for plotting with a career criminal who staged a hate crime to rig the election by doing a KKK-style cross burning and spray painting the N-word on his campaign sign. The FBI has referred him for prosecution for lying to them about his communications with the suspect, but the Biden DOJ refused to follow through. The initial response from the DOJ was, "We can't indict the first black mayor of Colorado Springs."
Of course. Can't indict him.
Wow. You know what's interesting about this portion is that
Can't indict the African.
This is an African using the black racial get out of jail free card. You know, yeah, I just wondering, how the blacks, the Tariq Nasheeds, feel about that this African is using their card as the mayor of a city. He's being called the first black African and blah, blah, blah. And he's using the race card that they normally get to use to get out of jail. Interesting.
They use it because it works, John. Even like how I was saying with Diddy, him pulling a race card. They've been able to, the DOJ just said they didn't want to come down on the first black mayor of Colorado Springs. They use it because they can, and it's worked.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to work for Diddy, but it definitely worked for this man. I guess you have to stay out of jail first, or don't commit such heinous crimes like Diddy did. I just don't think he's going to be able to get past his. But that's just my thoughts. It just seems so heinous what he did. What he's been
Speaking
accused
of
of.
Africans, DeVito. So you said, the feeling of, the Tariq Nasheeds about, this African pulling, like the race card, like a black American would. John, did you know that DeVito is from Atlanta, Georgia, and not Nigeria? Did you know that?
I did not know that. That's so why does he talk about Africa so much? That's where his people are from?
Yes, but let's see. Whenever I was looking at what you posted the other day, and as a fan, I love Afro beats. And I felt like, I really do. And so I'm like, okay, he said what he said, for the black folks that are talking about leaving America because Trump won, don't go to Nigeria, because it's bad out there, whatever. But John, this man, let's see, where'd it go? Where's the sound at? I hate it when it does this.
Oh yeah, I don't hear it. I think it's on mute, Portia. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back when you get the volume up.
Okay. So if y'all couldn't hear it, let me thank you for telling me that. Let me play that for you guys again. So DeVito says, hey, for all of you Black Americans that said that you guys are going to Africa, or more specifically Nigeria, since Trump won, don't go, basically. Okay. Just because it's bad over there. Now, since that video has come out, because I guess the Africans and the African Americans, the Negroes, are getting upset. There are more things coming out, that have been out, but I guess people didn't really pay attention to it before. But here is DeVito talking about him being from Atlanta.
And you slick from Atlanta.
Yeah, I
you
am
are
from Atlanta. Yeah, I'm from Atlanta.
A lot of people don't really correlate that.
Yeah. Because in my culture, you're not really from where you're born.
Got it.
You from where your parents from.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why I might, what I'm saying? But I was born
But you
here.
were born here.
Yeah, man. Northside Hospital, man. And all my kids were born there too.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, man.
Real ATL. Real ATL. Shout out.
ATL. I'm from Atlanta. My kids from Atlanta. All that. All my brothers and sisters all born in Atlanta. My mom went to Clark. My dad went to
Wow.
My dad went to Kentucky. My bad. My mom went to Clark.
Your mom went to Clark. We gotta get some snaps for that, man. That's a big deal.
He let you know. He definitely let me know. I remember when him and Chris Brown, they had a studio session. He was a song, and he was
in the background
to the record, and I heard his single. And he was like, "Where you from?" I was like, "I'm from Atlanta." He was like, "I'm from Atlanta too."
Hey, that was a fun night, man.
See how they was all happy and excited about that, He from Atlanta. He from Atlanta. But just give me 1 second, John, just to put a little bit of stank on that, because he sounded, just like me and you, like Americans. Just like me and you. There's, nothing to see here. DeVito tells everybody he's from Atlanta. His mom went to Clark. Dad went to Morehouse. He sounds just like your everyday African, kid that was born in America. And that's just it. But any other time that you hear DeVito talk, just listen.
I'm the first person to know Malik Berry. I introduced Malik to his.
Okay.
From there, I came back to Nigeria, and then my dad wanted me to go to school. So I was like, it wasn't it for me.
Okay.
He's like, okay, if I go to school, he has one land not far, you build me a studio. I'm the first person to know Malik Berry. I introduced Malik to his.
Okay.
From there,
I am the first person to know Nigeria.
So he adopted an African accent?
Yes, but he's from Atlanta. Let him tell it. But again, they're talking about the associations between the parents. It's like, nah, you African, bro. But he does the accent switch up, And I'm like, gosh, you do this on camera. People know this. What is going on? You're from Atlanta. You're telling Black people or Black Americans not to go to Nigeria because it's horrible over there. And now you're getting flamed up by the Africans because of, I guess you're hating on Africa. But
are the Africans flaming him for what he said?
Oh yeah. He's been getting a lot of heat behind that. And so it makes me think about that story that you pulled up with that African dude in Colorado Springs, because I guess they can switch it on and off whenever they want to.
Yeah,
when it's
apparently.
convenient. I'm telling you, when I saw that yesterday, I was like, why? We know a lot of y'all come from the UK, and we know, just like Simon, there's black Brits over there and whatnot, blacks from the UK. We get it. But he has this whole persona around being Nigerian, not American. But, just as you guys saw, he was just so braggadocio. I'm from Atlanta. I'm from ATL. I'm this, I'm that. Da, da, da. And it's like, okay. Oh, speaking of Africans. Hey, Gary.
Another old switcher.
Afternoon.
Where's your accent at, sir?
To be honest with you, I don't use an accent. Honestly, I think a lot of African accents are, like, unless you're one of the older generations, a lot of young African accents are fake. We can speak
Where's
whatever.
your accent at, Gary?
We can speak. I lost my accent when I was real young. I haven't talked like that since I was like 6.
Come on, Gary.
I mean, if you want an accent, I can ask my dad. Call my dad.
You think that with the accent, Gary?
Wait, what you say, John? I'm sorry.
Do you think a lot of Africans are actually faking the accent?
Oh yeah, most definitely. A lot of us can speak English. Specifically, those UK niggas, they can speak their accent. Well, that UK accent real well. A lot of them fake it because they think it's charming and it makes us seem foreign and magical and shit. And I'm like, you niggas, stop the accent. You talk English better than I do.
Oh, that makes me think about the last time that I remember Simon being on panel, and HB was asking him if his accent was real and if he could stop talking like that when he calls into the show. And Simon got so upset, but it makes me think of that, because you know what? Maybe they are faking it. I don't know.
Why would they fake it though? Why would they fake talking like an African? Just try to like keep to their roots or something, Gary?
That and some of them might actually talk like that. A lot of my generation, especially if they're like immigrants or something, they can speak English just fine. And sometimes they fake it because either A, they want to have some sort of tie to their roots, like you said, but another times a lot of people in my generation really think it's a good way to get foreign women. Because we gotta sound all mysterious and shit, and we gotta sound all like they know we're foreign, so why not just play into it to make it seem like we're more interesting? Because a lot of these niggas are boring.
Hey, Portia, what was the context that he was putting on that African accent in that video?
Oh, he was talking about Malik Berry. Yeah. Let me pull it back up. Another Nigerian artist.
I'm the first person to know Malik Berry. I introduced Malik to Wiz.
Okay.
From there, I came back to Nigeria, and then my dad wanted me to go to school. So I was like, it wasn't it for me.
But okay.
He's like, okay, if I go to school, he has one land not far, he'll build me a studio. I'm the first person to know Malik Berry. I introduced Malik to Wiz.
Okay.
From there, I came back to Nigeria, and then my dad wanted me to go to school. So
from there, I come back.
Were they African that he's talking to?
Yeah.
Okay, so when he was talking to the other people, they were probably American, and that's why he said he's from Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't even have an accent.
No, they didn't. I don't know. It was just something about seeing that yesterday, and then just going through video after video after video, like looking at the what is it that we code switching? Yeah, that's what we said with Kamala. Like I'm like, why is he doing this? If it's public information that you're from Atlanta, born and raised, You know, your mom went to Clark, your dad went to Morehouse. I mean, what are we doing this for? Just keep on making music. I mean, we ain't gonna stop listening to. I mean, I ain't, but you know, it's strange to me.
Gary, why aren't the other Africans code switching with him?
They don't need to. I don't know why. Honestly, I don't know why he's code switching. He should be comfortable just talking to them. Maybe he wants to fit in or something. I don't know. This particular instance is kind of weird. I can see Africans doing it with foreigners because you know they do that all the time. But I don't know about this one.
Now it is interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. You don't need to be code switching around other Africans now. Technically, it's a flex if you can speak good English.
Well, I mean, it should be. You stinking immigrants. Not you, Gary. I'm kidding.
Now I know niggas stink. I always be telling them, hey man, you need to. I be telling my cousin, hey man, before you come to America. I remember I was trying to take my cousin over here to New York. I was like, hey man, before you do that, make sure you wash because you're gonna be around a lot of people because you're not gonna be because we live out in the country, so there's not a lot of people around. And once you come over here, they're gonna smell you instantly.
Yeah, it's just, you know, just like Kamala, John, like she could turn it on and off, you know, to appeal to the American black, just like this Mulabade, whatever his name was, that African in Colorado Springs. You know, they could do it when it's convenient.
Yeah.
And you know, and black folks, they fall for it, and it's like, why?
I had never heard of this guy DeVito before up until this point. You know, Portia, a buddy of mine was telling me this morning, his cousin lives in South Carolina, wherever he lives, and she drives 2.5 hours to Atlanta to get her hair done. Can you believe that? 2.5 hours? Would someone really drive that far?
Yeah, if they trust that stylist and they're good, for sure.
And so he said to me, he said, but she doesn't even have any hair. She barely has any hair. He's perfect right there. Anyway, I was just looking at something. I thought about that. Like 2 hours to go drive for the hair. Did you see Trump's granddaughter dancing on the plane, Portia?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, Trump's granddaughter. She was doing the Trump dance on his plane.
Oh.
It is kind of a cute video there. You know, it's gonna be a fun 4 years, I think, watching Trump, Portia.
Yeah, it's already been fun.
I want to see how the deportations go. That's gonna be the hot topic right there. If he can pull that off, he will be the president, at least the best president of my lifetime. You know, Portia, did 50 Cent support Trump?
He did at one point.
Yeah, didn't him and Eminem have a whole conversation about it? Because Eminem supports Kamala, and I know 50 supports Trump, and I think they had to butt heads about something like that.
I don't remember if 50 came out and supported Trump officially. I can't remember. But I need to step away for a few minutes. I'll be back, guys.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, 50 Cent and Eminem and all of that. But I think that after Trump, not Trump, but 50 Cent, like he came out with what's that guy's name? That black attorney that's always at every single police shooting. You know what I'm talking about, Garion?
A little bit. I don't know his name.
Gosh, it's the dark-skinned, bald-headed dude. He's at every single race, anything. Gosh, what is his name? Ben Crump. Ben Crump. Whenever John did the show showing us all of the videos that he had with Ben Crump, I was like, yeah, 50 Cent, you know, you're doing great, you know, in life and things like that. Shout out to you. But you would think that he was too intelligent of a businessman to have any type of association with Ben Crump, but that's like his attorney directly, which is, it's Ben Crump. I just couldn't imagine associating myself with the likes of him.
Did you see what happened with Ben and 50 Cent at Capitol Hill?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's just like, this is very strange. It just didn't make sense. But since John was mentioning the next 4 years and how much fun it's going to be, I concur. I'm looking forward to seeing all of the changes to everything, and these companies pushing back against certain things. So here from the New York Post, we have filthy New York City eatery at center of migrant run black market food racket makes defiant confession. We know it's illegal. What is black market food, Gary? And do you know?
I'm assuming it's illegal food, like probably some type of endangered animal meat, maybe
like the bush meat.
Yeah. Or those I know they have a couple of illegal vegetables that they grow in South America that you can't really eat in certain places, like in America specifically.
Black market food. Let's see here. So a filthy Brooklyn restaurant at the heart of an illegal migrant food peddling ring was up and running on Monday, despite another batch of health department violations and an expose by the Post. So this is interesting. I don't know if John is listening while he's away, but we were talking earlier about Mayor Eric Adams and how he's allowed so many different things to go on and how he's going to go down as the worst mayor of New York and, a man without a country. But this story kind of speaks to that in that way, considering that this food peddling is going on. And despite another health department violation, they're still open now. I think it's called Kava, that one restaurant up in DC where John went to go talk to the guy who they shut him down for health violations because he told that migrant he needs to know how to speak English.
Oh, the coffee place?
Yeah, the coffee shop. So they got his ass shut down, but it says filthy. They say it's filthy, but they're still open. So it says dozens of migrants packed more than 50 coolers into waiting vans outside Guiza's restaurant in Bushwick, each packed with $10 meals prepared in an unsanitary sweatshop, despite the city violations and the exclusive news report. The basic understanding is we know it's illegal. Odalas Vasquez, who identified herself as a manager of the operation, said outside the eatery, but the thing is, this is what we all provide a living from. They've all got kids, they've all got families to feed. Sometimes there's no work at other places. We're looking into getting a license already because it's just reporters coming in, the health inspectors. Vasquez said it's a lot. So how can they be opened without a license, Gary?
To be honest with you, I have no idea. I'm surprised no one found. How long have they been running it for? Does it say?
No, I don't know yet. I guess we'll have to find out. I mean, because that's very interesting because, we're talking about a food business. You can't operate without a license. And of course, she said that she knows that it's illegal, but how come they're not shut down? And how come they're still able to? That, you know what? New York is a different kind of place.
I was going to say there's multiple elements of it being alone should be shut down because, they're
it should have been open in the first place.
Yeah, like how in the world is this running? Did someone just not point it
That's
out? Or
crazy. It says that may prove to be a tough sell for city officials. The Post reported on Sunday that Guiza was hit with a new batch of violations in the most recent inspection by the city health department, including for fly infestation and unsafe food storage. The November 20th inspection yielded 49 penalty points and violations, following a July visit by the city that ended up with the restaurant getting hit with 96 penalty points and a $10,959 bill for unpaid taxes. Oh, wouldn't you say?
oh,
Unpaid
okay,
taxes.
okay. That's
Comes
it.
as
That's how
no
I got
damn
that.
surprise. The Post first revealed the sickening operations last week when it followed the migrants on their rounds, starting with the coolers loaded into vans and wheeled through the 5 boroughs. Oh, I wish Kimmy Cakes was here for this. Oh. The food is dropped off at this restaurant where meals are cooked in an illegal migrant food peddling operation. The meals, chicken, beef, or fish over rice or fries, are then sold at $10 a pop to unsuspecting passersby or construction workers, with the cycle starting again back at Guiza's restaurant.
Unsuspected.
It was in
What?
full sprint. Oh yeah, I guess
I think
people
that's
just walking by
yeah, and they just give them the food. That's funny.
and they don't know that it's illegal or that it's disgusting.
Yeah. Okay.
It was in full spirit on Monday, with migrants seemingly unaware that their underground and potentially dangerous food scam had been exposed. Several migrants quizzed a news reporter about his presence outside the restaurant, while one van driver repeatedly moved the vehicle to block a photographer's view of the operations. You see, let me just hold it. In a statement over the weekend, a rep for Mayor Eric Adams said the city was aware of the ongoing food ring and was looking into what more can be done. The spokesperson said Adams continues to appeal to the White House for help in providing legal work and services for the thousands of migrants living in the Big Apple at taxpayers' expense. See, that's exactly what I thought of with John. Because here we go. Mayor Eric Adams said there ain't nothing that he can do about it. Why? So they could just work illegally?
I guess so.
I mean, you have to be able to do something.
They said
You have
illegal ring. They said illegal ring. Does that mean there's more than one restaurant, or did they just mean restaurant distributor? Gonna say if there's more than one of these.
Black Market Food, New York City. I feel like there's so much more that I would like to know.
I'm gonna say this can't be the only one if it's a ring of them.
An open air market. I mean, what does this stuff mean? You see, they're talking about like Canal Street or. See, these kinds of things, they're so foreign to me. And John, whenever he was in New York and he was showing, the Africans and whatnot. Let's see. Here's a video from the New York Post. Maybe they can tell us a little bit more, because apparently, Gary, and it is a whole lot of them. A lot of these operations, a lot of these businesses, these stores, and everything else. But I guess that's what the open air black market. I don't know.
You get warned and then you get stabbed. I was pretty sure I was going to be stabbed at least 2 or 3 times reporting on this story. A reader reached out to me. They said several spots along Roosevelt Avenue
were turning into what they described as the Wild Wild West, a illegal open-air bazaar where you could find anything from hookers to stolen Makita drills. Like anything you can think of, you could get as long as you had the cash. It was all out in the open and nobody seemed to care. These individuals were stealing from stores right here, right where they're selling. They're stealing from these stores, taking the items outside and then selling them right in front of the stores they just stole them. There's a place right behind me called
I know it ain't no damn Garion.
There ain't no way. There ain't no way.
Oh shit! You said that they stole from the store next door and
Rewind
went
that.
outside and started
Rewind that
selling
back.
it. Oh my god!
think of, you could get as long as you had the cash. It was all out in the open and nobody seemed to care. These individuals were stealing from stores right here, right where they're selling. They're stealing from these stores, taking the items outside and then selling them right in front of the stores they just stole them. There's a place right behind me called Lot Less. It's kind of like a retail kind of establishment. The gentleman who was running security there, who was actually hired and brought in just to deal with these people, he told me that he had stopped or he had caught 20 individuals stealing that week. If this continues, these stores cannot compete with people who are illegally selling their stolen merchandise. The one that was like the most brazen was the guy who pulls up in a van and he pulls out a folding table and he starts building a display of Home Depot power tools that were stolen recently. And you can tell because the tags on the boxes actually have the current SKU numbers. And he's selling them for like a drill that's like $249. He's selling for like $70.
Yeah, you can't.
I'm looking at a like little team meeting that's going on right now of the merchants that are selling all these stolen goods. Actually, like everybody on the street now around me is part of the crew that is selling these stolen goods. They kind of work in concert. They have lookouts on the corners which alert them when the police are coming or when there's any kind of trouble. They have their items laid out on big like beach towels that they could just kind of wrap it up, bundle it up, throw it over their shoulders and hightail it out of there. The police do come by, they do sweeps, they'll arrest one or two of them, but within minutes of the police leaving, everybody comes back, sets right back up, and it's like nothing happened. And there's a guy right now taking a young prostitute into a building. He just solicited a prostitute and then took her with him right here in front of me right now as I'm talking to you. And my photographer has been taking pictures of them all day. They don't care. They're not like worried or trying to hide or trying not to be conspicuous. I can tell you from just what I've observed that the madams that are running the prostitutes right here in front of me on the avenue, they don't give a hang. They're not scared at all. All the vendors that I've observed, they were all migrants who crossed into this country in the last year or two. Throughout 2023, the number of these vendors continued to grow exponentially, and the number of robberies in the stores around here just going off the chart. So this was actually a very dangerous assignment. More than one photographer expressed to me their fear of getting stabbed doing this job, and I could tell you personally, I was pretty sure I was going to be stabbed at least 2 or 3 times reporting on this story. The people that are selling these items, they're not just like one person who's acting on their own and this is all that they have and they're trying to sell it on the street. This is kind of like a network. I've had more than one person come over to me while I'm reporting on this story and tell me, you can't do this. You're going to get stabbed. Like, that's what happens here. That's what happens. You get warned and then you get stabbed. And I got warned multiple times. Luckily for me, I never got stabbed. Some jobs you just have to decide how far you're going to go. How much do you want the story? In this story, I wanted this story because it's been kicked around a bunch. Like, a bunch of people have been talking about this, but nobody's come out here and actually gotten photographic evidence and spoken to the individuals being robbed and published that story. That has not happened yet. So I wanted this to get the story out, and luckily we were able to.
Yeah, that Yeah, no, hell no. Absolutely not. I have to save that because I have to show HB. I have to play that for him
Okay,
tomorrow.
okay. Here's the plan. I'm gonna head up to New York. I'm gonna find that one guy who was selling those drills for $70. I'll buy half his inventory. Bring it what I buy back down here, and bring it up to about 150. How's that sound? I think I make a decent profit
I
off of
mean,
that.
yeah, you could. I mean, you really could. Cause what are you gonna do? You didn't steal the merchandise. You just bought it.
Yeah, I bought that legally. Somebody recommended it. He was like, "Hey man, so they selling drills over there for like $70." I
mean,
was like, "Oh shit, that's a steal."
John could go up there and buy the equipment, and he can hire some of the migrants to renovate the building.
Oh my god, yeah, that's a good idea.
You know, like $70. You know, $70. That's a lot to them. So a lot of those tools, we're talking somewhere between the ballpark of $300 to $700, and they're selling them for less than $100. Do you know how many just Americans are buying shit from them? They just buying it.
Yeah.
$70. This is a steal, and it literally was. They stealing drugs out of the pharmacies.
Those two white women in that running that store, they didn't even chase them. They didn't even go out their own door.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have chased them.
Yeah, because she ain't called. I wonder if they called anybody. They probably didn't, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean they ain't coming. You know, like how you have to have a certain amount in merchandise stolen before the cops, you know.
Does that apply? Wait, does that imply in Does that imply in New York? Because I know it implies in Florida.
What about
that 1,000? Is it like 900? The 900 limit? Like you got to steal $900 worth of stuff before charges can get brought down?
Let me see what it is exactly in New York.
I could have sworn it was $900.
Is the max amount that you can steal in goods from NYC before charges? You know, it's crazy to even think that this is something that we can search. Oh, look, Gary, and it says $1,000.
Oh my gosh.
You know, that's a lot of stuff to steal. You can steal a lot of stuff for you know what I'm saying? Like, just imagine, like, if you're just going in, you're getting like bars of soap, some shampoo, you know, some eggs, you know, even at 1,000, you could still go for those tools that drill that was like $256. You can get a few of those, and you won't get in trouble.
Yeah, that is true. Honestly, I don't even think that applies too much to migrants, because if you saw a lot of those tables, they had a lot of electronics on them, and the stuff that they had were those big old speakers. They had a bunch of routers, and most of that stuff is like $100+. So they're definitely going way over the $10,000 mark. I mean, $1,000 mark. So I don't even think they're even enforcing that.
That is just absolutely crazy to me. I'm so interested now. Like it's like I want to know more now regarding this, because this gives a lot. Give me 1 second, Gary. Okay, sorry about that. So it makes me want to kind of look more into this, because maybe we've talked about this over here, because you know we talk about everything so much, but I could be wrong. But I wonder how bad this really is.
In Queens. This is the video from Monday's raid, where officers were seen confiscating merchandise. Some of the goods are reportedly stolen.
So crime is now at a point where stolen items are literally being sold right in front of the very stores they came out of. And experts say that when one illegal market gets shut down, others are ready to spring up in its place.
Video from Sunday shows street vendors and their products lined along 91st Street. Cops moved in, confiscating items, sending many vendors scrambling, quickly packing up.
It's troubling. All day long, they're lined up.
This is what retail theft looks like these days. Groups of thieves who make it look like a competition on a game show, quickly snatching up any and everything.
They're stealing from these stores, taking the items outside, and then selling them right in front of the stores.
Most of those street vendors are believed to be migrants.
This is the byproduct of bringing thousands of people to a city and telling them they cannot work.
Basically, people come here and set up a flea market. This is the #1 complaint in his office. Probably 15 to 20 calls a day.
The one that was like the most brazen was the guy who pulls up in a van and he starts building a display of Home Depot.
That boy had a shopping cart.
Did you see it?
15 to 20 calls a day.
The one that was like the most.
What?
That's crazy.
What is this? A home? Looks like a Home Depot.
Yeah, the Home Depot, and they got all of this stuff, and they just walking out, and of course they got their COVID mask on, like it's not. That is crazy.
Look at the shop worker in the back. The guy with the orange apron. He's just looking at him.
Yeah, like he walking behind, and for what? That is nuts. They're just walking in and walking out with it. Antoine says, wow. Antoine, it's wow for us too. Okay. Now, John was trying to explain it to me earlier. See, like whenever I have more context and I do a little bit more research and I can see, because I'm trying to understand, like, Mayor Eric Adams is talking about the crisis, is this, is that. But the fact that these people are, because I've heard of boosters before. I've heard about it, but to be illegal and everything else on top of all of the other crimes that you have committed before you even got here, you're walking full into stores like this, Garion, and you're walking out and you selling this stuff right down the street. And then he said Roosevelt Avenue. Whenever John did his first street interviews in New York, that's where he was at. On Roosevelt Avenue.
Oh, that means John has the potential to at least catch some of these in action.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that would be. But what the guy said in the other video, he said that you got to be careful with the cameras because they might stab you.
Yeah. But he can buy something though.
Yeah,
he
could.
Yeah, he could buy something or pretend to buy something at least.
Let's see some more.
Brazen was the guy who pulls up in a van and he starts building a display of Home Depot power tools that were stolen. It was all out in the open and nobody seemed to care.
This isn't going to happen overnight, but we're starting more and more to focus on it. So the people who live here, the business owners are losing money. We're doing it for them.
Right there, we've got the blankets full of illegal stolen merchandise. And then right over here, we have a police car. But what nobody's talking about is that shutting down this illegal market won't do anything to stop New York City's shoplifting epidemic. Yes, an open-air market full of illegal products is a huge disaster, but experts say this is just one location where stolen merchandise gets sold. And as long as people can rob bodegas, chain stores, drugstores, the flow of stolen property to illegal markets will continue all over town, shutting down legitimate businesses who can't compete with thieves that have an inventory cost of 0. On top of that, the real reason this is happening, which nobody wants to admit, is that in New York City, if you steal under $1,000 worth of stuff, it's a misdemeanor. Nobody goes to jail for that. In fact,
Oh gosh. Okay, so Garion, the illegals are doing it, and the citizens are doing it too. So like everybody's stealing. So where's the return on profits? These people aren't making any money at all. None. They're not making any money. The deficit. Listen, these people, business owners, for any of you out there here at the Urban Landlord, if you own a business, and we're not just talking about, okay, like renting a home, for example. We're talking about like John today with the potential of buying this storefront. In that storefront, every single item in that storefront, the owner is responsible for it. You know, we call that something called inventory. Well, whenever we do inventory, which a store that size, I would hope that John would have someone doing inventory every day. We are counting to see the amount of product and which product is being sold every day, so I know what I need to replace. Well, I'm going to have to order that stuff. I'm going to have to pay for it. It's going to come with a bill, you know, and he might get 2 to 3 trucks a week, however it looks, you know. So these people, these business owners, they're having to do that, and they're having to replace that inventory. And in replacing that inventory, if it's constantly getting stolen, and New York says it's okay if it's up to 1,000, well, imagine, I don't know, it's some Tootsie Rolls, some loose Tootsie Rolls, and I'm just selling those for 25 cents. But they stole all my Tootsie Rolls. Well, I'm still going to have to replace all of those Tootsie Rolls, and those 25 cents, they add up. And so these people are coming, I mean, just, oh my God. I don't even know how these businesses in this area, how their doors are even open to begin with right now.
Government money.
Oh, they're getting government money to help keep their doors open?
I am assuming that a lot of these businesses get some sort of subsidization from the government.
Oh, like a government subsidy. I mean, gosh. I don't know. You know, it's just, Jesus. I mean, like the amount of debt, like you can't keep your doors open because we're just talking about products. We haven't even got to water bill, light bill, gas, you know, taxes, you know.
And anything they break while stealing. That's
right. Damages. Oh, your employees, you got to pay them. You know what I mean?
Employees might be the ones stealing them.
God, dog, that sucks. That sucks. I could, if it, oof. I'm thinking about my own stuff now. I'm thinking about my own stuff here.
John better find somebody real. John better find somebody real secure in order to run that new store.
Oh my God. I just could not imagine this. I could not imagine this. This has to be a horror story for these business owners. Just knowing that there's not anything that they can do. But you know what, Garion? Every single time it happens to them, there's not anything they can do about it. They can't get the product back. You know, they can't get that money. They can't make that revenue because now they're competing with the open air illegal black markets, whatever. Gosh, just, I mean, this is giving a lot of credence to what John was saying, and it's, I mean, gosh, this sucks. Oh my gosh. Oh, New York.
Many cases, the people who commit the crimes that lead to these products being on the street, if they get caught, they're back out the same day. They never miss work, and it's their full-time job. In fact, shoplifting now accounts for $4.4 billion of New York State's economy. Plus, even if the police could shut down every single market in town, there's still the internet, and stolen products sell just as well on Amazon, eBay, Facebook Marketplace. But the reality is the city has no way of shutting down these markets, because not only do the criminals who operate them fear absolutely nothing, operating directly in front of the stores they steal from, even after there's a police crackdown, the markets come back, sometimes just hours after the police leave.
Somewhat respect the grind.
So here
what'd you say?
I said somewhat respect the grind. He said hours after. So you telling me while they're selling, they're also stealing and then coming back to refuel as they're selling? That's some dedication right there.
You know, Gary, it makes me wonder, What's the issue? If they're stealing, we've just seen, okay, food, clothes, shoes, tools. They can have like their own, little mini construction companies, gardening, whatever. Why are they upset about, Mayor Eric Adams cutting off their food stamp cards? It seems to me that they didn't need them in the first place. If they just stealing everything.
Maybe it's to cut. Maybe it's because it's one of the many methods a lot of migrants use to cut costs, and they think, oh, that now we got to take some of that stolen money that is untaxable and completely under the radar. Now we got to put a little bit of that towards food, maybe.
God, that's so crazy.
I'm just guessing here. I don't know. You could, if stealing's that easy, they could easily just get whatever food they need and leave. The food stamps.
Ooh, that's what I'm saying. That's what. Like,
I don't know.
Home Depot. You ain't Garion. I know you're in North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
You ain't walking out no damn Home Depot like that.
No, with no car. No, I get my ass beat. I get surrounded.
Like that before in my life. You are not walking out of Home Depot, all right? Not like that. You're not. Are you kidding me? Like down here, what you will find in the parking lot of Home Depot is you'll find some Mexicans waiting to get picked up on a pickup truck to go do some work for a day. But you ain't finna see that. Seeing that in a Home Depot, that is crazy. And it's like ain't nobody doing nothing. And the fact that Eric Adams gave these people these food stamp cards, and I know I've heard it said over here on this channel, on the panel a lot of times, they're not all bad people. Yes, they are. The moment that you stepped foot in this country illegally, you are a bad person to me. You're all criminals to me. Every last one of you, all of you are criminals. I don't care if you're not stealing from the store and going right outside of that store to do this open air market. I don't care if you ain't stabbed nobody. The moment that you came over here illegally, you were a criminal and you will always be a criminal. And whenever Trump takes office and Tom Homan comes and gets all y'all's asses, I cannot wait to see it. Because you know what? Although New York votes for this, although they vote for this, they are still Americans at the end of the day. And seeing these people do this, and it's not just men. You see the women out there. You see the abuelas, okay? You see the tias, okay? You see them out there. It's like an organization, you know what I'm saying? Like a large criminal organization that they're all profiting off of and running it together. And the Americans have to pay for it, or the New Yorkers have to pay for it. Just listen, I'd have to be some kind of pissed. Okay, so my tax-paying dollars are going to your debit cards, your hotel stays, and your cell phones, and y'all stealing. And so whenever we go to the store, Gary, and whenever you and your fiance are trying to go to the store and get groceries, or whenever I'm trying to go to the store and get groceries, I can't get them because they done stole them.
Oh, God.
I'm so glad I don't live in New York. This is crazy to me.
We are heart of the action, Roosevelt Avenue in Queens. This area is a hotbed for illegal activity, and it's the site of the raids that just took place.
This is where John was at.
Video from Monday's raid. Officers were seen confiscating merchandise ranging from clothes, jewelry, and power tools. Some of the goods are reportedly stolen.
So as you can see, massive police raid, multiple people, big trucks to cart away all the stolen merchandise. And although this recent crackdown made the news, what's not making the news is that things are just going to get worse because it's cold out right now.
What is that?
I asked, how old is this video, or how old is this article? I mean,
oh, this is 2 weeks ago.
Oh my God, daggone! Yeah, John could definitely hit this place up. Might need to get a body cam or keep his phone low, but yeah, he could definitely hit this place up.
Yeah, you see how he's talking about how it's cold outside now, because that's the only reason why John hasn't been doing the interviews, because he was talking about how cold it is. So, but see, I'm thinking to myself, these folks, they're from like warmer climates. they're wearing jackets or whatever, but it sounds like he's saying that it's about to get worse because it's colder. I guess in my mind, I think it would slow down.
Yeah,
because
I don't know
they're
how.
cold.
I don't know. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know how it would get worse unless maybe I don't know they get more migrants or something. Is New York supposed to have a new influx?
I don't know. Like, are they stealing heaters or? I mean,
That'd be real funny if some well, some of the migrants stole like those those portable heaters, and they went up into the
yeah,
store that they just stole from and just plugged it up with an extension cord.
yeah, and they're using all their electricity. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness! Hey, Antoine.
They're still the power too.
Hey, how y'all
Yeah.
doing?
Oh, we're doing pretty good.
Have y'all ever been to New York before?
I went there
Oh, yeah.
last. Yeah, I went there last year.
Okay, you say they shoplifting, but you notice in New York that it was a police like on every corner?
Yeah, there's always it's been like that ever since 2020.
So they just walking out and the police they shoplift. Literally, gotta be because the police like on every corner.
To be fair, a lot of the police are on like they have their cars on the corner, but the police themselves actually aren't there. They're usually like 1 or 2 blocks over. But
okay, you might be right. Yeah, I did notice that. Yeah, you might be right about that. I did see the police cars just sitting, and they weren't in the cars.
The cameras are still on, so they're gonna get caught either way. They can always just do a follow up, but they don't.
I mean, I think that's an incredible observation because there is a cop car on every corner, and they're still doing it anyways. So, like they said, these people, they don't care about authority. They don't care. And the cops, I mean, if it's not $1,000, what can the cops do? And they said they do these raids. So where is the merchandise going? It's going into like some evidence locker somewhere?
I knew New York was bad when I was walking down Times Square and people were just sleeping in the middle of the sidewalk.
Oh yeah, I saw that too. There were people sleeping on the steps of the courthouse. There was this one meth head who kept going up to everybody. He was like, "Hey man, I know what happened to Mitt Romney," and I was like, "What the fuck is this nigga talking about?" Yeah, the druggies up there is something different in New York.
It's funny in the subway. Oh man. I took my kids on the subway and they were scared. Everybody thinking that you go get robbed on the subway. As soon as we got on the subway, this bum was like, "Do anybody got change? Do anybody got food?" My daughters were so scared. I'm like, just stand by me. You don't have to worry about him. But it was cool though.
I think the craziest thing I saw on a New York subway was a dude tried to bring a kayak onto the subway train.
What?
Yeah, it was two.
I seen
it was a white dude and a Hispanic looking guy, and they had a whole ass kayak and some oars, and they tried shoving it on the train. They got it on there though, but I don't know what the heck they were. I forgot where they were going because we got off before them, so I don't know.
I seen couches on the train, had a whole bed and couches. They moved like the whole apartment on the train. It was a group of like 5 dudes. 2 dudes had one couch, another 2 dudes had a couch.
It really is. It's truly incredible when you think about it. Being as someone who's not a city girl or from the city, just imagining how they navigate that. How do you move a house on a train? Like, how many folks do you have to have with you to make sure nobody takes your belongings? Or like, are we taking like one train at a time per item?
I think it might be. You would probably have to have a setup, and each one would be like each certain like furniture or whatever would be set up with certain groups, and then be like, "Hey, you take this train, and then we'll wait for you there at the new spot, and then the other group takes the next train, and it just so on and so forth until all the stuff is moved."
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's real.
Portia, have you seen,
go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, have you seen those videos of crazy moments on New York subways? They got whole videos dedicated to stuff like that.
Oh, I can look some stuff up. No, I haven't seen that though. I'm thinking like with the migrants, well, the illegals anyway. Like, would you even feel comfortable moving your belongings? You know, like, because there's a lot of them. Like, they can gang up on you and take your couch.
Yes.
And then
it's
sell it on the street.
Yeah. And the subway seemed like it's real warm down there. Cause I went during in December. Yeah, it'd be a lot of people down there sleeping too in the subways. I seen that.
Antoine, have you seen any of those spiked anti-homeless benches or anti-homeless surfaces that they got in New York now?
I did not know that was that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they got those benches with the spikes on them. They got the light poles that have well, they're not spikes. They look like weird cube-looking things that stick out. And then they got police patrolling certain sidewalks. It's goofy. It's real weird.
I didn't know what that was for. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's because homeless, and they got the trash cans bolted down, which that was the funniest one. They took those, the trash cans with the wheels on them. They have little squares of metal, and they put them in these little cages to make sure that people don't steal the trash cans.
Oh man, that's funny.
Let's see. Let's watch some more of this.
News. What's not making the news is that things are just going to get worse because it's cold out right now. As things warm up, shopping at an illegal market outside, that'll be easier for most people. On top of that, the penalties for what you can and can't steal in New York haven't changed. Plus, the notoriety of this location creates an incentive for criminals to keep coming back. And that's because customers keep coming back. Plus, it's a high traffic area. You've got restaurants, little stores. There's even a subway stop right here. But apparently crime here is now so bad, it's turning this entire residential middle-class neighborhood into a no-go zone of sorts.
The Wild Wild West, a illegal open-air bazaar where you could find anything you can think of, you could get as long as you had the cash. It was all out in the open and nobody seemed to care.
So before we get into the frightening specifics of how this place is allowed to exist and operate, it's important to understand this is not going to be the last market full of stolen products we see in New York City. And the description of this being a wild, wild west is sort of accurate. Legal vendors, like you see over here by the train, have always had a big presence here. But legal vendors aren't the problem. The real problem is that since crime is allowed to flourish, and because we're not in a popular touristy part of New York City like Manhattan, police neglect areas like this. They don't patrol it. They're not looking out for these local businesses like they are Saks Fifth Avenue. So because this area gets neglected, and you've got tons of shops all over the place, and there's tons of customers because it's a high traffic area, crime here has been out of control for months. But here's what finally triggered a police raid where they moved in and confiscated everything.
These individuals were stealing from stores right here, right where they're selling. They're stealing from these stores, taking the items outside and then selling them right in front of the stores they just stole them. There's a place right behind me.
Here's where New York City's soft on crime policies have led this neighborhood. If you steal for a living and you bring everything you have to a place like this and you sell it all, you got to go back and get more. But what if everything you were going to sell was available right here? You certainly wouldn't have to go very far to stock back up now, would you? Why go all the way to a Home Depot to get cleaning supplies when you can get them right here? And it's sad to think of how this is affecting legitimate businesses that paid rent and had a business plan until, boom, competitors showed up down the street who are basically treating legal businesses like warehouses for the products they're going to steal and sell.
There's a place right behind me called Lot Less. It's kind of like a retail kind of establishment. The gentleman who was running security there, who was actually hired and brought in, he told me that he had stopped or he had caught 20 individuals stealing that week.
But how long is it going to be possible for a store like this that just opened to exist in the face of customers who have to walk by, piles of the things inside the store being sold on a blanket literally across the street? Look at this. Right on the other side of this truck, there are blankets set up. Maybe the stuff being sold right there came from Lot Less. Maybe it came from this department store. But even if it didn't, there's no way having an illegal market outside of a legal one is good for the local economy. And the other problem this creates is that not only are legal businesses like this place in danger of closing from competition that shouldn't exist, what do they have to do inside the store when stuff gets stolen? Well, they have to raise their prices to offset their losses. If half the stuff on the store shelf gets stolen, the other half has to cost 100% more to make up the difference.
You should have been here in the summer.
I should. So it's been going on for at least 6 months.
You're lucky because before there was food stands here too. A lot of food stands. All this whole strip, there was illegal vendors here. People selling a lot of stuff here too.
How long you think before they come back?
Couple months.
And since the city's been allowing these theft markets to exist, not jailing the people who sell at them, the legal stores only have one answer. You can hire security, which costs a lot more money. And no, insurance payouts are not how Lotless plans to stay in business. And when they do get an insurance payout, it's not the full value of the product, it's a lot less. And when they opened the store, their goal was to sell those products at full price. Insurance payouts are not going to keep them open, which invalidates the argument that shoplifting is a victimless crime. In fact, the real victims of shoplifting are the people who live around here and obey the law, because now when they buy things at Lotless or the grocery store, those things cost more money. But what most criminal sympathizers don't realize is that if these illegal markets are allowed to continue, they're going to destroy neighborhoods like this one all over the city.
If this continues, these stores cannot compete with people who are illegally selling their stolen merchandise. The one that was like the most brazen was the guy who pulls up in a van and he pulls out a folding table and he starts building a display of Home Depot power tools that were stolen.
Now, to understand how this is a problem, realize that a business like Lotless, it can't exist anywhere. They sell products that are dirt cheap. That means they can't set up shop next to the Puma store on Fifth Avenue. They won't be able to pay the rent. But here in this neighborhood, they could find rent that was affordable. A Lotless can only exist in a neighborhood where it has no competition. If something cheaper than Lotless is over here, like a Family Dollar or a Dollar General, it'll be a lot tougher for them. They have to be the cheapest place in the area, but now right across the street, we literally have something much cheaper. Worse, it's existing off merchandise that came from the store inside here. I just spoke to the security guard. He said theft here is a big problem. But everyone I've spoken to says this has been a problem in the area for months. And if this isn't a new problem, and it's very bad for the neighborhood, and residents have been complaining, why is it that the city just decided to take action? Were they avoiding a crackdown here for some reason? So here we have the Roosevelt Hotel, a former luxury hotel that is now a...
Ain't that John's spot? The one he made all those videos on?
Yeah, that's the hotel. That's what I was saying. That's where John was, like, in the beginning, whenever we were doing those what is it called? Street interviews. And whenever John was going to the what is it called? The hotel, you know? That's exactly where he was. That's why I was saying that, Gary, because it's just like, that's crazy. And he did show us the other day, you know, the Africans, but like it's I don't know why this fascinates me the way that it does right now. I'm just having a hard time processing what I'm saying. And I know John would be able to speak better to this. And Kimmy Cakes too. You know, all of you folks that are in the chat that are out in New York, because we got a lot of y'all. I don't know how y'all doing that, but be careful.
But Portia, it's so many people. I can see people stealing will hurt the profit, but it's so many people. It's like you make a lot of money. It's like they accumulate a lot of money in New York. Like them bodegas and stuff, they make a lot of money. You can imagine how much they rent. They rent might be about $7-8 grand, probably more for they rent. That's on the low end.
Insane. But then too, imagine having to try to pay your rent and not being able to because you've lost so much money because of these folks stealing. And whenever John was saying that earlier, it's like, because I'm thinking about it more now, because it's like, what, you know, why hasn't Mayor Eric Adams done anything? And for me, I'm gonna need to know why can't he do something? Because he should be able to do something.
There's got to be some interviews out there, him directly responding to this. Like, is there any more detail that he gave other than him just saying, "Oh, we're trying to get to the bottom of this, or we're trying to get more information," or something like that? Anything anything more detailed than that? There's got to be something out there.
I wonder, do they have a Walmart there in New York? Because I remember when I went in like 06 and I asked the guy, do y'all have Walmart? And the guy, he like laughed in my face when I was in New York.
I mean, they
I
do
was in
have,
Manhattan.
they have them in Jersey. I know they got one in Jersey because I went there. But in New York, I don't know. They might have that neighborhood Walmart, like the green one.
Oh, okay. Because people walk out with TVs all the time here.
Yeah,
So I can imagine the life they'll have from people walking out with TVs and PlayStation 5s and, you know what I'm saying?
Why do people in Walmart only steal electronics? I noticed that too. They only take stuff from electronics section. They don't steal nothing else.
You're right. Yes, they do.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, but they don't be going out with carts though. It's usually like two people stealing like one TV. That we saw.
I'm talking about big TV, 65 inch.
I know what you're talking about. But earlier we saw Antoine. I don't know if you saw it, but there was a guy in a Home Depot, a bunch of illegals, and they had whole carts full of stuff. Man, he had a flat cart. You know the stuff that you put wood on, and it looked like he had a bunch of tile. It looked like tile. That thing was stacked to the top.
I seen it.
I ain't never seen thievery like that, especially out in the open.
No, I ain't never seen nothing like that. That's like you be stealing the whole thing for your house. You can tile your whole house.
That boy
tile
took a
the
whole
bathroom.
That pretty even stole the displays.
I'm just trying to figure, because I'm trying to find from Mayor Eric Adams, like I'm trying to find anything where he said anything at all, but I want to take a brief detour from this video, which I do want us to finish, and then of course listen to Eric Adams as well. But as y'all know, I can't help myself, so let's see what is going on in Texas and how the newly returned red Dallas, who is also Mayor Eric Johnson, he is saying that he's going to be helping get them up out of here. So let's see.
Well, there was an uproar in Dallas tonight after the mayor promised to support President-elect Trump's plans for mass deportations.
Mayor Eric Johnson went public with his support on Fox News, but now that's put him at odds with several city council members.
They just told Cole Sullivan Mayor Johnson doesn't speak for them or the city.
He does. He's the mayor.
Some of Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson's city council colleagues are angry at him once again, this time for comments about President Trump's mass deportation plans.
Will you deport him? Of course we'd support that. Of course we'd stand by President Trump in an effort to get rid of people in our country illegally who have violent criminal records or who commit violent criminal acts here.
Those comments on Fox Business last week caused quick backlash.
The Latino community of Dallas needs to know that they are safe, that they are welcome here, and it's outrageous.
No, you're not.
Who calls themselves
Wait, hold on. The old one or the new one?
Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Adam Bazaldua says he was.
What'd you say?
I say what? Wait, I said which Latino community? The old one or the new one?
Listen, Latinos.
It's a legitimate question.
They don't want this. Hispanic folks down here, they don't want this. I don't know about this guy. He's pretty weird, but hey, Dallas voted for it. They voted for mass deportations. So I don't know the old ones or the new ones. I don't know who at this point, Gary, in Texas, you don't know who's who. You know, you don't know who old and who new.
McKinney is close to Dallas, right? McKinney, Fort Worth, that's kind of close, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I went to a wedding in McKinney. Yeah.
Yeah, McKinney's pretty far, but McKinney is like a part of Dallas, if you will. Not Dallas, but it's close enough. So you have a lot of different, surrounding cities near Dallas, and Fort Worth is further out from both of them. But Dallas was one of our godforsaken liberal cesspools, but it's actually It's red now.
I don't
Shut
know.
up, Trump.
Downtown kind of nice though.
You said what?
Downtown Dallas kind of nice. I went into the restaurant that spin on the top with the ball. I've been in that restaurant before. Kind of nice though. Downtown Dallas.
When was the last time you were downtown Dallas?
My friend got married 2 years ago, and I was there. Went there, Waco, Texas. I've been all through there. Plano.
Okay, well, if you come to downtown Dallas now, you might not think the same. It is a hot. Yes.
Oh, okay.
It is a disaster. But because this mayor that's speaking right now, he was a Democrat. He was voted in as a Democrat, and he switched parties. So.
Personally insulted by the mayor's remarks.
We are an inclusionary city. We want to be inclusive of all.
The mayor also described the impact of migrants as a strain on the city.
It's a strain on our school system. It's a strain on our hospital system. There are hidden costs to having a porous, open border, and we need to shut that down.
In response, council member, Army vet, and son of formerly undocumented parents Jaime Resendez wrote, quote, "If the mayor and others like him truly believe immigrants and their children are only a strain, perhaps they should have been willing to go to war in my place." Johnson's office did not respond to a request for an interview. The Dallas mayor has no more voting power than the 14 council members he sits alongside.
The mayor has a vote that weighs just as much as mine. You need 7 colleagues on this council to get anything done.
In Dallas, I'm Cole Sullivan.
Now you know that's big talk. What he talking? That's big talk in Texas. So he can do all of that talking, but the moment that the Attorney General Ken Paxton lays down that hammer, yeah,
Did he say what
not
made
going
him
down like that.
party?
Just
Did he say
the
what
same
made
things
him
that we've
party though?
yeah, just the same things that we've been hearing from since Trump won. He got the left, the Democrats, they went too far left. They don't believe in it's just too much. All of the things that they support, it just doesn't stand on what he believes. So he switched a couple of years ago. Yeah, and they were super pissed about it, but oh well. Okay, let's see here.
A shelter for asylum seekers, and critics say that the city was aware that these illegal theft markets were being run by people who might be living in facilities like this, and that's why they waited so long. But is that true?
And most of those street vendors are believed to be migrants, and the mayor did address that. He believed a lot of these migrants are turning to different ways to make a few bucks because some of them are not legally authorized to work.
So it sounds like the mayor was aware, but over 180,000 asylum seekers have come to the city, and most of them just want a better life than what they had, what they left in their home countries.
But for the few who don't think that way, New York City, with its pro-crime laws and misdemeanor shoplifting arrangement, it is the perfect place to steal from stores and start your own business.
And although we're never going to get the real answer on why the police decided to crack down when they did, there are issues all over town that require the NYPD's attention, and they're short-staffed, which makes it pretty likely that the reason they waited is because they just didn't have the resources. Now, when I was over by the remnants of that illegal market that are already starting to rebuild themselves, I spoke to a couple of the people that were selling things on one of those blankets, and they told me that they were just trying to work. But the problem is that work permission in this country, that's something that can take 6 months to a year, and it's not up to New York City, it's up to the federal government.
And it means nobody in New York City leadership thought about what would happen if 180,000 people came to New York,
but were unable to participate in the city's economy, let alone build their lives and move out of the shelters. And this has created an opportunity for a small number of criminals to exploit the asylum crisis and New York City's laws to their advantage.
Some of the problems we're facing, in our city, this is the byproduct of bringing thousands of people to a city and telling them they cannot work.
Now, here's an idea, just an idea. What if the people who were coming here, fleeing poverty, who wanted better economic opportunity, what if they were told the truth about what life would really be like in this city before coming here. Everyone here wanted something better than what they left. But the problem is that hasn't materialized for the vast numbers of folks that the city is now obligated to take care of. By the way, many of the folks living in situations like this remarked that they thought it would be easier to get a job and to integrate into the city's economy, but that hasn't been the case. But the big question is, why are people living in...
So that means steal, right? That's, the saying about, this is why people turn to crime, because they can't get a job, so they steal. Is that what's happening here? What do y'all think? Because I'm still trying to figure out how you, as a illegal, that you know that you are, no papers. Because like here in Texas, for example, when I'm telling you that these they will run like cockroaches, they don't want to get caught. They already know with no papers, because they know as soon as they get locked up, ICE is coming. They already know that. But up there, they're just selling this stuff out in the public. They're stealing in the public, and then they're selling it in the public, and then they're going back to sleep at the Roosevelt Hotel. Listen.
That's the easy way out, like to steal. If you know you can steal and not go to jail and no repercussions, so they do that. So that's probably why they think, oh, I can do this, but I ain't gonna go to jail. In most states, if you steal, you might go to jail. So a lot of people don't want to do that. So they figure, oh, I can do this, I ain't gonna go to jail, so I'm gonna do it. It's easy. I can just run in here, get a couple things, and make a couple dollars. That's probably what it is, the easy way out.
It's just crazy to think that they're this brazen. Like they don't care. And that's crazy to me. Even people that still, just because, even if they're not illegal immigrants, I feel like you don't steal. I mean, I don't know. Let's keep going. This is You said what?
So they can't get work visas, so there's no way they can work. It seemed like, why don't you just go back then? I'll just do it the legal way. Do it the legal way.
Why go back? The free stuff on corner. The free stuff on corner.
Yeah. Yeah. Go back for what? Because like in their countries, a lot of these countries, if you get caught committing a crime like this, they'll just kill you. That's it. Cut off hand. I mean, they do some crazy stuff in other countries for theft. So, I mean, I guess it is because I'm sorry. I know I'm all over the place. This is a lot for me. I just can't believe that I'm witnessing all of this or to think that this is happening in America, but they can still, when this video started, me and Gary had a reaction because we saw him pushing those carts out of Home Depot. And then this fool goes outside and sets up shop outside of Home Depot.
Oh, that shit was funny.
Antoine, did you see that?
Oh, God.
I don't know. Antoine, did you see that whenever they went outside of Home Depot? Well, actually, whatever they stole from Home Depot and then they set up shop outside of Home Depot?
Yes, I was watching that.
Okay.
Yep, I was watching that.
Because it's like,
yep, I was watching that.
Hey, Tropes says New York needs Batman. They need all of they need everybody.
They need all the DC up there, man. Every hero on the block.
Every last one. They need them all. I mean, and just all of them is all. I don't know what you do at this point. What it says.
And they still. Okay, I understand. I understand them stealing too because they come from poverty. Like I went to Mexico. I didn't feel safe, but I was a fool. I wore all my jewelry like a fool. riding around. I got pulled over by the police.
Oh, don't
I
do
thought
that.
they was gonna take my
got
money.
you. They got you, didn't they?
No, they didn't. They was nice. They didn't even take my money. I'm a jury. I thought they was, but they didn't though. They didn't. They told me to slow down. I was going too fast.
Lucky.
Yeah, you got real
Yeah, I
lucky.
got lucky.
Absolutely lucky. Because that never happens ever in Mexico. The cops will pull you over and they will rob you.
They
Okay.
be like, hey man, we can keep you from going to court if you give us your chain and them rings you got on. Yeah.
Your money, your wallet, Antoine, they'll take your passport, they'll anything and everything just to get something
Well, I
off
got
you. And they
lucky
want you to
then.
pay them. Yeah, you got lucky for real.
Yeah, you really did.
I ain't gonna lie, I was scared. I was real scared. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was like 23 years old. And you know, I'm from the South, so we put goals in our mouth, like permanent goals. I took them out now, but then I had them. I was like, I'm about to have a hard time with these cops when they pull me over and they see all these goals in my mouth. But luckily, I made it out of there. It was cool. It was nice. It was real nice.
Yeah, that's super nice. I mean, if that were today, they would probably try to extract the goals from your mouth.
Yeah,
You know, get some
you
pliers.
would have told you to get out the car, and then they would have knocked your ass out. Take your car to the impound and rip them teeth out with some of them pliers that they got.
Yep.
No, I was on a moped. I was on a moped.
Oh, that's it. Oh
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, no,
And I
and
was going too
that's how
fast.
it is. That's how they do. So like whenever you go on those excursions, that's when they
Yep, that's what I was
really
doing.
get you. Yep, that's when they get you. 'Cause they
Don't
know
go
that
to
the tourists are out, ready to spend
Yeah.
money.
Yeah. I looked up that day.
Yeah, thank God.
Don't go to the.
I mean, there's
don't
no
go to the
reason for you to go
Caribbean.
back now, though.
Yeah, don't go to the Caribbean with the chain though.
I mean, last time we went to the Dominican Republic, I was like, okay, I don't know what the hell's going on up in here.
Well,
But I was
I
telling
know
my
you
mom,
seen
I
all
said,
the people
Mom,
on the moped, right?
oh yeah, yeah,
You
of
heard me?
course. Yeah.
Everybody was on a moped, 3, 4 deep, like 3 deep on the moped. It was I never seen that before in my life.
Bro, you should see them videos in India, man. They got 4 people stacked up on one. I've seen videos of like 4 to 5 people stacked up on one of them. They have these little extension carts that they have behind it, and they pulling people on them.
But you know, in the Dominican, in the DR, they'll get you for anything, and they'll use the kids, they'll use the babies, they'll use anything, and it's just like, dude, you don't want to get pulled over in the DR either. So, I mean, it is next door to Haiti, so
We're going to say at least you weren't over there.
yeah, at least.
I went to DR too. I've been there too.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah, I
quite
went
a
over
few
there
times.
too.
It was just this most recent time. It was just like, y'all doing too much, you know, and y'all doing too much, you know. But we can actually, because I don't even know if we actually got into the whole Haiti thing the other day.
Oh, you want
But
to
we
talk about
can.
the not the child abductions. It's where they force kids to go into gangs in order to make sure they don't starve.
Yeah, yes. But after we finish this, we'll get into some Haiti stuff.
In shelters while being under the impression that they're going to get out of here and start working soon.
Hundreds of migrants are rallying down at City Hall. They're calling for better quality of life, saying they want to be put to work, but it's been difficult to cut through all the red tape. CBS's John.
So here you have a massive rally at City Hall, mostly working age people whose hands are tied. They can't do anything except sit around and wait for something that they thought was going to happen and were not dissuaded from believing in, which hasn't happened.
On top of that, other networks have interviewed people who said that they were promised help finding a job, which makes it seem like people in the shelters are being told to hold out hope for employment opportunities that just don't exist. Now, many people aren't sure who's giving people the impression that they will be able to come here and immediately get back on their feet.
But the point is, it's happening, and it's kind of ridiculous to think that people wanted to come here and live in a hotel that doesn't have a kitchen, has very little privacy, that they have to move out of after 30 days. People aren't dumb, and many people say that's why these protests are going on, and sadly, why some people have resorted to selling things that they steal for a living.
All this is a byproduct. I keep telling folks, you have 3,000 people on Randall's Island that cannot do anything all day. That's just not right.
So there you have it. Mayor Adams right on the money. These illegal stores are being supported by a shoplifting economy full of stolen products. And what many people say is truly ridiculous is that city leaders have known the entire time that they don't control how quickly people get a job. They can control how quickly paperwork gets processed. They can speculate that the government is going to make that process faster, but that never happened. And people.
Okay, so Eric Adams says it's just a byproduct. Of course, they have these open air black markets, you know, of course, but it's just a byproduct. That it's just what's going to happen. Okay, well, does that mean you don't arrest people? Does that mean that you don't shut it down every single time you it's every single day? Y'all need to be on Roosevelt Avenue every day, all day. Y'all need to hire more police officers, okay? And y'all need to have people there every day. And every single time you see them setting up shop, you need to make them afraid to do it. Or is it just a byproduct? Hey, Latino.
Not much. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good.
I was hearing that you was in DR, right? And it reminded me of a time when I was waiting for a friend of mine to pick me up, and these cops came, and they was like, "Where are you from?" And I'm like, "I'm from the United States." Like, "Oh, what's your ID?" And I'm like, I show them my ID, and they go like, "Oh, you're coming with me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, for what reason though? Like, why do I need to come with you?" He's like, "Nah, because you got to come with me." And I'm just like, "Nah, I'm not going anywhere with you." And like right there in that moment, my friend that was picking me up came, and yeah. So DR's crazy.
Glad you got out of there. Yeah.
Yeah. They almost shot my brother too one time.
Yeah, you know, it gets pretty crazy in these other places when you're an American. And for Americans that have never left America, they have no idea why the hell these people are trying to leave their own countries. They don't even know why they're trying to leave.
Now I get why my brother doesn't like to go back too much. Like, he wants to be here.
Yeah, it's just like we can't even, you know. So Tom Gully says, "Wow, you came here and just expected jobs to be handed out? Hey, maybe there are some jobs back where you came from." Apparently, Tom, apparently not. You know, I mean, they act like it's not. Tom Gully also says, "You want a byproduct? Arrest people. Byproduct is people stop doing that crap." And that's the thing. Like, that's what I don't understand. Like, we just can't sit up here, watch a video that was just from a couple of weeks ago, and there's way more than this. There's way more than this. And apparently it's getting worse and worse and worse. The article that I read first was just from today. You know, y'all know that they're doing it, and y'all are letting them do it. Y'all are letting these people do this. They're stealing drugs out of pharmacies and selling them on the street.
Man, the worst part is, let's say let's say that they are some illegals that want to do it the right way, you know, and have jobs and careers and all that, right? But they're illegal. The issue that I have with that is, why should any citizen or resident that's here legally have to compete with anybody that's illegal? You know what I mean?
Of course. It's just,
and that's what bothers me the most.
I don't like, what got me really interested in this is, you know, just the store owners. These people are walking into the stores and they're stealing everything, and then they are setting up shop right outside the door, selling the products that they just stole.
Right in front of their store.
That is insane.
Didn't they kill a dude for selling Lucy's in New York? Like, don't y'all remember that dude that he said he couldn't breathe?
Oh no.
The black dude that was trying to sell cigarettes outside of New York, but we allowing these people to do that? And like, that's
Hold
crazy.
on, they killed him for selling cigarette?
Yeah, for selling Lucy's, bro.
You
know what a Lucy is, right? It's just like,
yeah, I know what a Lucy is.
Like the single cigarettes.
Yeah, man, they killed his ass for that. The police choked his ass. He couldn't breathe, and he died.
You know what? Now, I bought a couple when I was up there earlier last year. I mean, not like, well, yeah, last year. I got a couple hats from this Nigerian guy.
Oh, Eric Gardner. CS. who did I vote for? Who do you think I voted for? Who do you think? Do I sound like a Democrat? Eric Gardner. I remember
Yeah.
that person now. Now after that
Now you
name, because
remember
you
the
know, with so
story?
many of them.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But isn't that crazy though to compare that these people are out here selling pears and God knows what, but this guy got killed for selling a cigarette. Like, come on, man. And he's a citizen.
Rules
It's
for thee,
madness.
not for me.
Mm-hmm.
People wouldn't be rallying if those were true statements and if they hadn't been misled to some extent by the very apparatus that is keeping them in a situation where they can't do anything. Either way, it's hard for many people to believe that New York City's asylum crisis got to the point where it's at completely by accident and completely beyond the scope of anyone's ability to perceive what might happen in the near future. But what nobody's talking about is that even if everybody inside the shelters gets work permits today and can start work tomorrow, the temptation to be part of New York's growing shoplifting economy is still going to exist.
Okay. Do y'all really think that if they got work permits tomorrow, that they would actually go to work and get a job?
I think they would, and the main reason is so that they can have a couple of people on the inside of some of these spots, so that they can steal more shit.
That's smart planning. I mean, hey, you're right.
I mean, just imagine it. You imagine like you say you got your family with you, and you got a couple of brothers. And your brothers all get a job at like I don't know, Kohl's or something. They work there for like a week or two, and all of a sudden a bunch of their inventory is gone because the brother was into it was his turn to close. He just decided to not close it, and all of a sudden half their inventory gone. So yeah, I can see that.
Gosh.
Can I
You know what? You make a
comment
great point.
Can I comment on one of the comments that is there? It says, well, Mr. Latino, I heard he was resisting from the police. That's the reason why it led to his death, right? The point I am making is, why haven't any migrants gotten killed for the same reason that he did? The reason why he resisted arrest is because they told him to move away from the store. These people are still in front of the store selling things, and nothing has ever happened to them. That's the point I'm bringing across.
Yeah, like they're not even in a position. They haven't been put in a position to resist arrest. They're just, gosh, it is so much crazy stuff happening in New York. They're just letting them do it. And we were talking about this earlier, how there's just cops everywhere. It's everywhere. They're everywhere while this is going on. And, they're not doing anything about it. So they're just letting these people do whatever they want.
Why would they do anything if they get locked up and then get released? So at the end of the day, the police just see it as a waste of time.
Well, right. And then there's only so much that they can do. But, again, I guess I'm going to have to do some deep diving. And maybe one day we can get into it at night. But I need to understand the role of the mayor in New York. What can he and can't he do?
Well, I wonder if there's a map of
for now he can't do shit.
Is there a map of all these illegal spots? Because they seem to be recorded. So I wonder if anyone's made a map. I wonder if anyone's made a map of certain hot spots. Like, are they around certain areas, or are they just everywhere?
Portia, did you hear the story of I believe he might be African, or he might be Haitian, but he basically raped a girl here in a what's the name of these things where they keep all the migrants in a shelter. And this guy was released for $500. This was in March, and he's due in court, and he has not shown up.
No, I haven't heard about that one.
I heard about the one African immigrant who nutted on that white girl's butt and then ran away.
Bro, that's crazy.
Oh,
yeah.
This girl that he assaulted supposedly has special needs too. So that's
so
crazy.
he's retarded.
Yeah, he molested basically. This happened in Rockland.
I don't want to laugh, but
Well, you know, we're pretty sick people over here, so
yeah, I'm going to hell anyway. It don't matter.
yeah, you
Don't
can't
say
do anything
that,
about it now, you know.
We got a spot for you up here.
I'm trying to see. John says Eric Gardner was accused of selling loose cigarettes. The migrants are selling stolen goods. Chris Reed says police can't really touch those people because they're not American citizens. If we touch those people, their government is going to be mad at us. Oh, shout out to you too, Chris Reed. Happy Thanksgiving. CS John isn't here right now. He stepped away. If you are familiar with the channel, we do stream 24 hours and we have a team of hosts and we have shifts and we take turns and we fill in the gaps where there are many from time to time to keep the show going. So let's and Gary and I am still trying to find a map.
Oh no,
Let's
it's okay.
watch
Take
some
your
more.
time. I'm just wondering. There's got to be something.
Whoa. You see all these e-bikes parked out in front? These are here
John
because
has one of
delivery
those.
jobs are one of the most popular ways to work and one of the best ways to work for people who just moved here and may not have a ton of skills yet. But the problem is not everybody wants to be a delivery rider. And the city's soft on crime policies make other...
You know what? I don't want to hear nothing about what you don't want to be. Nothing. You will be what I tell you to be. Okay? So if we need delivery drivers, that's what you're going to do. You're not going to come over here. Listen. Listen. I don't know who the hell you think you are. Oh yeah, I want a job, but I don't want to deliver food. What do you mean? You're stealing and you're delivering stolen goods to the curb on the street to sell it. What do you mean? You don't get to pick. Listen, if we need you to work in this factory, that's where you finna work up until you become a citizen, and then you can have your freedom. Not right now. Who? You know what? But Tom said, beggars can't be choosers. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They don't want to do the job. So if they had to, I don't know, what do they do in New York? Oh, you know what a good job would be for them in New York? Rat catchers. They can catch the rats.
Yo.
Because that's a huge problem in New York. And they can create a coalition of people to go out and catch rats. And so you'll already get paid whatever hourly amount. And then, you know, they can put a little stank on it on top for each rat that you catch. You know, y'all can eliminate the rat issue in New York. I don't know.
But how the homeless people going to get their food?
What, they eat the rats?
I've heard stories of homeless people rummaging through trash and eating rats. Yes.
Well, that's, you know, I didn't know that.
Yeah, New York is crazy.
I'm just thinking of any job. So like even in New York, like the Herbie Kirby's, I did see the video whenever like Mayor Eric Adams brought one out, and I was like, oh wow, it's about time they got Herbie Kirby's. Do y'all know what a Herbie Kirby is?
No, I don't.
Okay, let me. I know that they're called different things in different places. So like the trash cans that you roll out to the street so they can pick up your trash instead of you just putting the trash in the bag on the street.
Yeah, we just call them trash bins.
Yeah, we call them Herbie Kirby's. But yeah, so New York is still pretty, you know, dirty, so they could go around and pick up trash or something. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of any job that they could do, but whatever the job is, it's not. You're not about to be saying what you're not going to do. If you want to work, you want to work. Tom Gully says, how many countless stories have we heard of people washing dishes and going to law school at night? Not interested in your I came here illegally and now I want a CEO job thinking. Not at all. And CS, thank you. Thank you, CS. Yeah, no, these people got a lot of nerve. They can miss me.
Types of illegal employment much more profitable.
Throughout 2023, the number of these vendors continued to grow exponentially, and the number of robberies in the stores around here is going off the charts. So this was actually
It shouldn't take a genius to figure out that this is all going on in one of the hardest, most expensive places you could possibly live. In fact, the cost of living in New York is so high that many Americans with college degrees struggle to live here and make it. Things aren't any better outside of New York City, where the state itself has above average living costs. And think of the tough future many asylum seekers are going to have because delivery jobs in New York here and make it. Things aren't any better outside of...
Hold on, what?
Y'all see that?
Yeah.
$7.69 for a gallon of milk is insane. That is insane.
That's non-fat milk
brand of
too, which
milk-
means it's cheaper.
Like the best brand of milk here would be maybe what, $5.99, maybe $4.99.
The most expensive we got is I think like $3.69 that I can think of.
How much
That's
is
that.
gas where you at right now? Like
Last time I checked, 205. It's cheap down here.
Damn, bro, where you live?
Not New York, NC, good old North Carolina, in a buttfuck town in the middle of nowhere. Nice and cheap
Yeah, gas
everywhere.
is pretty cheap down here too.
Over here is $2.69 right now. And
Oh, it ain't too much.
the car we got to put premium, so you know that shit is like an extra 80 cents.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got gas yesterday and I got it $2.07 a gallon. So, I mean, it went down after Trump won, pretty much.
Yeah,
But
ours
it's
was
been, it hasn't been crazy like how it is in California.
Yeah.
When Trump was president, what was it, like the second year? Gas went down over here at 187, man. It felt like I was back in the 2000s. It was great.
Yeah, I remember whenever Obama was president and I was in college, and I remember gas getting up to $5.
Yeah,
And I was like, this is crazy, right? But like, I wasn't at that time like correlating it with politics, but then Trump became president and gas went all the way down to like $1.30. And I was like, these might have something to do with the other. Maybe not, but it kind of seemed like it, But this $7.69, Tom says it's organic. Organic is always more costly, but I mean $7.69, Tom.
$69 is ridiculous for organic.
That's even for organic.
Like that shit better.
It's organic.
That shit better have
It's organic,
THC
non-fat
or
too.
something in it.
So
Yeah, I don't drink cow's milk anyways, but Tropes points out points out the fact that it says, it even says low price below it. Yeah, it does say low price. I just had to pause and rewind that because I was like, is
That ain't low.
you have taxes too, because they tack on so many different taxes in New York. So by the time you scan out that milk, that'd probably be $12.
I mean, do they charge taxes on grocery goods over there?
Yeah.
We don't do that here.
yeah, they do in New York. In every major
that
city, I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah, they do in
Damn,
New York for
like,
sure.
in
They do in
Massachusetts,
Charlotte. I know
if it's
that.
hot food, yeah, but like if it's groceries, no.
See, Tom says the average price of a gallon of gas in Dallas today is $2.68. You can find it in the area for as low as $2.29.
Damn, that's
Yeah, that's
nice.
similar to mine. Our average
Yeah,
is
but that price of the price of milk is like a gallon
$2.72.
of California gas. That's the price of regular in California. $7.69, dude.
Not gonna lie, that's like 2 to 3 gallons of gas
Yo,
for 1
California
gallon
is
of milk.
horrible, man. I'm telling you. Like gas is like $9 a gallon. Like
I remember seeing how high those gas prices were in California. Let me see. In Los. I wonder how much it is now. Yeah, hell no.
It's four. I mean, to look at it right now, it says the current average is 4.45.
I'm looking at the LA Times one.
That's higher than Massachusetts.
$7.55. This one is
God
saying
dang.
$8.05.
Diesel. Oh, it says regular unleaded gas, $6.04, and diesel is $7.11.
Yeah, California's always expensive. I went over there one time and we rented a Tahoe. Bro, it took almost $110 to fill that car up.
Yeah,
and we only used half of the gas, dude.
And you know, like for Californians, like $4 gas is normal. It's like, okay,
Yeah, that's
whatever.
normal for them, but not for me.
Yeah, not for me either.
Like, get out of here. You
So,
can't take a
wait, so
vacation over there because it's so
$4 is the
expensive.
average. So that means inner city gas got to be way high.
You know, you usually want to take a vacation with somewhere that's cheaper so your money can stretch and you can have a great time. In California, you gotta like, oh, dude, no, and it's not even worth it because it's shit.
Well, Chris Reed, if you think that gas should be that much, you should probably move to California. Do you live there right now?
What you
I
mean
don't.
gas needs to be 3 or higher? What do you?
He says, I think gas needs to go up to $3 and higher because if gas goes down, your paycheck goes down.
That's actually
for me,
false.
my
I have to
paycheck.
To be honest,
For
that
me,
has never applied to me.
my paycheck goes up because I'm spending less on gas.
And gas
What type of
equals low
does he
gas
run a?
equals low prices on products. So
Yeah, Chris Reed, do you run a gas station perchance? Maybe that's why your check is going a little down.
maybe that's.
Oh, he has a longer one right here. He says, and remember, Americans, if gas prices go down, your rent is going down, your paycheck is going down. That's another way the boss is telling you we have to do pay cuts. Gas is not high no more. I've never heard that.
I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah, you need to like check Thomas Sowell or something, dude.
Yeah, I was going to say he might. You know what? He might. Do you own a Shell? Do you own a Shell, perhaps, or an Exxon Mobil?
Yeah, you might have to give us a little bit more there because I don't know about all that.
Yeah,
let's watch the rest of this.
Equaled cheaper weight for cargo. So I mean, wouldn't that lower the prices down? And not only that, we're gonna have who is it? Europe no longer buying from Russia, so they're gonna be buying from us. So
I mean, if gasoline goes down, your paycheck. If gasoline goes down, your paycheck goes down.
No,
investors can't make any money if gas prices going down. Well, if gas prices go down, if the gas prices go down, what we've been experiencing over the last 4 years is people are actually driving less or they're doing more of a commute. And so a lot of people aren't spending as much money on gas. Like, you know, during COVID, for example, you had less people on the road, more people working from home. So the prices were going up naturally because people weren't, you know, purchasing it. And, you know, the gas stations, they don't make money like that off the gas. They make money off of the products that are being sold inside. So that's why they encourage you to spend money there, because they make more money because gas and oil, it is pretty cheap, and it should be. After all, especially whenever we have a gold mine here in America for oil. But now that you have more people driving, you know, the whole electric car thing, it really didn't take off, you know, maybe the way that they thought it would. You have more people going to work, and there's actually more people here in America now. So there's going to be more people spending more money on gas, which is going to, of course, the investors and these big gasoline giants, tycoons, they're gonna be making more money. I don't know. I'm not going to say that you're 100% wrong. It's just I've never heard that before.
Not to mention, what about people who hoard gas whenever the price is lower to a certain extent? I remember before the pandemic fully set in, when gas was like $1.14, the first thing people did was buy a bunch of gas canisters. Me included, by the way. I was one of these people because I already
Yeah,
had
me
one.
too. Me too.
And we filled up about 4 to 5 kegs, at least me personally. We had about 4 to 5 kegs of gas and just kept it in our storage compartment for a good
Yeah, I always
2
keep
to 3
gas.
years.
Always.
And
Yeah,
people do
no
that a
matter what.
lot, especially where I'm at, because people don't like going to gas stations all the time because everything's all spread out where I'm at. So we can't really afford to constantly go to a gas station every day. So they buy a bunch of gas at once and just store it.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm confused. So that's imagine people that make gas products. They make 50. Oh, you might have to rewrite that for me, Chris. Because it kind of.
I don't know where he's getting his economic
Tom Gully says gas stations
understanding
make
here,
the
but
money off the Snickers bar. Yeah, that's what I've always known. Like, they get paid off of what you buy in the store. But let's
yeah,
watch
gas
a
stations
little
like
bit more
let's
of
say a
this.
gas
Go
station
ahead.
buys gas at 460, right? And then gas goes down. They lose money because of that. So it's a messed up business. So they make their money if they have a car wash, they make money off of that. The goods and services that they sell in there, like mechanicking, if some of them have that, or if they have a liquor store or whatever. But in reality, they really don't make money off of gas.
Yeah, I mean, but like here in Texas, like we have QT. You going to QT or even going to Buc-ee's. John mentioned Buc-ee's earlier. I mean, listen, I mean, Buc-ee's is a dream for those of you that have never been.
Like a
You can go in
Wawa.
there and get, Buc-ee's is going to have to be better than a Wawa's for me, but I'm biased. But even QT on a smaller level, like you're going in there and you can get any, and they have all of the things that you might want to run inside and grab, but Tom says, according to available data, the lowest national average gas price in the last 5 years was around $2.14 per gallon, which occurred in 2016.
Dang, I thought that would have occurred in sometime like 2020.
Also, Chris is in Texas. I have to remember that.
2006.
I stay in Houston. The reason why your boss pays you more money so you can buy gas to get to work at other products.
Oh, he might have a job that requires a large amount of gas. Okay.
Yeah, so I guess for him, he's talking about his job specifically. So if that's something to do with your job.
It might be one of those payer commutes. It's those jobs that pay you directly on how much work you do and how much you advertise. I know those require a lot of gas because your entire job is basically going around the city advertising whatever products that you need to people. So that might make sense for him.
Yeah, I guess so. But let's get back. Let's finish the rest of this video.
I want to see a
New York
migrant still.
City, where the state itself has above average living costs. And think of the tough future many asylum seekers are going to have because delivery jobs in New York City's economy aren't going to pay enough for $5,000 a month apartments. But as much of a disaster as that sounds like, things are now even worse because the city just passed new laws which are making it hard.
Well, wait a minute. We know that these people live about 10, 15, 20 deep in an apartment. So if all of them were working, they could pay that rent.
Not to mention some of them might not even have rent.
They could pay that rent. They could put their minds together.
I don't think this poor white man knows how deep it goes.
Wasn't they?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
They was getting about $8,000 a month off assistance.
Oh no, they were getting paid. They sure were. Not anymore, but they were.
Yeah.
But that's the thing too. They were getting paid and they were still stealing.
Yeah, you gotta make all the bread while you're here.
Yeah, you gotta send
You
them
know,
barrels.
they were getting
You gotta
all
send
of
them
that
barrels back.
money, and they were still doing this.
You gotta send the
Ugh,
barrels back, Portia. 1 barrel per
that's
kid,
crazy.
as the Jamaicans say.
Harder for delivery riders to make money. And now that there is a guaranteed minimum wage that people doing delivery need to make, many folks who used to be able to get plenty of work when the rate was around $11 an hour plus tips, they now say the work's just not there anymore. And that's sad, because it means that what little opportunity people living in the shelters had to benefit their lives has now also been taken away from them. And when you look at the huge numbers of delivery vehicles parked in front of shelters like this, in a booming job market with plenty of work, these wouldn't just be sitting here. And critics say putting people in a tough economic position and then telling them they have to leave these shelters and go and provide for themselves is just going to cause more folks to make the unfortunate decision that crime pays in New York.
Here's the thing, when these raids happen, it does spook some of these vendors, so they stop selling for a day or two, but then once things cool down, they see
That means they weren't spooked.
they come back out here and set back up. So
right.
No, it didn't spook you. If it spooked you, you wouldn't be.
Why
You
they
know,
set up
earlier they
hours
said
later? What the?
they said an hour later. Then they said a couple hours later. They said the moment that they pull away, they're back selling. So I don't know who they think they're spooking.
Damn, not even the ninjas in the wire would do that type of shit.
It's like, oh my God.
And remember that if you steal under $1,000 worth of stuff in this city, it's a misdemeanor. And even if the police confiscate all of your merchandise, who cares? You didn't pay anything for it, and you can easily go get more of it. And the sad reality is that New York City does not have enough police to really stay on top of this for as long as it persists. And many people say that if New York City didn't have laws which encouraged crime, many people in vulnerable positions wouldn't think of that as an option. And it's terrible watching this happen to the poor who've been totally screwed over by this system, because New York is a city that hasn't built enough apartments for its population, which is why rents are high. They allow out-of-control crime, which is why things at grocery stores cost more or are locked up. And really what we have here is an unsustainable situation for the everyday working man. What do you think the city should do about it? Should we arrest criminals and put them in jail so the products we have don't have to stay in jail? Let me know. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Well, I want to show y'all something.
I don't think this white man knows how deep it goes.
I sent you an article about that situation with the migrant that essayed the girl.
Yeah, I saw it. So we have. Let me tell you.
Hey, yo, what?
Let me tell you, times have seriously changed over here. So this is in New York.
Yo,
and this.
I'm sorry, Portia.
This.
Tell me why she looked like that Mortal Kombat character with the 4 hands.
Yeah, she looks crazy, but what she's about to show is. It may look like a place that some of us have seen before.
If I don't see one Jamaican woman selling water,
it's not bad.
Nah,
it's not bad yet.
Nah, it's not.
They are cooking out in this park, y'all. Check this shit out. He is dead ass cooking off his shopping cart. They are cooking his shit. Yo, they do not play over here. You hear me? Check this shit out. He is dead cooking off his. They are cooking out in this park, y'all. Check this shit out.
That's pretty innovative.
If you cooking.
Honestly, I don't see anything wrong with that.
So if you're broke and you can't afford a grill, you can go steal a basket from Home Depot and steal some other products from Home Depot and get some, I don't know, is that paper down there? Something to get it hot, and you can cook.
Yo, each of them carts go for like $50 to $60. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Oh, but you know they didn't pay for them; they just took them.
Yeah, they just take them. If anything, they're
Yeah,
probably
they just-
already stolen by some homeless person, and they just snagged them off the street. That happens a lot around here. People be taking the Walmart carts for some
Except they
reason.
robbed someone of their
But
shopping
let's be
cart.
honest. Would any of you guys eat that chicken?
Maybe.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna hold you.
it don't look too bad. Yeah, I might eat it.
It don't look like the end of the world to
I
me.
love you guys,
know,
man.
I'm gonna eat that chicken.
Yeah, I was gonna say that don't look too bad. I'll probably ask
You
him
pull
how much.
out Portia, pull out the hot sauce out the purse like Hillary.
You know what's
I ain't
real?
got no
You
hot
know what's
sauce in my purse, but
Yeah, you know what's real innovative about those things though? I was looking at those cards. Those things has everything on them. It had the little cooler for the drinks. It had the trash bag for the trash. It had a little plate section for the side on the side for like cutlery and all that types of stuff. That looked like it's just a mobile shop. I can't be hating on it.
They got that good sazon, man.
Yeah, he probably got the sauce.
yeah, I know. And you know, whatever it is, it's much cleaner than what it would be over wherever he came from. So
Facts.
So here is another video of the officers, doing a cleanup of one of these places, like the street vendors and whatnot. Before I play this, have you ever been to like Sam's or Costco's before?
Yeah.
And you see like here how they have these big old boxes like that are typically filled with items that you took from the store or bought from the store. So
Like
I'm
the
guessing
strawberry
that
boxes.
Yeah. So I'm guessing whenever they steal the food too, that's how they're stealing it, like the same way they did at Home
Jesus
Depot. Garion.
Christ.
They're just racking up the food and they're walking out with it and they're just selling it on the street.
Yeah.
Damn, that's like HB dropping off a load and
Yeah.
But Latino, speaking of, I can't. We're going to have to bring this up again. But did you see earlier in the video, or the previous video, where those migrants had that cart full of tile? I think it was tile.
Dang,
It was a flat
they
cart.
doing floors too. They stealing equipment and doing jobs.
Yeah.
The one from Home Depot.
Yeah.
Yo, get out of here, dude.
Oh yeah, I'll show it to him real quick.
No way.
Yeah. So
And I guess
it
I
was
can show
it wasn't
the
just one.
audience.
It wasn't just one guy. It was
Yo, what?
Personally, I think you need to make that like a banner or a screenshot.
Yo, that would be nuts though. Like, you just think about it. You steal the tile.
No, it was. There were like 8 of them in a row. And the front guy was just taking a bunch of Home Depot stuff.
Damn, man, that's a profit of like, whew.
Yeah, so here's the a clip. It's probably about a couple minutes. So
Lined along 91st Street, cops moved in, confiscating items, sending many vendors scrambling, quickly packing up.
It's troubling. All day long, they're lined up.
This is what retail theft looks like these days. Groups of thieves who make it look like a competition on a game show. Quickly.
And you know what also pisses me off, which is another thing, because I feel comfortable saying this now because Tom Gully is in the building. See, in Texas, they ain't doing this right here. We're not doing this.
Oh, hell no.
That it's no. That we're going to. I don't care if you are a minor or not. If you have been charged with a crime, if you did something violent, criminal, you are on a billboard somewhere. You're on the news. They're not blacking you out. I don't know why y'all are trying to make sure we don't see who these people are. But in Texas, we gonna know.
Crazy.
Okay, we're gonna know.
Yo, but in Texas, I heard that some Venezuelans tried to do some stuff like that, and it didn't go out well for them.
Oh yeah.
So
Tom says here in Texas. Here in Texas, we'd auto lock those doors, and now yous can't leave. I know that's right, Tom.
You gonna be my pet tonight?
Yeah, you don't want to do that shit. Yeah, again, that's Shredder. Why are they blurring people with? I do not know. And like that's whenever we do these news stories from other states, I'm like, what the hell is going? And even like sometimes I've had this conversation with Stanley as well too, and I'm like, listen, I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense to me. It's like, what are we doing? People need to know who these people are. It's like,
you gotta keep the criminals safe, Portia.
Yeah, man. How am I supposed to get my cut?
Like, come on, Portia. Like, we gotta keep them
masks
safe.
on.
We need chaos. You know, this is
I mean, are
you
you
how
talking
much?
about the fact that they black or Hispanic or what?
To be fair,
New York has
I
become
want to make sure my market stay open, man. How am I supposed to get my drills for $70?
It's like they don't want
crazy
people
as hell
to
to
like
me.
see these people on TV or something and not be able to pinpoint them out. when they're in public. It's like, hey, that's that guy that we saw robbing that jewelry store last week.
Yeah, but they got masks on though. You won't be able to do that. They won't be able to do that
I
anyway.
know they got masks.
So what's the point of this?
Redundancy, I guess.
That's what we're saying.
It's like
They be having they be
guys,
no,
like
they be
washing
having
Japanese
straight some of these people be having straight up hazmat suits
Exactly.
on.
They don't want us to see the skin color. Yeah, they don't
Yeah,
want
but then
us- we know
in
who it is.
the next video they show the guy with the skin color stealing.
Yeah,
Like these
In the
days,
next clip.
group thieves who make it look like a competition on a game show, quickly snatching up any and everything.
They're stealing from these stores, taking the
You see
items
'em there.
outside, and then selling them right in front of the stores.
Most
Get
of
the
those
hell
street
outta here.
vendors are believed to be migrants.
This is the byproduct of bringing thousands of people to a city and telling them they cannot work.
Basically, people come here and set up a flea market. This is the #1 complaint in his office. Probably 15 to 20 calls a day.
The one that was like the most brazen.
The one that was the most brazen. I'm telling you, me and Gary, we talked about this earlier, but I'm telling y'all,
nuts. Damn,
That was-
look at
oh,
all
God,
these
Home
people.
Depot, you not getting out of Home Depot down here like that. And not I
Nah.
wouldn't even just say in Texas. I'm saying like any southern Home Depot, you ain't just walking out like this. And it's a caravan of all of these illegals just pushing these they're just walking out with it.
One,
And you see the
two,
employees.
three baskets. There's one in the back. You probably can't see it. I don't know if you can see
See,
it.
this
There's
is the
another
type
one
of
right
shit.
there.
This is the type of shit. Like, if this was to be happening at my Home Depot, I would literally I don't know. I'll get so mad to the point where I would want to knock one of these guys out. And I know,
If something like this would happen, the first thing they do is they'd circle the parking lot to make sure you couldn't leave. That's the first thing that would
the
happen.
thing is, it's like the reason why I say this is because it's like, dude, just imagine, right? This keeps happening constantly at your nearest Home Depot, and then you no longer have a Home Depot, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
But that's what's happening.
And
You
that's
went from
how I
Home
think
Depot
about
to
it. That's
Depot.
part of my community, bro. You know, that's part of my community now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, dude.
So let's see here.
Like, this is why I don't like the comparison with these people and Latinos. It's like, get them out of here.
So apparently the cops are shutting down this market.
Of course they go for the one with the old lady. Come on.
You know, they cussing them out in Spanish.
Mira.
My name is Angela Lopez Gonzalez Morales.
It's like, yo, dude, like, we all Hispanic people got like that
Oh my
long
gosh,
ass
I'm trying to
name.
think of that one word.
That one meme of that Hispanic lady whose granddaughter told her to shut up. I remember that.
Oh, is it the adios mijo? That
oh,
I'm trying to think. Oh, adios mijo.
Yo, you that reminds me of the Venezuelan kid that what was it, that ended up stabbing somebody and they locked him up, the migrant, and the mom is in the background. It's like, ay mijo, no mijo. She's like, God no.
Is that the that's my baby equivalent?
Yeah.
That's my baby.
No, but there's this funny one in Dominican Republic, right, where the reporters is asking the lady. She's like, "Yo, so we hear that your son is a thief," and she goes, "Nah, my son is not a thief. He never robs anybody. He sells drugs."
So they take all of their stuff. Okay. So they're taking the tables, they're taking the chairs, they're taking everything.
They'll be right back, Portia.
Yeah, I was going to
I
say,
know, but
I give it about an hour.
But y'all do realize that if the cops are taking the tables and the chairs, that within that hour, that's them going to go steal some more tables and chairs and merchandise to do it again.
You can find them at your nearest Home Depot.
That's crazy.
Damn. Since you put it that way, you ain't wrong though. You ain't wrong.
And
But they'll
so
be right
this
back.
is
They're like roaches, man.
Eric Adams from December of 23. And this is what he said about, this whole thing and with the prostitution and all
Yo,
of
little
that.
kids buying prostitution at 14, bro. I seen videos, man.
Let's see what he
In New
said.
York.
See, because his tone has changed. And I wish John was here because we were talking about this earlier. And it's just like, gosh, this is all coming full circle for everything that John was saying. But let's see what his tone was
He's
about
gonna
this
get pardoned,
then.
man, by Trump.
Probably.
Oh yeah, most
There is
definitely.
two schools of thought in this city. Like we put an initiative in place to clean up the Brooklyn Bridge. I don't know if you traveled past the Brooklyn Bridge. I think the Post rightfully did an analysis of what was happening on the Brooklyn Bridge. Councilwoman Brewer came and said, let the vendors stay. That is an unsafe environment there. So there's like this two school of thoughts that you're seeing in the city. You see the school of thought that police officers should be filling out documentations every time they stop people. There are those who say that no, police officers should do policing. People say that we should do the what's happened with punitive segregation. There are those who feel one way. There's others who feel another. I think the majority of New Yorkers line up to we need a well-managed, peaceful, orderly city. It's unfortunate that a large number of them have become apathetic to voting, that we're letting a numerical minority hijack the philosophies and the management of our cities. And I'm hoping that this is going to encourage New Yorkers to engage in politics more, because some of these things that are passing through, people think they're attractive. I challenge you, go visit other cities that these initiatives have come in place. You need to go see other cities, and you will realize my school of thinking of having a well-managed, organized city because of how diverse we are in practices. This city has to be maintained, and it has to be orderly. And having vending everywhere, having prostitution, people believe in legalizing prostitution. People believe in legalizing the use of letting people to shoot drugs in front of your home, sleeping in front of your home. New York can't run that way. This city's too complicated to have an any and everything go city. And that's my concern.
Oh, okay. See, because the text says
there is two.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams just said his city council is suggesting. Oh, okay. His city council was suggesting legalizing prostitution and open air drug use to deal with the mounting crime. So his council was like, "Hey, this is what you should do," and he's like, "Nah."
That's insane.
But obviously, it is still happening. And here is what Latino was talking about earlier. Some guy raped a kid. Oh, it's a Haitian. A Haitian man charged with raping a 15-year-old at an emergency shelter for migrant families. Well, it's just kind of what they're used to,
I am
It's
innocent.
kinda,
I am innocent. I did not do that. I did not do that.
it's kind of hard to break, that habit.
I just realized there's no comments or traction on this post. Okay. It's kind of hilarious.
Oh, because this is a story that
it's like 5 days ago.
Only conservative people here in Massachusetts are actually speaking on this. So they really don't want to touch this subject. The liberals. But it's their fault that this shit is happening anyways because they allowed it. But it's just crazy.
Queens, New York City migrants are selling merchandise that looks like a school bus,
Hey, yo,
used and new
Damn, they stole
on
the
the
school bus
streets.
too.
No, I'm pretty sure
Probably.
the kids are trying to get something. I think the teacher was like, "Hey, kids, you want some stuff?"
Yeah, because it's cheap.
You gotta help the migrants, okay?
No, we gotta help. She's
New
all like,
York,
"Yo, we gotta help
AOC
children."
This is what is going on.
They're
All of these
people,
people
too.
here that are
Yo, those are
selling
baby
on the
toys.
street have crossed into America illegally. A lot of them have been here for up to 3 years, so they're settling in. A way to make money is for them to come and sell goods on the street. This literally looks like I don't even know how to describe it. It's an outdoor garage sale, but it looks like Goodwill bins have just been dropped off here. However,
Remind me
right
of home.
next to it is this store, Lot for Less. How would you feel if you owned that store and you have all these people out here selling all these goods? Most of the people are coming to buy from these people. They don't have vending license and they don't have any sort of license. When police come, they quickly gather their goods and they go on their way. This is what is happening in Queens, New York. If you visit New York, you want to come for some really good garage sales, come on up here and you don't know what you'll find. There's lots of treasures right here that people are trying to sell.
Yo, this white
So
woman
this
need
is
to
what's
chill.
happening on in America. It does not look like America here. No.
This white woman need to chill.
It's just a garage sale, you know.
It's just a nice little store. It's very
Prada?
urban.
We
It's
had
very
you.
it's very
All
unique.
right, Gary.
This white girl need to stop. This white woman.
Anything you guys
Come and get
need
anything
here.
you need.
She probably got that
Anything you
mic
need.
from there. That fancy ass little mic.
This is better than Amazon. They have anything from A to Z.
It's so cozy and local. Oh my god. It's so
That's so
unique. and-
stupid. That is so crazy. Like, hey, yeah. So, like, if you need any hair coloring or, any razors or,
If you need some really nice press-on nails, there's a corner over there that's selling them for about $1.50.
Yeah. Come on down. Come and get your goods. Well, I have something that might be interesting to y'all. That we can. Well, I do want us to go through it, but before we get to that, speaking of white people, I would like to take a moment to say thank you to white people. Thank y'all so much for your bravery and for doing things that no one else would. And it's not just what black folks wouldn't do. It's what everyone else that's not white wouldn't do. And so because of what it is that you do, I just have to say thank you because you go to places that we won't go. You eat things and try things we wouldn't try. You just do so many
Shout out-
things.
Shout out to white
and
folks.
if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't have this incredible video that I want us to review of a white person who just said, hey, I know y'all said he's a bad guy, but is barbecue really a bad guy?
Hold on.
I'm gonna go and find out for myself because I know you said it. I don't know. I want to go meet barbecue.
Eat the
Like you've never seen him before, and so.
This white.
Oh, hey John.
This is barbecue.
John, yeah, go ahead. You can pitch something whenever you want. Whenever you want.
Portia, pull up the video, Portia.
Yeah, so John, I'm here for now. I was hoping that you were able to come in on some of that migrant street selling stuff. But yeah, John, whenever you're ready to pitch something, I am here. Just let me know. Well, John, I know well, Asians, I guess Indians would be included in that. Me and my obsession with these street vendors, street food or whatever in India is disgusting. But this man here decides to go and interview Barbecue, and we've talked about him. We've read stories about him, and again, the bravery. Not me. I'm not even going to Haiti. I barely even want to say the word. Write it out, spell it out on paper. I'm certainly not going to put money on a ticket and go. But he went, and you know what? He posted this video, so it seems like he's okay. But before we get into that, I want you guys to see what's going on in Haiti, just in case you did not know or you have not heard. It's not like Haiti got any better than it did the day before, but let's see what's going on over.
To soothe her baby, Nadine must put her own fears aside. A nearly impossible task for the mother of three who narrowly escaped gunmen in her neighborhood of Port-au-Prince.
Maybe it was that white man.
At 2 a.m., a group of people told us that armed bandits had entered our neighborhood of Salino, and I was at home when I noticed the fire outside. I was there with 3 children, including 2 babies, and we wanted to escape. It was a really terrible day. Can you imagine? At 2 a.m., all alone, without anyone's help, because everyone is trying to escape themselves. For now, the tears have stopped. But on the streets of the capital, violence is spreading. It's the second time Nadine's had to leave her home, and she's not alone. 20,000 others were displaced in a single week. 28 were killed when gang members confronted Haitian police in the suburb of Pétionville. French President Emmanuel Macron is blaming the crisis on the country's transitional council, which removed the former Prime Minister Gary Conille, and on Haitians themselves for letting drug trafficking become rampant in the country. A statement many say is unacceptable. A former colonial power, France imposed a colossal debt on Haiti in exchange for its independence, which, coupled with decades of U.S. interference, broke the Caribbean nation's economy.
Not only do they have historical responsibility for reparations regarding the ransom for independence, they also have some responsibility for the chaotic situation.
Sir, I'm going to tell you something right now, you Haitian. You're not getting a damn reparation before I do. Better keep that. You better keep it over in Haiti, sir.
If anybody is the French that hold
with the French. Take that up with the French, because I heard her slide America in there. Don't you slide?
Don't.
Not before me. That's all I wanted to say.
I'm half African.
Haiti's experiencing
reparations.
Yeah, do I get?
Not
wait, hold on.
before Latino.
Hold on.
Hungarian.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hold on. What about mine? We had the whole my country had the whole genocide, and according to the book, because of America.
South African, man.
Yeah, let me get some of my money too, man. Come on.
It's like, sir, I hear you, but y'all want an independence. I ain't mad at you, but not before us. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, ask that earthquake for reparations first, bro. Come on. Ask that fault line. That's that garbage fault line y'all got.
Yeah, that dude Barbecue got a big belly, man. He look like he doing good.
Yeah, bro. Where you think he getting all that fat from? Is that where the reparations is going?
Yeah, that's where they went.
I thought they like to eat people. Well, let's keep going.
Today.
Okay.
Haiti's police forces, supported by 400 Kenyan troops, are struggling to contain the situation. Calls are growing for a formal UN peacekeeping contingent to intervene. But shadows of past missions have left Haitians wary of foreign intervention. Over a decade ago, UN soldiers committed rape and were accused of contaminating water supplies, which led to the death of almost 10,000 people to cholera. Meanwhile, a kiss and some milk are all mothers here.
Did y'all know that?
Hold on, what?
Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. We gotta go back.
What? 10,000.
Hold on, wait. Jesus Christ. Oh gosh, God must hate
White
Haiti.
people,
Let's
white
see.
people love the
Yeah,
Haitians.
God. No,
Jesus Christ. You know, he's trying to burn California down. He's trying to, drown everybody in Florida. And then in Haiti, I mean, they got hurricanes, earthquakes, genocides,
Clintons.
the Clintons, the UN came over and
I saw that voodoo. I saw that
the
voodoo. Saw that voodoo.
They
all that
poisoned
voodoo,
their
voodoo,
water
chez
lines.
Yacheshua. It's all that voodoo, voodoo, chez Yacheshua.
There is not.
Haiti can't catch a break.
Oh God.
Jeez, let's hear that one more time.
There's not a single African
Over a
country that's worse.
decade ago, UN soldiers committed rape and were accused of contaminating water supplies, which led to the death of almost 10,000 people to cholera. Meanwhile, a kiss and some milk are all mothers here can provide to give their families a semblance of safety. In the overcrowded shelters of the city, most are now relying on aid
It's
to
that
get
white man
by.
who interviewed.
and the
It's that white man
displaced
who interviewed
keep on coming.
barbecue. It's that white man. I'm telling you. It was that white man.
Baby got good hair. Latino.
Probably
did you
one
say
of that's
white
probably one of
people
Bill
got good
Clinton's.
hair?
That's probably
That's
one of
probably
Bill
one of
Clinton's.
Clinton's kids. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One of Hillary's illegitimate children. One of Hillary's illegitimate children. You know she down with the brown. She keep them hot sauces.
Hey, Herman. It's synthetic. Hey, synthetic.
She keeps them hot sauces for the Haitians.
That's crazy. Contaminating a water line. So they was raping the females about 10 years ago, and they contaminated the water line. 10,000 people. Hold on, wait. Let me look that up real quick. How many people died in that Haitian earthquake? Because I know.
To be fair, their water is already contaminated. So I don't know how a couple of Mountain Dew bottles. I don't know how a couple of Mountain Dew bottles and a couple extra Mountain Dew bottles and maybe some, I don't know, maybe some messed up fuel tanks is gonna make much of a difference.
I don't know if you guys heard, but the story goes that the reason why Haiti is always in a bad situation is because when they beat the French, right, they basically made a deal with the devil, and the devil basically got the French out of there. And
well, you know that's some bullshit.
Yeah, I mean that's what they say.
That's some bullshit. What they do? They give magic. What Satan do? Give them magic?
I don't know, because you got to think to yourself, man, the French had guns and everything. These people, they didn't have anything.
Well, it says
And they ran them
here
out of there.
220,000 people died in that earthquake. And so if you throw 10,000 on top of what the UN did to their water, we're at a whopping 230,000.
Yeah, but the UN goes around the world killing people, man. Like, and we sit here like the UN is a great thing.
Well, then that means that Haiti ain't special and they ain't got nothing to complain about.
I don't know. It might be the voodoo. I don't know if God is trying to tell them something. I don't know. Haiti just has a lot of bad luck.
It's weird that it's Haiti specifically, though. Like, what they do?
For real, dude.
There's voodoo all over the world. There ain't no amount of voodoo. There ain't no amount of curse that Haiti got, though.
Like,
and then it says 20,000 people flee their homes in a single week. Where did they go?
Like, for real?
Probably.
Where are they?
Probably Brazil.
Mountainside.
Where did they go? I mean,
probably in the woods. Probably in the woods somewhere.
Don't come to America, because after after we finish going through what we're going through tonight with Haiti, listen, I think they all need to stay.
Ohio.
I don't think they need to come over here at all, because whatever is going on in Haiti, whatever that bad juju is that they got, they need to keep it. First of all, all the stuff that they be doing in Haiti and the stuff and the lifestyle that they're used to, there is no way that they get integrated. Not at a large scale. Okay. So they're just going to have to stay at home. They're going to, John is here. Hey, John. They're going to have to stay at the house.
I am the urban landlord.
They
They're going to go to the Dominican
stay
Republic.
at home.
They're going to Dominican
John,
when Latino.
Oh, man.
You know they ain't
know
going to
what,
let them
John?
in.
Yeah, they
You know
take the
what,
zip line
John?
up there.
They do a raid every 3 months, you know, and they round them up and then they send them right back.
And they come right back again. So
Yeah,
never ending
it's a
cycle.
joke.
Herman
we
said
had
that's an insane amount of people to die in one earthquake. I know.
So when
To be fair, that was a very bad earthquake. It split. It dang near split the island in half.
So when we had like my father used to tell me stories, right? Because he was a kid at that time. But when we had the dictator president of the Dominican Republic, this guy would lock him up. It got to the point where he was tired of having to lock them up and send them back, and they kept coming back. That one day, he just like threw the truck in the ocean with them locked in there, and basically let them know, like, yo, if you guys keep coming in here, this is gonna be you next. And that was kind of fucked up, but yeah, he was a dictator though.
Chris Reed, we'll look it up. We have bad luck over here too in America. Let's not forget that, Miss Portia. Hey, listen, the slaves had it better, Chris. The slaves had it better. They had it better than the Haitians.
They picking cotton instead of sugar cane.
All the American Negroes had to do was pick a little cotton. They might have got whipped every now and then, but that's when they kept trying to. They kept
maybe lost a few fingers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got called Kunta Kinte. Yeah, you got called Kunta Kinte every now and then, but that was because you kept going after Massa's. You kept going after Massa's wife. You kept going after Massa's wife. You need to stop it.
You kept thinking about that white love. That white love.
Yeah. You kept trying to steal the pie from the window. It was all about the pie.
And then one day that baby came out yellow.
A little too light skin. One of them had blue eyes, and they were like, "What the fuck? When Negroes get blue eyes?"
America is not nowhere near. Haiti don't even have a military. Herman, I'm checking your message.
Africa ain't even as bad as that. There's no African country that got all that.
Clear blue water eyes.
I was Gary say, what the?
Oh, are these kids? Herman, are these kids? I don't know if I can share this. I don't know if I can play it on the screen, but I can definitely post that link in the chat because that looks crazy. Woo. Link.
Maybe the Congo. I don't. Somalia, maybe.
Fighting in the streets. Let's see. Let's finish playing this little video.
Ibtisam Genfood, Al Jazeera.
Oh, okay. That was
Make sure to subscribe to our.
Is she Haitian?
So you have. Oh gosh, who knows these days? So you have the boys forced into gangs. Has devastated. I'm trying to figure out which one.
That's some hot block. Hot.
Now we return.
Black Hawk Down shit.
Yeah, the video that Herman shared. So let's see. Let's get a little bit more into more of the chaos in Haiti. If you would like to donate to Haiti,
this video.
Hit the Cash App. $, Portia J. And all of the other Cash Apps you see in the banner, and I promise you, we will make sure that
these comments are hilarious.
Allegedly.
You can adopt the
Allegedly.
Oh, these comments are hilarious. Oh my god, this is hilarious.
Turn to the chaos in Haiti. Earlier this week, we looked at the gang warfare ravaging the nation, where more than 700,000 people, more than half children, have been displaced by street warfare. Tonight, we look at the plights of those children and more. The fighting has sent poverty and hunger skyrocketing. Children are caught between the gangs and their tenuous futures. Special correspondent Marcia Biggs and videographer Eric O'Connor report from the capital, Port.
Okay, hold on really quick. Let's see. So it's some Haitians with some sticks or branches. I don't know.
They look like planks. Look like planks.
Yeah, machetes, bro.
Oh, they're machetes.
Yeah, I don't think you could play this.
You see, that dog knew something because he took off. Someone says it looks like a scene from the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Dogs and birds, man.
To be fair, you replaced them.
Let me ask you this question: like, what do you think they're fighting over? Like, as broke down as that country is, like
nonsense.
John, the real question is, what aren't they fighting over, man? That's the real question. They're fighting over everything over there.
But at this point, like, damn, when they try to come together and like restore some order, when everybody, you know how they always say, you know how they say in America, we all want the same things, right?
You're giving them too much credit, John.
Yeah, John.
They all want the same things. Like,
to be honest with you, John, that's probably why they're fighting in the first place. One of them Negroes was probably stirring up trouble, and they're trying to run them off. They were ganging up on him.
He wanted something different. Right?
Yeah, he probably wanted something else. They look like they're running the guy out, the guy in the black shirt.
Look like they're trying to solve their problems. And, one primitive problem solved at a time.
To be fair, that look like something. If you replace them with machetes with like wood, that look like something. Look, I've seen kids do that, so maybe they had a lot of practice.
Well, John, they're saying that the fight is over, the sell or the distribution of illegal drugs, and how the gangs want to have power over, government, police entities, things like that. I don't.
So it wasn't anything productive. Like, they weren't trying to.
Right. Yeah.
Criminals fight.
Exactly. Yes.
You know what? It might have been a turf war.
Ruined the license.
I mean, ain't it just a turf? Like Haiti, and then the other turf is the Dominican, and so I mean, the DR is more civilized than Haiti.
Everybody more civilized than Haiti, Portia. It's not much of a bar.
I don't know what I don't know what they fighting for.
Don't give us too much credit, Portia.
Either. I'm not. Trust me, I'm not.
Hey,
I'm just
it is
Haiti. I don't know what they're fighting for.
You say I haven't even seen that shit. I haven't even seen
They
that shit in my
don't have
country.
a military. I mean, the place looks like, I don't know, maybe we can YouTube the wealthy parts of Haiti. I mean, do they even have a wealthy part of Haiti?
They have a suburb.
They do, but
They
still have their issues as well.
Yeah, they have no. Yeah, they do have a suburb, and they have pretty nice houses, but it don't got no gate. That's the goofy thing. You can just go up in there.
There's an island or something on Haiti. It's owned by the cruise ships or something. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with it. I think we talked about it here, where they provide all the security and everything. Oh, is it Cap Haitian? I can't remember what it is.
It's like barbecue. Barbecue don't get in that island.
They control everything there. It's like the white men control it. And you can go there and have a good time. It's probably where Conan O'Brien went. Remember when Conan O'Brien went to Haiti after Trump said it was a shithole? Someone said Labadee. Maybe what it is.
Yeah, where he tried to make a video trying to show that it's not a shithole. But it's funny that you mentioned that, and that's the place that he goes. Why didn't he go to Port-au-Prince?
There's another place called Petitionville. I can't pronounce this, but it's Petitionville or something like that, and it looks pretty nice.
Let's see. I found something really quick. I still want us to get to these other videos, but y'all know how.
Have you ever wondered how rough your life would be in heat? Even as
Did you see that first question? Have you ever wondered how luxury life would be in Haiti? No.
Should be. Not is.
I wouldn't put luxury and Haiti in the same sentence, sir. But thank you for asking.
Luxury over there. Luxury over there is a ham sandwich and a can of Pepsi. That's what it is.
ask yourself, is there any richest neighborhood in this country?
Even ask yourself, is there a richest neighborhood in this country? No, because I wouldn't put rich and Haiti in the same sentence.
People own luxury and expensive homes? The answer is absolute yes.
I guess we better find out. Okay, so this is some of the luxury. Quick summary.
Haiti, the land of mountains which once known as the Peel of the Antilles. Haiti was the first black republic to declare independence, breaking free from the colonialism in 1804. But centuries of political instability, economic hardship, and natural disasters have left Haiti with a different story. In 2010, Haiti faced one of its greatest challenges when a catastrophic...
Okay, we know about all that. Okay, so this
is
looks
Port-au-Prince,
nice.
the capital city of Haiti, nested between the Caribbean Sea and the mountains. Port-au-Prince is not just a city, it is a living, breathing testament to the spirit of its people. Founded in 1749 by the French.
John, did you see those cars driving around that roundabout? They made it. They didn't even wreck. That's crazy. Wow.
Hold on. They can, so Haitians can drive.
Yeah, they can apparently.
Oh my god.
There's the ones with money with the cars.
Yeah, that was crazy. Them's got to be the rich ones, right? Or maybe there's white people in those cars. I don't know.
Wow, that's a wow.
What's the population of
Throughout
that?
its history, Port-au-Prince has been a center of commerce, culture, and political activism. So from colonial rule to independence, from natural disaster to political problem, the city has remained as a symbol of love to its people. Haiti's economy faced numerous setbacks, from creeping debt to external interventions. Its economy relied heavily on agriculture, particularly sugar and coffee. But the collapse of this industry, coupled with unfavorable trade agreements, made Haiti into poverty. In the cities, a vibrant informal economic thrive, with the street vendors and small businesses providing essential goods and services. Though operating a small business in Haiti comes with its own set of challenges. Talking about sustainable development in Haiti require a very professional approach, infrastructures investment, and institutional reform. I can say only through collective action can it bring the change. Okay, so I'm going to show you the richest neighborhood and luxury lifestyle in Port-au-Prince. My name is...
Okay, let's see. Let's see who's gonna want to live in one of these houses. Do they have running water and toilets that flush? Do they have plumbing?
Now it is time to see Haiti in another perspective. And this is Passionville.
Oh, they got hold on, they got pools.
Is that the place? Is that the place you were talking about? Passionville, Garion?
I believe. Hold on, no, this is a different place.
Oh,
I'm not
Passionville.
gonna lie. Yeah, it looks better than the place that I found out about. This looks way better.
Looks nice, man.
Yeah, they got outdoor pools.
It's like a bootleg Beverly Hills.
Hold on, no, they got private roads too. Hold on.
Yeah.
What in the world? This is way better than the place I looked. Like the place I found was nice.
John, did you know about this?
Is this the place where the cruise ships own the land over there?
No, those ports are too small.
I don't know. Let me see.
There's an
Unless
area
they
where the cruise ships own the land, and they provide all the security and everything.
On the land in Haiti. Oh, in Haiti, cruise ships, specifically Royal Caribbean, own the land at a place called Labadie.
Someone said
Labadie. Okay.
Northern coast. It's on the northern coast of Haiti. Labadie.
So this is a totally different spot. Hold on.
Located just east of Port-au-Prince, characterized by spacious homes, gated communities, and luxurious villas. Many diplomats, expatriates, and affluent Haitians choose to reside in Pensionville due to its relative tranquility and higher standard of living. In addition to its residential appeal, Pensionville is a
I mean, this view right here is gorgeous.
Oh, you're telling me Haitians majority live here?
Probably like expats and shit too. You know what I'm saying? Probably a lot of expats.
Yeah, well, yeah, John, yeah, but they don't count towards the natural Haitian population. Those people are completely separate.
But I mean, you know, in any third world country, there's gonna be rich people living there to come there to help the people, right? And those people aren't gonna live like the natives. They're gonna have, you know, westernized living. You know, the United Nations, all those people, Hillary Clinton's foundation. That's who's probably gonna live here.
I know, yeah, but they said majority. They said the Haitian population mostly lives here, though. So that means there's.
I mean, it could be the ones in government. If they still have some people in government that can afford to, you know, maintain it.
I guess, yeah, that makes sense.
Overseas, real high level.
Like,
we can't see the streets and shit. You know, like it's real high level. It looks nice from high above, but you know, you don't know how that shit might look.
Jordan said they're probably fighting over a banana.
They got bananas in Haiti. They got bananas in Haiti.
He also says Haiti and the Dominican Republic both have around 11 million people. Haiti has 4,000 to 5,000 homicides per year, and the DR has between 1,000 and 1,300.
Yeah, I mean, La Perla looks nice from a distance. You know, it's like a slum in Puerto Rico, but it looks nice if you like pan out. Shit looks real nice.
Yeah, from a drone.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
It looked nice in an airplane.
Hold on, do you think we can get some? You think we can get some on the ground footage of this? Because that guy was posting up in the thumbnail. He had a house right behind him, so I'm assuming he does a walkthrough of this place at some point, maybe.
Yeah, hopefully in this video. John, what did you say?
Like, pull up a picture of like La Perla. There's some fancy underwear named La Perla as well.
La Perla de Puerto Rico.
This is a neighborhood in Puerto Rico. From a distance, that shit look. It just look. Oh, it looks so nice from a distance. But when you come in, that shit just straight slums. You know, I've been there before. La Perla.
That's where there was a rapper named Tempo. He did 24 years for trafficking heroin.
Yeah, a lot of artists, I think movies have been shot there, but they have a strict no camera policy. And so when you walk in, it looks not different from this. It's like on the Atlantic Ocean in Puerto Rico. And like when you walk in, like people like check you like, yo, no film, and then they're like, yo, what kind of drugs? What kind of drugs you want, prostitutes, all that.
Cribs,
you can walk all through it. And I talked about it. They killed a nigga in there not too long ago. You can Google it. Nigga killed in La Perla. You'll find it. Because he took pictures. And they killed his ass. Is that La Perla?
Yeah.
Man, but that shit's colorful. It looks so nice, tropical. like that shit being real nice, you know. But look how colorful and shit it looks. Like videos, rap video, not rap videos, but like pop type videos, Shakira type shit, and been shot in La Perla. And so that Haiti area probably looks very same. That shit straight slums. You go down, boys. Don't that shit look like, it look, from 1,000 feet in. You see how colorful it was? If you go up one. Go up. Doesn't that shit look nice and colorful right there?
That place look dirt poor. They do that in Brazil and a lot of Latin American countries, John. They paint the buildings all nice and stuff. You know them places are slums when they got that much color. Yeah, them places are trash, John.
Shit be straight slow.
I mean, look at the shore. It's all busted. Yeah, that place is garbage.
It's in San Juan, Puerto Rico, right there. Anyone ever go to Puerto Rico, go to La Perla. Don't take pictures.
Let's see if he does a walkthrough. Well, so on that other one, he just showed you know, like the aerial view. But there's another guy who is actually, oh, that all looks very nice. It says that his mom owns a mansion in Haiti. Let's see.
Where I'm at. Look. Say IET, man. Yeah, y'all see where I'm at, man. Come here. I'm gonna give y'all a little house tour, man. Look, man. Just a little house tour. Oh, look at this. Look, we need like, come here. One family Portland. Let me close the door real quick.
You hear that? Push it. Did you hear that?
What?
Look, right here. It's not finished yet, y'all.
Like, that's how they live in third world. Like, when you see you slam that door, that shit was a metal door.
Yeah, they got a. It's like a.
That's real nostalgic.
And then the car
thing where Bin Laden was in.
You see, the car is in the compound, right?
Compound.
Yeah.
Yeah, the car is inside. It's not outside. Like, you can't see your next door neighbor. Like, this is how you have to live to maintain safety over there. Like, it's all behind gates. You see the right there to the right of the car. It's like a wrought iron type gate right there. To live over there safely, this is how you have to live.
Okay.
Yeah, my mom's houses have that stuff.
Yeah, my grandma's house has got them too.
Let's see.
Nice blue metal gates.
You got everything? We getting through back here? Yes. Okay, look, this right here, the beginning. It's not finished, but you know, it's a little something. This is my mama house. She got a mansion. Yes, my mom has a mansion. Yes, Haiti's cheap, but there's a mansion at the end of the day. Look, all that, yeah. Hey, look, I'm gonna take you right here.
Look at what?
So I can't really open it. Yeah, it's locked. I can't really open it, but it's really big in here. Man, y'all follow me, man. Follow me. Vinila. I'm in Haiti, man. Stop playing with him. Stop playing with the kid, nigga. Yeah, we hanging, nigga. Yeah.
Look at them walls on his left. Shit, that boy like 6 feet wide, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they got crushed glass on top of them fucking walls. Anybody from the third world, they know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, John.
Yep.
them glass spikes. They're real. Not gonna lie, they're real cheap. They're better. I did ask my grandma. I told honestly. Yeah, the barbed wire is real expensive. She has the barbed wire, but I told her, hey, just get some cement and some crushed glass. That's a lot cheaper.
That's what we do.
Oh, we didn't do that. My grandma was like, no, it looked too tacky. She said it looked too tacky.
Tacky my ass. If they try to climb that wall, they're gonna cut their hands.
Yeah, they're gonna cut their hands. Like, you can't do that shit in America. You get sued to hell. Like, if you put some glass.
Man, we gotta
right.
we gotta be able to protect ourselves, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's
in Alabama, razor blades in the window. You climb in the window, you're gonna cut your hand in a razor blade. But that's against the law. You can't do this shit in the inner city. You can do it in the country. Like, somebody cut their hand, they just know they did wrong. But here, they get to protect themselves by any means possible. So I guarantee you, on top of them glasses, Garen and Latino saying, on top of that wall, it's gonna be some kind of glass spike or something to keep you from just climbing that wall. Otherwise, the wall will be.
I'll even take it a step.
I mean,
further.
if you look closely, if you make your screen full screen, it looks like it is something on top of like
glass.
the cement.
That's glass.
Yes,
so
glass.
It looks like
I'll take it a step further, right? So there's times where we would I forgot what they do, but they put pieces of metal like nails and stuff, and this water with some other type of liquid, and they let it get rusted basically to the point where, like, if you stab yourself with one of those nails, you might have you get tetanus basically. So we do that.
Shit, real primitive security over there, boys. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you fuck around, you find out, man.
Okay, let's see.
Over there, man. If you
come here,
they'll beat the shit out of you.
The top. Okay, we have this right here. This is really vanilla. It's really nothing right now. It's like it's dead. Vanilla. Muteosa. This is really nothing. Okay, Vinny. Let me go upstairs with y'all. This is the
Hey,
top.
Portia, you see the lady in the back right there?
Pop. Don't drop.
Uh-huh.
If you go back a little bit, I ain't even got to say what she is. Gary know what she is. That's the help.
Vinny.
Yeah.
That's the help right there.
Wait, John, I'm gonna ask you this question. I bet you good money that it's not just her.
No, hell no.
Nah, there's a whole family right there, man. There's a whole family living over there.
We got two.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
how
y'all got two. We got a whole family. It's
Yeah, we got two, and we have a back room with a bathroom, and that's where they live at.
That's the help right there.
Oh,
She
they got a
lives
background.
in the
We
back
just
house.
gave ours the barn.
Well, in America, what do we have? We have like carriage houses and shit where the help used to live back in the day. That's their help in like their carriage house. That's the equivalent of a carriage house right there.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Learning things.
She's their maid. She'll come in, clean the house, wash the clothes, and then she'll go back out to that house and live.
Well, I got my maids come. My maids come twice a month, and they Mexican. So
Shout out to the Mexicans that are here
Ours be coming every day. They got to make sure.
I'm gonna bring it all the way home for you, Portia.
You said what, John?
I'll bring it all the way home for you. Remember the other day we talked about Travis Kelce and all these superstars and Shaky and Rob, and I said they're gonna have to bring their maids in house. See, like this woman can't just be leaving and going and bringing company and shit.
Mm-mm.
She can't do hell no.
She get kicked out. We'll find somebody else.
Oh yeah, find somebody else. Shit, you getting hot in the pants? Want to be bringing these niggas in? You get the fuck out.
You understand, bro? You gotta understand that situation that you put them in is 10 times better than the situation that they were in.
That's right. And she will subordinate that heat in her pants to maintain that livelihood. You know what I'm saying?
Especially in Haiti, I would like to.
Because if you letting her mingle out in the public amongst people, she'll end up getting these people killed. That's why you put her in the back of your house. Say, I got everything you need. Ain't no need for you to be going out there looking for nothing out there in these streets. But if you want the streets, you be for the streets, but you can't stay here. And this is how they maintain security. And this is why the Kelce's of the world, all these people can get robbed. Because these people are leaving their compound and going out and dealing with, who knows who, right? And these people are maintaining their security by making sure this lady doesn't leave. She's on their property pretty much at all time.
Let me go upstairs with y'all. This is the top. Pop. Don't drop my camera. Come in with me. This is the stairs right here. This is like a roof. They're building another house. They're building another house in this mansion. Look at this. Look how big this is, bro. Look. Right here, look. Leonardo, it's Haiti win, yeah. We in Haiti, 1804, Zopan, nigga. We in a big mansion. Stop playing with it. Stop.
That
I
nigga
made
shouldn't
it
have said
hood.
that.
I made it. We made it, mama. We made it, look. We made it, look. We made it. Stop playing. Look.
That's a mansion?
Muteo, got it.
Piece of a mansion.
The house is being built right now, but y'all see what's going on, man. Come on, we finna go inside the house now. We finna go inside the house.
You know,
Man, we done made it. It feel like I made it, though. Y'all talking about
ain't no wood to be seen.
All concrete.
Mm-hmm. That's why they come here and do so well, like in construction, like commercial construction, because most of this shit is like brick, stone.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not the Haitians, but they, this shit may not be as clean and as neat as others may be, but like the Salvadorans, like who really work with stone, there's a lot of stone in their country. Most countries build with stone, not wood. And so it's a very transferable skill from their country to here, working with stone like this. Like if you're going to get a house built, the first thing you're going to do is build a foundation. And usually it's going to build out of some kind of stone. It's not going to be wood.
Mm-hmm.
You can see this house, all stone, all foundation. It's just stone. And so that's why I say like the immigrants have such an advantage coming here. They know how to build because it all starts with the foundation.
My Haiti cheap. Man, Haiti ain't cheap, man. Nigga. It's the suburb. You dead, nigga. It's the stubborns. He dead. And he like, this is inside the house. Okay, this is inside the house. Right now it's a little dirty, but y'all see where it's at. Hold on. Y'all see. You got where? Y'all see where it's at. Hold on, is the light right here? Oh, the light not working right now. But
There's
y'all
the
see
rest
where
of
it's
the
at.
help
Right
sitting
there.
on the couch.
Vinila. You know, this little kitchen, y'all say Haiti pour all this. Man, look, we got a kitchen, microwave, all that. Stop playing. Y'all see that? All that. Y'all see
Y'all
that?
need
Stop
to
playing
clean
with
up.
the kid. Nigga, we made it. Look, we about to go upstairs now. Look. Oh, hold on. Look, the bathroom. There we go.
Why the heck
There we
he
go.
flexing in a
You see
broke
the
house?
bathroom? You see the bathroom? Stop playing. Yeah.
See a bucket?
Yeah, stop playing. Oh, give me.
That toilet damn near up on the sink. You see that?
Yeah, man. What the hell?
Go back about 10 seconds, Portia. Look at this sink on the toilet. You can hit the back button, Portia.
Yeah, stop playing.
Portia, look, the toilet right there. You see the toilet?
Yeah,
Oh, it's not.
stop playing, John. Yeah,
It's not connected.
yo, stop playing. Yo,
Go back like 5 portions to it. Go back like 5 seconds.
Look, the bathroom. There we go.
Oh, here it is.
There we go.
Look at the toilet. And then look at this sink. It's a pedestal sink. Like basically you shitting facing the wall with the sink to your back. You see that?
How do you even get up in there? The wall's blocking it. What the?
You might have to shit sideways.
Yeah.
Shit
that's
sideways.
crazy.
No way. You sure?
But this
John, hold on.
luxury,
You
John.
sure that's installed? Because I don't even see any bolts.
Well,
It looks like
that's Haitian luxury, John.
What they probably did was they tapping into the sink to run the toilet, and they probably didn't have enough lines, so they said fuck it, or the sewer.
So they shared a line.
Well, you can share the line between the water because there's fresh water going into the toilet.
Yeah, I know that, but it's just the way you got to get up in there.
Yeah, they might have to shit sideways. God,
That's
shit.
Bad juju in the bathroom.
Why you flush the toilet? I don't see any way you can flush the toilet. Do you see it? What can you flush the toilet?
They got that big old bucket in there, John. So they probably just don't.
No, they just gotta flush it with the
Go back in there, Glenn. Go back about 10 seconds, boys. Okay, he ain't there. Like, look, stop right here, Portia. So you see how the toilet is backed up to the sink. Where do you flush the toilet? The back of the toilet is missing.
I think Portia might be right. You got to use the bucket. You got to fill that bucket with water and just flood it.
So they may be sharing the same sewer line between the sink and the toilet. Because there's no other reason for them to be that close unless they're either sharing water or sewer. But if they're sharing water, I mean, you can buy an extendable hose, but
Well, you saw inside of the bathroom. I'll pause it. I'll try to pause it where it shows like there's no shower
We about to go
handles.
upstairs now. Look. Oh, hold on.
You know,
Look,
this
bathroom.
bathroom might not.
Here we go. You see
Hold
the
on.
bathroom?
Portia, look. Mavic G said you probably turned on the faucet handle. Lord.
That's stupid. What the?
Well,
you see the bathroom? You see the bathroom?
Oh shit! I see what he's saying. Hold on. I'm sorry, boy. I think I see what he's saying. Oh shit! If that's true, oh shit!
Wait, do you think the faucet? The faucet connected directly to the flood?
That's what I think. That's what Portia. Go back a little bit. Go back some more. Oh shit, Portia! I know.
I'm more interested in this bathroom.
You see the bathroom?
You might have to go back when the nigga in the kitchen. And it's something right there that's going down. Go back a little bit.
John, that's a bottle.
Okay, go forward a little
Hey,
bit.
y'all see that? All that. Y'all see that? Stop playing with the kid. Nigga,
Right
we
there,
made it.
Oh, that's a bottle. Okay, that's a bottle. Okay,
John, that's a spray
yeah,
bottle.
it's a bottle. Yeah.
Oh shit! How does the toilet flush?
John, I don't think this.
It's the bucket, John. The bucket.
Yeah, it's either it's the bucket or this entire thing just straight up.
This nigga ain't showed us no bucket.
Yeah, John, did you not see the bucket on top of the?
You not see the bucket in the bathroom?
Oh, hold on. Look, the bathroom. There we go.
Why would we even have the toilet in there?
You see the bathroom? You see the bathroom?
Maybe that's what I'm saying.
You see the bucket?
The bucket right there, bro.
That toilet gotta work, man. Otherwise,
Nah, John. To be fair, I don't even
Nah, they
think it
throw the
works. The
water in
water. I don't
there
even
and the
think.
water
I don't
doesn't
think the
melt.
water's going through anything.
now
I
what
don't
it
think that.
probably
Yeah, I
is,
think that they're.
I'll be
I'm
right
guessing
back,
it's got to be that toilet is sitting over a sewer. They ain't got the back to the toilet.
I don't think it's sitting over anything. To be honest with you, I think it's just
Why would they
attached
have
because
it
there's
right
no
there?
bolts. There's
But
no
why
bolts in the toilet though.
you don't have to have bolts on it for it to still be sitting over the sewer line?
Yeah, but how in the world would they use it? Wouldn't that lack of bolts cause it to leak? Like extra water would go through the pipe?
It wouldn't cause a leak. It's pretty much sitting in a position where it can't move, right? If you sit on this, you can't rock it, right? You can't just plop down on it and make it go to the, because it's up against the wall. They may be sitting sideways on it, shitting in it, using the bucket and pouring water in it, and it's going down in the sewer because the toilet will flush if you pour enough water in it.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. That's why I think that
Yeah,
bucket's
that's
there.
what's.
It's either
Yeah, the bucket.
Damn, that could be a Haitian
it's either
toilet.
that or it's either that or this entire thing don't even work. The water line might just be closed. They probably don't even use this bathroom.
Or it's like how it's under construction and it's not done being built yet. So maybe
why
whenever
have
he
it
goes
right
upstairs.
But why have it
Huh?
right there? Like, why have it right there? Like squeezed up against that sink.
John, to be fair, they could have had some stuff
I
there
mean,
prior, and they just stuffed the bathroom. They just stuffed stuff wherever they had the space, and they
they're
just had.
Haitians, John. So that's what I think.
I'm guaranteeing you, Portia, I'm guaranteeing you. The sewer line right there. And they may say, fuck. It costs too much money to run another sewer line down the bathroom. It's cheaper to run it right next to it. And they probably just didn't have much money to buy a pipe, and they ran that motherfucker right up to it.
So you telling me they got all this money to put an additional extension on their mansion, but they don't have enough money to lay an extra pipe down?
Well, it could be like things like copper and shit like that could be expensive in the in Haiti.
It is not more expensive than all that extra space that they had rented out for construction of an extension.
In there also comes a level of skill to run the line.
But they got to run line through all that extension too.
What do you mean?
Did you not see the huge extension that they're planning to put on this house?
But what I'm saying is, I don't know. Is it like, look at that shit? Look at that. Like, there's no reason for that toilet to be there unless it's a sewer line. Like, they
actually, no, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
No, John, I don't think it's on the line because there's a giant hole right beside it.
Is it?
Yeah, hold on. Portia, go back. Just let it play for like one more second, and you'll see it. There's a hole right beside the porta.
Yeah, that is.
Never mind. That's a mop. Dang it! I thought that was a hole.
Yeah. Well, I guess they could sit in front of it. Look, there seems to be like a little gap right there. I guarantee you, there's shitting right there, bro.
That tiny gap right there.
They can put their feet in front of it.
I'm sure they figure it out.
Yeah, I guess.
I guarantee there's shitting right there, and that bucket is the flush. That's the flush. Guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
Guarantee.
That's still crazy though, because if they're planning on they're gonna have to do all that same stuff that they would have to do for this bathroom on that extension that they showed earlier. So if they can't do that, then what's the point of the extension?
Well, they're doing it in piecemeal, Gary, and so they may have added the bathroom, this toilet, and dude said, "Well, fuck, you got enough money to go get enough pipe to run this toilet down here." Now, that American has guidelines like how much distance must be between a toilet and a sink. Did you know that? Like 12 inches.
Yeah.
Right? They don't have that in Haiti. Nigga put a toilet wherever the fuck he can put it. And he may say, I ain't got enough money to run the line because you got to bust the floor up. And so he may not have bust the floor up, didn't have the money to bust the floor up, replace the tile. So he may just squeeze in there right there. They may be sharing a sewer line. That's I guarantee you that's probably what they're doing. It makes no sense to have that toilet right there.
Synthetic says wash your hair in the sink while you shit. That is so funny.
Anyway, Portia, I'm sorry to keep going on about this fucking toilet, but that's just amazing. I can't believe this nigga showing this shit.
He flexing the broke toilet.
Is
Is that a power supply?
Come on.
Oh boy,
Come here.
Portia.
All right, Beanie.
Can you stop one more second? Do y'all see what's missing here? Back it up 5 seconds, boy. Do you see what's missing here?
You talk about them weird stairs?
Do you see what's missing here? As he goes into the building profession, see what's missing here.
What the? Hold on. That.
Anyone
I mean, I see the outlet.
Yeah, the
there's
outlet's
there's no rail for the stairs.
There's no handrail. There's no handrail.
There ain't never a handrail in these in these houses, John. You know that. They never put handrails over there.
Like, you know, like, I don't know. I guess I'm nitpicking. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Come on. Come here. All right, Beanie. Come on. You know, she holding the camera. Showing her what she's doing. She's talking about the camera tired. You got one? You got one? You need a... Come here, camera.
You know, if a Haitian can't hold the damn camera straight, you know, I can't trust you with anything else. This is simple.
Oh, yeah. Can't be. Who got fini? Don't. No.
You take the camera.
Can't be.
Portia, what do you see right there? What does anybody see right there?
Yo, that's a gate. Hold on, is that a gate on the window?
Upstairs.
Oh wait, no, that leads outside.
That nigga upstairs with a gate, bro. Like, he ain't taking no chances. And remember, he just
also like he can escape if necessary.
No, he can keep you from coming in, throwing a ladder or something to keep the trope said it right, to keep the robbers out. See, he don't know what he's showing, right? This is a mansion. Look how motherfucker in a mansion gotta live. He up on the top floor now. I ain't even got motherfucker. I ain't got no bars on anywhere in my house. This nigga, and I'm in the ghetto. This nigga here in a mansion, and he done went upstairs. He still got bars. Look at that shit. There's some Be Brave shit right there, Porsche. Look at that shit. Look at that big ass metal. You see the big square on the door, Porsche?
Yeah, right here, and it has the lock on it.
Right. So what that big square is to make sure that no one can put their hand around through the bars and unlock this shit. Look like he probably got a padlock on it too. He more locked in than the people are locked out. You can see it right there. This is the fucking Haiti. Look how they have to live. What do you say, Gary?
I was gonna say this can't be no daggone mansion. Not gonna lie, it's too even for Negro standards. This is really small.
But I think what the bigger point is, he don't even realize like the level of peace the average American ain't got no fucking bars upstairs on this house.
Yeah, boy got 3 gates, a bunch of bars, a metal door, bars on the front door.
Right. And this is behind the compound, right? We on the compound here, Porsche, right? Remember, you heard the gate slam when he invited the lady in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, bars after bars after windows after bars. Live in a mansion.
Trump said, "This is hood, sir. This is hood certified. This is not hood certified. The hood ain't this bad."
Okay, can't be. Come here. Okay, we got the room right here. Come here. We got the room right here. You know, this is the room right here. We got the room, and then we got my shoes over here.
More bars.
You know, we got my shoes. My female, my tennis man. Tennis man lah. Got the tennis man. Tennis man lah. I'm about let female. Yeah, y'all see where it's at. You know, we in the little mansion real quick. Little mansion. You know, you got the bathroom.
You need to stop showing off the help, bro.
You got the bathroom right here. There we go. You see where we at, man. Stop playing. This Haiti. This IET.
It's another bucket.
This Haiti.
Another bucket.
Back up.
All the buckets in the bathroom, Push. You might come up with that.
Yeah, whenever I was standing in buckets to use it to flush, and that one got a lot of buckets.
No, I got it, Garen. Garen, I already know what's going on right here. Garen, I know what. I'm surprised you don't know.
Hold on.
I give you a minute to figure it out. Figure it out, Garen. What's going on with them buckets right there? I already know.
I'm assuming it's for something. I'm assuming it's for construction. They're building.
Hell no, nigga. Hell no. Nigga, put your African hat on. You know what them buckets.
Oh God.
Come on.
John, they're not. No, they're not. No, they are not. They ain't no way.
What you think they're for? Huh?
They're using them as the toilets.
Portia, here's the thing. I remember one time I was in Ghana, right?
Ain't no way, man.
And so a lot of times, I'm in the States, I'll just, let's say I'm boil a kettle of water. Get that shit be boiling, make some tea. I might pour that hot water down the sink. Just, my thought in that, maybe it kept keeping my drain clean. Maybe it don't work, maybe it does. I don't know. One time I was in Ghana and I poured that fucking water down the sink after boiling some water to make me some tea or coffee. And my girl looked at me like, you just poured that good water down the sink? I ain't even thinking about it. Water is fucking expensive in the third world. So look at this guy here. He's taking a shower. Those buckets are in the shower, just like they were in the bathroom downstairs.
Oh, they're collecting all that extra water.
I guarantee it took you so long to leave this nigga. This African nigga. I'm more African than this nigga.
Yeah, you are, John, because my place has plumbing. You don't have this bullshit where I'm from.
So, Portia, what you would do with that water is you would take that water and do what with it? You could water flowers.
Yeah, we would use it for gardening.
Gardening. That's just water off the nigga. The water that you're losing going to drown. Okay, you lost in the drain. You lost that. But that bucket of water that you're catching while he in the shower, you got that. You're going to do something else with that. Shit, you going to let that shit just go down the drain?
Nah, man.
Nigga. Everything. Got it.
Well, you have to recycle it. Recycling. Yeah.
You never seen
reuse it.
Garen, you seen the buckets? Y'all motherfucker be catching rainwater and shit.
Yeah, that's the thing though. John, I come from a farm. It's not hard to get water. Well, we live near a lake. We ain't gotta do all this garbage.
But a lot of these people get water.
I do know a lot of Africans who recycle their water, but
they get water delivered, and you just
but this nigga got a mansion. Come on, man. All the places we got running water.
Portia, you know how you can tell real easy. Portia, look how big the lip is on that shower. Y'all see how big you got to jump up in that motherfucker.
Yeah, good. How do old people get up in there? You gotta carry them. You gotta lift them up. Jesus Christ!
What, about 2 feet, 3 feet to get up in that motherfucker?
It's about 2, and it looked like 2.5 from where he had. God dang! You gotta skip.
Yeah. That's what remember downstairs he had the shower, so they got the big ass lip, so they don't need the shower curtain. And the buckets are catching the water as they take a shower. It's the same way downstairs. The buckets are not for shitting. They're catching the rain. They're catching the shower. God damn.
If they don't use soap, which I hear that Haitians don't use, they should be fine. They don't have to worry about slipping and falling on entry or exit.
I mean, they might trip over that little hump they got right there, but yeah.
My last bathroom I built, I didn't have a lip. Yeah, fucking flat floor, but that's the biggest fucking lip I ever seen in my life. And see, this is what I'm saying. Like this low level quality of like just look at the bathroom. Like this is a mansion. Like the whole fucking all 3 walls are the same tile. There's no design. No design. Like there's no taking it to ain't no Michelangelo and none of these motherfuckers. Look at that bathroom. Like they just. Go ahead.
I'm happy to see that they have a toilet.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one, right? That's top.
That's nice. To see that they have toilets in Haiti. So maybe not. Oh, you know what? They might do use some soap. I see something right here. Wow.
Go, you see where we at, man. Stop playing. This Haiti. This IET. C'était you win. This Haiti. Stop playing with the kid.
Haiti.
Back up. You back with again? Okay. Okay, no, them both for me. I know I left. So y'all know y'all seen the whole house. Gade, Joe, Joe out Vini. She don't know what she doing, y'all.
Why don't you have your phone and you just
I'm gonna take out outside. I'm gonna talk to
Because
y'all
that's
for
for
a
the
little
help
bit.
portion. It's for
You
the
know, but
help.
this the slums right here.
Why
He
is
in
there
the
so many
man.
This is a
people in this
mansion right
house? Is
here.
so
You
small.
feel me?
Oh,
What's
they
that?
See
clean
that?
it.
You see where we at? You see where
That's
we
a
at,
second
man? I see
family.
this. Y'all talking about Haiti. Y'all talking about Haiti poor, man. We not poor, boy.
Looks
We
pretty
not
poor
poor,
to
boy.
me.
Yeah, nigga, what
You
you
know what?
talking about?
I'm
You
gonna
poor?
talk to y'all
You?
right
I
here.
guess you ain't poor.
I'm gonna play like you.
How tall you
I'm
think
gonna
them
talk to
walls
y'all
are?
real quick. I just want
Them
to
walls,
like talk to y'all.
John, what you say?
them walls tall, ain't it? That one there was lower than the one in the back. The other wall.
No, here's the thing. How tall do you think this Negro is? I say about 5'8", 5'9", and then these walls are slightly taller than him. So I'm saying these walls are about 6 foot, 6'2".
Well, yeah.
I want to have a little life lesson with y'all boys real quick. You feel me? You got them, you know. You got them.
Every time I see a barrel, I think there's water in it now.
I want to talk to y'all real quick. Let line.
Boy, look at all them bars. God
I
damn,
can't
look
be.
at them bars.
John, he even got the gas locked up.
Okay, scoot over now.
I
You been
mean,
through that game?
what kind of kid is this? Are they?
So look, I want to talk to y'all about, you know, I'm in Haiti right now. Y'all talking about Haiti poor, Haiti all this, that. No, bro. Yes, they're struggling. They're not necessarily poor, because my people's not poor. You see where we at? We really in the mansion. This house is bigger than most of y'all house back at home. I don't even want to hear none of that. Basically, I want to talk to y'all about, you know, just Haiti in general, bro. This shit, they struggle for real. I'm not talking about any struggle. They ass struggling. They in
Yeah,
the
he got the
slums. I ain't gonna
generator
lie.
to his
Some nights they don't eat.
Yeah, you
Some
did. I
nights they
said
don't
that
have
earlier.
light.
I said that earlier. He got the gas. Yeah, I said that.
The generator. Yeah. These niggas
Over
just
here?
Yeah, he got the gas generator locked up.
he got the gas to his right. That means this nigga prepared for when the power go out. You know it's coming. Doomsa. And he turned. I mean, this shit is really like. I mean, he really don't know how like ignorant he is. Like most Americans need a generator.
Herman said, I have so many questions. Yeah, you, Herman. Shit, we all do.
What the motherfucker called me about a generator all day yesterday. Wanted to sell it to me. I'm like, bro, what the fuck I'm gonna do with a generator? The power is pretty consistent around here. And they got a big ass, that's a big ass generator too. Damn, that's a big one. All that gas. God damn. Go ahead, boy.
Some nights, damn near, they can't even drink nothing, bitch. I'm like, damn, this the slums. This ain't the hood, this the fucking slums, bro. But it made me learn to be grateful, you feel me? Cause none of this is promised. This shit made me be grateful, cause look at this, bro. It feel good to, to experience this, to come to Haiti and just experience this. Cause a lot of kids take it granted from home, take shit granted from home, boy. Appreciate everything you got, cause what can be given to you can be taken from you, bro. Look at this mansion. It really, it feel good. Like, it feel good, Leonardo, man. You feel me? Leonardo chained up. Leonardo, ain't gonna lie, they look at me like I'm a millionaire out here. If you from America and you go to Haiti, they gonna look at you like you're a fucking millionaire, man. You gonna be like, damn, I wanna come back. God, love this country, nigga. 1804,
Nah, because I don't want to
Zopon,
get
boy, you know
robbed.
that's me, nigga. You know where I'm at, boy. Hey, but I just wanna show y'all a little quick house tour. I'm finna end this video, you feel me? But look, I want y'all to do 3 things. Look, give me the 2K subscribers. I want to hit 2K. I think I deserve to hit 2K, please. I think I deserve to hit 2K. So look, I want you to like this video, or your mama gonna want me. Okay? Hey, look, just chill. Subscribe, or your mama gonna want me. You feel me?
All right, so I want to switch it up for you, John. Now, you might not, I don't know how you'll feel about this one, because I wanted to make sure that, we did Haiti some justice. So that's what he called a mansion.
We got Crack up here. What's up, Crack?
Yo, what's
Crack.
up? What's up with the?
Well, I wanted
he's
to
got
talk
the road
about.
mic. He's got a road mic. I think that's worth more than a lot of things in his house.
Craig,
I
did
was
you see
talking
that
about
bathroom?
Haiti.
Craig, did you see
And
that
so now
bathroom?
we're just doing cribs of Haiti.
The bathroom.
Did you see that man, Craig? I think we
Yeah,
saw
yeah.
that with them buckets.
People do that. Like,
Mhm.
that's how it is in the third world. Yeah, you still get that mentality. My parents would like save some water too, just cause.
Really?
Yeah,
From the
yeah,
bath, in the shower?
yeah.
Yeah. Would y'all have buckets in the bathtub?
Yeah, they'll leave some. Yeah, that's the mentality, man. That's how it is. Yeah. I mean, have you seen the water heaters where there's electric water heater they put in the head of the shower? That shit looks dangerous as fuck.
That I have seen.
Well, you cut that shit
That I
when
have
you
seen.
take a shower and you cut it off, right?
Oh,
Yep.
Have you seen that with
I,
Gary?
man, I go to other countries.
no,
I'll be
I-
like, give me the cold showers. I don't want
Yeah,
that.
not
shit.
gonna, not gonna lie. I've seen the water. John, have you seen the water pans under the heaters?
Mm-mm.
They got water. Yeah, my dad does it for all of his houses. He takes one of them large plastic pans and he puts it under the water heater just in case they want to keep all that water, John.
Oh man.
I keep telling my dad, I was
So
like, hey man,
these
this is
are the
pretty
real
ghetto.
mansions in Haiti.
Oh, that's nice.
What?
Why is that water green? What a water green?
I think
What
that's
the-
AI,
Haiti.
bro. The AI painted
Yeah.
it green.
You know what's crazy? Like a lot
I thought
of
that was
these
algae.
look the same.
Yeah.
Like I've seen similar looking houses like in Ghana. It looks like this.
John, they're like that all in Africa, man. They got this weird square build.
Yeah, that's what our house
all
looks
of 'em.
like in Kenya. But you know.
Yeah, they all look like this. Niggas
I
love
wanna
squares.
see the builder. Yeah, I want to see the same builder.
Niggas love squares.
At least they got air conditioning in this one.
I want to see like some of the same builders go all throughout these countries.
Yeah.
It's all
They
kind of
do.
the same time. Like if you go to Nigeria, Ghana, it's gonna be the same shit.
Yeah, that's how they are in Kenya too.
It shouldn't be looking kind of nice though. You know, maybe it's easy.
I mean, this is beautiful. I mean, like where they are high up, their view is so
I don't
nice.
see many. Where the bars
Let's
at?
see what they're talking
Ain't no bar.
We have to show them Haiti, bro. True indeed, bro. We'll show them the best, bro. Haiti properties in Makaya and Mobiler, bro. We're going to the top with this one.
Started from the
Bro.
Do y'all speak English? Okay.
Portrait
I don't know who he
racist.
trying who he trying to sell to. He ain't trying to sell to a Haitian, so he need to be speaking English.
You think those French would come back to Haiti? Trying to convince them to buy that shit? Hell nah.
To be fair, I think French might still own this property. If you actually
Oh,
look into
that's
it.
lovely. Is that a neighbor or is that like a? What? Just speaking English.
Oh god, that's beautiful. You can see the slums from here.
Oh, he's speaking English, but the other one is not.
This shit nice right there. This shit is nice view. I ain't on front.
This the Clintons' old house.
You know the thing. You know. I don't mean to hate, and some people gonna say I'm hating.
Hated on Haiti.
But I think the thing is, man, what I would be concerned, and I'm in real estate, so it is probably my thing. Is like, I wouldn't trust the construction of this shit. Yeah, I know I'm probably hating this shit look nice as a motherfucker, but I just wouldn't trust that everything is built right. Just wouldn't trust it.
In your house, this is it right here.
Okay. I just wanted to see if he was speaking English. So you wouldn't trust the construction. This looks super nice.
I just wouldn't trust the structural shit. I would trust it. They can make it look real nice, but I would not trust the structural
6 bathrooms, 5 bedrooms, and 2 kitchens.
You saying the earthquake is
kitchens.
gonna mess this thing up?
To be fair, this
This the pantry? That's the big
hold on.
pantry. I need some more shelves because I love me a good pantry now. I love me a good
John would be up there taking pictures of everything and tapping on the walls, making sure.
No, what I'm saying is that there is, and not that I trust the government,
Where's the stove? Oh,
but I do think the government kind of keeps people somewhat honest, in that you can sue somebody, you can do all that kind of machinations, And here you like, if the shit start crumbling tomorrow, there's nobody you can sue, or the legal process is probably very slow. And this country doesn't have a deep enough pool of plumbers, electricians, and
That's
things like
supposed to
that.
be a room.
Well, I would trust these people to do these things. Like, this is high-end living relatively, and someone said it looks cheapish. I don't know if I would trust
A
it.
mini hot tub in this bathroom.
Yeah, I don't know if I would trust it, man. And personally, I would be very, very afraid to buy something like this from someone, and 2 years down the road, something really bad could be wrong with this thing.
Okay, so these are the rooms. Pretty tiny.
Well, that's pretty big room for this is like inner city living, more or less, I would imagine, by the design.
6-bedroom. I know. Oh, look at that. Look at the stairs here.
Yeah, you can tell by the design that this is like expat type. This ain't Haitian money living here. Or if it is, it's like government related.
That's why I said, why ain't they speaking in English? Ain't no Haitians living in this.
Unless they're like government related, they work for the government, make that kind of money. I just wouldn't trust that. I don't know, man. And I'm probably biased, but
Colored brick.
it is very nice. Okay. I will say that.
Okay. Half bath.
HP.
Oh, not the truck. You're gonna have to live in it. You're gonna have to live. HP rather live in Sexy Red.
Nigga want to live in that Peterbilt truck.
Oh, there's the second kitchen. I guess this is the laundry, or
like if you go back, hold on, Porsche. Them niggas.
Hold on, is that a hole?
Go back, Porsche. Hit back. 10 seconds. Like, look at that whole like wire hanging out the wall. See, like you starting to see like just some shit that just ain't like. This is not what you would expect, right? I hope no one thinks I'm hating, but
a wire,
money in third world, like I need my shit clean, right? Like fuck it, it got to be what it got to be. It need to be clean. Like this is not American presentable, Western presentable. Is that fair?
I would say so. I would say that's fair. I mean, because like certain areas of the house, it's like okay, but then other areas, it's just like oh, okay. It's not.
Like, it's like a $700,000 house, give or take. What, $500,000, give or take? I don't know what it is. This ain't no cheap ass house. Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a $1 million home in Haiti.
Yeah, $1 million. Like, look at that fucking wire hanging out the wall. Right? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just being particular, but if I'm gonna spend $1 million in Haiti, everything better be right. But go ahead, Porsche. Someone said very bland. You see that clip? You see how they jump clipped it, Porsche? Go back like 5 seconds. Right here. You see that shit? Did anyone see that shit? Did anyone see it?
Yeah, I saw it. They cut right to the stairs.
On the wall. Them motherfucking studs on the wall. That shit was unfinished. Scroll forward like 2 seconds, Porsche. And then pause it. You'll see it. Here it comes right there.
I tried to get it. Let me try.
Garen,
again.
you saw it though, right? Right here. There it is. Studs on the motherfucking wall. Look at this shit. This shit's unfinished.
Yeah, gummit. Why?
I am the nigga jungle. I can see this shit. Like, you heard Master Kim today when I was showing that fucking building. And I went in that motherfucking building, and then I hit that panel and messaged him saying, yeah, John Galt, you know what the fuck he doing. Right? Look at them stills on the wall. Look, I see that shit. Look at this shit. Porsche, $1 million. Look at this shit. Porsche, you think you gonna buy that for $1 million? Look, you think these niggas did a good job on this shit when they left this shit looking like that? Come on now.
I wouldn't buy it for $500 in Haiti. You know.
Man, that motherfucker might come falling down on your head, right?
I just couldn't risk it. You know, I couldn't risk it.
But everybody saw it, right? Everybody saw them motherfucking studs. Did everybody see them studs?
Yeah, I saw them.
I'm done.
So you had the okay, so it's like 3 stories. We have beautiful views, gorgeous views. I even like this little view right here. Like, I like all of the light coming into the house.
I'm not gonna lie, I despise the amount of glass in this house.
I like all this
What
shit.
is this?
What the huh?
A room?
I think I'm done.
I guess
Come
that's the
on,
bed and
come
the
on, bro.
TV
Put the TV
here.
up.
It's kind of awkward the way that they have it, kind of. But that's a nice big tub, shower. Oh, it's like a 2-person tub, like a jacuzzi 2-person tub.
Why the shower so close to the tub? You can barely get out.
Go back. Let me see it again.
You didn't see that tiny little space?
Go ahead, show.
Look how close that is.
Where?
I'll try to get a good still. Let's see if they're speaking English here. Oh no.
John, you might not think it's too tiny, but
no, it's about the right distance from the sink.
Really?
Oh shoot. Okay, John.
So this is about the right distance.
You see, John, right here. Here's the shower, and here's the tub.
From the shower to the tub.
Oh, how the fuck?
Yeah.
You don't,
so
man.
I'm assuming
that's way too close.
Yeah, so like this area right here, this is gonna be how you get into the shower, and then I guess this front area is how you get into the tub, or you can step into the shower to get into the tub.
But is there a shower door right there, or is it just wide
open? They got
just
that.
Open.
Yeah.
You know what I noticed is that they don't put a lot of shower doors. Shower doors are like, I've shown you some shower doors that I've done, right? I show you at least 3.
John, I don't know if you can see it, but it got the lip.
Yeah, I see
that where the shower is.
But what I'm saying is that, like, with the lower lip, it looks a little better. Like, again, I have a shower I showed you with no lip, right? But that is, what did I say? There's some shit, I think it's called shooter or whatever. Any plumbers and all this, you know what I'm talking about here. But it's that level, there's an element of skill to create a bathroom with either a low lip or no lip. I've shown you a bathroom with no lip. In America, I think they call them hospital bathrooms because, Karen, you mentioned earlier, how the hell does the old person get up over there? You got to skip over it. You remember you said that, Karen?
Yeah.
So, what I'm talking about, Portia, is like in America, right? There are tools, right, and materials, and I think it's called shooter. SCHUYTER, if I'm not mistaken. That allows you, if you go back to the shower, to be a lower lip or no lip showers. There are videos, millions of videos on the internet about how to build these things, and this is what I'm saying is that there's a real serious lack of sophistication in like development when you see these high lip showers because they don't have the materials, and it's really kind of like geometry, if you understand, like slope and shit like that. Like water will settle to a level And so if you have like a slight, like an eighth of an inch slope downward, excuse me, you don't need that big of a lip. Like that shit is gaudy looking. And when you have real sophisticated developments like here in America, damn, I'm looking at the text. Excuse me. You'll see like things like that. Yeah, I'm really hating, but I'm probably being particular. But in a $1 million spot in Haiti, man, like you don't want to see that kind of shit. Like you want to see the like an element of sophistication is what you were seeing here in America, and what you're seeing is very, very, very basic level of plumbing and construction, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but it's just my opinion. Go ahead. Look at that shit, Bush. TV just on the floor. That's the TV, right?
Yeah, it's a TV. It kind of looks like awkward to me. Like, let's see. So how you have, I guess like this would be your closet space, like where you would have your clothes, and then you have the desk, and then you have this bed, a huge bed, but like whenever the bed gets here, how are you going to walk to get here? It's very awkward. And then the TV, where is it gonna go? I guess it's gonna go.
There's a wall behind it that
where
was
this
open.
guy is.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, it's very awkward.
That's a mirror. Like that's a mirror, right?
No, no.
It's a mirror. Like the opposite wall is where I'm assuming it's gonna go, because the door is over here to the side, so it couldn't go over there.
Everything's
It's just
so
a weird
daggone
looking
close.
room.
There's no walking space.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And there's a gap behind the backboard. What the?
What? Where you see that?
You missed it. There's a gap.
Right here.
Maybe they're gonna put lighting or something.
Yeah, maybe, once they finish, doing whatever they're doing.
Can we get
I
one
just don't
finished
like
house?
this. It's so, it's just, I don't like it. And so I guess like the gangs aren't coming up here.
They look like they're in a
not
mountain,
coming.
so
Yeah, the gangs ain't making their way up here to bother these folks. We do need someone to come and clean the pool. That's for sure.
This is where Diddy was supposed to be having his freak offs.
Oh, wait a minute. Go back. That's the bed right there. That's the bed right there. So you see, that's the bed. That's the headboard right there, Gary. Right there.
Yeah.
So the TV probably would be where?
On this wall right here.
On that wall.
Really?
Because it can't go on the other wall because of the door.
And it can go on the other wall because of the window.
Maybe they're gonna slide the bed back, Gary. The bed's probably gonna, because you can see it's probably level with the window. It's gonna be probably slid back.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Like once they.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
At first, I thought it was like fixed to the floor because at least that's how it looked until I saw the rest of it, and I was like, oh, they probably just haven't moved it yet.
What's better lighting? Because it seems like they haven't had lighting this whole video. So you have your stairs.
I like that right there. I like the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
There's
And
something in the corner over there, like a gas tank.
I guess they're just hanging out.
I can't believe it's Richard is all that training and all that money get crackheads. He'll be saving water, bath water, get crack like a Haitian.
Is crack still here?
I think crack is.
Oh, maybe he didn't
probably.
hear you.
He probably. Oh, they got a drone.
Oh, look, they can afford drones in Haiti.
Probably defensive.
Wow.
You got a switch on it. Joe got a switch on it, John.
Hey, make sure nobody's coming over here up the mountain there.
Yeah,
That is very nice. I will say that. It is nice.
I love the views. I love the openness.
That place looks so soft.
I love all of the light in the house, but I would need some blinds or something, the electric ones. I wouldn't, I don't need nobody seeing inside my house, but
this place needs curtains.
this is nice. It's nicer than what that kid called a mansion.
Oh yeah, it's very nice. Pool and all. Man.
I mean, that view is just to die for. And they have a lot of outlets, so I guess that lets you know that they use electronics in Haiti too. So I mean, if they have outlets where you have to plug something in, so
And the generator portion.
yeah. So Haitians have electricity, folks.
Oh look.
Oh, it's hold on, wait. It said for rent. 4,000.
Pour moi.
4,000 a month. So
4,000 a month, okay.
Technically, John, people in New York could stay here in this house.
You see, it's US
for
dollars.
$1,000 cheaper.
Well, you see, it's pricing.
So like, well, the video that we watched earlier about the Haitian, about the illegals up there, they were saying that the average illegal can't afford the base median rent in New York, which is $5,000 a month. And so if this is $4,000 a month, they can save $1,000 and they can move to Haiti. All of the people in New York that are mad that Trump is president, So $4,000 a month, is it worth it, John? I mean, once you get off the airplane safely without getting shot at, and you actually make it to the house.
How much is the escort? How much does the escort get up there?
Just get the machine gun nest. Well, how much is the machine gun nest?
How much the tickets? How much the guards? How much the guns?
I had a lady
how much the
friend,
gas?
I had a lady friend working in South Sudan when they were at war, right?
Oh my God, South Sudan.
Right.
That wasn't even a country back then. Now what?
She was in Juba. You ever heard of Juba?
Oh yeah, I heard of Juba.
Put that shit up on the map, right? She was in Juba, and so the UN sets up like basically refugee camps for these people when they're at war. And so the high up UN people they'll be living in places like this, paying $4,000 a month, right? And they'll have escorts to where they go work at the UN, basically refugee camps. And then the people who don't have a lot of money, they may rent a more affordable apartment. And that's why it's priced in dollars. I don't know what currency Haiti uses, but it's priced for the expats, the UN, the people that come in and help rebuild Haiti or whatever, who get paid in dollars and they pay their rent in dollars. This is not built for Haitians. Right? Only the elite Haitians, maybe.
I'm curious about, with everything that's going on in Haiti, and properties like this, or like the property that we viewed earlier when I showed you the kid who said that his mom has a mansion. How are they being impacted by the chaos and destruction taking place in Haiti right now, where 20,000 people had to get displaced? Oh, this is the front of the house. Okay. Like, does it impact them? Does it, just go right over their heads like it doesn't exist for them? Or do these gang members actually make their way up to places like this? Do they come out that far? Do you think that they do, John?
I there's this part of Ghana, I think it's East Legon, and it's like the real affluent part of Ghana. One day we'll look it up. And I used to take my kids to school in East Legon, and we passed by this house, and this is how it is in third world portion. I see all these police and shit outside the house early in the morning, and the guy we had a driver, right? Again, like just like the woman you saw in the back of that house. I mean, they have drivers and shit like that. So I said, whose house is that? He said, oh, that's the police. That's the sheriff. Or whatever, not sheriff, but whatever the language they use. And like these people, the government, like officials, like they protect themselves very, very well from the poor people in the community, from robbing them or something like that. They don't live amongst them, but they do protect themselves very well from it.
Well, I mean, at least they're safe, At least somebody's safe in Haiti. Anybody. Somebody. Because clearly.
I don't know. Haiti might be the point of return though. If you can't fly into there, everyone depends. You know what I mean? Like, because the rich people depend on the imports. They don't make the nice shit in Haiti. They want shit imported, and if you can't fly planes and shit in there, then the rich people are suffering too. I don't know. What do you think, Crack? Am I wrong about that? Is Crack still here?
Man, what do you want me to say, man? Third world, man.
I'm saying if you can't fly something into a country, at some point, don't the rich people start suffering as well?
I mean, so the reason why, back in the day, like we were doing the streams, I was saying Brazil or whatever, South America, because it's exactly like that. It's just like there's a two-tiered system. You live in a world where, like, if you're rich, you live in a bubble. You pretty much live in a bubble. You don't hang out with the same places as the rest of the riffraff, the hoi polloi or whatever. That's just how it is. And if we're gonna be that way. Yeah, but South Africa is just a more extreme version of that because you guys got a lot of like tension, right? Because it's more tribal, like like other countries like Colombia and all that. There is such a racial caste, right? They do have that, but it's just not extreme like South Africa. South Africa is really extreme.
Let me ask you this, Crack. If you're rich in America, the supply lines aren't going to be cut off for the most part. Right?
No.
If you're rich in Haiti, the supply lines can be cut off, right?
Yes.
And I think that's where the rich people really are at jeopardy there. Like their supply lines can be cut off.
Mm-hmm.
I think that puts them in a little bit more jeopardy than say a rich person here in America.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at Haiti, it's just a collapse of everything. Where you look at South America, like people will, they have deals with the cartels. They'll have deals with the federales. They'll have deals with different organizations. Haiti is just a collapsed country. There are no organizations, right? It's just roving mobs. Yeah, it's just roving mobs. It's just libertarian paradise. It's just basically a libertarian paradise. That's libertarianism right there, right? Just whoever's the strongest.
Yeah. Negrotarianism.
Strong man. A strong man.
Yeah, there's no
barbecue pretty
sense
strong.
Of government. There's no even pretend government. It's just like whatever.
I was never mind. You 3 steps ahead of me. I was just about to ask. Can we please watch this white man?
Oh, man.
Barbecue. Hold on. I want to Crack, you mentioned Brazil versus South Africa. And I was talking earlier about Eric Adams seems to be tribalistic now, and a lot of people seem to be more tribalistic now, particularly with these migrants coming in here. And that makes me think more South Africa than Brazil.
Yeah, that's dangerous. That's a very dangerous thing.
And that is what I've been saying all along. I've said, man, America, to me, seems headed more South Africa than Brazil. Do you share what I'm saying at this point?
If you do it like Canada does, you see how many people they put in there. Like how many whites were in Canada before immigration the last 5 years? Very small. It's easy to tribalize that. Now you got Indians running around, Chinese running around there.
Mm-hmm.
But here it's like we at least have a bigger population. You won't see that effect. But if you keep bringing them in, South Africa, here we go.
But let me ask you this, Craig. How familiar are you with South Africa?
Outside of like what I've seen, I remember like I showed that video of like that armored personnel carrier that you could buy for like $500,000. Like I would drive that if I had to live in South Africa. Like
that
thing was pretty nice.
If you scratch out the I know Dane Nixon's in the audience, so if you scratch out the small hats,
okay,
you know who really runs South Africa, man? Guptas. There's a Gupta.
What? The Indian. Yeah, the Indians.
No bullshit.
What happened to the Boers? They ran away. The Guptas.
Yeah, they ran a lot.
Guptas
to be fair, a lot of the Boers, they went up north.
Where? Rhodesia.
He's talking about an Oranje and shit like that. No, small sect.
Yeah, that goofy little ethno state they got.
Yeah, but that's the small. Those were the poor ones. South Africa is rich white people like America.
Yeah.
The Guptas, who more or less cooperate, like J.D. Vance and his wife, right? That cooperation there between the Guptas and the elite whites, and they dominate the country. Anyone can Google it, you don't have to take my word for it. The Guptas in South Africa, man, like very, very dominant people, engaged in all kind of corruption shit, like what Master Kim.
That's where Gandhi came from, didn't he? Grew up in South Africa, didn't he?
It's correct.
You can look at his old quotes about Africans.
It's correct. What he said, it was a word that he used. I can't remember. Craig.
I don't remember.
He said they were damn. What the y'all gonna make me look it up? You want to know?
Yeah.
He used the word. I think he used the word indolent. Is that the word he used?
Indolent, huh?
Indolent.
I think that IND. I'm fucked up. But INDOLENT. Gandhi Africans. Portia, you ever heard this before? There may have been Che Guevara. One of the motherfuckers said it. But
yeah.
You remember Che Guevara, right? You see Colin Kaepernick wearing that Che Guevara. Right.
Yeah, but the British Empire did use it, man. I mean, the British Empire did use all the Indians.
Oh, that
for
does
that
look pretty cool like that. Blue.
Kaepernick, faggot ass. Anyway, what's up, y'all? What's up, John Galt? What's up, Portia? What's going on,
Blue?
Crack? What's going on, Garion?
What up, man?
What y'all getting into tonight?
We about to get into these motherfucking Guptas for 1 second.
The Guptas.
Oh no, we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna do it.
The way he says it, like the Guptas.
The Guptas.
Sound
yeah,
like
goat.
The Guptas.
Sound like a dripping faucet. Goop.
Can I get into the Can I get into the Goops for 1 minute? Anybody mind? If I'm offending anybody, I won't get into the Goops.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes,
Just
it's
putting you on a
okay to
timer.
offend people. Offending
Yeah.
people is good. It's healthy. It's healthy.
Let's talk
Very
about
healthy to
let's talk
offend
about the goop.
Crack, you that bad crack. You going to stir shit up.
Yeah, I like stirring shit up. Whatever.
That's what
Be
he
content,
does.
though.
He stirs
Y'all
shit up.
Y'all nigga, man, I got one.
Look what the Guptas did too.
I got one
Yeah, the
argument.
Guptas.
I want. Portia, can you give me like 5 minutes just to Guptas? Now, I'm gonna start off with Gandhi.
Well, John, you can take all of the time you
I'm from
need
that.
and or want.
Let's go back to the
Please.
British Empire. What did the
Please, go
Guptas
ahead.
do?
We might stir some of these niggas up. So we talking about this.
Well, they were in
Stir the
Tanzania
niggas
way
up.
back when.
Stir them up. They need to be stirred up.
Man, damn, if I can find it, crap. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, the British knew what to do. You know, they had the people for the roles to run.
They don't know more. God,
Yeah.
the mighty have fallen.
I mean that's why America can't be an empire, because we don't have those like techniques they did. You know,
Well, we need to gain those techniques.
Yeah, you have to go invade India, get the Guptas, run Africa with the Guptas, and go to China. Use the Nepalese to run like the army over there and fight the Chinks. It's like, dude, British Empire. That's it. You aren't gonna see that again. They knew how to run shit.
Even the South African government, they were working with the Guptas, man. They had Negroes and
they know
Guptas
what to
shaking
do,
hands.
man. Fucking, they knew what to do. British knew what to do. French never got that good. Spanish, nope. Portuguese, wrong. Dutch, wrong.
Spanish were too busy having sex with all the women over there.
I mean, yep. It's like, you want to run an empire? British Empire. They knew how to do it.
What that boy Goop just said right there, Lord have mercy. If the niggas knew what the Indians thought about them all the way back to Gandhi. And these niggas be talking about Gandhi. Martin Luther King, is he named after Gandhi?
But John,
it's ironic.
Nobody,
it's ironic.
John, nobody likes niggas though. Nobody. The entire earth,
niggas don't. Niggas hate niggas the most, John.
Exactly.
Niggas hate niggas the most.
Nobody likes niggas. They're the most hated species on earth.
In
Nobody likes niggas.
Nobody was in South Africa. He wrote that white people there should be the predominating race. He sound like, what's the man? What is the man that was there? Rhodes? Was it Rhodes?
Yeah, you talking about the Rhodes, Cecil Rhodes?
Cecil, my boy Cecil. No.
Rhodesia. Rhodes Scholarship.
And whatever, it didn't work. And whatever, it didn't work.
You're a
out for him
Rhodes
anyway.
scholar? Who on the panel is a Rhodes scholar?
Somebody I know got a Rhodes Scholar. Who got a Rhodes Scholar? Was it Obama? Is it Obama got a Rhodes?
Clinton definitely got one. I know that.
I know Clinton got a Rhodes.
Of course, Clinton.
Crack, you didn't get one?
No, I don't think so. Did I get one? I didn't know about it. Oh shit! Wow, I got some scraps from the white man. Good.
You know, there was another guy, Crack. It wasn't Cecil. It was another man. Damn, what the fuck was his name?
John, are you talking about that one white dude in the
David
Negroes and
Livingston?
Negroland book?
Like, who are you talking about? David Livingston, I presume. No.
No, not him. I think
Rudyard Kipling.
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of white people.
What
who
other
said
like
stuff.
imperial white British people?
Yeah, I was going to say,
named?
John, who you talking about specifically? There's a lot of white men who fit this description.
Give me 1 minute.
King Leopold. Oh no! Come on.
I think it's hella ironic. I think it's hella ironic that an Indian is saying this, knowing the shit that they do, pun intended.
I mean, that's why the British Empire ran so well. You know, they do this. They know how to put people in their place. And
was he saying this about blacks though? Was he saying this about blacks, or was he saying this about niggas? There's a difference, and I think Gandhi knows, or he knew there was a difference. There's a big difference between blacks
I don't think he cared, to be honest
and
with you.
niggers. It's a big difference, right, John? Between blacks and niggers, big difference.
You know, the funny thing, I think recently the Zulu King or the last Zulu King was complaining about like N-words. Like, he was like saying,
to be fair,
nobody likes him.
He was
Nobody
complaining.
likes them.
What the hell you guys doing in South Africa?
Craig,
the white
Craig, you know,
like, what the fuck?
Craig, to be fair, blacks hate each other the most by far.
Yeah,
Like anything a white man says about niggas, we say 10 things that are 10 times worse. It don't
Yeah,
matter.
but everybody hates niggas, so everybody.
Yeah, everybody hate niggas, even niggas.
Everybody.
Niggas
Yeah,
hate
everybody.
themselves.
They're the most hated on earth. Niggas are hated more than bed bugs. Did you know that? That's a fact. Look it up.
Bugs.
Niggas are hated more than bed bugs.
Shout out to French. Shout out to the French with their bed.
Where are you
the
getting
French
this
did have a
data
big
from,
bed bug
Clue?
Blackdemographics.com. Look it up.
Craig, you ever heard this book right here? Let me see.
Hey, I'm finna look.
You ever heard this book before? You ever heard this book before? Man, I read
I
this
think
book.
I know about Ian Smith. I don't think I
Yeah,
know about that book.
yeah.
Oh, bro, are you gonna get us banned? Ian Smith.
Anyone know who Ian Smith is?
Oh,
I
no,
don't. I
man,
don't.
we're gonna get struck. We're gonna get struck, bro. I haven't read the book. I know Ian Smith though. Yeah.
Ian Smith, The Great Betrayal. Ian Smith.
Oh no.
Felt like the white man betrayed him for the blacks in South Africa, and I think it's the Boer. Was it the Boers and the British or something to that effect?
Yeah, well, they don't like the British. Yeah, the British backstabbed them. Yeah.
And then there, oh man, but I'm gonna be done here, Porsche. I promise. I just want to show people this one thing here, and then that's why I'm done. Y'all see that?
10 bed
Gupta. 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 Gupta dee doo.
That's really the chocolate factory. Oh shit!
Right. I used to work with a Gupta named Rakesh. His name was Rakesh, but this is Rajesh.
John, if you got to work with them, just make sure to wash your hands.
And we've had Varun up here. Remember, we had Varun.
Oh yeah.
And if you
he could be our middleman. Or promise to give him his dick back.
And this is here's the picture of the Guptas right here. Yeah, like somebody I've seen before.
Oh, he kind of look like Angel. Hold on.
Oh, why'd you do that? Why'd you bring up Angel, man? Come on.
Come on, man. Look. Show the picture. Show the picture.
Christopher Columbus got lost. He was like Indian. Wait a minute, that's Angel.
He looks just like Angel.
Are you saying that's
Angel with a mustache?
ancestors?
That's Angel's grandpa. That's Angel's granddaddy.
Now, South Africa's Home Affairs Minister
that's why they were
Leon
confused
Schubert
with
has
Indians,
warned that come
God
Angel
dang it.
Gupta, really?
Look at this shit.
Guptas.
Man,
Hell no.
This South is the stream still going. Is the stream still going? It says this shit was removed. Or something. Is the stream still going?
No, it's still up.
Yeah,
we're still good.
These Guptas along.
Universal, that ain't the wrong Indian, bro. That's Angel. I'm
of the
telling you.
possibility of having his citizenship revoked. In an official letter, Schubert demanded that Singla explain why his citizenship should remain valid, citing potential violations of the Citizenship Act. A family of Indian descent, Ajay and Rajesh Gupta, have been accused of land in South Africa by virtue of their close relationship with former President Jacob Zuma. The trio, along with their family, fled to Dubai after Zuma was removed in the year 2018. The UAE rejected the request in 2023 to have Rajesh and Atul extradited, after which South Africa deemed them to be fugitives. The brothers had built a vast empire in the IT, media, and mining sectors. In the midst of their legal challenges to get their assets released, the Gupta brothers' assets in South Africa have been frozen. Two of the Gupta brothers, Atul and Rajesh, are on Interpol's red.
Kamala. I almost said Kamala.
Uh-oh.
Is that like
maybe
Kamala?
they're related? Maybe they're related, John.
I guess Kamal would be a man and Kamala.
Maybe they're related. You never know.
Is that how they do it in the third word? It'd be like, I think you end it with an A, that's a woman, and Don't that's a man, right?
Sometimes, yes.
They might be related.
Do you think Kamala is an Indian name, just like Kamal is an Indian name? Push, you think they're related?
Is
Kamala?
That's where I thought her name came from.
So she's a Gupta.
Yeah,
that explains a lot, actually.
Kamal and Kamala. Yes.
She talked about it in one of her interviews.
Telling me that
whenever she was
that's not Angel.
running
Shut
the
up.
first time.
Oh, really?
I'm defending my boy.
She
Yeah,
said
I would have to find it.
like an Indian. Kamala is like an Indian woman name. Is that what she said?
Yeah, and it stands for lotus flower.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
How did you know that, Portia?
It's a common Indian name, but I remember her specifically talking about this on one of her interviews. It was like the one about her being Indian. Like she did this whole little segment on CBS, I believe it was. And it was all about her being Indian. And so they talked about the name Kamala, how it's really popular in India and how it means a flower, all of that.
Is that when
and it's supposed to symbolize wisdom?
When Mindy talked about
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That one exactly. Yep.
Okay.
Damn. Indians.
Yeah, it's a popular Indian name.
I did not know that.
But I thought she was going to be the first black president, female president though.
She was.
Are you saying that somebody lied?
Seems like we got tricked here. But Kamala and Kamala. There you go. Who knew that? Anyway,
Arrested and brought to South Africa. Ajay Gupta, the oldest of the sibling, is not wanted in South Africa at this stage.
Anyway, let's go this. Anyway,
appreciate that, John.
I always think about South Africa and the United States. I think it's more of a kind of I always say Obama was their Mandela. Our Mandela, our Obama, their Mandela. Go ahead, push.
Yeah, but Obama was a fucking Trojan horse. That was a Trojan horse president. Obama was used to bring in all the bullshit that we're experiencing right now. And
so was Mandela. Mandela brought in what the BEE, the affirmative action in South Africa, kind of like Obama brought in what Obamacare and a lot of bullshit.
All the woke stuff was ushered in 2008, and we didn't see it because everybody was fascinated by the first Blizzak president of the United States. Come on. I was fooled too because I voted for the nigga in 2008. I didn't vote for him in 2012, but in 2008 I did.
Gotcha.
So I was fooled myself.
Hey guys, we're 11 hours, 30 minutes in. Please support your channel. You see the cash apps on the bottom. We even have our wonderful editor, Portia J, and Get Crack on the panel at the same damn time. Please show some support for the channel there, Portia J, Get Crack. Get Crack, you changed your cash app from Hiya to Get Crack for me.
No, that was always my cash app, man.
Or the Hiya to Get Crack for me.
No, Hiya. I told Portia that it went to somebody else's cash.
Yeah, it was meant to be funny, Uncle Roger, but it actually went to somebody else's cash app.
You gotta be careful. There's so many cash app accounts out there. Oh shit, anything.
Yeah, because if you cash app $sign clue, it goes to some chick named Karina or something, and she ain't giving you your money back.
Craig, man, she won't. I see a lot of comments under your videos when people talk about
they're all AI, they're bots.
Oh, you think so? I thought
they're bots. They do the same thing with different accounts. They can do the same comment with different variations. It's bots, man.
Yeah, John, you can tell by the way they're worded too.
Really? And that's because it's because of the hashtags. Like put in all my descriptions and things. It's just like it'll just pick up all those bots. Yeah, see the algos, man.
I guess I should have thought that.
Yeah, you could tell it's a bot when the comment is like, very great content. I didn't think of that.
I truly appreciate your suggestions,
Truly
stuff like that.
appreciate your suggestions that you
Yeah, ain't
made.
nobody say truly appreciate.
I need to go back and check the pattern of that. Someone said it was a Shadow.
Yeah, there's a channel where like they go over like how these bots work. They'll do it like randomly to figure out what your banned terms are. They'll try to reverse engineer and figure out and dox you through that too.
What?
Yep. I have all kinds of videos I can show you like where people discuss this stuff. Yeah. This is crazy now. The whole internet's full of bots. I think it's pretty much might as well be bots.
Content. Whenever you see very insightful content, that's a bot.
Yeah.
And let me run something. I know we only got 30 minutes, Portia. I'm so sorry to derail you, but fuck it. You'd be better off. You have so many good stories to tell. But
everybody derails Portia.
Cracking Portia. Well, anyway, really, but cracking Portia. So I've been telling you guys, I've been trying to like weed out the middleman of Airbnb. And so my buddy was telling me, he said, Lolo would be good to like promote and kind of sell your Airbnb, your rooms. I said, it is a good idea. She does get views. And if she would have promoted on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and then show my listings, she's pretty, she's willing to cam up and stuff like that. She's getting a little better at being on YouTube or just, being social media. She might be able to make me some money. What do you think? No one? Did crack drop
I think
off?
it's a good idea, yeah.
I mean, it's a no-lose situation. I can't lose, right?
Why do you want to cut Airbnb out of the whole equation?
Well, for one thing, the biggest thing is they charge 27%. And there's a 27% kind of vig. I don't like that vig, right? The other thing is, like, I don't have a policy. I have their policy. I can enforce their policy, but it's their policy. I don't like their policy. Right? They have a policy that works best for them. But what about my policy? When I have Airbnb guests, I have to go by their policy. Cancellation, shit like that. It's much more profitable and it's much more your business when you enforce a policy. When you buy something from Home Depot, you take it back. You don't say, hey, Airbnb policy say I can take this back. No, hell no. It's Home Depot's policy. You got your receipt, ID? Okay, cool. We give you a refund. Matter of fact, we're just going to give you some money on your card, on a gift card.
So you believe you can bring, you can fill up your rooms by yourself without Airbnb?
I don't even there is I could probably chart it out if I would like look at the data. But without the VIG, and there's probably like an intersection where I don't need to be X% occupied, but by the fact that I'm getting more or all of the money, then I do better, and I still have the Airbnb channel. What I'm interested in doing is minimizing the revenue or the dependency, as you might say, from a software standpoint, on Airbnb as a channel of revenue. Does that make sense?
It does, but once you cut them out, can you keep the rooms filled? Because I'm assuming that the only reason you do Airbnb is because they bring in the regular people. You kick somebody out, Airbnb got somebody there the next day, and I'm assuming that's why you do business with.
But with Airbnb, there are gaps, and again, there's the policy, there's the all that kind of shit. But I'm trying to minimize gaps and cut out the middleman all at the same time, right? It's somewhat of a novel concept. Most people on Airbnb, they're content with eating whatever Airbnb serves them. Yeah, I'm just not that kind of guy. I want to, fix my own meal, go by my own policies, right? So it's a novel concept, but again, it's kind of goes along, everything I kind of stand for. Like, it would pave the way for other people to not be so caught up with the middleman. Like, I talk about the middleman here all the time. The middleman, the YouTube super chats, the Uber, the Uber Eats, the DoorDash, man, those companies are killing people, bro, in my opinion. And so I want to be like, my lead is just one example of someone who think outside the box and try to get rid of the middleman. I got the dope. The fuck I need a middleman for? I get out on the streets and sell that shit myself. I just need a salesman, a good salesman like a Lolo, a woman. It's niggas, it's simple ass niggas that probably run a room for me thinking that bitch live there. And I want to live with bitch. I rent a room there. Shit, she pretty, right? You know what I mean? It's simple ass thing. Man, I done took bro, listen.
He ain't lying. He ain't lying.
Bro, I know I ain't lying. The business, nigga.
Simp Incorporated is big business.
Bro, I got
Simp Inc. That's a big ass corporation.
I got white boys that live in my house. I got 3 white boys and an Arab. Between
you might get the white boys. I don't know about the Arab.
Between them niggas together, ain't been no woman, man. Ain't been no woman. I'm here to tell you. But a woman like Lo will have them niggas paying their rent on time. I am that nigga done, man.
I set her up to get stalked.
I teach y'all niggas how to think outside the box, man. That's
got to set Josh. She about to have
like
nigga. We're gonna be inside the box by the time you done, nigga. You gonna be in peace.
Stanley's gonna come up here in a minute. You talking like this?
Listen, listen. You see what the nigga? Listen, Universal Jones. Y'all niggas don't know, man. That's why
them Arabs are gonna kidnap her and ship her overseas.
You know how many niggas? You know how many niggas? Simple ass niggas, incel motherfuckers. Nigga, I got 4, right? I had shit. One of them nigga jumped off a building and killed himself. That was 5. Man, you don't have people like that, man. That will book a room.
Hey, you were gonna do a stream on what his mother asked you and all that.
Oh man, I gotta do that, man. I've been
you have to do that. That was the one I was waiting for the most.
His name, man. I deleted the stream because I couldn't find his name, and I wanted to make sure that like people think he's lying, exaggerating. So I wanted to make sure I found the article. Where the guy killed himself. His name is Nima something. Nima, Neema.
Wait, white guy, black guy?
Greek. He was Greek, so he was white, technically, I guess.
Oh, okay.
He was living in one of my houses, man, and motherfucker painted my house, man. Yo, anyone ever been to a Greek restaurant? Anyone ever been to a Greek restaurant? Oh man,
I haven't.
They run the best restaurants.
All I know is that the raps are pronounced Yeros, not Gyros or Gyros. It's pronounced Yeros. Anyway, go ahead.
They are Yeros.
But you know what? They got baklavas and all that shit. And you go to any restaurant, like any Lee Clinton, if he's in all this, there's a Greek restaurant on Webster Avenue in Bronx. Webster, Jerome, I think. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I used to go to their Greek deli all the time. You know, they're very good at restaurant. George Pelicanos. Anyone ever heard of George Pelicanos? I see we got Tom Gully and all this. George, you ever heard of Tom Pelicanos? George? Tom? George Pelicanos. Anyone ever heard of George Pelicanos?
John, you fucked up.
No, I ain't fucked up. I ain't drink nothing that much. Man, let me show you something. George Pelicanos. Yeah, I think. Right. George, you know what? No one has anyone heard
Drink
George
Ouzo. Drink more Ouzo.
No one's ever. Tom, you ever heard of George Pelicanos? Yeah, that's right. Spanish Paquita. Yeah, that's right. Hummus. I'm like, I fuck with that hummus a little bit. Anyone ever heard of George Pelicanos? No? Yay, nay, no, yay, nay.
No, I ain't heard of it.
No. Y'all motherfuckers don't read. I understand. All right.
What the heck? You know what? Whatever.
George Pelicanos. Let me share my screen with you. George Pelicanos. Stanley would really get on y'all ass for not reading. But I would suggest some of you guys read George Pelicanos.
Nope. Never heard of him. Nope.
Never. George Pelicanos. The American author, producer, and many of his 20 books in the genre of detective.
Oh, no wonder I don't read that shit.
No, I don't read that fiction. No.
Yeah, I don't read. The only fiction I read is sci-fi. I don't like anything other fiction-wise.
Yeah, sci-fi. Yeah.
You live in DC.
Sci-fi is the only exception.
And he is a Washington D.C. born author. My neighborhood, right here, Petworth. You hear people calling, they want to Petworth. Anyway, blah blah blah. And he writes a lot of books, very interesting books. George Pelicanos.
You like detection stuff? I mean, detective stuff?
Well, they're set mostly in DC and shit like that, so it's very interesting. They're kind of like a poor man's Tom Wolfe. You know, you've heard.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, I know Tom Wolfe is.
Now, I want to say George Pelicanos has some, and he's Greek, by the way. And so he mentions in his books about like the Greek restaurants. And I want to say he had some dealings with The Wire. The Wire? I want to say he wrote for The Wire. I want to say he wrote for The Wire. Let's see. You guys, I can't believe you never heard of George Pelicanos.
Nope.
Nope, sorry, we don't read stuff like that. Well, I don't at least.
Yeah, I don't either.
He wrote multiple episodes of The Wire and Treme. You probably heard of Treme, right? And he's also the co-creator of David Simon's HBO series The Deuce. And we own this city, and you know my neighborhood, Petworth. You'll see it here. Let me see it. I'm surprised not here, but anyway, he wrote several books, hometown of Washington D.C., set in my neighborhood of Petworth. Anyway, yeah.
If he does that detective stuff or like crime stuff, yeah, definitely not. I'm not gonna be reading that. Yeah, especially Tom Wolfe is like, what is that? All he does is like, what is he? How many series of Law and Order does he do? It's like thousands of series.
My man, Cracker King.
I'm not interested in that stuff. I watched like some of those things from time to time, but I'll be.
I like Tom Wolfe, but I ain't never heard of this guy.
You know, George.
George. Crime.
Great.
Cops. Lawyers.
Yeah,
boring.
I don't like I don't like the overall layout of crime thrillers. Like the plot beats they're kind of boring.
Well, you know, Tom Wolfe, man, you know, is again, he's the rich man's George Pelicanos. So although George Pelicanos,
yeah, he has the formula. He gets the viewers. That's why the CSI and all those things, they try to like mimic that. It's like it gets the viewers. They like the simple ass shit. It's just like that's normie stuff. Boring.
Man, I got one more beer left after this one, so we probably don't have much time.
Nah, you only got like 15 minutes anyway.
15. Okay.
Yeah.
Law
and Order. SUV.
I'm sorry. We run Porsche off. I'm sorry, Porsche.
No, she said she had to go to bed.
She had to go to bed.
Oh, Stanley.
Yeah, some people actually have to work on Thanksgiving week, I guess. See?
I don't. Thank God.
Oh, you don't? Oh, good for you.
I mean, I wasn't gonna work anyway.
Craig, you didn't give me an impression on the is this a motherfucking porn palm nigga named Jay?
I don't know who's Jay. Who's Juicy J?
That I think that's Jay Rillo. Hold on.
Oh,
really?
Write something in the chat.
Yeah.
Write something in the chat, man. That's you. Write something in the chat, man.
Jay, do something. Yeah, that's Jay Rillo.
That's Jay Rillo. How you know that's who that is? But anyway, man, that Lolo, man, I think the idea, man, make me some money, make her some money, because simp's gonna simp. Right?
Yeah.
And again, I'm trying to shift the paradigm, man. How many real estate motherfuckers like me are doing this shit? Craig, did you see the building I toured today?
Oh, you toured a building? No.
Oh man, did it? Should we show it?
Yeah.
We
don't have that time. John, I don't think we have the time. We only got
I think
we got 20 minutes. We got 15 minutes, I guess.
Was it on this stream or now? Was it on this stream or the last stream?
It's on the last. Honestly, I can't remember.
I think it was on this stream.
What I missed?
Jay, you can't. You missed a lot. We're gonna end it in like 15 minutes.
That's cool. I gotta go to bed soon, anyways.
I think it was
just want to hop up on a stream.
Okay. I think it was on this stream right here. Let me see if it's on this stream right here.
Yeah, he said it was on this stream. That's what Tom said.
Sunset.
What are you looking for?
I'm about to
John did a property tour.
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
Yeah, let me see if I can find this shit. I think I know what it is.
John, before you bounce, have you ever heard of Arthur C. Clarke?
What the hell is that?
Exactly.
Stanley does.
I fucking love that man.
I think Stanley just read one sci-fi book. It was by Arthur C. Clarke.
Arthur C. Clarke. He read Space Odyssey.
That's when I started recommending the other stuff. He
made one of the most influential movies and books of all time.
Yeah, well, that's boring for a lot of folks. So the people that like Law and Order probably would definitely not like Arthur C. Clarke.
Okay.
And then you're the opposite, man. You're the opposite spectrum right now.
Look, I found this shit. We talked to this real estate agent. Let me make sure I'm going in the right direction. We talked to this real estate agent. Oh, here it is. So I went in this building. It cracked. Let me tell you. I pulled up on a motherfucking bike. My bike. You know what I mean? Listen, this shit like right around the corner, 2 blocks up from one of my houses, around the corner from another one of my houses. I pulled up on my motherfucking bike. The lady was like, "Who are you?" I said, "I just talked to you." She like, "Damn, you pulled up on the bike?" I said, "I told you I'm right around the corner." Anyway, and so you guys can see my screen, right? Here's the video here. Let me see. There, go up. Here it is. This is me walking in.
I think it is better to do it once you're in the position that
You
you
walking
in.
in, right?
But sometimes you might meet a girl that kind of puts you in that kind of puts a mirror up to you, and it's easier to see what you
doing. This motherfucker is big, man. How big?
see it both ways.
Yeah, that's facts, HP.
All right. Hey, whatever you do, don't bring her to a place like John Galt's here. Look at this place. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. She'll think she's gonna get murdered and shit. She'll be like, I'm gonna get murdered. I gotta
What
get
the fuck
out
are
of
we
here.
looking at?
Yeah,
John, what's going on? John, what's up?
Hey, Johnny, John Bo, what's up, buddy?
And what's on the
Yeah,
ceiling?
don't bring her to a place like this. She'll think she's gonna get killed and shit.
Is that blood on the ceiling?
Trap house.
Yeah,
Oh,
it is.
it's perfect for smoking crack.
It looks like brain matter on the ceiling.
Brain matter.
Is it that brain matter?
Is this the top apartment of that gas station you were talking about?
It's not a gas. It's just a convenience store. It's a store.
Hey, John, let me revise my number. You need at least $350,000 to renovate this dumper.
So this was the one big
What was this
apartment
guy?
right here. 3 bedrooms.
Somewhere in DC, I believe.
Hey, some big rooms in here. Damn. There's some big ass rooms in here.
Fixer
It's like
upper.
2 rooms.
John, watch where you walk. You're gonna fall
Hell
through. Watch
yeah.
out.
Oh shit.
I think
Looks like a haunted house,
John
John.
had thought that
What
Tamlin
is
was
this?
going to win, so he's going to
There's a
get all that money
walk-through
out the
bathroom.
bank.
Oh shit.
Buy all these assets.
John was
I
gonna
think it's
buy
a
the
What's going
place,
on? John, you gotta tell us
I
what's
think
going
it's a
on.
haunted. I think it's a haunted house, Kimmy Cakes.
It's
Oh
a
my God.
haunted house. Exactly.
Look at the bars on the window, crack. We upstairs now. The bars on the window, like we in Haiti.
Yeah.
Man, they got the burglar bar doors. You know, John in the trenches
Absolutely.
right now.
That's a
There you
fact.
go.
On the
They
second
broke the
level.
walls and
On the
everything.
second level.
So this is the damn. It's 2 big ass bedrooms right
You
there.
know it's in the hood because the goddamn smoke
Damn.
alarm's going on.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John, don't watch.
I'm telling you, just front of the building, crack. Wait a minute, it's the head. Oh, this is the full bath right here. And it's the head bath on the other side.
Maybe it's gonna get
Damn.
my car.
Look, this is storefront downstairs. This is store downstairs. Look how big this motherfucker is.
You know, I ain't never seen an Airbnb.
You said it's in good working order?
With a store in it, bro. I'm trying to tell you, we could make that into a restaurant, man.
Yeah.
This motherfucker got a big ass freezer in this bitch. Where is it at?
Hey, is there a kitchen?
Where's the light switch? No, there's no phone. No kid. It's crack. Look how big. No, you're right. Okay, look how big. So you see, this is a back room. You said it's 2 walk-in coolers back there, right? One big walk-in.
John.
So,
Okay, that's the walk-in. All right, let's take a look at the basement here. Cool. I want the basement and everything. Look at the basement.
This look like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre down here, man.
I'm telling you, bro.
That's the basement. But look,
Probably find Samuel Jackson.
Right? Look what I do. Listen, look what I do. You know what I want to see. And I want you to listen to Master Kim. I'm teaching you guys something here. Listen to what Master Kim says right after this.
oh yeah, John, look at that panel box. Good job.
Good job. I'm gonna let you listen again.
Jackson with a woman chain.
Oh yeah, John, look at that panel box. Good job.
And then I kept going. I said, look.
Black snake man.
I kept going. I said, what?
There you
I
go.
said, what? I said, whoa. That wiring don't look bad, though. It look fairly new, doesn't it?
It doesn't look at that conduit. That's all modern conduit.
Yeah, I know.
The Romax or whatever it's called.
I know.
It's all-
Romex.
Yeah.
Then I go over there and I look at the
Different meters for upstairs, downstairs.
meters. Okay.
Oh, John, you get to do your big Joker move right there. That's your
Man, we just trying to teach you how to make a little money up here. That's all. Anyway, so that's what we did today, Craig. I thought it was pretty.
I see.
I'm looking at buying it.
That's a fixer upper, man.
It's a couple of blocks from my house. My house is, I mean, like, shit, I rode my bike over there.
John,
What do you
earlier,
think?
did you see the stories that Porsche? Hold on, yeah.
Wait, what? What Porsche put up?
Oh no, I was gonna ask him a question.
Hey, you know, Universal got it coming up on the screen. Said, John, you could load those coolers up with loose cans and make a ton of money. You know what's crazy about that Universal?
What is this, bruh?
Loose can, come on.
It's just loose cans. Might as well just sell some loosies all together then.
You gonna believe this, Universal? You gonna believe this? In my neighborhood, in Petworth, in my neighborhood, one of my neighbors, right? When I first moved to DC, bought my first house, right? There were people that used to go and buy single beers. And the white people complain about them motherfuckers.
Oh my
single beers. So what do? They say, you know what? Stores should only be able to sell 6 beers at a time. Or 4 big boys.
Right.
4 big boys, right? So in DC, you can't go buy a single beer. Now in New York, you can. And in DC, there are no single beers here. Unless you're in a affluent neighborhood and they have exceptions because they might sell a mixed 6-pack of craft beers, right? Oktoberfest, Purple Haze, Abita, whatever the fuck, right? But in the ghettos, And in the regular parts of DC, outside of like where Obama lives in West, you can't buy single beers. But in the nice
they try to skirt around that with those little bottles, right? I know a lot of liquor stores in California. They sell those little single use bottles, and now they got these mixed drinks in those little things now too.
I'm talking about beer. I'm talking about beer.
Yeah.
You cannot sell a broken down 6-pack, like 2 beers. In New York, you go buy a beer, 2 beers, 3 beers, 4 beers. You ain't got enough money to buy a 6-pack, you can buy 2.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, can they get around that? That's why I think a lot of people have done that.
Like, you see me when I buy beer all the time, it's always in, even numbers, 6, 12, 24, 36. You can't buy 35 beers, 14 beers, 2 beers. Only on GoPuff when they have like, you can buy 2 beers for a quarter.
Well, that's why I say, like, are they selling more of those like mixed drink type things, like the Four Locos and all the other trash?
Yeah, they sell those, but I think
I think that's why they make those type of things, right? That's why those are popular.
It drove people to buy the Four Locos because the bars can't just buy 1 beer now, so they gotta buy 4 Loco. Let me see if I can show them.
I mean, business finds a way, man. You can make all kinds of laws, but people will find a way around them.
But the bigger thing is they exempted the affluent neighborhoods. That's the bigger thing, right? And this is what you say, like the rich people live above it. They do live above it, right? And like here it is, right? You can see I have it on my screen here. Look, peep game. I don't have to lie to you. Yes, it is illegal to sell single beers in some areas of Washington. What area it is? I bet Obama would go right outside his house and walk up to the corner and get him a single beer.
This is BS, man.
But over here in the ghetto, man, you got to buy 6.
So if I buy malt liquor, I gotta buy 6? Nah, right? Malt liquor's exempt.
Like 32 ounces though, so you can buy like a big 32 ounce.
See, there we go. That's why I get my 40s.
But at least you didn't litter 6 beers in my. At least you didn't litter 4 beer cans in my neighborhood.
Oh, we found a prop for the hood, Dak.
About litter. Right?
I gotta get my old English, bitch.
It's about litter. Look, let me see if I can show you. Listen.
This is ridiculous.
Look. I'm sure it's possible, man. Look, crack. The sale of single beers in DC is prohibited in most DC, with the exception in hotels. These hotels can sell. And they look. Ward 2 and 6. That's where Obama lives. That's where the rich.
Ward 2 and 6. All right, I'll make sure to look for Ward 2 and 6 so I can get my single beers when I come through.
I'll be the Purple Haze Oktoberfest. You can buy 1 of each, buy 2. But the white people didn't need and it started off in my neighborhood. Let me see if I can show you. This shit started off in my neighborhood, man. Like the bombs will go. Like like anyone watch football here? And like, see, my neighborhood is Ward 4. See, look, Ward. There it is, Ward 4. Look, you see it, right? This is it. This is my neighborhood, right? Right. This is what
2007.
This is Petworth. Yeah. I remember when this happened. The white people started moving into my neighborhood, and they said, "Damn, these fucking bombs." Like drinking beer.
You got gentrified.